now. It's your boy PSA Sitch here for another Sunday show with everyone's favorite, never late, and always harmonica-sized Adam Friended.
What's up? How you doing, man?
We're not late. We're 1 minute early.
Oh, nice. I love being early.
Actually, we're just on time. So there you go.
Perfect. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. There was a storm coming my way, but it looks like I'm going to dodge it. So
you're going to live.
I'm going to live. I'm going to dodge it. Adam is just waiting for the day he can replace me.
I want you to move out to California, man. You got to get rid of this hurricane shit.
I do. I
should.
Well, yeah, but so my house can burn down in one of these crazy fires.
Come on, you pay exorbitant taxes. The crime is through the roof.
Can turn off my AC because there's a heat wave and the electric grid is crappy. I don't know
what's going on. Everyone's moving to California now. Come out here and you be a big time celebrity.
It's funny because I was looking at what is one of the safest places in America via natural disasters. Okay.
Right.
If you wanted to move somewhere. And you know where one of the safest places was one of the safest places?
Southern California.
Nope.
Texas.
Portland, Oregon.
No way. Oh
yes.
my. Oh, that's how that has changed.
They ruined it. They ruined it.
How that has changed. I saw a thing. Brett Weinstein and his wife Heather are moving out of Oregon now, moving away from Portland.
I wonder where they're going.
How we?
Yes,
that sucks.
So I don't know. We'll see. Gotta find some place. Chicago, I don't think so. Wyoming, Arizona. Adam wants us to be his roommate. That's true.
Are you really thinking of leaving? You're gonna move?
Yeah, maybe.
Wow.
Florida kind of sucks. I don't understand why people
City.
like Florida.
I moved to New York City. It was amazing.
It's so expensive. What are you, insane? What do you mean?
It's great fun, though. I mean, I lived in New York City for a long time. It was great.
It's so expensive.
Yeah, but it's awesome.
No,
that's why it's expensive.
And I don't want to. This is part of the problem too. It's I don't want to move someplace where, you have to drive in the pelting snow.
Yeah,
that's terrible. That's terrible.
Nobody drives in New York though. You take the subway.
That's true.
I moved to New Orleans. New Orleans is great. New Orleans is like a culture shock for people. I mean, it's there's a lot of cool places. You got to move to a cool place, though.
Of course, but not a cold place.
Enough moving. What do we
want?
What's this video? Sam Seder.
So I was gonna say originally we were gonna talk to President Sunday. He had to reschedule or something, so maybe we'll talk to him at some point in the future. So instead, we'll be. The Mossad says, "Come home to Israel." So instead, we will be watching. I forget who sent this to us. Someone sent this to us. Sam Seder is debating the removal, or not the removal, but he's debating getting rid of college debt and whether the taxpayers should basically pay for everyone's college education.
I really like that title you came up with, Sitch. That's a dreamy title. Is that a reference to something? What's going on? I don't get it. What is the bucket thing?
First of all, you made the title, so
I did. Oh yeah, you're right. I did make that title. Actually, I did the thumbnail too.
Yeah. I feel like we should change the title because not because it's crude. I'm not sure enough people understand the reference.
Right. That's why I was asking the question.
Right.
But evidently, you don't want to give the reference. So
the reference was Sam's conversation / debate with Destiny, where he basically lied a bunch in that conversation.
Right.
Destiny. And Destiny said that Sam would be drinking buckets of love juice if the Kyle Rittenhouse situation was reversed, if it was a leftist who shot a bunch of Trump MAGA supporters, essentially.
Right. Yes.
He'd be drinking buckets.
And Sam Seder objected to this characterization of his feelings about the situation if it was a black shooter, and on stream pantomimed that he was actually drinking buckets. I don't know why he did this.
Here's a streamer tip. Never pantomime like some kind of oral sex motion at any point in your streaming career. Okay.
Yes. So it's kind of become a meme on the channel. A lot of people have been having some fun with it. So I had some fun with it in this thumbnail because, obviously this is a situation where Sam Seder is, he's basically simping for college debt relief, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, that's got to go somewhere, right?
So, there you go. Goes right in those buckets. Now, so the interesting thing about this debate is that I'm kind of mixed in this conversation. I feel like there should be some government support, obviously. I don't know if I support like this full government debt relief for everything or free college for everything. And it's weird because, and I guess I didn't realize this, Sam has an incredibly, not only does he have a very far left position in this debate, but his reasoning in this debate is very weird to me. Right. And not what I would have expected anyone, the kinds of arguments for anyone to make.
Yeah, I have a clip here that I just want to start us off with. It's 5 minutes and it's from the Dictators Handbook. And I have a very cynical take on this situation.
I know you do. Yeah. I know you do. Right.
So, but I'm not completely against like lowering the cost of college. I think the price of college right now is insane.
It is insane,
yeah. Compared to when I went to college, it's like I forget part-time job to go to college. You basically need like 2 full-time jobs to go to college.
Well, they talk about this in this debate. I think they say something like, per proportion to inflation, college has increased, 4 times the amount that it costs.
Right.
Which that's crazy considering the amounts of, the dollar amounts that we're working with. Yeah. Because if you have colleges that cost anywhere from $10,000 to $60,000 and you divide that by 4, it's a huge chunk off, reduction. And I guess part of the $1 million question is, why is the price so high? Because obviously the right-wing position is the reason the price is so high is because of all of the basically government guaranteed loans allows these private colleges to raise their rates so much, which maybe that have to do with private colleges. It doesn't really explain state colleges. I wish actually in this debate, maybe we'll look into it when it comes up. I'm curious to see if the rate between state colleges and private colleges increasing is the same or not.
Well, isn't it just you're basically paying for a college degree, and they're selling the college degree based on what kind of income you can earn from obtaining the college degree. So this is why Ivy League schools cost more, because an Ivy League school opens you up to opportunities that aren't necessarily open to people who don't have an Ivy League education. There are certain businesses that want to hire Ivy Leaguers so they can say, most of our staff is from our Ivy League.
Right. Well, I think that's the way it used to be or supposed to be. And I guess the argument now is that it's not that way because of all the guaranteed debt forgiveness, not forgiveness, all the guaranteed loan mechanisms and the amount that the government pays for. It's basically like that's basically why the colleges have been raising their rates. And as a lot of people in the chat are saying,
that doesn't make a lot of sense to me though, because
no, it does make sense, because it's sort of like when people say, oh, if you have UBI, it's going to raise inflation because just everyone has more money to pay for stuff, so people will start charging more. And so they're saying, since people have more money to go to college, since the supply of people that can go to college is increased because of government assistance, the colleges are going to respond by increasing the price, essentially.
Right, and that's the same reason housing costs got out of control, is because people.
Well, that's part of the reason.
Well, no, listen, if you're borrowing money to buy a house, whether you borrow $100,000 to buy a house or $1 million to buy a house.
Right.
You're looking at your payment, but you are also looking at the value of that home. If you spend $1 million, you're assuming that property is going to be worth $1 million or more as it goes up in the future, right?
Mm-hmm.
The difference with college degrees is you're looking at the earning potential of an Ivy League degree, a state's vocational degree. You're looking at that earning potential.
Mm-hmm.
And just because I can borrow $1 million for my education, if I'm going to obtain a degree that only has the earning power of, $50,000 a year, it doesn't make a lot of sense that just because I can borrow $1 million doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to have the means to pay that $1 million back.
Right. Yeah, but so then you agree. Well, at least
Well,
this is
no,
this is the right wing argument, is that basically because people are able to get so much loans for college, that college is basically jacking up the price, and it's
I
probably
disagree
not
with that.
okay. But
Yeah.
that's basically what happened with the housing, though, because the banks were so desperate to get as many mortgage-backed
But it's
securities as
different because
possible,
you're
they were
holding
giving
it,
out. I
but
know,
you're
because
holding
well,
an asset though.
the difference was that people. Well, there's two things. So the
Look,
banks were giving out all these mortgage-backed securities and they were lowering the requirements for loans because they desperately wanted people to buy more houses.
let me
And that allows people to buy more houses. And then that increases the price of housing because demand starts to increase so much.
let me simplify this for you, okay?
Okay. But I
You
understand what you're saying. The difference is that with the housing thing, you can go turn around and sell your house
right.
directly. And with college education, it's more like, well, is the college education going to manifest in you getting a job that's going to pay off, the loan and whatever the amount is? And I think part of the issue is that a lot of people now, because of the incredible, crazy cost of colleges, they ended up taking out loans, and they ended up getting degrees that can't necessarily pay off.
When the
Uh,
college sells you on the degree, a lot of times they will say, this is the kind of opportunities this degree opens up for you. They're saying, look, we have a product here that has this value to it, right?
I
This
understand.
earning
Right.
potential to it.
Yeah.
So just because, let's say you're buying a car, right? The salesman comes out and says this car is worth $10,000. You're trying to tell me that just because the person can borrow $50,000, they're going to pay $50,000 for the car. No, they're going to try to
No.
assess the value of
Right.
the car itself
Well,
and pay for that. So the thing is, I do believe that the prices are going up like exponentially in Ivy League
I
schools
well,
because they're saying the earning potential of an Ivy League degree is so vastly beyond the earning potential of a state school.
right,
Even though a lot of state schools, I mean, you definitely, they're substantially cheaper, much more affordable.
right.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I first of all, I don't know if the car example is accurate, and I think Sammy said this in the chat, which I agree with, which is that I don't know if in the 70s and 80s or even in the 60s, I don't know if colleges had all these like a million amenities. I don't know if they had all this, I mean, they had sports teams, but I don't know if they had, all the restaurants, the rock climbing wall, the giant
You didn't have we had a
pools,
movie theater
movie
at our
theater. Yeah.
college.
Well, no, we had a movie theater too at my college.
Of
Um,
course. That's like the
right.
bare essentials.
Um, well, that's part of the thing. It's like, my college that I went to, they had all sorts of fancy shit. And I'm like, I don't, I'm assuming this didn't exist in the 60s and 70s in colleges. And I don't, I'm assuming part of the reason that the colleges build all these extra crap is because then they can justify charging more in tuition, or because they're just making so much more money through tuition that they can build all this crap.
Well, they're competing against you going to some other school, obviously.
Well, but that shows that demand has increased dramatically, and part of that, and something that we haven't said yet, is because the demand for kids with college degrees to get into every job has increased substantially too. That's another reason the price has gone up so much.
Adding
Because back,
amenities shows that demand is actually down, though,
well,
because you
no,
add
because
them. You're adding.
No, because it shows competition has increased, not that demand is down.
Yeah, Well, lower demand would increase competition for those scarce students.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but I don't think that's the case. If you look at the numbers, I'm pretty sure college attendance is at an all-time high and has been just increasing and increasing and increasing,
Right.
uh, for the last 10, 20 years. So,
Well, I don't in the housing situation it's different because there's a limited supply of houses and they're offering more money if causes different competitors to increase their bids on houses, and this is what drives the price of houses up. So I
right,
guess there is technically, well, Ivy Leagues is where the supply is extremely limited, right? There's only a certain number of Ivy League degrees that are minted every single year. So
hmm
those prices are obviously going to get out of control very quickly because everyone wants one of those Ivy League degrees.
right.
Yeah.
But
So, but I
I'm
don't,
pretty sure education costs has gone up. I mean, it's not just for the Ivy Leagues; it's for all schools. And so I was curious as to how much it's gone up for private schools versus state schools.
yeah, we should look that up.
So we should look
Definitely
at it.
should. Yeah.
But
I think, I even in the debate, I think he says like community college is much less expensive.
yeah, well, I mean, community college is even that's an even different thing because that's even like a lesser expense than state school. So
Sure. Yeah. But you don't have that status. You don't have that. People are paying
yeah,
for
of
status
course, of course,
essentially.
right. And yeah, college degrees are now required for jobs that shouldn't necessarily require it. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. But that's part of that is because there's a glut of people with college degrees now because there's been this huge, it's kind of like, there's a huge push for the last 30, 40 years to get everyone to go to college, which I'm fine with, but it had all these unintended consequences, I think, which is part of making the cost of college go up exponentially, having all these jobs that shouldn't require college degrees now do require college degrees, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So
Right.
anyway, let's watch. You want to watch this video first, this Dictator's Handbook video.
Yeah, because I think a lot of the moralizing that Sam Seder does seems conveniently to coincide with his party's electoral success. So,
Well, I think Sam, I'm assuming that Sam is arguing for what he's arguing for because he believes it. But there's a difference between that and what the politicians argue for and do for their own selectorate, purposes.
right, yeah.
So,
He just post hoc reasons his way to why what they're doing is correct.
well, this is what's always funny to me is that when I talk to someone who's a Democrat or Republican, they always assume that the other party's politicians are the ones acting for cold calculating, evil just for the votes reason, but they always assume that their politician on their side is doing it for some morally just
I
reason.
know. It's so weird.
It's
Just
yeah,
take
it's
off
like,
the
come on.
blinders, guys. Be
Right.
cynical of both sides, obviously.
I know. It's
Obviously
like,
they're
come
doing
on.
it for self-serving interests. Yeah, isn't
Right.
it crazy? As soon as they're looking at, their competition instead of the people that they're ideologically aligned with, it's like clear as day. They can see, oh yeah, obviously they're doing this for the votes.
Yes, yes.
Obviously they're doing this for the votes.
I don't I think if you don't understand that like 99.9% of politicians are doing most of what they're doing for the votes, you don't really understand what's happening politically
I
at
think it's
all.
I think
So,
it's I blame Democrats a bit more because first of all they call their party the Democratic Party. They're the ones that go out and virtue signal all day about democracy and how the
mhm.
Republicans hate democracy. Yet they don't seem to understand how democracy works.
Well,
Democracy is
mhm.
literally about catering to people for the votes.
Of course. But I mean I don't think it's a Democrat Republican thing. I mean, look at the big controversial thing with DeSantis, sending the immigrants to Martha's Vineyard. I mean, that's 1000% just for, you know, doing something trollish to get votes. Like that wasn't like a moral decision whatsoever. I mean, they literally spent Floridians' taxpayer monies to take immigrants from Texas to Florida to fly them to Martha's Vineyard. Like it's like logistically, it's like ridiculous. And so, but it's like, okay, but it's good political persuasion because all the Republicans go, ha 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 ha, we got to troll the libs and they're, these rich elite libs up in their Martha's Vineyard.
Just think your property taxes paid for that.
I know.
That's awesome,
I know, right?
man.
My property taxes paid to troll the libs. There you go.
That's awesome.
Anyway, so let's watch this video.
It is fashionable to talk about politics in terms of concepts like ideology or left-right continuums. The standard mantras from either side of the left-right continuum go something like this. Liberals care about the poor and are dedicated to alleviating their misery. They are often stymied by the rich and powerful. Those very rich and powerful tend to be conservative. Conservative.
Does that sound like a familiar mantra to use? Does that seem out of line?
Right. Well, I think the voters are motivated by these moral considerations. I just don't think the politicians are at all.
Care about the rich and are dedicated to protecting them from the taxing and spending inclinations of liberals, whose supporters, not surprisingly, tend to be relatively poor compared to conservative backers. As a simplification of politics, that works fine. We do not challenge this view so much as offer a completely different way to think about it. The rules governing how people rule inevitably divorce what policies politicians really desire from what they say and do. Not that we doubt that politicians hold sincere views of good and bad public policy. Rather, those views are not terribly important, and besides, there are few ways to tell the difference between declarations based on opportunistic political expediency and true beliefs. From the perspective of this book, so-called liberals and so-called conservatives appear simply to have carved out separate electoral niches that give them a good chance of winning office. Democrats in the United States like to raise taxes on the rich, improve welfare for the poor, and seek heavy doses of benefits for the middle-class swing voters. Republicans in the United States like to reduce taxes on the rich, decrease welfare for the poor, relying on back-to-work programs instead, and similarly look for a heavy dose of benefits for the swing middle voters. Many of the taxing and spending policies, pork barrel programs, and the like are simply private goods distributed to the relevant party's coalition of essentials. Both parties pay special attention to the middle class because there are an awful lot of middle-class voters, and they can be tipped either way. They like to define the rich, those who might be asked to pay higher taxes, as anyone whose income is higher than their own. They like to think of welfare payments as rife with fraud and cheating that needs to be ferreted out. And they are very happy to have government programs that disproportionately benefit them. No surprise there, such as tax deductions on mortgage interest, expanding Medicare benefits, subsidies for university tuition for their children, and increases in Social Security payments, even in the absence of inflation.
Look at that. Actually, they wanted subsidies for tuition, but this is debt forgiveness for the students that have already moved out, right? I wonder if your parents got that student debt, if you still get it written off. I don't know. What if mom and dad are holding the debt?
Right.
The very poor are not likely to vote, but the working poor are. And of course, they are likely to vote for people who adopt policies that benefit them. The less well-off love progressive taxes and hate sales taxes. Those who hope for expanded and more effective programs for jobs training, Medicaid, long-term unemployment insurance, and low or no taxes at their income level tend to turn to candidates most likely to fulfill their wishes. These wishes are public policies, to be sure, but they are public policies that benefit primarily the select group whose voting bloc is essential to the winning Democratic candidate. They are unlikely to vote Republican because, let's face it, a winning Republican candidate is not likely to support the programs we just mentioned, at least not on the same scale as a Democrat. So these policies are payments for political support, no more and no less so than any other private reward. The rich like subsidies too. Republican candidates trying to build a coalition around the support of the relatively well-to-do are the candidates most likely to provide these subsidies. The well-off and Republican candidates by and large favor, for instance, government support for medical research on cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and other ailments of the elderly, who happen also to be the wealthiest age cohort in the United States. What is more, the well-to-do are more likely to live long enough to suffer from these diseases. They like lower capital gains taxes, since they have enough money that they can invest in the pursuit of equity gains, and they don't like inheritance taxes, since they can save enough to leave a tidy sum to their heirs. The poor rarely consume any of these benefits, but they pay for them to help the rich if they pay taxes at all. But with Democrats more often controlling legislatures at the federal and state level than Republicans, it is worth noting that more than 40% of Americans, mostly at the lower income levels, pay no income taxes at all. That, after all, is one of the private rewards they covet, just as in smaller coalition regimes, the rich pay few taxes and covet their private gains. Private benefits, whether in large or small coalition environments, distort economies in exactly the self-serving ways we should expect. And even in the most democratic of polities, these private benefits are perfectly explainable without appeal to highfalutin principles of equity, efficiency, or ideology. People support leaders who deliver policies that specifically benefit them. That's why earmarks, pork in colloquial terms, are reviled in general and beloved by each constituency when the money goes to them.
There you go.
There you go.
Now we're going to hear a lot of those highfalutin justifications for like an hour and a half.
Well, the guy debating against him, Seder, correctly calls out that this is just to secure votes.
Yes.
And I think Sam could acknowledge that that's the case and still say that he still agrees with the policy.
Right.
If you don't accept that, I don't think you accept what's happening in politics at all.
Yeah, that's my biggest problem with it, is that I don't see how you can really call yourself a credible political pundit and not accept that you're trying to deliver policy to get votes.
Right.
That's the whole idea behind it.
Renoro Zoro is here for $20. Thank you so much. Says, you guys need to go on EFAP with Nick. I think he's going on sooner than later to talk about She-Hulk. Oh, that'd be great.
Nick Rekieta?
Fun. I assume that's who that man, yeah.
Sweet. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure. Oh, what were you saying?
I saw he covered for Yellow Flash. Yellow Flash does a show on Saturdays, and he was busy, so I saw Nick covered his show last night, which is cool. Yeah.
I'm pretty confident. I know that Disney shot She-Hulk. I'm pretty sure that Disney shot like the entire season of She-Hulk before it airs, okay?
Yes.
But there's like a one cut in scene, and it's like a different camera angle just for one person to deliver one line. And I'm pretty sure, I'm like 80%, I'm just going to go up to 85. I'm 85% confident that someone who works on the She-Hulk TV show or some intern is like paid to watch all of the She-Hulk reviews and then report back to, whoever runs the show if there's something important. Because if you guys watch my She-Hulk review, you'll remember that in the first video I talked about how ridiculous it was that a TV show about lawyers got one of the most basic facts of lawyering wrong.
Right.
Which is that in one of the cases, it was about whether the guy who's the sexist misogynist who was, he was, if you haven't been watching She-Hulk, there's like the evil sexist misogynist male character who I guess the show is completely dropped off of the show, which is funny, but who he was basically in a relationship with someone he thought was a famous singer, but it turned out to be an old grandma who has the ability to shapeshift or something. And so he was suing her for a fraud, even though it should be like, rape, I guess.
Sexual assault. Yeah, exactly.
Right. And a judge determined the outcome of the case. It wasn't a jury trial, which made no sense because it's literally a question of fact. Because the defense was, whether he really knew that this person was a shapeshifter or not. It wasn't really a question of law; it was a question of fact. And I said that in the video. I said, how can a show about lawyering get such a one of the most basic things about lawyering in the law incorrect? This is a question of fact. There should be a jury trial. And then in like the last episode of She-Hulk, there's literally the camera cuts to its own scene, like a different angle. So it's like they just inserted this of the female lawyer saying, this case is a question of law, not fact. So I request, not a jury trial.
Yeah. They're like, we got to fix this up. We got to get this right.
Right. So I swear to God, and it's double hilarious because they're actually fucking wrong. Because the case still was a question of fact. It was a question about whether She-Hulk properly retained or was guaranteed her name trademark or not. Which should have been a question of fact, not law, I assume. So I'm pretty convinced. I'm pretty convinced that someone who works on She-Hulk saw my video and they inserted this one scene with this one actress just to quell the legal nerds out there. Okay.
It's not going to help. The show is abysmal. So
no, it's not going to help at all. I'm just saying I think it's funny. I think it's funny.
Question of facts is determined by a jury,
yeah.
And questions of law are obviously determined by judges. They're the ones that are most familiar with law.
Right. Well,
what does the jury know about the law?
Exactly. So anyway, yeah, and yes, you can ask for a judge trial, but in the situation, it would have made sense for that. So anyway, but that was fun for that. So yeah, if that'd be fun to talk about She-Hulk on EFAP.
The last episode was just fucking ridiculous. Oh my God.
Oh, and that's the other thing too. This is insane. Besides that, I had like a whole thing in my video about how they need to start making fun of She-Hulk and how they could talk about the fact that her clothes never fit. And like, I swear, they had a literal, like the last episode was everything I fucking said. I mean, it still wasn't good, but it was like, I'm telling you, someone at Disney fucking watching my videos saying, this is a good idea. Okay, we're gonna film a quick episode here.
The idea that you're going to make her look terrible halfway into the season and then approach we got to do something about her look episode. That's episode 1. What are you talking about? You want your hero to look cool for the entire thing. What are we doing here?
It is interesting because, I mean, even though the show still fails because it's just not very funny, which is weird because the head writer wrote Pickle Rick, the funniest shit of all time. So you think they would be, pretty on board with writing comedy. But at least, at the very, 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 very least, they're finally understanding that they need to make fun of Jen and mock her.
Yeah. So, did you catch that
baby steps.
They introduced the heroine's journey in the last episode? They actually brought up Team Jake.
Did. They asked. It was
Team
very
Jacob
weird.
And Team Edward.
It's the year 2022. I don't know who the fuck's still talking about Twilight in any capacity among their friends.
Aside from us, just to make fun of it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, just to make fun of it. But it was very weird. The whole episode was dumb. But
it was it was terribly dumb. Yeah. Dumb, illogical, totally stupid.
Yep. Anyway, let's watch this debate.
Yes.
Sam Seder on the Majority Report. It is a pleasure to welcome to the program Brad Palumbo. He is a journalist and policy correspondent, the Foundation for Economic Education. Brad, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me, guys.
So now, Brad, you reached out to me, I think it was on Twitter, and wanted to have a debate about student.
Oh, we're gonna have to. I forgot. Oh, it's so painful.
What?
How do we get Sam Seder to just work on his uhs and ums? Just one time.
By calling it out, now everyone's gonna notice it. I didn't even notice it until you.
It's so bad. Oh, He's so terrible.
Debt forgiveness. This was before Biden made his announcement. Still relevant as to whether or not it's a good idea or whether there should be more of this. And so we figured let's do this. So let me just, before we get into the specifics about this, let me just ask you just a couple of questions. These are just straightforward that I want to just get a sense of
Sure.
Give people a sense of what your perspective is on this. Are you for the idea of free college at all?
No.
No idea.
No.
Okay. And what about free pre-K education in this country? Preschool, pre-K?
I've done a lot of work on higher ed policy. I can't say I've given universal pre-K fair scrutiny to weigh in.
And what about free K through 12 education?
Yes, I believe in school choice, but I do believe in taxpayer funding for K-12 education.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Where are you at, Sitch, on free college and free education? Obviously.
Well, we'll get into the free college because that's later because of the whole debate. Obviously, I support free K through 12 education,
Right.
and I support free pre-K as well. I think the only reason people don't support it now, like if you support free K through 12, but you don't support free pre-K, I feel like that's just because like we support free K through 12 because we're just used to it.
Oh, of
Because
course.
I don't see what's the difference conceptually between that and free pre-K at all.
Your free college. I mean,
Well, college is so much more expensive than K through 12 education. So I think that's part of
is it?
the rub. Yeah, of course. What do you mean?
Well, I feel like it's expensive just because it supposedly opens up all these more opportunities to you. It's like a cost benefit. People are willing to pay for it because it opens up opportunity.
Well, that's part of it, sure. But I'm saying that's part of the that's part of why I think there is a difference between K through 12 and college is the price tag.
I'm sold on school choice. I think school choice should definitely be a thing. I feel like there's so many failing schools.
Right. I'm fine with school choice with the exception that there still has to be regulations and requirements that private schools have to follow. As long as they still have to follow the same general requirements of, testing standards and other standards, then I don't see what the problem with it is at all.
Right. Yeah, definitely.
I mean, I know people that have both gone to and taught at private schools that were like really a joke or shitty. So it's not just because something's like I'm fine with school choice, but just you shouldn't have in your head that just because it's a private school is going to mean it's like better or even good. I mean, the public schools I went to, I think that they all had good education. I mean, I was in like the honors and AP classes, so maybe there's a difference between that and like the regular classes. But I don't have really any complaints about the educational stuff that I learned in public school, except in my elementary school. But that's a different conversation.
I listened to this podcast with Roland Fry. I think it's Roland Fry. It might be Roland Fryer. But he's a behavioral economist, and he was studying schools and trying to weed out which of the schools are just awful. And they pointed out something interesting in the podcast because he'd get a bunch of pushback from parents when he'd come out and say, oh, this school is just completely irredeemable, unsalvageable.
Right.
And the parents would say, oh, the school's great. What are you talking about? My kid has straight A's. And he just came out and said, yeah, the school is basically lying to you. They're telling you that your kid has straight A's, but they're giving him grades that he hasn't earned or he or she doesn't deserve.
See, that's the thing is that like a family member of mine went to a private school, and it turned out that the teachers would literally help the students with the tests.
Yeah,
like basically give them the answers just so they got good grades, just so that they would go home and say, oh, this must be a great private school because my kid's getting straight A's.
That's why I bring it up because just because they're getting straight A's doesn't mean that the school's any good. Doesn't mean that they know anything. There is this idea that you kind of have to verify what they're learning, and if that process is broken down, then maybe the school sucks.
Right. And then it's funny because then I had a friend who worked as a public school teacher who had basically the inverse situation, which is that he worked at a school that had a lot of disciplinary problems. And I talked about this on stream a million times, where basically they kind of, because of wokeness, they stopped allowing outdoor suspensions, and then the school didn't have enough funding to have indoor suspensions or detention. So it was just the teachers would basically just be dealing with all these rowdy kids. And when I say rowdy, I mean like kids fighting each other and stuff.
Right.
Like, like legitimate violence and things like this, in this middle school. And I don't know if it's middle school or no, it was middle school, yeah. And basically there's a situation where, because of the disciplinary issues, the teachers can't teach. They just have to spend the entire class dealing with these, troublemaking students. And so basically everyone just fails the class, essentially. But the principal or the assistant principal sort of hints to the teacher that they want the teacher to give all the kids D's. Because if they give all the kids F and they fail, then they have to repeat the grade. And if they have to repeat the grade, then whoever is the principal's boss comes and says, "Wow, what's wrong with your school? You must be doing something wrong." And the principal gets in trouble. And then the principal puts the teacher in trouble and says, "Well, if your class gets nothing but F's, it must be your bad teaching. So you have to go spend your summer, taking all these how to be a better teacher courses."
Yeah.
And so they basically strong arm the teachers into just giving all these kids D's just to just move them along, essentially, instead of actually fixing what the problem is.
Yeah, there has to be a system for parents to have choices on where they send their kids. I mean, parents who care are already doing this because they're picking a home based on the school district, which it's ridiculous. Why is that happening? Imagine picking where you're going to live just so you'll have access to some product or service that you desire. What?
Right.
What the that's crazy.
No, I agree, but I do think, I have no problem with school choice. I'm curious if it actually solves any of the broader problems, because I still think that the broader problem is with a lot of schools that are failing is mostly discipline and not like the actual education stuff. And I am very curious, and I'd have to see, I don't know if there's been any research, and this is a problem that I feel like no one's actually focusing on the real issue. I'm curious if there are schools that are like low graded schools that don't have disciplinary problems. Because then that would be the only way to really check. Like, oh, there's a school where the classroom, there's no disciplinary problems, but the classroom still does poorly. Because then you say, okay, well, then obviously there's something going on with the way it's being taught, or, something's happening here. But if all these low graded schools all just have disciplinary problems, well, why is that not the main focus? That should be the thing you have to get away first, and should be the easiest thing to get out of the way first.
All of these schools that are, the schools that everyone dies to get into are ones that just take the disciplinary problems off the table because they're super strict disciplinarians. I don't know if you've seen these schools where they make them, everyone has a school uniform. They have a no tolerance policy for being late, all this stuff. And they can justify it because it's opt-in. Like if you don't want to be in the school,
they just kick you out.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Exactly. Right.
But school choice would introduce that. If you're in the situation now where you're going to the school that, is you live in the district of, they have no option to throw you out for disciplinary issues.
Right. Exactly. And and it's also because if your parents are sending you, if your parents are making a decision to send you to a school, then obviously they're going to care about your disciplinary behavior, your discipline in school and how you're acting. And so if they get a call from the teacher that says if your kid's acting up, your parent's going to punish you. Where in a lot of public schools, that's not necessarily the case because, maybe the parent doesn't care. Maybe it's a single mother or a single grandmother who's overworked or overtired. They just can't deal with this additional stress or responsibility. And
I don't see why Democrats and progressives are reflexively against school choice, because it seems like school choice is the obvious answer for marginalized people.
It's because the real reason that school choice sort of started to creep up was because a lot of people wanted to send their kids to religious schools that would, I don't know if this is so much nowadays, but back in the day when school choice really started to take off, it was, people wanted to send their kids to schools that would teach creationism or other things of that nature.
Right. Yeah.
And so, since, people on the left are more against, teaching those sorts of things, and they were just against this idea, and they felt like basically, because what you're doing with school choice is that you would essentially, if everyone sends their kids to private school, you would end up shrinking the budgets of all the public schools. And so their view is, you're going to have a bunch of these right-wing Christians are going to send their students send their kids to right-wing Christian schools where they learn creationism, and they're going to shrink the budget of all the public schools that my children go to, and because I don't want them to go to some religious school. That's the thought process behind it.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if that's the case in 2022. I think things have changed. I would hope things have changed substantially so that there aren't a bunch of Christian schools running around trying to teach creationism. But
well, I know a bunch of Christian or a bunch of atheist conservatives that would rather send their kids to a Catholic school
sure, right,
than some woke, gender obsessed public school.
Well, that's the issue now too, is that there's all the woke stuff that's kind of crept in the school,
right,
which,
yeah.
I mean, when I went to public school, there was no woke stuff whatsoever. So,
yeah,
it's another issue, but
just, I mean, because if you had said no, then there's no point in, obviously.
I know you've had some debates and conversations with anarcho-capitalists. I'm not an anarchist.
Okay, well, I just wanted to, no, there's some libertarians out there who I think would argue against state subsidized K through 12 education. So, I just wanted to get that out of the way, because if we did this for a half hour and you didn't believe in any free education, I think it would certainly color this. Okay, so what is so why don't you lay out your argument as to why we shouldn't have any student debt relief?
Well, I think I'll start by acknowledging college is way too expensive, and we can talk about the reasons why. But I think that student debt cancellation, it really means debt transfer to the taxpayers. And I think it's fundamentally immoral to make other people pay. It feels like these days that everybody goes to college, but actually only 1 in 3 Americans over age 25 has a bachelor's degree. They hold almost all of the student debt. And they also happen to earn a lot more on average. That's why people go to college. So when you ease a burden from them by transferring it on to the general public, who all pay taxes, you're essentially comforting a relatively affluent slice of society. Not everybody is, but a better off slice of society at the expense of taxpayers, in part, who didn't even go to college. So I think it's pretty unfair as a matter of policy. It's like putting a Band-Aid on a bullet hole. It doesn't solve any of the problems. That's kind of the general gist of the position.
Okay, let me start with saying I agree with you. It is a Band-Aid on a bullet hole. And I would like to see a free or as close to free college option in every state in the country as we can get. You know that, and I'm sure you know that the sort of suggested that college is way too expensive, that the price of college today relative, I guess I had a figure from 1963, is 37 times higher. 37 times higher for a 4-year college than in 1963. And just to give put that into context, $1,000 in 1963 would be worth, with inflation, $9,700 today, $9,700. So you've got the price of college has increased four times more or less than inflation has over the course of the past 60 years. Let's just call it 59, I think. So I agree with you in terms of the.
So much of that is, I believe, because they're selling status, not education.
Yes, but that was always. And I forget what's the guy he's debating. I already forgot his name, but
Mr. Fun.
So,
Mr. Fun.
Mr. Fun.
I don't know. It says Mr. Fun on the stream.
No, he says that. He says that a lot of, and I think this is very true. And this is what you were saying. A lot of, the reason that you're paying for, a lot of the reason you're paying for college is networking. That's a huge part of paying for college.
Yeah, that's why colleges are at different price tiers, because you don't want your daughter to go away and marry some poor person.
Well,
Jeez.
Okay. When I say networking, I don't mean marriage. That's part of it, but
what do you mean? Most people get married to the people they meet in college.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying when I say yes, that's a different issue. But that's not what I meant when I meant networking. I just mean, like, if you start studying in a field and you make friends with, friends in that field and teachers in that field, if you go to some prestigious college, it's very likely that those people will go into that field at high places, and those teachers have connections that you can utilize to get a job,
yes,
et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right. It's a massive part of college that I don't think is really talked about. There's just kind of a focus on education, which I think is mostly, I'm not even secondary. I think it's mostly tertiary, because I think the big things are the name, especially if you go to a fancy college. If you don't go to a fancy college, then the education is probably more important. But if you go to some fancy college, the name of the college you put on your resume is a big deal. Well, at least it's only really a big deal for your first job. And it kind of depends on what field you get into, whether that's important or not. Like, I know for a lot of lawyers, if you're kind of fighting, because there's a glut of lawyers, if you're kind of fighting for a good, some big law firm position, right out of college, you're going to need to put some impressive college, impressive law school on your resume, and you're going to have to be like,
Brown.
Yeah, and you're going to want to be like, as high up.
Brown is like the wokest school.
Yeah, I know. You're going to want to be like high up in your class on top of that stuff too.
Right.
But then after you get the first job, it's a little bit, your college education is a little less important. And then so it is just, as you said, I think it is just the status, and it's also just the networking.
Yeah.
I think those are kind of the first two things you get from your college degree.
Yeah.
The Band-Aid on a bullet hole. In terms of the morality of having taxpayers pay for debt relief in some fashion, we do that every day. And we don't just do it for college students, we do it for people who buy homes, which of course is, I think, statistically even more of higher income people than those who have student debt relief, because we know that about 35% of those people, even though you're talking averages, you're not talking actual means, you're not talking individuals, 35% of them never get a college degree who have student debt.
So if that's the case, why don't we just give a $10,000 tax credit to every single American? I mean, if we do it for everyone, then they can use students with college debt can use it on their college debt, and I can use it on my taxes.
Well, because it would be substantially more expensive to give everyone that versus just college students.
Well, the argument Sam Seder's making is that we do it for everyone anyway.
Well, no. So he's addressing. So this is why this conversation is difficult to have. So a lot of people say, when you start talking about like student debt forgiveness, a lot of people say that's not fair. Why should I have to pay for someone else's college? That's not fair to me. A bunch of rich kids going to college, only 1 in 3 kids go to college, blah 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 blah. They make it about fairness.
2/3, yeah.
Right.
2/3 of us didn't get a college degree. Where's my $10,000?
Exactly. Yeah. Or I paid off my college debt. So how's it fair to me? Okay.
But why? They could just give us all $10,000 off. I'll take $10,000 off my taxes.
Well, that'd be a massive tax cut.
Okay.
But
look, that'd be fair for everyone, right?
Okay, but here's why this conversation is difficult.
Oh no.
So I understand, and it's like it doesn't matter that I say this. No one will be able to accept it emotionally. The elephant is too strong in the situation. Okay. I 100% understand why everyone's focused on the fairness of the issue. That's where our elephant drives us when it comes to questions of taxation. But however, the reality of the situation is that this question and that questions of taxation have almost nothing to do with fairness ever, whatsoever. It has nothing to do with fairness, okay? Taxation is not about what is fair. Taxation, at least when it's done intelligently, is about what behaviors do you want society to incentivize and what behaviors do you want society to penalize. That's really what taxation really is.
Well,
at the end of the day.
It's both though. It needs to be about fairness as well. I don't think
it doesn't need you want it to be, because that's how people emotionally react to it. But it's not really about
fairness, but you can't listen. You can't have a tax system that is unfair.
I agree.
That is blatantly unfair.
I agree, but that's different. That's more like you're going to have a taxation system that people register as fair.
Right. Yeah.
Just to make so they don't, rebel. But but I'm saying taxation is not about what is fair.
But to say that it's not about fairness, I think,
but that's true.
A bit of an overstep. Well, I mean, you could have a tax system set up where only men pay taxes.
But how would that?
That's not fair. That's completely unfair. But that could be your tax system.
I understand that, but people wouldn't perceive that as how does that help society? What exactly society is? You trying to say that society wants there to be less men?
Look,
I mean, like what exactly is being
there's this giant patriarchy problem here.
Oh, I see.
The patriarchy needs to be put back a step.
Right. So
I mean, how you justify it is different than just whether or not it's fair. We're talking about fairness. It has to be perceived as procedurally fair. I don't think you can say it's not about fairness.
Okay,
it is in addition.
We're talking about two different things.
It is in addition about incentivizing behavior. I agree
with you that in order for it to be passed into a law and for people to accept it, it has to be perceived as being fair.
Right.
Well, actually, I kind of don't agree with that, but I kind of agree with that. In that there's lots of shit that isn't fair that we just put up with because it's been around so long, like all the subsidies we pay for corn farmers and soy farmers is probably worthless now, and we should get rid of all that shit.
Right. And it is unfair.
And it's horribly unfair.
Yeah.
Why am I paying for corn farmers somewhere, for them to put cornstarch and everything that's making us all sick and fat and die? Get heart disease, right? Like that's horribly unfair.
It's immoral and unfair.
Yeah, exactly. And no one really cares about it because it's just been going on for so long that we've basically become blind to this, and no one has the political will to change it.
It's because Iowa is the first in the nation primary state.
That affects it too, right? That affects it too. Well, that's the second thing about the real reason we have taxation is just selector theory, just to pay off your voters essentially.
Yes. Incentivize behavior. Like, right? That still falls under
incentivize people to vote for you. Yes.
Yeah.
Right. No, but what I'm saying is the difference between like the purpose of taxation and then the requirement. So there is some requirement to some extent that when passing new taxes, people need to perceive it as being fair, or at least 51% of the population that votes needs to perceive it as being fair or morally just. But that's not the real reason it's done. It's not done for purposes of fairness. And I think that's kind of what's missing in this conversation that Sam doesn't understand. Is that's not what it's not about fairness. It's about incentivizing behavior. And I think he'd have a stronger argument if his argument was, well, we want to incentivize kids to go to college to get educations, as opposed to saying, well, it's more fair if people go to college that can't afford it.
There was an article that I was reading about the war bond situation in World War II. And I mean, you and I both are familiar with the way monetary systems actually function. And evidently, during World War II, everybody in leadership knew the situation with the monetary system. Like they were selling war bonds because they realized we're taking a huge percentage of private resources and funneling them towards the war effort. And therefore, if people go out and spend the money that they earn, they're going to cause inflation because there's not as many goods and resources available. All of that is being channeled over to fight the Germans. So they were selling war bonds, and the war bonds were basically to incentivize people not to spend money, right? You give us your money and we'll give you a high interest rate and you'll be contributing to the war effort and also fighting inflation.
Right. And also they would have to not print extra money, essentially. So.
Well, the printing money wasn't really a thing because I believe we were still on the gold standard.
Oh, we were still on the gold standard back then? Well, wait a minute. If we're in the gold standard, then they would have to do war bonds to literally.
They might have suspended the gold standard. But can I finish this?
Well, no, but wait a minute, because it changes everything. Because if they are on the gold standard at the time of World War I or World War II, which I thought they were, then they're not operating under MMT policy whatsoever. They literally need the money to pay for shit. They can't just create the money. Well, like they could today.
The point of the story is they knew inflation was the limiting factor, that there are only so many goods and services available in the economy for people to buy.
No, but wait, I don't agree with this. Because I don't think I agree with this. Because if you're on a gold standard so that your money has to be pegged to currency.
Well, you're just complicating it with the gold standard.
I'm not. It changes everything.
It doesn't.
Because yes, it does. Because basically what you're saying is that under our current system, if the government needed to stamp down on inflation, like, okay, so right now you can buy a government bond. They're offering, 9% or something. They're offering 9% on a government bond up to $10,000, which is a great investment.
Can I just finish the story real quick and then we can have a side discussion? You can finish. Okay. A lot of people have the conceptualization that tax dollars are paying for things. Like we pay our taxes to the government and then they use that tax money to buy goods and services. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. When they were selling bonds, they didn't need to get people's money. They weren't selling them bonds so that they could get money to buy tanks. And
I don't agree with this, but continue.
Okay. What do you think they were giving him the money for?
Well, this is what you said. This you wanted to finish because this is what I was talking about in the side quest.
Okay. So this concept of fighting inflation, that you were buying bonds to fight inflation, was not a concept that the people were capable of understanding.
Right.
They could only understand it in the same way that you want to describe it right now, that they needed the money in order so that they could buy things for the war effort.
Right.
That was the only way that they were capable of understanding it. So now it's ironic to me because I thought you understood it this way, but evidently you don't.
I don't know.
Okay. You understand it in the way that we needed dollars from those people in order to buy things. Okay.
Right.
Go ahead. Continue.
Okay. So right now the government's offering a bond for up to $10,000 is like 9%.
Yeah, but what is the purpose of selling that bond?
Now, the purpose of selling that bond is to remove money from the economy, essentially, and to cool off the market, try to reduce inflation.
Right. Why though?
Yes. Because you're not spending money on you're just giving the government your money. You're not spending in the private markets. Okay.
Right.
Right. So in that situation, yes, you're 100% right. That's just to tamp down on inflation. But the reason for that is because our money isn't pegged to anything. So our government can technically just print infinite money if it wants to. And the only limiting constraint is how much money they print creates how much levels of inflation going forward. Okay. But I don't know exactly how the gold standard worked. And maybe you could explain. I don't know if you do either. But I'm assuming that when we were under the gold standard, the government couldn't just create infinite amounts of money because the money had to be related to some specific amount of gold. So unless the government had this amount of gold, or unless the country had this amount of gold, it can't just produce money. Right? Isn't that how the gold standard worked? I mean, I'm fairly sure I'm probably butchering it. Probably didn't exactly work like that, but
we came off the gold standard in 1971.
Right. Nixon
and I'm not sure if we suspended the golds. We did suspend the gold standard during one of the wars. I'm not sure if it was World War II.
Well, assuming we didn't, if we suspend the gold standard, then I'll agree with you. If we didn't suspend the gold standard, I would assume that our government would actually need war bonds to have money because the government can't just create money under the gold standard, right? Don't they? Am I missing something here about that?
The government cannot just expand the money supply under the gold standard without.
Yeah, I thought that was the limit. That's the whole limiting factor of why you move off the gold standard is because it limits the government's ability to increase the money supply. Yes. Right.
But the article that I was reading had to do with pointing out different pundits and different people in the government talking about spending and selling bonds during World War II,
right?
Specifically in the context of fighting inflation back home, and they were, trying to educate the public in fighting inflation, but the public never understood fighting inflation. It was always easier for them to just lie to the public and say,
right,
we need your money to buy tanks and ammunition, instead of the real situation, which is you're preventing them from buying goods and resources because, if you think of the economy as just all the stuff that the that we produce. If 50% of that stuff is going to be taken away and used somewhere else, and you still have the same amount of money, what's going to happen to the 50% of stuff that's still there? Prices are going to go up, right?
Right.
Because people are going to be, there's the same amount of money and half the stuff. The prices are going to go up. The way to stop the prices from going up is for people to, for you to take money away from them. And the way to take money away from them is to offer them, we'll give you 9% interest on your money. We'll give you 10% interest on your money. And then you don't have that money to buy stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
So in 1933, FDR, they passed some law.
Yeah, good. I'm glad you looked it up.
They passed some law.
Did FDR suspend the gold standard?
Sort of, but not really. Let's see. This is after the Great Depression, and they declared a nationwide bank moratorium in order to prevent further bank runs. They ordered all gold coins. This is in April 5th, 1933. The federal government ordered all gold coins and gold certificates in denominations of more than $100 had to be turned in for money. It required all persons to deliver all gold coin, gold bullion, and gold certificates owned by them to the Federal Reserve by May 1st for the set price of $20.67 per ounce. By May 10th, the government had taken in $300 million of gold coin and $470 million of gold certificates. 2 months later, a joint resolution of Congress took the gold clause in many public and private obligations that required debtors to repay the creditor in gold coins of the same weight. Oh, so they made it so that any obligations that had to be paid in gold could be paid in U.S. currency. Essentially,
they basically suspended the gold standard then.
Well, but not for the backing. They did for people, but not for the backing. This is what they did. Because in 1934, the government price of gold then was increased to $35 per ounce. So basically, they forced everyone to pay them. They forced everyone to trade in their gold for $20, and the next year they raised the price of gold to $35 per ounce. And they did this just so that they could inflate and increase the money supply to pay for, the world. The war. Well, this is before World War II, but to help with the Great Depression and stuff.
Right.
And so we were still in the gold standard back then. So I would assume that the war bonds, like people, the government literally needs the money at that point.
See, this is where I conceptualize things way different than that.
Yeah,
and you
understand that's it. The reason that you say the government doesn't need money is because the government can just print money.
The government
that's the basis.
The government needs the stuff. The government doesn't need the money. The government needs the stuff, which is completely different.
Okay, so the government has to pay its soldiers, and it has to pay whoever's making the guns and the tanks and all the supplies. Right. Okay.
So it needs the steel.
It needs stuff.
The labor.
Right.
It needs the ships, the tanks, the weapons. It needs all that stuff.
And how does the government get all that stuff?
Manufacturers produce that stuff, but while they're producing that stuff, they're not producing cars and haircuts and restaurant meals. They're producing this other stuff instead for the government. So therefore, all the other stuff, all the ancillary stuff, all the stuff that's not for the war is going to be at 50% of what they would have had. So 50% of the product goes to the war effort, 50% of the product goes to the people. But you're still paying the people to produce this stuff for the war.
Right.
So therefore, they're getting money in their pockets. They're getting an income that they're going to want to use to buy the stuff that is not being produced because only half the stuff is being produced. So the government is in a situation where they're like, listen, that's going to cause a whole hell of a lot of inflation because people are making the same amount of money that they made, but they just have half the stuff to actually purchase that money with. So we have a situation here where we can either just leave it be and let inflation go crazy because everyone's like, well, I have money. I'll pay $20 for a haircut. I don't care. Right?
Okay, well let's
or they can say, listen, let's incentivize some people to forego haircuts,
Right.
to earn 9% on a government bond.
Right.
Yeah.
No, okay. So I think you're correct. Let's do the enlightened centrist move here. I think you're correct because obviously, if hypothetically, I don't know what the number was, but if hypothetically 50% of production is shifted to the war effort, and yet people back home, I mean, obviously there's going to be some amount of less people spending money because they're in the military, but it shouldn't be, it's not going to be 50%. So, if there's 50% less goods made that are up for private citizens to buy, and yet say there's still relatively the same amount of money. I know that back in those days there was huge shortages.
But you see where the gold standard doesn't touch on this in any way.
Well, hold on. I'm getting there. Okay.
Okay.
There were huge shortages of materials back then.
Of course.
Like for things you just couldn't buy.
Sure.
And so then, so then the price of goods you could buy would increase, presumably, dramatically. Because the demand would increase substantially and there'd be more money chasing after less goods. And so, yes, I do think that part of the effect of it would be to stamp down on inflation because you're basically getting people to, sit on money for, however long the war lasts, which is a smart idea. However, also because we were on the gold standard back then, the government can't just produce infinite money like they could now. So that would mean that and I don't know what the government's budget was back then, but if the government did need money, which I assume they did during World War II, they would have to get it via taxing people because they have to pay, people to make all these goods and they have to pay their soldiers. And it's not like today where the government can just press a button and, you have numbers increase in your bank account because the money was attached to gold, which created an artificial constraint on the money supply. So that would mean that the government would have to increase taxes, would have to use war bonds to actually pay people to make all this stuff.
All the gold standard means is that if I show up at a bank with a $5 bill and say, I want gold for this $5 bill, the bank has to give me gold for that $5 bill.
Well, not after 1933.
No, not after 1971 when they suspended the gold.
Well,
standard.
no, even this, I said, they ordered all gold. Well, I guess it was more than $100. So I don't know if you could trade. I don't know if an individual private citizen could go and turn in money for gold after 1933. I don't know what the legality of that was.
Right.
But
so you
understand what I'm saying is that by having it be based on gold, that if something's based on gold, MMT theory doesn't apply to it at all.
Yes, I totally agree.
Yes. Okay.
Obviously that 100% I agree on that. Okay. The only reason that I brought this up and the reason why we're in this side quest is because I found it interesting that they knew during World War II inflation was the monster. It wasn't the national debt that they were worried about. It was inflation. They realized we're producing 50% of the stuff that the economy usually produces and sells every year. So, and with people making the same amount of money, you're going to get an inflationary spiral unless you do something to offset that inflation. They wanted to explain this to the public, that they were buying bonds to help fight inflation, but they had a bunch of various ad campaigns, and the ads that when they tried to explain this, the actual factual situation, it didn't seep into the public. The public did not
people
understand
wouldn't understand.
It.
Yeah, I understand. All I'm saying is I think it did both these things. I think they did the war bonds to raise money to pay people for the war effort, and also to limit the money supply to stamp down on inflation. I think it did double duty in this situation.
Right.
Okay. But, by today's standard, I don't think the government's throwing out bonds because they need the money.
Because they have what the gold standard does is it says I can only print as much money as
gold,
as the gold I have to redeem it if somebody shows up and wants gold.
Yes.
So it's this giant constraint on the amount of money that I can print. Which, I mean, if the economy is growing, faster,
is a big problem. Yeah, it's a huge problem. Yeah.
It is a huge problem.
Right. Yeah. That's why we got ourselves off the gold standard, because we're like, this is this is too limiting our economy.
Yeah,
We're basically
yeah.
chaining ourselves with a bike lock to a sign for no reason.
But I don't think people understand. To this day, people do not understand that bonds are an inflation mitigating instrument. People still do not understand that. Yeah,
you're probably correct.
Like right now, they're offering I bonds at close to 10% interest rate. Why do you think they're doing that with record inflation going on in the United States?
Yeah, to stamp down on inflation.
Obviously. Yeah, to incentivize people not to spend their $10,000 going out and buying a college education, and to save it.
Well, and also another thing too, you're saying people don't talk about the debt. Like even though the U.S., I'm looking at a chart, even though the U.S. debt did like go up significantly during World War II, obviously, which makes sense. You know, I think people started caring about the debt once the number just became so large, which it wasn't obviously anywhere near as large as it is now back then.
That debt,
even if you take into account inflation,
that debt is the war bonds, though, right? That's what that debt is.
I imagine that's some of it. I'm assuming there's other just government taking out debt and other. Actually, no. Wait a minute. I'm totally wrong. The debt projection, the debt during World War II was actually, if you take it by ratio of inflation, it was actually as high as it is now. And as after World War II, it dropped significantly, and then now it's up high again. That's interesting. Okay, I didn't know that.
Huh. The debt is bonds. It's treasury bills. It's
right.
Yeah, every year the government spends a certain amount of money and taxes a certain amount of money. If that's the same amount of money, if they spend $1,000 and they tax $1,000, they don't sell any T-bills and the debt remains the same. The reason why they sell T-bills, treasury bills, is to sop up the purchasing power left out there in the economy. So if they do a bunch of spending and they don't tax back, they've literally expanded the money supply by however much overspending they did.
Right.
And they sell treasury bills so that they incentivize people to save their money and not spend it and drive up inflation. Like that's the whole purpose of doing that.
Right. Yeah, I see the chart I was looking at, and you're probably right because it has two lines. It has how much of the annual deficit is a percentage of GDP debt, and then it has how much of the debt is held by the public as a percentage. And so if it's like 106%, I don't know where the 106, I guess we were over leveraged. If it's 106% of the debt is held by the public, then it's, mostly those war bonds and things of that nature. So
yeah,
during World War II. But okay.
Yeah, all the debt is a non-government sector.
Right.
But in terms of homeowners, we give a mortgage interest deduction, which benefits.
That's not quite the same, though.
It's not this, but I mean, if I rent or I own a home, like we encourage home ownership by giving a reduction in taxes, and that is in terms of the government, right? Which, if you look at the ledger, that means less money coming in than would otherwise come in because we give them a tax deduction.
Yes, but there's a moral difference, if I can just say, between letting people keep more, and I actually don't support the mortgage tax deduction, to be clear, but there's a pretty big
What a dick. What a
Adam
dick.
Adam the homeowner is like, wait a minute, what the fuck?
Sitch, you gotta buy a home, man. It's the best.
I know.
Like
So
everyone, come on, work on buying a home.
But that's why they have this. It's to try to incentivize people to own homes.
I feel bad because I know, as a homeowner, I know the fuck, like especially in California, like it's challenging as fuck to be a homeowner, and if it wasn't for, I might not be a homeowner if it wasn't for the housing crash, because I knew. When the market tanked, I knew that was my opportunity to buy a house that was actually affordable.
Right, it was very smart. Yeah,
you weren't. I wouldn't have been able to buy a house in California if it wasn't for the housing crash.
I know.
So,
but maybe that's a different issue. I think that's, we can increase supply of housing without fucking over
this is why I
else,
am constantly talking about it, because we do need to increase the supply of houses. It's simple economics, supply and demand. Houses should not be these rare works of art that only the rich and powerful have access to.
But
it's ridiculous.
This is part of, I agree. But this is part of why, I said, like, you talk about the emotions and he said there's a moral difference. Like, there's an emotional difference between saying, okay, the government is going to pay you back something, right? The government's going to pay you back or subsidize something versus the government is going to give you a tax break. Like, there's some emotional, moral difference there, because there's a difference between you receiving the money versus you paying the money. But from like a pragmatic, totally unemotional position, it's literally the same. There is actually no difference between the two actions.
From the perspective of the government, no, there is no difference. Obviously.
Even from the perspective of the person, whether you get a check for the government for $100 or you end up paying the government $100 less, you're just getting $100. It's the same thing.
Well,
it just feels different, which I understand that it feels different, but it's technically the same thing.
Well, no, if I work and I earn money for working, and the government takes less of that money away, and that's categorically different than if I borrow money from a bank and the government says I don't have to pay that money back. I've literally done nothing.
No. I'm talking about just in terms of the actual transaction of the money.
Right.
Not the action. So because what Sam is talking about, that's what Sam he's comparing like student debt forgiveness to, the government giving you tax breaks for owning a home.
Right.
Right. And that's the comparison. And then the other guy's saying, well, there's a difference between the government paying you or paying for something versus the government taking less out of your taxes. And I said that, like, there is emotionally and psychologically, but at the end of the day, there really isn't a difference financially.
Well, no,
it is the same.
We're miscommunicating here. From the government's perspective, okay, let's say, the government, I have a mortgage deduction and the government says, normally we'd charge you $10,000 taxes here, but we're just going to forgive that $10,000 of debt because you have the mortgage deduction, okay?
Yes.
That's money that I earned. I worked for. I sweat and toiled to put in my bank
That's it,
account.
but that's not this is the psychology of it, because you're saying, well, you worked for this money. You've added some psychological weight to this thing because you worked for it. I'm talking about from a pure financial perspective. Yeah, there is no difference. The money is just the money. It exists in a vacuum.
Listen, money that you earn and money that is given to you is not the same.
Psychologically.
It's not the same. How is it not?
Psychologically, yes, it's not the same psychologically, but
tangibly.
No, tangibly, it's completely different. I mean, it's completely the same. What do you mean?
How?
If I spend the day working and I get, I don't know, say hypothetically I get $100 a day, okay, and I work, I get $100, and the guy says, here's 5 $20 bills, okay, and I'm walking on the street and I see that there's 5 $20 bills just sitting there and I pick it up. It's the same fucking thing. They're just exactly the same thing. What you're talking about is psychologically. You're talking about psychologically it's different.
You're saying money. You're saying money that you worked all day for, and money that you found on the ground are tangibly the same thing.
What do you mean by tangible?
As in the how you had to go about tangibly in the world to obtain that money.
I don't agree with this. Is not how I would define tangible. But
tangible,
when you say tangible, I think you just mean like the physicality of the
thing. Physically.
Yes.
Listen, one, you physically had to give your labor to for one day. One, you stumbled upon on the ground and gave absolutely no labor to.
I understand that.
And you're saying, listen, let me finish. Just let me finish here.
Okay.
My example, I'm saying I agree with you from the government's perspective. They're just not getting $10,000. Like, from the government's perspective, a tax cut and telling somebody you don't have to pay money back is the same thing, because it's just them saying, I'm not going to take the $10,000 that you owe me.
Right.
Right?
Right.
So, but in one situation, a tax is imposed. The government steps up and says, you owe me $10,000. You worked all day, but I want your $10,000. You owe me, give it to me. And then you get a mortgage deduction. So they're saying, well, okay, you don't owe me the $10,000. I take it back. You can keep your own money that you earned. In the other situation, a college student shows up and says, listen, I want to go to college. Can you give me a bunch of money to do it? And they say, sure, but you have to pay me back. Then they go to college and all of a sudden it's time to pay the money back. And they're saying, listen, I changed my mind. You don't have to pay me back. That money that I gave to you for doing absolutely nothing, you get to keep it. Those are totally morally different things.
Yeah, they are morally different.
How can you say they're the same?
Wait a minute. I agree with you. I said they're morally different and psychologically different. Okay.
And tangibly different.
Well,
one you actually had to work for.
Okay, I don't agree with your definition of tangible, so let's not use that word.
I have to look up tangible now. What is that?
Okay.
Tangibly just means like the physical situation.
Right, but you're adding a bunch of stuff into it. Okay. But what I'm saying is that if you remove the psychological element of it and the moral element of it, there is no difference from the person's perspective and the government's perspective. The money, the money is the money. That's all that really matters. And you can't. It's funny that you're so resistant to this because you can't divorce it from the psychological aspect of how the money is gotten, which I understand. Part of what makes it so difficult to have this conversation.
The whole purpose of money, though, is an exchange of value for a resource, and a lot of times that resource is labor.
Well, and I'm also divorcing this from the situation, because if you were to talk, if we're talking about in terms of college, you work at college. You have to work hard at college, so you can make the argument, well, you are working, you're studying, you're doing all this other stuff. You're not getting paid. You're not paying the college just to sit around and, eat bonbons all day.
Well, I don't know about that.
If you're a good student, yeah. Hypothetically, if you're a good student going to a good school, that's not a joke. You're actually working hard and studying and doing your classwork.
Right. Well, and this is why I played the clip at the beginning, because the difference is, who has the mortgage deduction and who has the college debt.
Right.
In this situation, so much of politics is basically trying to get your political adversaries to pay the bill for your voters. That's the situation. It is taking money from the people who didn't vote for me and giving it to the people who did vote for me. That is politics.
Time spent for a product isn't psychological. What do you mean? Of course it is. In terms of how much you value something, it's 100% psychological. That's exactly. I don't know how you could classify it any other way.
Did any enraged super chats come in over this?
No.
I feel
no. Okay, think of it this way, and I've used this example a million times. If you're playing Minecraft in creative mode and you have infinite supplies and you can fly and you build a little house. Okay, and it takes you, whatever less time because you're playing creative mode. You could just create infinite gold blocks. Say you want to build a house out of golden blocks in Minecraft. Okay, if you're in creative mode, you have infinite golden blocks and you can fly, so you can just build your gold house. But if you're in standard mode, where you actually have to go into, the dirt and mine that gold and smelt that gold and find all that gold to make all that golden blocks to make your golden house. And it takes you, 10, 20, 30, 40, maybe 50 times longer than it would in creative mode. You're going to value that house so much more because of the time spent, into it. But that's entirely psychological. They're exactly the same house. You shouldn't technically, from a purely, if you had an emotionless Vulcan, they would value the houses the same because they're the same thing.
Yeah, $10,000 that you toiled for and $10,000 that you found on the ground are fundamentally very different things.
Psychologically, fundamentally very different. Yes.
Well, even in the economy, if the spending habits of two groups of people, if you give $10,000 to group B and make group A toil,
I know they're going to spend it. They're going to spend it wiser. Yes, I agree.
What kind of spending habits are you going to get out of the two different groups?
Yeah, right. But that's all. I mean, I'm not saying psychology to dismiss it. Psychology is incredibly important. Psychology is the reason you can't just give a bunch of people money and fix everything in the world. Psychology is vastly important. Like the majority of the problems that the entire world faces right now are not actually physical resource problems. They're completely psychological problems.
Okay, so group A, who toils hard for their $10,000.
Yeah, they're going to presumably spend the money better than the average person in group B that's just given the $10,000.
And group
I agree
B,
completely. Yeah.
How is group B going to spend their $10,000? Are they going to spend it frivolously?
Yeah, more likely to anyway.
Are they going to spend it? Are they going to overpay for things and drive up inflation?
They could. They could very well. Yeah.
They could, huh?
Yeah.
Which, in the case of forgiving college student debt, which closer aligns with the example?
Well, they would. If they're paying for college debt, they'd be paying for the debt. You're not getting money to buy shit. Mm-hmm. So that wouldn't be a comparable example.
Oh, okay. You're right. They're not. They're forgiven the debt. They don't.
Right.
They're not necessarily given the money. They already
now,
spent.
I guess.
Well,
actually,
they already spent the money frivolously.
Well, actually, no. You could say that they would increase inflation because the money spent paying the debt would then be used to buy other things. So I guess it would create inflation.
Well, this is going to cause inflation, obviously.
Right.
The paying back of debt is what shrinks the money supply. And they're just saying, oh, you don't have to pay that money back. So all the money that would have gone, to lower inflation is now going to be in the economy.
No, that's true. And that's a good point. But this comes into the question where part of the problem is that if we want to be smart about our economic decisions, we'd all have to be on the same page on how the economy works. Because you'd say, oh, if you want to pay back student debt, you'd want to pay it during a very low inflationary time, essentially.
But that goes against why they're doing it. They're doing it so Democrats
you might
can
not
win the
necessarily,
midterm elections.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly. But you wouldn't necessarily have the political will and the political reasoning to do it during a low inflationary time. So, no, that's true.
Moral distinction between letting people keep more of their own money and transferring money from one party to another. So I just don't think they're real. It's kind of apples and oranges.
All right. I want to get to this whole thing you keep hitting with morality because, we can talk about morality, but I think people could say it's immoral to benefit wealthy people who can afford a house as opposed to people who can't and rent. But I mean, morality is, we can get to the morality question. But we also do that we subsidize businesses all the time. I imagine you're also against that. I mean, so it's not.
Two wrongs don't make a right, though. We shouldn't do more bad things because we already do some bad things.
Well, I don't necessarily think those things are bad, and I do think sometimes, doing the same for one group of people as we do for another can balance out things. In fact, but we also, I mean, you don't agree with any type of government subsidies on anything except for K through 12. You're okay with that?
I mean, I'm a classical liberal, so I believe in a small role for government, national defense.
So this is kind of an interesting quandary that they kind of stumbled into, though they don't really spend a lot of time on it. And this is, in my conceptualization, how libertarians very often are used as pawns by conservatives or Republicans. Maybe not so much going forward if the Republican Party continues to be populist, which I'm actually not sure they will, depending on whether Trump runs again or not. But they definitely were during kind of like the neoliberal Republican days, because you'd have libertarians would come out like this guy and he would say, well, I don't want to give, two wrongs don't make a right. I don't agree with all these other tax breaks that businesses get, tax subsidies that businesses get, tax subsidies that homeowners get. But I don't believe that necessitates that other people should get these tax subsidies too. Two wrongs don't make a right. But the problem is there's no political will really to get rid of the tax subsidies to the businesses, to the farmers, to the homeowners. There's only the political will to prevent it going to the people that don't vote for Republicans, right? And so it creates this weird situation where, like, even if this person is principled, and I completely understand what they're saying, like they basically end up being a I don't want to say like a stooge. What's like a less bad way of saying a stooge?
A useful idiot?
Well, they're not like a useful idiot because he's holding fast his principles, but basically that principled position ends up only hurting one side of the argument. It doesn't hurt the other side of the argument.
Yeah, most positions are that way. Unfortunately,
is that true?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously,
I didn't think about that.
Positions oftentimes favor one side over
no,
another.
No, like positions obviously favor one side or the other, but I'm saying libertarians get to a situation where they're against both sides in theory, but then in practice, it only ends up hurting one side, essentially, the political spectrum.
Right, yeah.
Which is weird. So.
That's... I mean, it depends upon the policy, obviously. But
of course it does.
A common occurrence, I think.
I'm sure there's a Democrat equivalent policy for that.
Libertarians are usually used by Republicans on fiscal issues and used by progressives on social issues. So, I mean,
right. But it seems like most libertarians, at least from my experience, they vote primarily based on their economic issues, not their social issues. So,
well, I mean, it depends. I mean, if we're talking gay marriage, then libertarians are usually in favor of gay marriage.
I don't know. I would be interested if there was some polling on like, would the average libertarian minded person vote for a Democrat who would be, say, in favor of gay marriage but would increase, their taxes, versus a Republican who would be in favor of getting rid of gay marriage but would be in favor of reducing their taxes?
Depends upon if that libertarian was gay.
Well, I'm removing that from the equation, obviously, but
so much of voting is really about voting your interests.
Well, of
Why
course,
do you
but
think
that's
I came out and called this guy a dick?
Point of voting.
Why does he want to get rid of my tax subsidy?
I know.
What a dick.
I know.
Come on. I have very few tax subsidies that are even available to me.
Interstate info, right? I'm not a total anarchist here. Education to some degree, right? The reason I view college is different.
Let me ask, just while we're there, how do you make that distinction between the education you get through K through 12 and the education you would get through, let's say, K through 16?
Well, the biggest difference is you're an adult versus a minor. The other one is the bare minimum that you need to participate in society. But college degrees, like I said, a lot of people still don't have them, and they earn you $1 million more on average over your lifetime, right? They're an investment in your future earning potential. And I think it's fair to ask people to pay off an investment in themselves rather than they get the huge increase in lifetime earnings, but other taxpayers who didn't go to college have to help pay for that. That's part of why I think it's pretty unfair.
Can I just say that I think the
I don't know if that's a good argument. I mean, I understand it because couldn't you put the same argument? I don't know. On one hand, I think it makes sense. If someone can afford to pay off their college, why should the taxpayers? Why should we all pay for someone else's college education? But on the other hand, I'm assuming if you look at the statistics, like if you said, well, someone who gets a K through 12 education versus someone who has no education, obviously the amount of money they're going to make is substantially higher too. The person that has no education, right?
Yeah, it's a dropout.
Yeah. But I guess that's why he said, I mean, his other reason, which is that you can't really function properly in society in a job market if you don't even have a high school degree.
Yeah, it's
where you
tough.
Can get a bunch of jobs if you don't have a college degree. I think that's a stronger argument.
Yeah. I mean, what was the other argument? Yeah, we've set the bare minimum acceptable amount of education as high school. And we even look down on people who don't graduate high school. And we have like the GED for people who just can't hack it. And, we still have to tell ourselves they have a high school diploma, even though...
Well, first of all, I know people with GEDs. Don't be hating the GEDs.
Well, a lot of people I know with GEDs are just, they got out of high school because, it was terribly beneath them, actually. They just wanted to get out and get into the business world.
Right,
So,
right,
yeah.
right. Well, but I think we are heading towards a world in the future where a college degree will basically be seen as a high school degree, where everyone will be expected to go to college, 50 years from now.
Right.
So
every truck driver will have a college degree.
Well, there won't be truck drivers because there'll be robots.
Yeah. Every truck AI technician will be.
But that's part of the problem, is that because as more things get automated, as more jobs get shipped overseas, I'm assuming that there's a lot more jobs that are being outsourced that you require some kind of higher education to participate in.
Isn't it weird? We have fewer and fewer jobs and higher levels of education for those dwindling number of jobs.
Well, I mean, right now, don't we have more jobs than people participating in the workforce at the moment? But that's kind of because of COVID and some unusual circumstances.
Yeah, I'm not real familiar with the job market anyway. So.
Right.
$1 billion average thing is a little bit misleading because it's the classic case of, if Bill Gates and I walk into a room, the average wealth that we have is in the billions of dollars, and I can assure you that I do not have billions of dollars. So when we look at that, we have a wealth inequality issue here. But we also know that, like, when you talk about the value of a college education, accruing an extra $1 million in terms of, a lot of that also has to do with wealthy people, right? Like, I think you must observe this as well, that, like, depending on the college you go to and the money you have when you enter into that college, the value of that degree is actually enhanced by how wealthy you are when you enter into that college, because you get money, you get jobs by networking. I mean, this isn't a blanket statement, but in the main, the fact of the matter is, wealthy people, if you control for college, make more money. If you're wealthy at age 18, you're going to be that much more wealthy at age 55, regardless if you control for college education.
Isn't Sam Seder making his argument here? It really seems like he is, because he's saying that this college debt forgiveness thing is a huge transfer of wealth to people who are already the wealthiest people. He's already admitted only 1 in 3 Americans have a college degree. I would argue that those 1 in 3 Americans that have the college degree are probably the wealthiest Americans. And the 2/3 that don't have a college degree are probably the less wealthy Americans that really they don't want to. College seems like a risk to them. They don't necessarily know if it's going to pay off.
The interesting thing I would question,
there are no wealthy people that don't go to college, right? I mean, it seems like all wealthy people pretty much send their kids to college. Yeah.
Right. Well, unless you're super wealthy and you're like, I'm not going to have to work,
Right. Yeah. I'm going to start a business. My dad owns an emerald mine.
Or I'm going to sit around on my yacht all day. Right. But that's a very small handful of people. But
of course,
it's interesting because you would assume, if we're going by our moral foundations and we're going kind of like the history of what, the left and the Democrats push for, you would assume the argument here wouldn't be universal college debt forgiveness. You'd assume the argument would be debt forgiveness for poor people, right?
Yeah.
For people below some kind of threshold of income.
Yes.
And yet it's interesting because that's not what anyone's talking about.
No.
And so, because if that was the argument, that would counteract this kind of, well, you're just giving money to rich people argument. So it is weird that that's totally left out of the equation, and that it's just no universal debt forgiveness, which maybe it's not weird, but that to me lays into more of that this has nothing to do with helping poor people or people that can't afford college. It has more to do with paying off Democrat voters.
Of course. Yeah. That's exactly what it is.
Right.
Yeah, I think so much of wokeness too is geared towards the helping out those people that went to college graduates. I think wokeness is squarely focused on them. And this whole debt forgiveness thing is just the epitome of it. The avatar of helping college students.
Right. Maybe.
But it is, Sam Seder here is definitely making the argument that what he's basically saying here, and I'm paraphrasing, is he's saying that college is really only affordable for rich people. So I'm just, okay.
Which is not true.
Well, not because there's all these student loans and stuff that you can get.
Well, no, yeah, the student loans is in this, state schools, which are substantially less expensive than private colleges.
Sure.
And I mean, the real question is it vastly depends on. It vastly depends. This is part of the issue, and I think this is the real issue here, is that a lot of kids got into college debt the problem is probably most people that go to college have no clue what they want to do, really, like what their future job prospects are. And so it's very difficult for someone to make a decision like, here, accumulate a massive debt that you're going to have a good job to pay off on, when they don't even know what the job is going to be. And so I would assume that a lot of people have taken out college debt and they end up with degrees that don't necessarily end up paying them what they need to pay off that debt. It's not like everyone that goes to college becomes a doctor or a lawyer or a programmer or something and makes all this money and they could just pay off the debt. I mean, there's a lot of people that end up, maybe becoming public school teachers, and that college debt could be significant.
I feel like that's an upper middle class situation.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. You're not upper middle class if you become a public school teacher, you're not upper middle class by any stretch.
I don't think you come from the poor's side of town and you decide, I'm going to get a philosophy degree here, and this is really going to get me increase my financial situation.
Oh, I see what you're saying. No, you could. Be
I think you go to school and get a dumb philosophy degree because your parents are fucking rich and you don't even think about it. You're like,
no, you're probably correct that a lot of people that have ended up getting degrees that maybe they can't transform into a profitable job was because of their background.
Yes,
but that doesn't mean that they can necessarily have enough money to just pay it off and to not be hurt by it. And I think that's kind of the situation a lot of people are in, and that's where a lot of this college debt forgiveness animus is a lot of the animus that's kind of going towards this debt forgiveness.
But that's Mr. Fun's idea, that it's a wealth transfer from working class people who couldn't go to college to rich kids who got in trouble because they didn't really think about the degree they were getting.
Right.
Yeah. I think if you're, lower class, lower middle class,
you're more thinking about going to college for a job at that point.
Of course.
That's 100% true.
Of course.
That's 100%
yeah.
true.
You want your appetite for risk is a lot less because, I think this is why a lot of people who are poor don't go to college, because they're like, I'm going to take out $100,000 in student loans and then hope and pray I get a job. Yeah. I'm going to go work for my uncle who's an electrician.
Right.
Yeah.
Or any other factors, simply because you swim in a sea of wealthy people. So my point is just that figure can be misleading in terms of.
But there's another aspect to it, though, Sam, which I think you're right. Obviously, it takes money to make money. There's some social capital. Like all of that's true. But on the other hand,
I'm not saying it takes money to make money. I'm saying that when you're from money, you end up making
social
more
networks.
Money. Yeah.
How is that not? It takes money to make money. I swear to God, it's so. Anything that has the slightest hint of capitalist integrity to it, like the socialists are completely against.
That's what it is?
It takes money to make money? What?
You know what? It's so funny because I missed this when I first heard this. I missed this interaction. You're completely right. Like even though Sam just said the same thing again back to him, he had to rephrase it in a way that makes capital look worse.
Yes, of course.
It's purely it's purely elephant. That's hilarious.
Yeah, rich people have capital investment that they can use to start businesses. And oh my God, poor people should be able to start businesses on their own. Well, okay, it does suck that if you want to start a business, you might have to work a bit if you aren't from money. But that doesn't mean businesses are terrible. It's nice to have businesses. It's nice to have places to go and have a nice meal. Or,
yeah, sure. I'm sure that's true. It also matters a ton what you choose to study, though. And if you look at the different majors, they have huge differences in their starting salaries. And this is information that young people know going into their college when they're sophomores, they're choosing a major. They have this available to them. It is, I think, legally required, but I'm not 100% sure. But almost every college has this. Our graduates in this department earn this on average. And if you choose to study something like philosophy or poetry or anything, they might be very great things to study, right? But you know that the starting salary for that's going to be $40,000, $50,000, and you know we need STEM majors. So when you socialize the cost of education and you push it onto taxpayers with cancellation or with free college or whatever, you're removing that market incentive. If people actually had to pay for their own college and pay for their oon student debt, it would drive more people to the in-demand areas like STEM because they pay more. And
how do you feel about because the argument that he's making here, I completely agree with, but there's also the countervailing force that we have now of authenticity with your identity. And I feel like some of that is bleeding into, the kind of major that people would pick. Like they would not necessarily 100%. Think, they have to satisfy their inner self. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, a lot of society's messaging, which isn't necessarily wrong, is to say you shouldn't be necessarily driven by just making a lot of money. You should be driven by finding something that, gives you fulfillment and meaning in life.
That is you. That is the inner essence of who you are.
Yes, exactly. Right. So that's true.
Right.
I think he's overestimating. I think even you're overestimating. I think it's not just I think it's just not just like an upper middle class rich kid problem. I think even just a lot of kids that are in middle class situations, maybe when they go into college, they're not necessarily thinking about like, oh, I need to get this degree for this loan to pay out. Like they're not planning this out. I knew kids that did that, but those were all like the type A go-getter kids. I knew lots of kids that even weren't necessarily very wealthy or had rich parents who were not the type A go-getter kids, and that's just not the way their brain works.
Right.
And so they could end up, depending on their major, getting saddled with all sorts of horrible debt. Now, does that mean that taxpayers should pay it off? Maybe not. But
well, the old system though was the people making the loans would be the voice of reason, because they would say, listen, kid, like you're taking out, $500,000 in student loans to get a philosophy degree from Harvard. And
but that's right. I
think
that's
a very risky investment.
I think that's a great point.
Yeah.
And maybe that's part of the issue here is that and I'm not familiar with this, but I would assume that before a lot of public governments subsidizing of college debt, that if you want to take out a loan from a private bank, I'm assuming they would be like, well, what are you planning to study? And what are your grades in high school? Like, I'm assuming they would look at these things to try to determine whether they're going to get this loan back or not. And so you're right. That would add kind of a sobering element that would force individuals and kids to kind of think about these things, where in today's world, maybe they don't have to think about those things. And maybe that's part of the problem.
Well, here's the thought process, though. They think, oh, well, if I couldn't make my money back on that $500,000 degree from Harvard, the bank would have never loaned me that money. That's their thinking. They're thinking I couldn't have got the loan if it wasn't a decent
I don't even think
deal.
That's a thought at all. I just don't think they're not even thinking about it.
Right. Well, I don't think I think everyone's basically asleep at the wheel here.
I agree. That's what's happening. Yeah.
And now they're just saying, oh, well, fuck it. We'll just forgive the debt. Whatever. Inflation's at a 25-year high. Who cares? Who cares?
Literally the worst time ever to do.
I know, this is terrible. That's why I'm like, this is your fighting inflation move?
Well, and it's really stupid because, like, obviously this is done to secure votes.
Right.
But in my mind, the thing that would secure the most votes for the Democrats would be if inflation gets better and goes down.
Right.
Not, let me pay them off a bunch. Let me pay off the people least likely to vote.
Well,
this is really stupid.
That's why they're trying it.
Or let me pay off the people least likely to vote and possibly raise inflation so that people who do vote would be more likely to vote against us. Like it seems like a very foolish strategy.
They don't care.
I just think they're not thinking about it properly.
They are properly is how do I get more votes in the
right? That's what I'm saying.
Election?
I don't think it makes sense. But
they're not thinking about it. Okay, I see what you're saying, because you're saying if they didn't do this, inflation might subside. I don't know if inflation is going to subside before the midterms anyway. So
yeah, I mean maybe they're thinking about it in terms of like if they give some level of debt forgiveness, that'd be a big boon to maybe helping them with the midterms now, and any inflationary damage that causes is going to be in the future, and who knows what's going to happen 2 years from now in 2024. So maybe that's the dice they're rolling.
Yeah.
That's actually what we need. We need an educated workforce, but not all degrees are created equally. We don't need more people in many different.
But what if society produces? If you consult your inner self and you really are just a philosopher, Sitch. What if biology produces 95% philosophers? I don't understand. How do you? I mean, you can't go against that. That's people's authentic selves. You're
okay, hold on. I feel like we have to be a little careful here, because even though I did not get magical debt forgiveness from the government, and you did not get magical debt forgiveness from the government, I don't know what you studied, but I definitely studied a lot of useless shit in college too. So I can't exactly. I'm kind of living in a glass house here, throwing stones.
Look, I got an art degree. Okay,
that's what I was gonna say. Okay,
I'm a bachelor's of fine arts. Okay, I have a
I have a
BFA.
Stones here. Okay, I'm just saying technically.
Look, I have a minor in ceramics. Okay,
do you really?
Of course. Come on, Sitch.
Oh my God.
Are you? I was working when I went to college, though.
Right.
So, I was actually working for Oingo Boingo when I went to college. Everyone looked up to me because I had a job that actually made some money.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fine because I had my idea in college was like, okay, I'm gonna get the dream job degree and then like the fallback job degree. It's like, okay, I'm gonna get a psychology degree. That'll be like the safe one. So, I could be a psychiatrist, psychologist, and then I'm gonna get the film degree so I can make movies.
That's it. Hold on.
And then it turned out that I didn't go into either of those fucking films. But then, like years later, I'm like, well, I'm making YouTube videos, and maybe that film stuff is actually helpful.
I know.
I don't fucking know. It's so weird.
See, I did the exact same thing. We're the ultimate pragmatists here. I got a degree. I got a trade school degree in printing, industrial printing. Like I know how to run a press and do all basically came out of me wanting to smoke weed with my friends and graphic arts in high school. So, yeah. They have were you ever exposed to the darkroom situation where like you're in the dark room and like, don't come in, we have the film out?
Oh no, okay. I don't know how
this is how California
I'm a little young,
work.
Adam. We didn't have dark.
Don't come in. No. We have the film out.
Well, I will say this was so dumb. So in one of my film classes, if you take these, I don't know what it's like now, but when I went to college, we still, even though everything was basically transitioning to digital by the time I went to college, we had all non-linear editing, obviously back, in this time period. But there's still a bunch of artsy fartsy film teachers who are like, you should be a real filmmaker. It means you have to learn how to film on film.
That's so bad.
And so, like, it's funny. The first ever. No, this was sort of funny. For the first ever film project we did, they literally gave us crank cameras.
Really? Like a Bolex?
Yeah, it was a Bolex. That's exactly what it was. The
16
fucking
millimeter or
Yep, 60 millimeter Bolex. We had the little fucking crank that shit. And then the second film project, I don't remember what camera it was, but oh my god! But I learned to do it. You had to put the camera into a tent. So if you don't
yes.
know this, you had a little tent that was like a size of like a small, like a medium to small size Amazon box. So it's like you're not putting your body in it. You just put your camera and your hands in it. And
Yep.
by feel alone, you have to unload the camera, take the film out, put it in the little thing to keep it safe, and then put new film in it. All by touch alone. You have to do this. And
Yeah.
so
I
it was
have
just
one of
such
those
a fucking,
bags.
yeah, it's such a hassle. Oh my God, it's such a hassle. Shooting on film is such a waste. And then it was so stupid because the dumbest fucking thing ever was then you would
You
take
have it transferred immediately
the
to
digital.
digital.
Yeah,
I
you had to
know.
go take your film to the fucking lab that was on campus and say, "Here, can you transfer this to digital?" And take a week for them to transfer it to digital so
I
you can fucking
know.
edit it.
They're so
So
antiquated.
stupid. I
Yeah.
know.
We could just be shooting on video, you fucking moron.
It was so more. Yeah, you could just be doing digital, just transfer it immediately to your computer. It
Yeah.
was the dumbest thing ever. Oh my God.
Yeah. No, I've shot. I actually own a Bolex. I own one
Oh,
of those wind up
that's
Bolexes.
hilarious.
Yeah. I
That's
was
hilarious.
super
Why?
stoked when I got it. They didn't have, listen, I bought that Bolex before digital was even a thing.
Oh,
Before
okay.
non-linear editing was ubiquitous. Yeah.
I would never, ever in my life have gone into anything film related if nonlinear editing existed. Okay. So back in the day, guys, when you wanted to edit film, you had to literally, this is like insane to me. You had to literally, there's like a device that you put the film strip on and you
Hmm.
look through a tiny little hole that would magnify it so you
Yeah.
could
And
see the
crank it.
literal fucking frame
Yeah.
and you would crank it and then you'd have to manually cut the fucking frame out and then glue the frames together that you want.
Yep.
I was like, oh my God, how did any human being in the history of reality fucking put up with movies to make this? I would never in my life have ever done anything like that. I'd be like, this is so much work. This is for like something not worth it.
Yeah.
Holy. And then it must have been even worse because like, and then you had to fucking sync it to the audio on top of it
Yep.
manually.
This is how
I
they
can't
used
even
to make
imagine this.
this is how they used to make the movies.
Yes. I was like, this is insane. Who
It
would ever
is.
do this? What kind of psychopath would spend the time doing this? My God.
Yeah. No.
Oh,
If you want to make movies, that's what you had to do.
yes. And then like nowadays, it's like could you
Nowadays,
imagine
it's a
someone who
dream.
I
Oh my
know.
God.
I'm imagining some guy who edited film in like the 1950s and he's like looking at the computers now and he's like, you're complaining about how long it takes to edit, you fucking piece of shit. Like this is
You
so
need,
easy.
you know who we need to have this conversation with?
Oh,
Sargon, the distributist, academic, all those people that want to go back and be like, oh, the past is so fucking great.
right, right.
No, it's not.
Oh, so here's interesting. So Zero Fox said surprisingly the films were better back then. That's actually not true. Films
Mhm.
were horribly dog shit back then. And but I understand why you think that. Part of it is it's survivor's bias. It's
Of
because
course, yeah.
the films we see that people still watch now from back then are like the good films that made it.
Yep.
There were actually way more shitty films back then than there are today, just because they would basically each studio would produce like some astronomical amount of films every year, like 100 films a year. Like a studio would produce like two a fucking week, which is nowadays like studios produce like 10 or 12 a year. So like the studios were just even though it's so labor intensive, they would just crank out movies like constantly, and they were mostly garbage back then. So
Mm.
it's actually kind of interesting that there's so much more. Well, it's weird. There's so much more work on the editing side, but a lot of the filming, like nowadays, the thing that takes so much time is well now CG takes a lot of time, but they spend a lot of time filming. Directors would take like 100 million takes on whatever, but back then they would shoot an entire movie in like a single week. So, you would get like one take and that was it. You had one or two takes and that was it. It's just moving on, moving on, moving on. And that's why they would also shoot everything on a lot somewhere. They had those massive cities that were just filled with different kinds of locations that are already just pre-set up so that you could just have your actors, go into a stage and then just film it. Everything's already set up for you. And it was like a business. It was like a factory. They just churn these movies out.
What are you talking? What decade are you talking?
Like in the 30s.
Okay, yeah. Black and white.
Even when they started doing color.
When did the
40s
talkies
and 50s.
come out?
I don't remember. The talkies I don't know. It's been a while since I did my film history stuff. But even the 40s and 50s, they still were doing stuff. It wasn't really till the 60s they kind of moved away from that model. So.
Yeah.
I mean, this is
wow. You've taken film history.
If you've seen, if you watch Red Letter Media, you've seen old Star Trek. So many of the old Star Trek episodes.
Star Trek.
Star Trek. Sorry, it's my my South Floridan accent.
Star Trek.
That's my South Florida accent. Okay. Star Trek.
Get your running shoes on, guys. We're going to the Star Trek.
I know. So many old Star Trek episodes. It wasn't like the writers weren't like, oh, we should do this thing because we're interested in it. I was like, no, the studio has a lot with this, or has costumes from World War II, or has a haunted house set. So we need to write this into an episode so we can film it. Because they're like, here's the set you're going to use this week. And then they had to write around the things they already had. So filmmaking philosophy was completely different back then too.
Yeah. Yeah, they had writers' rooms just full of screenwriters, basically cranking out scripts for all kinds of things. Here's your assignment for today. We need 12 pages. Write this.
Right. Well, it's funny because it's true, and I agree with. I think Mullen Raj was saying this, and I agree with him that right now Hollywood has no respect for writers, which is sad and true. But back then, there was even less respect for.
Yeah. They just think of them as typists. They really do.
Yeah, they were just a tool, basically. Toff, thanks so much for the $20. Says, loved your analysis on that Lily Orchard video. Thank you. Sitch, do you think her argument about characters fighting oppression always being in the right was already repudiated in Avatar: The Last Airbender with the character Jet? Oh, I didn't even think about that. That's a good point. I'm surprised Lily Orchard didn't talk about Jet at all. There's a character in the first season of Avatar: The Last Airbender who's a freedom fighter fighting against the Fire Nation, who's the authoritarian Nazi that took over everything.
Mm-hmm.
But he basically wants to just flood a town of civilians who happen to be Fire Nation people. And so they're like, well, wait a minute. This isn't the military. And he's like, no, but they're Fire Nation.
Wow.
Fuck 'em. And so you're right. Yeah, even Avatar kind of goes over that point. Solo Doge, driving the bus to Martha's Vineyard. Thanks so much for the $20. Says, Sitch, your argument fails because if you have to work for money, that's time and labor you had that could have been spent elsewhere. If you're just given the money, you still have the time and labor to spend on other things, you have more tangible value. No, I understand that. But I'm talking about if you're divorcing that from the equation of the money. It's just money on its own in terms of whether the government is going to. You have to talk about it from the government perspective, I guess, if you're talking about tax policies.
That's what I kept saying.
I know.
Listen,
I don't know how to word it in a way that is more intelligible, so I'll just steal your wording.
The government perspective versus the personal perspective. From the personal perspective, though, it's night and day. From your perspective, it's
right? But
night and day.
I don't want to loop the argument, but sure, whatever. JMac for $50. Thanks so much. Daddy, JMac, our surrogate father, says, I got you one better, Adam. I dropped out of the Academy of Art University in San Francisco, and I dropped out of seminary.
Wow.
There you go.
Which first?
JMac has led the most interesting life of all time. It's kind of crazy.
I've been to that. Well, I don't know if I've been to the Academy of Art University in San Francisco, but I mean, I used to hang out in San Francisco all the time. That's that's my town.
Okay.
Definitely.
That's right. We've made very little progress in this video. We haven't got to the craziest parts of Sam's arguments yet, which I was very shocked that he was making this argument. But
is this what? Are we on a
well, no. I mean, I just want to finish the video before 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, really?
You don't? You want to go? You want to go to 6 in the morning?
I feel like this is only an hour, though. I mean, it's a long video, but I feel like
we'll see.
I don't know.
In STEM, there's a huge shortage, but as soon as you take the costs and benefits away and push them onto taxpayers, you no longer have those market forces pushing us towards productivity. And instead, people can study whatever they want. They can study for how many years they want. Another angle on this, Sam.
Hold on. Let me just take you there, and then we'll get to that. Because in the world that you're talking about, only wealthy people would study art. Only wealthy people would study philosophy. Only wealthy people would study English. Only wealthy people would study civics. Only wealthy people would study archaeology or study anthropology, or only wealthy people would, our humanities would only be dominated by people who enter into college wealthy, because they would be unencumbered by the concerns that you're talking about in terms of like, I need a return on investment here. I mean,
so this is where we start to get into what I consider the crazy argument that Sam is making. I'm curious if there's an unsaid argument here, which is that the reason he's so put off by the idea that wealthy people would be the only people that could get into these fields like anthropology and stuff like this is that a lot of these are like leftist dominated fields. And if only wealthy people got in these fields, maybe he's worried that it would like lose its leftiness because like, all the bougie class, people are gonna drag it to the right or something. Maybe that's what Sam is thinking here.
Sure.
Did you even listen to what I said?
No.
What are you you're typing to someone in chat? What's happening?
I was typing, yeah. Someone's giving me a hard time about staying out in San Francisco.
Oh, okay. But maybe that's Sam's thinking. He's worried about that. Though I would say that
what is Sam worried about?
He's worried that if only
anything.
rich people go into these, lefty dominated fields like anthropology and sociology, that they'll lose their leftiness. Because the rich people will basically make it right wing essentially.
He's high. What are you talking about? Like,
no, I'm saying maybe that's his thought, but I'm saying maybe it's not his thought because
bougie, rich progressives,
are all socialists. Yeah, right.
Are all
so
socialists.
Maybe that's not the thought.
Socialists are rich kids,
right? So, but then this argument to me is like totally insane because it's like,
yeah, you want to set up the poor kid, from the hood with a philosophy degree so he can be unemployed.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, well, wait a minute.
And
Sam,
with $100,000 in student debt? Sure, right. That sounds like a great idea.
Well, I mean, this is totally like his feels over reals.
Yeah.
Because you say, well, wait a minute, Sam. It's true, that if you do require some amount of wealth starting from it. For most people, I mean, maybe someone could turn an art degree into something that makes a lot of money, but most people will not be able to do that. And so you do require at least some amount of wealth going into the situation if you want to study something like art history or, or philosophy or something of that nature. You might need to have some wealth, backing you up there or not. And that's the reality of the situation. Because as you said, if you don't have money, why would you want to incentivize people who need money to go into fields where they're not going to make any fucking money or they're very risky to make money? This seems like a terrible idea.
Yeah, it is. It's awful. But this is why I'm so against most of the policy proposals of progressives, is because they're just thoughtlessly, bad for the people who need good policy.
Well, it's based totally on just a blind fairness, care, harm feeling. Like, well, it's not fair that only rich people, quote unquote, rich people, right, get to study certain things in college. And it's like, okay, that might not be fair, but unless you're going to pay for that person's entire life, if you're trying to make people that can, create families that are self-sustaining, that's just the reality situation. People need to get jobs that make money. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, also, I think part of it is the authenticity paradigm. And I'm starting to realize that there really is kind of a separation between the sincerity paradigm for identity and the authenticity paradigm for right and left. I feel like liberals far more play into the authenticity paradigm. And authenticity is basically just this idea that there is an inner you that, you need to express to the world at any cost. And the sincerity paradigm is a paradigm of identity that says, you are embedded in a community, that you have certain responsibilities to that you need to accept and come to terms with.
Right.
And that's a very conservative way to look at identity construction. And he's even saying, look, college is where you say, you know, you're building a lot of your identity out of what you choose to study in college. And Sam is saying, listen, you need to build that identity, you know, however you see fit. You know, consult your inner you and say, hey, if I'm a sociologist, if I'm a black feminist, you know, what, regardless of whether or not the world needs more black feminists, I need to express my inner self. And this guy's saying, well, wait a second here. Society needs more STEM people. We need more doctors. We need more engineers. We need to look at society and say, you know, what does society need, and incentivize people to voluntarily fill those roles? Which is, I mean, it's just a fundamentally different way of looking at the world.
Right. Well, it's interesting that, because you're completely right, and that is a classical left-right divide.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because I feel like this kind of comes up in, you know, when, you know, Crowder says the Nazis are leftists, and you're like, that's completely wrong. But, and it's interesting too, as part of what's interesting about wokeness is because for most of my lifetime, you were correct. It was the right that was pushing a more group-oriented attitude of thinking and conceptualizing about the world. You know, you need to get a job based on what you know, helps your family. Not necessarily like, it wasn't about discovering who you are. It was about, you need to do something for your family or to produce a family in the future. Like, who you are was not really a question that was ever you know, wasn't really a right-wing question that was being posed.
I mean, it's not just a family. It's who are the nationalists? I mean, the
right,
nation.
You have to do things for the nation, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the left doesn't even want to call themselves nationalists. They've turned being a nationalist into some sort of ethnic, racist thing.
Well, and that's what's sort of, I feel like that's why we need like some other way of conceptualizing this. It's interesting because like the left-wingness of the communists and the left-wingness of the liberals are very, very different in so many ways. And this is part of the ways in which they're different, because the communists don't believe in this individuality either. It's what can you do for the good of like the class, you know?
Yeah.
Of the fellow workers. It's very bizarre. This whole, like, it's just so weird. It kind of turns everything on its head.
I mean, you're talking about, just to be clear, I mean, and different people can have different opinions about this, but the society you're talking about is where we do not provide higher education to people who are anything but wealthy in terms of just being educated, right? Like, you need to go in and really, for you, higher education should be strictly vocational, strictly vocational for the non-wealthy.
If your college degree isn't going to earn you enough to be able to pay for it, yeah, I think it's probably not a good idea. If it's not a good individual investment, I don't see why it would be a good societal investment.
How is this? I'm so shocked that
I know,
Sam's
how's it
making this
controversial?
argument.
I know
that's so obviously basic. Yes.
It's like if you don't have money, you kind of have to think, well, how am I going to pay for my life? Like,
right.
You can't just make frivolous purchases, right? I think poor people are acquainted with this situation.
I mean,
you got Sam Seder coming in here going, listen, we need to structure society so the poorest can get philosophy degrees. What we need is more poor people being poor but educated.
Right. It's like, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's not that only wealthy people.
I just want to be clear. You don't think that there is value to society to have a wide range of socioeconomic people be teachers or be archaeologists or be so.
I don't know. It's such a weird, archaeologist is the way. I don't know.
Is there how many archaeologists are in America? I'm curious.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird one to focus on.
How many people are archaeologists.
Right. That's strange. I don't know anything about archaeology. I don't know how much money the average archaeologist makes. I don't know what kind of job the average archaeologist is actually engaged in, but they're obviously not all running around the world like Indiana Jones, brushing off dinosaur bones, not dinosaur bones, paleontologists, but like
archaeologists are so slim that they have to lump them in with anthropologists.
Well, there you go.
National estimates for anthropologists and archaeologists is 6,650 with a
wait, the 6,000 archaeologists in the entire country?
Yes. And the mean annual wage is $66,000. So
that's pretty good. So yeah. Okay. I mean, okay. That's pretty good, right?
Yeah, sure. That's a good middle class wage, sure.
Yeah, but this funny as you said, there's only 6,000.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that we need a lot more than 6,000. Right. I don't know. I mean, if a school wanted to churn out, let's say 10,000, it would probably drive that wage down considerably, right?
Right.
Twice as many people vying for those very limited archaeology jobs.
That is so funny. This is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Wow. Okay. Okay. That's interesting.
Yeah. Archaeologists, continue. What was it? What was the first one that he said?
Oh, he said teacher. Yeah. He said teacher. What's that? Okay.
Yeah, if you're going to study philosophy, you have to be a teacher. But so many people have talked about the situation in academia, and a lot of people who are career academics really feel horrendous now because they have so many students that they're training, and they know the only option for this education path that this person is on is teacher. It's like college professor, right?
Right.
But they know there's way more students being trained than they actually need to do the job. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Right. So they're starting to feel horrible about it. But this is why college professor, I mean, that's not even a stable job in this day and age. They have so many college professors that are just like adjunct professors that teach 2 classes a semester or whatever, and they're never going to tenure because they put so many people on this track.
There's a great clip from an episode of Archer where I forget why, he's on an island with pirates, and there's a guy who's been, David Cross, who's voicing the character, has been basically captured by the pirates, and he's studying. He's like, "What are you studying?" And he says he's a graduate student. He said, "What are you studying?" He says, "Philosophy." And Archer starts laughing at him, and he says, "What are you going to do with your graduate degree?" And then he says, "I'm going to become a philosophy teacher." And then Archer says, "Well, you're just going to continue the cycle."
It's true. It's true. That's the whole.
Right. And so, you're right. But that's the problem, is that because there's so many more kids going to colleges, so many more getting into fields which are basically just academic fields, which are unsustainable, essentially.
Yeah, I just listened to a podcast, and they were talking about how the enrollment in philosophy and sociology is like tanked in the last few years. Mm-hmm. And they're worried about it. It was a podcast by a bunch of objectivists. They were saying, look, we're dying out here. No one's
interesting.
Which right. I mean, I thought, well, this is like a win. This is like great. I'm listening. They're talking about the future of the field, and I'm going, die. Die already.
Well, listen, I don't have any negative animus towards philosophy teachers or people studying philosophy at all. Philosophy is a very interesting field. It's a very useful field. But when it comes to getting a job, I mean, you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot to some extent.
I think the days of career philosophers are kind of numbered. I mean, I respect philosophy and studying philosophy, in your spare time as a hobby, of course.
Right.
But philosophy is fascinating.
Sure.
But I don't know that we need, I mean, like Archer said, you're just continuing the cycle, right?
Right. And the question in this debate is, should the government be incentivizing? And this is why I think it needs to be focused on that way. the point of taxation policy and the point of government debt forgiveness is to incentivize certain behaviors. At least theoretically, it shouldn't be to pay off your voters. And so you should say, well, should the society be incentivizing people to go into fields like this? And I would say probably not. No, like if you want to do it and you want to spend money to do it, then, you know, we live in a free country. Go do it.
Yeah.
I mean, we do need some amount of philosophy teachers. Philosophy is an important subject, but I don't necessarily think the government should be subsidizing that behavior.
Well, we are. How much is philosophy used in this day and age? I guess I kind of think of it as like Latin. Like, sure, Latin's not going anywhere.
Well, I don't want to have philosophy is important, and I don't want to have a conversation about saying philosophy.
Well, Latin's important. I mean, all the scientific stuff is
more important than philosophy is more important than Latin. All right.
All the important stuff is named in Latin. All the scientific stuff.
Okay.
You can't just give up Latin.
Okay.
Philosophy's not going anywhere. It's applied philosophy. So much of philosophy is being used to undermine society by socialists and Marxists now.
But you could but philosophy is like you can use philosophy to fight Marxists. It doesn't matter. It's like, you know, there's a million philosophies for a million different things for whatever you want. So
part of the thing that the objectivist people were complaining about in the podcast was all of these woke philosophy teachers that are just full of shit. All these postmodern philosophy teachers who just absolutely are undermining the integrity of philosophy.
Well, they're objectivists. Yeah. Of course they're going to say that.
Stephen Hicks was one of the guys in the podcast.
I know Stephen Hicks is an objectivist.
I like Stephen Hicks. I've read most of his books. I like
Stephen Hicks too, but I've only heard him complain about woke stuff. I've never heard him talk about objectivism, which is on purpose, because I feel like I would lose maybe some respect for him if I heard him talk about objectivism.
I don't really agree with objectivism, but I wonder if I could find the podcast. Let's continue.
They can still be those things. They're just, let me give you an example.
They're just going to live in horrible debt.
I had a gym teacher in high school.
But that's their point. But wait, this is why this is such a bad argument. That's your choice. Why should society say, hey, you can basically do whatever the fuck you want and we'll pay you for it? Like, why the fuck would we as a society even want that?
Well, you've lost any sort of incentive structure.
Right. But this is basically like, this is a post people need to work for money world that Sam is kind of laying out. Like, yeah, if we live in the Star Trek future, who gives a shit? But we don't live in the Star Trek future right now. Okay. People need to get jobs to make money. And the point of college is mostly to get a job that makes you money. Like that's the majority of the point of going to college.
You're so bumming my high, man. Why are you saying this?
I mean, am I wrong? Isn't that not the biggest reason
people
go to college is to get a job that makes them more money? And so why should the government be incentivizing people to basically go into career paths that fuck them over? This is
As one fine artist to one film theorist, I think people should follow their blessings.
I understand that. Okay. But, and this is maybe the argument you should use to Sam, if you want to appeal to the care harm argument. You're like, Sam, why the fuck should we be incentivizing people who can't afford it to go into fields that won't make them much money? Even if you paid off their debt, they're still going into a field where they won't make much money. Why would you want to incentivize that kind of behavior for lower income people? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Don't you want to raise everyone up out of poverty?
No, the government should pay for everyone and just keep voting Democrat.
I guess.
Be as poor as humanly possible, but show up at those polls. Vote in November. Don't forget to vote Democrat. Vote early and vote often. Just straight ticket.
And let me tell you, my public high school, I'm sure, pays their gym teachers far less than they deserve to have to put up with kids like me, right? She shouldn't have gone to Brown to get a degree in physical education. I'm sure she's buried in debt. I even have talked to her about it. She should have gone to Salem State in Massachusetts, where she could have gotten out with minimal debt. Or she should have gone to a community college and then a state school for 2 years to get that bachelor's degree. Did she know she wanted to
be a gym teacher when she entered Brown?
She chose to major in physical education, so I don't know what else you'd go I just,
I
so
mean,
what
physical
I'm,
therapy. Maybe she wanted to help kids. And I'm aware of Salem State. I'm from Worcester, and so
oh,
we
okay.
share
I'm
that.
from
Right.
Bellingham originally.
All right. Well, yeah, that's what I figured. Bellingham. I'm joking. But okay, so and I would imagine when she went to Brown, the cost of Brown was also significantly cheaper than it is.
Well,
is
she's
today.
pretty young. She's not that much. She wasn't that much older, so I'm sure it was still pretty crazy expensive.
And so we should, in your perfect world, elite universities where you get exposed to different people and different ideas, and where you would have a commingling of socioeconomic strata, that's bad because the market doesn't favor that. We should not.
No, it's not that it's bad, Sam. So it's that we'd have to have one of two things. One, these universities like Harvard they give huge amounts of financial aid, first of all, and that's great. I'm not saying they shouldn't do that. Secondly, you could still go. All you'd have to do is go to a private bank, convince them to give you the loan, which they'll do looking at an ROI. Will you be able to pay this back? And we're not bailing out the banks in my scenario, so there's none of that happening.
We did do that, though. We do. I mean, now we own. I mean, as a government, we own a lot of.
He's drifting off topic, but I wish they'd bring up. I mean, society needs certain things. Like, it's not bad to, basically incentivize people to become philosophers until there's a doctor and nurse shortage. Then all of a sudden you're like, well, maybe it's not such a great idea that we have 10,000 philosophers and only 50 doctors.
Well, if I'm a lefty, okay, not a leftist, if I'm on the left, okay, and you want to if you want to distribute wealth away from the rich to the poor or to lower income people, like this would actually be a golden way to do it if Sam could conceptualize this not as a socialist and not emotionally, is that you'd say, okay, well, one of the best ways to do this would be for the government to incentivize via college loans by only giving college loans or debt forgiveness to specific fields, like doctor, lawyer, programmer, something that's like something you could lay out, right?
Yeah.
And so, because basically what that would do is it would create it so that all the lower class individuals would go into the fields that make a lot of money, and all the rich people would go into the fields that don't make.
Yeah, and you'd have upward mobility.
And so you'd basically shift wealth around pretty substantially by doing.
Yeah, no, it'd be great.
You think as a lefty, he should be in favor of this, but he's not conceptualizing it correctly. Because
he needs to study philosophy so he can conceptualize it better.
Well, there you go. But I think it's mostly emotional and elephant driven, but also because probably on some level Sam views, those like being a lawyer or a doctor or a programmer. Maybe he views them as like bad because you're more like partaking in capital and capitalism. Where if you're like an arts or humanities person, maybe you seem like you're kind of you're more removed, not less removed, you're more removed from capitalism and things of that nature.
Of course, yeah.
So
he wants more people to be socialists, so
right.
They have to study Marxism. Then you get free college.
Guy for $20 says, Sam's reasoning is exactly why socialist countries always starve millions of people. Philosophy doesn't make things or feed people. Even worse, it's not obvious to people what is dangerous about these solutions. Yeah, that's true. It's not. And it's weird because to me, and I think a lot of people listening, it's very obvious why this is like dumb. But
that's great. I love that super chat.
Of debt that originated as private.
But I'm against that. And so what you'd have to do is you'd have to go to your private, because I think the federal student loan programs have been shown to really have jacked up the cost of college. Every dollar they give out in loans.
We'll get to that in a minute. But
okay, but I'm saying in a private system, it's not that low-income people or people from modest beginnings wouldn't have access. It's that they would have to say, okay, I'm going to go study engineering. Here, a bank will give you a loan if there's a good chance you'll be able to pay it back. That would be a thing. Right now, they're crowded out because the government does all the loans, and then taxpayers are ultimately probably going to be on the hook for a lot of it.
Okay, I mean, I think to the extent that taxpayers are on the hook for all the tax cuts, I mean that
but
we have.
Tax cuts aren't the same. That's people keeping their money, Sam. It's not the same as a transfer.
It's not their money. It's not your
It's
money.
your money. The money you earn and get a tax cut on it's your money. You earned it.
Dude, that money's the U.S. government's money.
Dude,
Okay, are
I'm
you ready
so
to?
pissed. I'm so.
I was gonna
fucking,
say, are you ready, Adam and chat, to be very triggered by
I'm
this
so fucking pissed at this. The money you earn is not yours. Don't you know? You don't.
The
earn,
government's.
It's not your money.
It's the government's money.
Every bit of labor that you put into the world, that's the government's labor. You're just an employee of you're basically a slave to the federal government. That's it. That's not your time and energy and investment.
Mm-hmm.
That belongs to them. How can Sam do this? How do people like not who listens to this and thinks, "Oh, this guy's smart."
Not if they let you keep.
Pick up a piece of paper on your desk.
Okay.
Tear it. You are safe from the government coming after you. Now do that with a $5 bill. You're not allowed to do that. It's the government's money. We have it, they print it, and we have ownership for a period of time. But the fact is, it's the government's money.
So I kind of understand the argument Sam's trying to make here, but
Yeah.
I don't even think that's true. Just because you have something, just because you own something and you can't necessarily destroy it, that doesn't mean that you don't own it.
Right.
Right? Like,
well, I mean, look, currency traders buy currency, okay? They own that fucking currency.
Right. I mean, like, you can't just take a fire pit in your backyard and start burning all your trash.
Well, and the government can't just come in and like take all of your money. I mean, we have a system of taxation in place, but
exactly,
they can't just they can't just walk in and go, "Give me all your money."
They could, but then the money would become worthless, or you'd be in a situation. I mean, there's a reason that the U.S. dollar is used as the world's reserve currency instead of like the ruble.
Right.
The Russian government just says, "Hey, I don't like you. Give me all your money." It's like, okay, I don't know about this.
Yeah, we have a monetary system that's heavily policed, where other tin pot dictators, they have a monetary system that is flexible around what the dictator wants to do.
Right.
Yeah.
So to me, just because you can't rip the money, you can't destroy money. Like, okay, there's a reason. There's a reason you can't destroy money that doesn't have to do with your property ownership of the money or not.
Yeah.
It's not connected to those two things. So I don't know. It's just a weird, depending on where you live, you can own your house. You can own your property. That doesn't mean that you can, in some places, you can't even paint your house specific colors.
Oh, HOAs are the devil.
Right. But does that mean that you don't own your home because you can't paint in a specific color? No. It just means that there's other rules and regulations regarding not property ownership, but the property usage and how it affects. And what is the reason for those laws? Where they say, oh, you can't paint your house a specific color. It's because they're like, well, you're going to drive down everyone else's property values.
Yeah,
right?
We're all in this together. You got to keep.
Well, it's the same
nice.
thing with money. That's why you can't just start fucking burning up money.
Right.
Because you're going to fuck over everyone else. You're going to fuck with, destroy enough money. You're going to start fucking over, and start messing with the economy.
Yeah, you're going to cause massive deflation.
Right.
They're actually trying. I mean, this is why how they're fighting inflation is they're trying to take money out of the system.
Right.
Yeah. I guess. Oh, and I think they actually go here in this debate that, Sam is cool with the government coming in and taking 90% of your wealth away from you. What a fuckhead.
Yeah.
What a fuckhead. Look how
I'm curious if one of two things is happening in the situation. One is, I don't know Sam's background, so I can't comment. But I think one of two things is happening. Either Sam is completely guided by his elephant in that his moral intuitions, and he has literally not a single libertarian property ownership moral intuition in his body. So this is all he just literally doesn't understand the concepts of what the guy's saying or why what he's saying would be incredibly offensive to people that do have concerns, that do have moral intuitions towards property ownership. So that's the first thing. Second thing could be, and maybe it's a combination of two things. That could be, I don't know what he was like growing up, but maybe he's just always been well off his whole life and doesn't have kind of an appreciation for money and property ownership
He's the
whatsoever.
guy that found that $10,000 on the sidewalk.
Right. Which could be, I mean, maybe it's a combination of both these things, but it's first of all, it's weird for me to hear someone make these arguments, but also I think it rubs people the wrong way, understandably. If you have someone who I assume Sam is, rich, I don't know what his finances are, but I assume he's well off, to kind of make these arguments.
Yeah. Sam's intuition is money comes and goes, right? Sometimes your parents give it to you and sometimes they give you a good job.
Right.
It's like, okay, dude. I see. I got it. I understand the world of Sam Seder.
So you think everyone's incomes are actually just the government?
Michael, thanks so much for being a freedom seeker for 3 months, says, Sam is proof that a college education doesn't make you smart.
Oh, yeah.
Money that they're going to let us decide how much.
And we have ownership for a period of time, but the fact is it's the government's money.
So you think everyone's incomes are actually just the government's money that they're going to let us decide how much to have? I think we have very different views of property rights, which
Yes.
I knew that coming into
100%. And we also have a different view of what is valuable to society. In my mind, it is valuable.
So when you buy a video game or any piece of software, it says part of the rights of buying the software or the game says you're not allowed to rip all the assets out of this game and then use them for your own purposes and then sell it. You can't take all the little Mario figures and sprites out of this Mario game that you just bought and then make your own version of Mario and then sell that, right? You're not allowed to do that.
Lame.
But assuming it's not a digital copy, you physically own that game. You own that game. You physically hold it in your hands. It is yours. Okay.
Right.
At that point, Nintendo cannot bust in through your fucking window and say yoink and just snatch that Mario cartridge out of your hand. You still own it. So this idea that Sam has that like just because you own something, like the argument he's putting forward to me is so bizarre. He's saying if you can't do anything you want with something you own, then you don't truly own it. That's not true of like almost anything.
Yeah, and then he's going to be even more offensive and couch us in the idea that somehow this is good for society. Like, I just to think that what is better for society is a 90% tax bracket is just insane to me. It's totally insane to me.
One is the guy he's talking about. It's kind of like a red herring too, because this guy he's talking about says, first of all, nobody actually paid the 90% tax bracket.
No, they reinvested in their business.
Right, but yeah. B, the thing that, and he doesn't bring this up, and it annoys me, and it's the thing that no one ever brings up in this conversation, is that the reason the tax bracket was 90% in that time period was to force people to not hoard their money, but to reinvest it into business. And that's why the income tax would be super high for people over some amount, but the capital gains tax, and investment-related taxes would be very super low.
Yeah.
It was to incentivize specific types of spending behavior,
right,
and behavior of the rich people.
Productive don't, behavior.
Right. It was saying, don't take your money and put it in a mattress, essentially. Because that was the problem, the Great Depression. They're worried about people hoarding their money, which would hurt the economy even more.
Yeah.
You need people spending your money. So it made sense then. But to remove it from that context removes the entire point of the tax.
Well, this is the same guy who thinks incentivizing half of our people to be feminist, queer scholars is like going to be good for society. Yeah, society, exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, you got to consider the source here. Sitch.
I guess that's true.
Valuable to society to have an educated population, even if that is not measured in the amount of money that they earn.
But those market signals are telling us what's in demand, what our society needs. We need more doctors. Right. We need more engineers. We don't need more English majors right now. And when we do, the salaries will go up.
But aren't you guys for human freedom and expression? Isn't that the big thing that like folks
Absolutely.
See, this is the authenticity thing. Weird. I'm so glad I brought it up because this is right. Like He's totally honing in on the authenticity. What if our society is 50% queer scholars? I mean, that's just the way it is. We have to accept that. We can't do anything about that. Their internal voice, pushes them in this direction. There's absolutely no side. There's no outside forces that's making it super trendy to be that, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm so glad we talked to Dr. Moeller, and I'm so glad you brought up this, because I didn't even conceptualize this, but that's such a useful lens to look at the situation, as this authenticity matrix, because that is what's happening here.
Yeah.
And this is where the miscommunication is that Sam doesn't understand. It's because Sam what he just asked him was really, doesn't authenticity matters? Mm-hmm. But Sam doesn't understand that that's really what he's asking.
Nope.
Because the response would be, yes, I'm all for individual freedom, but what you're suggesting is that we have to pay for someone else's individual expression. And where's if I am being forced by the government, to pay for someone else's individual freedom, aren't you taking away my freedom to make, for their purposes, just so they can get a philosophy degree or a feminist studies degree or something?
The smart thing for you to do is just to get a feminist studies degree too, and let the other guy pay. But this is pretty soon. You see where this leads.
Right. And also, I mean, we're talking about the rising cost of healthcare. Well, one of the ways that would help that cost go down is if we had a glut of doctors, right?
Of course. Yes.
Well,
Yeah. I think reducing the cost of becoming a doctor or a nurse, I think should be top priority. Yeah.
Reducing the cost and also just having more doctors.
Well, I think reducing the cost would obviously incentivize more people to become doctors. I think right now people look at the extreme cost of becoming a doctor, the educational cost of becoming a doctor, and I think it dissuades some percentage of people who could or would be doctors if it was less expensive every single year.
Right. No, I agree completely.
But part of that is also the reason why doctors make so much money is because there are in limited demand. So some people say that cost constriction is really to prevent more people from becoming doctors, so they continue to make the kind of money that they make.
Right.
This is the same thing with housing. The people who own houses like the fact that their houses are worth a lot of money.
Of course.
They don't want people building more houses and driving down the cost, the value of their property, right?
But see, that's and this is where I get so annoyed at all these, leftists that complain about this is the reason that housing is so expensive is because people that own homes go out and fucking vote.
Of course.
You fucking people don't go out and vote. If you went out and voted, you could actually get politicians who would want to, reduce housing.
Every time something's on the ballot, the city ballot for expanding anything, or it's voted down.
Right, of course.
Right, yeah. Because none of the renters vote.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. And then you have a bunch of people online saying, you shouldn't vote anyway. And I think
your vote doesn't matter. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. It's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy.
You know what happens if you don't vote? Your vote doesn't matter. It really doesn't.
That's true.
Absolutely. But pay for it yourself. You want to study English? Be my guest. I'm not saying you shouldn't be able to.
Wait a second. So you don't accept that money is a constraint on human freedom, while at the same time, you can't achieve we gotta get that face. Is a constraint on human freedom, while at the same time,
there it is.
I should have used some. Maybe I'll add him to the thumbnail.
Oh, that's such a good
what the fuck? You don't accept that limited resources are a constraint on human freedom? Dumbass.
I know. It's actually besides laughing at Sam, there's actually an incredibly interesting psychological phenomenon that's going on here. Okay. Which is that Sam is attempting, which is good, I guess, to craft an argument that would appeal to someone on the right or someone who's libertarian. That's what he's trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that he's failing at it so miserably shows he just doesn't understand the right or the libertarian conception of the world at all.
I'm so glad you said that, because that's exactly what he's trying to do, isn't he? He's trying to like butter him up. He's like, but you like human freedom, right?
Yes.
What about human freedom?
Yes. That's why this interaction is so interesting, because he's like, oh, you know, he kind of, I'm assuming Sam doesn't know anything about like height or anything like that. But Sam himself intuits that, oh, you know, supposedly people on the right complain about freedom. So don't they want people to have individual freedom? So wouldn't it be giving individual freedom to basically pay them to study whatever the fuck they want in college?
Right.
And it's like, yeah, that's true, Sam, but then you're taking away from the freedom of the person that has to pay for it.
Yeah.
Okay?
It's so simple, Sam.
Right. Yeah. So this argument immediately falls apart. Like,
yeah, where's my tax cut? I like to spend I could spend $10,000 on stuff. Come on. I know how to spend money. God, that's so...
You can't achieve... Like, for instance, you're basically saying to me that if I want to be a social worker, or I want to be
the very best,
I don't know, an archaeologist, if I don't have the money to do that...
Why does he keep coming?
There's 6,000 fucking archaeologists.
Wait a minute. Does he have children? Wait.
Mm-hmm.
Or something? Like, does he have a kid that decided to go into archaeology? This is such a weird, like, thing that he just fixated on. I'm so fascinated why he chose archaeology out of the million things to talk about.
I'm curious how many...
He has children. Okay. I don't know. Maybe one of his kids has decided to go into archaeology or something. I don't know. That's the only thing I could think of. Yeah, look, one of his kids is 17. Listen, maybe his kid's like, Dad, I know I saw Indiana Jones. I'm really feeling that vibe. I want to go into archaeology. And he's like looking for archaeology schools for his child or something. That's the only thing I could think of. I don't know why he keeps fixating on this.
I mean, what's this? Archaeologist has to have everything beat for the smallest population of people.
I know. That's why, ironically, it's the best example for us, but the worst example for Sam to use, essentially.
Yeah. He really wants a lot of archaeologists.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe that's it. Maybe his child wants to go into archaeology, and they're like having difficulty getting college loans because they're like, we don't care about this degree.
Do archaeologists... do frackers or oil people use archaeologists when they...
No, they would use geologists.
Geologists, yeah, that's what it is. Archaeology is looking up old shit from the past.
From people's remains,
right.
You know.
Yeah, for history reasons.
For history.
Yeah, it's like a history.
Which is important. I'm not denouncing archaeology. It's just a weird example for him to fix it.
I know. It's pretty...
I think it's a pretty esoteric thing for him to hyper focus on.
Yeah, I think he just can't think of anything else.
You think that society should not participate in any way in helping me achieve that goal?
No, you'll be able to get a loan if you're going to be able to earn enough.
Well, now I'm going to be saddled with,
or you can go to community college.
Enormous debt I'll be saddled with.
Community college is practically free, right? Compared to, I mean, it costs extremely small amounts of money, and anyone can go to a community college for 2 years, get an associate's degree with almost no debt, then go to a public school, finish their bachelor's degree. Sure, in archaeology, and then go to your public school. You'll have a little bit of debt. If you do 2 years at a state public college, and you'll have a degree and go work. That's fine. I'm just not willing to pay for it. Sam, let me just get personal for a second. I went to the University of Massachusetts. You're a Massachusetts guy, right? Had a scholarship. I could have gone to Boston College, right? I could have gone somewhere bougie. I worked from a week before my first year started as a security guard working nights, all to avoid debt, all right? I got out with very minimal debt. Turns out I'm a sucker, right? I should have taken it a lot easier, ran up 10K, and Uncle Joe would be making other people pay it off. And now I'm going to have to pay more in taxes.
Well, wait a second.
So that other people
you had debt?
Did it.
You had debt, or you have paid off your debt?
Very minimal debt, small amount, so far less than
so you
$10.
did get some debt relief.
What?
You did
get
get some...
paid off.
Oh, so you don't have any more debt?
I don't have.
Look at that. He's so thirsty to be. Oh, you took the money.
Right.
Debt. No, I don't have any student debt.
Okay. And so you resent that the other people are getting that debt. Do you own a home?
Because I have to pay for it.
No, I understand. Do you own a home?
I do.
Oh, okay. And what if someone says, I resent the fact that you pay your mortgage, like you decided to take this loan, and why do you get a tax deduction for it? Why does the U.S. government?
If you ask me, vote yes or no, get rid of the tax deduction. I would say yes, get rid of it.
Bastard!
It's not a comparable example. You can't pin me down for that. I don't support that, right? And
Bastard!
Also, again, that would be me keeping my own income more from this deduction, not getting somebody else's money to pay for my education. It's still apples. We're not going to see eye to eye on that, but it's still apples and oranges.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the government expends money on your public school education. The expenditure on this debt is the same thing. It's just happening afterwards.
It's taking from taxpayers and giving it to other people.
Right.
Yeah, but okay. So, listen, you love my size. You love my size, Adam. Okay.
It's very authentic.
You in the chat.
It's very authentic. I do. I mean, it's like, oh God, why is he such an idiot? It's just he's expressing his inner self, Sitch. He can't help himself.
Well, I mean, he's scrambling to make this comparison to sort of point out, like, look, you're being inconsistent here or something, which I don't think the guy is being inconsistent at all, at least not yet in the conversation. And public education doesn't work because public education from K through 12 is not specialized at all. It's generalized.
Yeah.
And that's the entire purpose of it, is to give you a general education to exist in society and possibly continue your education further in a college degree. Where college is the opposite. You're specializing in some area to get some kind of specific job.
Right.
And so to me, and I mean, I actually would disagree with this guy. And now this would be very contentious and very difficult possibly to figure out, but I would be more in favor of, I don't know about debt forgiveness, but I'd be more in favor of government subsidizing specific degrees of education for, like if we need more doctors, they start subsidizing, people going to medical school with, easy to pay off loans or something of that degree. If we need more programmers, I would be totally fine with the government putting their finger on the scale of pushing people, of subsidizing education to pushing people into jobs that we as a society feel would be not only the most useful, but also would be the most useful for pushing people out of poverty. And then obviously once you get a glut of those jobs, then you pull back. I'm totally fine with that. But what I have a problem with is just kind of like the blanket, just pay for everyone's college education, because then I think you do get into the situation where people do, why should I pay? What is this? I don't think society accrues enough benefit from people, getting philosophy degrees that everyone should have to pay for that.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, there's giant inflation in the healthcare industry.
Right.
It seems like incentivizing more people to go into healthcare could curb that inflation, which would be helpful for everyone. So, no, I don't know that this guy would be against that, to be honest with you.
I think he would. I mean, he's against, he seems like he's against everything.
Right, okay.
Basically.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's against the homeowners' tax rebates.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's against
I'm assuming he would be against it, but.
I mean, I don't know. Why are we not incentivizing? I think it would be better if there were more homeowners.
We should, but that's the problem, is that we should be, I think we should be incentivizing home ownership completely. But then we also need to deal with the fact that there are communities that refuse to build more homes to help their own property value. We have to start being like, well, maybe you go fuck yourself,
I think part of that problem is our retirement system is so effed up that when they stopped, it used to be you'd work for a place for 30 years and get a pension, and that pension was basically your retirement. Now, since that system is on the ropes, more people are thinking of their home as their retirement. So
no, you're completely correct. And this is another issue, is that, since we moved towards neoliberal economic policies in the 80s for various reasons, people are making less money from their jobs, and thus a lot of people are basically relying on their property you're completely correct.
Yeah.
They're basically relying on their property.
That's a fucked up system too. Yeah.
That is a fucked up system.
And
that is
unsustainable.
Another reason.
It is the next generation can't even get into the home buyer's market because of that. It's
right. Well, that's why people my age and younger have so much problem getting into the homeowners market, is because people are using their home as vehicles for retirement. And it's created all sorts of problems. And this is part of the problems that people my age and younger feel. So I think this is why a lot of people, a lot of millennials and Zoomers are either drawn to being, far leftist or far rightist, is because they feel like they've been jilted by the baby boomers.
Yeah.
The boomers who basically had at least not socially, but at least economically, had kind of the best situation for themselves, and that labor had so much power when they grew up. College was significantly cheaper when they grew up. Home ownership was significantly cheaper when they grew up. And so they were kind of able to establish, their foot into all these things at a far easier way and at a much less cost than the Zoomers and Millennials and even the Xers were able to procure. And yet the Boomers kind of turn around and say, well, why can't you do it? I did it. Essentially.
Yeah, because they're just naive about the entire situation, which...
Well, they're just ignorant about it.
Yeah, naive, ignorant, whatever.
Right.
They don't understand, which, I mean, yeah, it makes them very unsympathetic. I can totally relate. I mean, I'm Generation X, obviously, so I kind of straddle the line, but... Yeah,
you were when you were seeing the changeover occur, you're like,
I mean, I literally had to go through a housing crash to become a homeowner. So,
right,
I mean, I'm
exactly.
counseling Sitch on let's, get you ready for the next housing crash so you can buy a house. I mean, everyone, you get ready. Who knows? Maybe a housing crash is coming.
I'm not sure about that, but
yeah, we just need to build more fucking houses. That's why
I know.
Did you see that Tesla is doing like a modular $10,000 home, which is kind of crazy. Like
I did, yeah. I did see that because I listen to Scott Adams often, and that's been one of his biggest things he's been trying to push for.
Yeah, I looked at it, and they've basically made a home into like Legos. That, I mean, you can make a 2,000 square foot like 3-story house if you want out of these Lego pieces. Yeah, and I guess it's $10,000 a Lego piece, which is super affordable. So, I mean, this is why the Sam Cedars of the world that hate Elon Musk, I always think, fuck you. Like, what the fuck? He's the one guy that seems to be trying to solve every single issue. Like with
technology,
yeah, with some kind of technology. Like he sees a problem in our politics because of Twitter. I'll buy Twitter. Kids can't afford housing, so they're not getting married and having kids. That's fucked up. We need to make housing cheaper.
Right.
Pollution sucks. Well, let's make a car that has 0 emissions.
And they hate him for it.
Yeah, what the fuck? He's the one guy. He's got 3 companies that are working on climate change. Supposedly the thing they care about. Yes. They get on their hands and knees to blow some fucking 15-year-old activist that's traveling around the world on a boat, but Elon Musk, oh, fuck that guy.
Right.
It's like...
Because he's rich.
So, yeah.
He's bad.
These people have no principles. They have 0 principles.
Well, it's not a question of principles. It's a question of people do not conceptualize things logically like 90% of the time.
Yeah.
It's just, Elon Musk is rich, so he's bad. Elon Musk is anti-woke, so he's bad. And Elon Musk craps on like a lot of leftist talking points, so he's bad. Like that's literally the thought process. They're not looking at they don't look at the way you just laid out everything.
People are saying it in the chat. Boxable is the name of the company. It's super fascinating. I guess it's been in the works for a long time, but they're just to the point where they can deliver homes. And a lot of it is the perfecting the manufacturing process, which is something, Elon Musk has really spent a lot of time developing these factories that are like hyper efficient factories. And
Right.
I guess the place, it's funny, it's in it's in Nevada, I think, close to Las Vegas, the boxable plant. So a lot of the cost is actually shipping it, which I think this could relieve some of the problem in Southern California, because Southern California is obviously very close and inexpensive to ship these things. So
Yeah, no, I mean it's super cool. I'm looking at a picture of it right now. It's like basically it's it comes like this like pallet that you basically have,
yeah, it's
work
got
people
folding walls.
like unfold the whole thing, and it basically creates it's like one giant room essentially
Right.
that has like a bedroom, a kitchen. I guess I don't know where the bathroom is. Maybe the bathroom is separate, but it's like one big room, which, if you can't afford uh a very expensive home, this is like amazing to have.
Yeah,
This is like totally amazing to have your own thing. So,
yeah, the starting price is $10,000.
right. And that's so much better than just basically renting for, the equivalent time period. But then I guess the other issue would be, the buying the property itself. But I do think society will I mean, hmm. See, this would be interesting because basically what you would do is you'd say, okay, how many of these can fit on, like a half acre, right? Because
Hmm.
that's generally like what your home is on a half acre.
Yeah, I'm gonna build like a apartment complex on my lot.
Well, that's the thing. Could like if you fit four of these on a half acre or however much, and then the four people split the cost of the property, and then you put four little homes there. I mean,
in
I don't know.
so, in Southern California, they used to have major restrictions for building secondary dwellings on your property, and
Yes,
yet it had to be like below 500 square feet.
right,
My wife and I actually looked into it, and like it's just massive regulation. They just passed a law in Southern California gutting all of that. So now people are building like giant mansions in their yard
that's funny.
because
That's funny.
they have the ability to do this. And the reason why they did it was they're hoping this will help the housing crisis in Southern California, because like rents are out of control, because obviously it's a supply and demand thing. They're
Right.
hoping private homeowners will build some secondary dwellings on their property and relieve some of the rental market stuff. I don't know that is going to happen, because everyone I know that has some sort of secondary dwelling is using it to do uh, what is the app where you rent it out? You rent out your room.
Oh,
I'm spacing.
Airbnb.
Airbnb. Yeah. Everyone
Right.
I know who has a secondary dwelling is like Airbnb-ing it, which that's not going to help the rental market. Just more short-term rentals.
Right. Well, that won't. But I mean, this this could this could essentially this would be like a free market solution to trying to figure out how to lower housing costs.
Yeah, what's
So
up with this? Why, internet, are you doing this whelp thing to me? I'm bringing up a couple pictures of it.
I could just give you a screenshot from their website. So
Why? No, I brought up
you don't even have
pictures.
to look for a whelp file.
Look, I have pictures.
I saw you had the picture of like the guys unfolding it,
Yeah,
but you kind of want a picture of like what it actually looks like here
but this
on the
ever
inside.
they literally got rid of this regulation in Southern California. I don't know, like months ago. So there's all this construction going up in people's yards, but this boxable thing is going to be way less expensive. Like if you
Oh, of
have,
course.
yeah, you just drive one of those things in and just put it together.
I sent you pictures like an overhead of what the layout looks like.
Sure, I'll bring it up.
But no, I mean, I don't know, Scott Adams has this whole theory that we're basically going to be moving towards living like people will his theory is that living the way that we live now is making everyone unhappy and insane. And it's
Right.
sort of the idea of everyone living alone in their little home with their family. as opposed to more like everyone living in a more dormitory setting where, you have your private spaces, but then there are like communal, you know, places to eat and to hang out and stuff of that nature. And I don't know, I don't think that's the future, honestly. I mean, maybe, but if there ever was a way to make that the future, it would be through boxable stuff because you could have, entire neighborhoods with a bunch of the boxable places, and then they have some communal spaces for whatever doesn't fit in the boxable. And I don't know, maybe people would be happier there. I have no clue. It would be interesting. It'd be a very interesting social experiment to see how this all, plays out.
I tried to listen to Scott Adams yesterday. Occasionally I go back just out of respect for you. And I think I'm going to listen to a Scott Adams. And
yeah.
And it was I don't know if you listened to it, but I swear to God, he was going on for like 10 minutes on the same joke over and over again. It was about how protesting never achieves anything. And he was listing all of the different protest movements and acting like
I did hear
they
that,
accomplished
yes.
anything.
Right.
And I finally had to turn it off. I'm like, I get it. Okay. I get it. This wasn't funny when you were being sarcastic at the 2-minute mark. Okay.
I forget what I forget what the ultimate purpose the ultimate point of that was, but
well, I didn't get to the ultimate purpose because I checked out. I was like, this is why I don't listen to Scott Adams anymore.
No, Scott Adams is very interesting because with him, I feel like it's very binary. Like either what he's saying is very smart or what he's saying is like stupid and crazy. Like it's just very, there's not a lot of middle ground. But
that was stupid and crazy. I mean,
that makes it interesting.
Look, protesting has never achieved anything. I mean, I noticed he didn't talk about the Tea Party Republicans who ended up
or the civil rights movement.
Yeah. I mean, he just completely cherry-picked all the shit that didn't work.
Sure.
Yeah, okay, it doesn't have 100% batting average, but that doesn't mean we should, not protest. Whatever, dude. Anyway, I think he's right about the boxable thing. And who knows, maybe I'll buy one.
In what? Rent it out?
Have a nice little art studio in my backyard.
Oh, there you go.
Great. Yeah.
I like it.
Look, I can blow things up indoors.
Oh, look at this. Sam Seder has actually super chatted to us.
Oh, good. Sam, what's up?
The real Sam Seder for $3. Sam Seder says, my favorite commercial from the 90s was Mr. Bucket.
Sam, he does love his bucket.
He says, a swimming pool is basically just a really big bucket.
Wow.
Well, you see, studying archaeology is on my bucket list. Oh my God. Are we going to have to play that video at some point in the stream?
The bucket one? We can.
We can. Yeah.
I'm sure there's a million clips of it on. Probably pretty easy to find.
Right.
Whereas me getting a tax deduction is me keeping my own money. It's not me getting somebody else's
money. Well, but in
money.
terms of the government's ledger, it's the exact same thing. It's income that would have otherwise been
public. Yeah, sure, but it's morally different, I think.
Yeah. I mean, you have your set of morals, but again,
he's like, fuck you. You have your morals, and I have my morals. My morals are I do whatever I can to get my voters to the polls. Your morals are about, treating people fairly.
Yeah, exactly.
Moral world is one in which,
to be fair to Sam, I mean, Sam is not, I'm assuming, not looking at this from a politician selector theory lens. He believes what he's advocating for is the moral position to hold.
Because he knows more people are going to show up. I
don't agree.
All leftists are after that white whale, the college vote, the young people vote.
Yes, but I don't think that Sam is like, we should pay for college debt because it'll get more kids to come out and vote. I really don't think that's where he's coming from.
I mean, but that's where his brain is going. I
don't agree.
That's where his intuition is, his gut intuition.
Kalavar is telling me that housing prices are estimated to fall 15 to 20%. due to interest rates and other things. So
look,
I don't know.
That's going to cost me a lot of money, Sitch. But I'm glad if that's going to be what gets you and many of our listeners into the housing market. So
okay, I appreciate you taking the hit from me. I appreciate it.
Well, I feel bad for people. Look, renting is kind of a ripoff. It really is. I listened to a stream where Destiny was selling renting over owning. And I was just like, what the fuck? Like, what's this guy doing? When I look at the rents people are paying, it's like double my mortgage. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how is that a better deal?
Yeah, well, well, we had this conversation before where I said, I couldn't even conceptualize it. I said, why would someone be paying rent that would be more expensive than a mortgage? That doesn't make any sense.
Normally it is. Normally it's much more expensive than a mortgage.
I don't even understand why would anyone do that then? I don't get it.
Because they can't
afford the down payment.
They can't afford a down payment for a house,
right.
Or they don't.
Okay, I guess that makes sense.
Or they listen to Destiny, and Destiny's telling them how much better it is for them to not put down roots. Be able to move wherever you want. And
it's not a question of being able to put down roots, because even if you take out a mortgage, you can always, as long as the housing market's still going up, you can always, and that's the key number one question, you can always end up selling your house more. Presumably.
So as long as we've owned our home, we've always been approached by real estate agents that are like, I will give you cash money for your house today. It's like, I do not worry about, we could be out of this house in 30 days. I don't know what Destiny is smoking.
Well, it depends on your situation. And it depends where you think the economy is going to go. Because if housing prices are going to go down and you don't think you're going to be living wherever your home is for some substantial amount of time, then you don't want to get saddled with that.
The neighborhood could go to shit and all that kind of stuff.
Right. So there definitely is risk there. But I would say if you could afford the down payment, it's probably worth it in most situations to buy a home over. Depending on the rent. If the rent is more than whatever the mortgage is going to cost, that's kind of, that's not good.
The advice I would give to renters is get into a deal with a private owner, because if you're in one of these complexes, like obviously they try to increase your rent every time the lease comes up, which is awful. And private owners, they tend to just like set it and forget it, so you can get like the same deal forever.
Right.
Yeah. So, but I don't know. I basically worked my ass off to become a homeowner, so it's not easy, but
no, it's not. But
it's a slog, an endeavor, or whatever.
We're at an hour and 39 minutes and 52 seconds.
So we got to get going, is what you're saying?
No.
Oh, you're bringing up.
That's right. I'm Mr. Bucket. I'm Mr. Bucket. Toss your balls in my top. I'm Mr. Bucket. Out of my mouth I will pop. I'm Mr. Bucket. We're all gonna run. I'm Mr. Bucket.
Buckets of The game's Mr. Bucket. The first to get their balls into Mr. Bucket wins, but look out, because the balls will pop out of his mouth.
I'm Mr. Bucket. The balls pop out of my mouth. I'm Mr. Bucket. A ball is what I'm about. I'm Mr. Bucket. We're all gonna run. I'm Mr. Bucket.
Buckets of cum.
Mr. Bucket from Milton Bradley.
Buckets of cum.
Thank you, Cookie Caramello.
Oh, that's
Cookie
so
Caramello was
good.
that video.
That's so hysterical. It's so good with the Sam Seder clips in there.
Amazing.
Oh my goodness.
Anyway,
how many rental properties do you think Sam Seder owns?
Yeah, that's right. I just hit back, so.
Oh, okay. I'll hit back too.
Hopefully 0. Otherwise, he's a huge hypocrite.
No way.
You don't think so? You think Sam owns a bunch of rental properties? How crazy is it going to be when it turns out that Hassan
money? At least Sam's folks probably own a shitload of rental properties. Like he probably stands to inherit a bunch of rental properties. Same with this is how Hassan is going to get around it. Hassan's mom and dad right now are buying. Yeah, no. Hassan's mom and dad right now are using his money to buy rental properties all over fucking Los Angeles. You know they are.
Oh,
of course they are. Of course they are.
Man. How much fun is it going to be, guys? How much fun. Ooh, I cannot wait till it turns out that his son or his parents are using his money to buy properties to rent. Oh my God, the tears, the salt will flow. Oh, I cannot wait for that day. Oh, it will be so delicious. The drama, oh, it will be endless.
It's true.
It will be so good. Oh, I don't know, because on one hand, I want to be completely cynical and say his fans won't give a fuck at all. But on the other hand, I feel like that might be a bridge too far for a lot of his fans.
They're not. They're gonna make excuses for him. What do you expect him to do? We live in a capitalist country. He's basically being forced to do this.
They'll just post that stupid comic. You know, the comic of
we
the
live
person
in a
in the well.
society.
Yeah, we live in a society comic. I guess. Oh my God, it'll be so beautiful. It will. I do think that if that comes out, or I should say when that comes out, because I think that's a foregone conclusion. It's not already happening. I do think it will tear the leftist Twitch community asunder, because everyone's going to have to take a stance on that one. And there's going to be a lot of wealthy leftist streamers that maybe can't take a stance because they also own property that they're renting.
Well, this is why I like to divide the income earning people, rent seekers versus innovators. Like, there are two different ways that you can make money in a capitalist society. One is basically rent seeking,
right.
Owning property and renting it out. The other is innovating, developing new products and services that people desire.
Well, you don't have to even develop new things. Just like you're actually creating a product, or you're utilizing you're giving a service to someone.
Yeah, you're creating wealth. This actually, I think, comes up in the debate, and we'll talk more about it. But I just, why, if we're subsidizing people who are involved in rent-seeking behavior, why are we doing that?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Why are we doing that? That's just horrible.
Yeah, doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well, also, it gets the incentives wrong. Now you've got those people are making money, getting political power, and using that political power to constrain the monopoly that they own, that they're invested in. It's bullshit.
To other people.
Right.
Whereas me getting a tax deduction is me keeping my own money. It's not me getting somebody else's
money. Well, but in
money.
terms of the government's ledger, it's the exact same thing. It's income that would have otherwise been
public. Yeah, sure. But it's morally different, I think.
Yeah. I mean, you have your set of morals, but again, your moral world is one in which only wealthy people deserve to go to the highest institutions of learning and have a free range as to what they can do.
No.
It's not a question of deserving. It's a question of that they have the ability to. Like, he can't. He's just so dominated by a fairness matrix that he can't put his mind outside of this conception of fairness. It's like it completely controls his entire thinking.
Yeah. Well, it's a different way of looking at fairness. There's fairness according to like proportionality, and there's fairness according to like people's inability to do things. Which Sam is completely looking at it from the latter. He's like, there shouldn't be anything that's off limits for any individual. But I mean, some people are not going to own yachts, Sam. I mean, that's just going to be out of their ability.
Right. And of course he's ignoring the fairness of, if someone's parents worked very hard to pay for their child's education, then that's part of the luxury that's afforded to their child or the privilege afforded to their child is, maybe they could be a little bit looser with, what they want to study in college than someone who doesn't have that wealth to draw from. And that's just the reality of the situation.
The parents is like the resource, really.
Right.
Some people don't have rich parents, Sam.
Exactly. But that's the thing is that like, well, I accept that that's an unfair situation of reality, but you're not going to fix that, like, and maybe that's the issue, because Sam is so socialist leaning that he just sees that unfairness, that unequal, wealth distribution is like, it just triggers him too much. It has to be solved, any means possible. And I guess probably also because Sam he doesn't probably buy that the family that has more money for their child, was probably like, the parents were working hard. It's not like, except for the small amount of people that are just, millionaires at, the Walmart heirs or something. Most people are working pretty hard for the money that they have. So why is it fair to them if they worked hard that they should have to pay for some other child, regardless of whether their parents worked hard or not?
Yeah, that's the problem. It's hard to tell.
Are constrained by a return on investment.
Study something productive will be able to go and pay it back, and we won't have society subsidizing people.
We just said the same thing.
Gender studies and then work at Starbucks.
Yes, we just said the same thing. It's just that you said it in a way that makes it sound less real than it is. The reality of what you're saying, that you need to have a return on investment, is that only people who are wealthy can afford to go into professions which have a income to debt ratio that would sink less wealthy people.
A poor person who's going to study engineering and gets a loan will still be able to pay it back.
I'm talking about professions that don't have an income to debt ratio. So for instance, if I go, like you say, you're a gym teacher who you think is an idiot because she didn't go to Salem State as opposed to Brown, you think that only wealthy people...
I don't think she's an idiot. I think that was a bad choice.
Okay. Wealthy people can go to Brown and be a gym teacher or some other job that's not going to pay them. But people who who are not wealthy, they got to go to Salem State.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. So we see...
my values start with pay your own way in life as much as possible. And you're saying that I have a human right to make other people pay for me to study basket weaving at Brown and pay $70,000 a year.
Are you?
True.
Yeah.
And that's what this is so weird because, Sam is laying out a worldview where he's saying, we all, society, should subsidize someone going into gender studies. Yeah. And it's like, why the fuck should we do that?
Yeah. Why should we subsidize people making bad decisions?
Yeah, exactly. And that's part of the problem too. And I don't think they don't get into this, but this is part of the problem too. They're only focusing on the education. Like what Sam said is very telling and very bizarre to me, that he's using this as a culture. He's like, you're saying
that was good.
You're saying that only rich people should be able to get into jobs that have high debt ratio to income. And it's like, yeah, Sam, that is what I'm saying. That's true. Why would you be advocating for something against that? Why do you want poor people to not only be saddled with debt, but to be taking jobs that essentially won't raise them or their families out of poverty? That's a stupid fucking decision to make.
Yeah. But it's their internal desire, though. You got to understand, Sitch. You're denying them who they are.
I guess, and maybe you're right. This is where the authenticity comes into it, but it's just like, it's just dumb. It's just dumb.
It's immoral to deny somebody who they are just because of money.
Mm-hmm. You thought your brows were the most powerful in the land, Sam. See, you're right. That's the real debate going on here. Who has the more powerful eyebrows? Sam was like a strong contender for eyebrow game, but this guy, he's coming on powerful too.
He's destroying it there.
Yes.
You
okay?
In favor of the estate tax because
of course he's not.
Your principle from the get-go is people should pay their way through society. So how about this? Can we agree on this? Students of wealthy families, their families cannot contribute to their education. They should pay their own way.
Why wouldn't they be able to do that?
What? I thought you were in favor of people paying their own way.
This is it's just part of why I wanted to watch this debate and part of why this is so interesting. Sam really just doesn't understand anything that's not like a leftist worldview. It's baffling that this would even be a suggestion. Mm-hmm. Oh, you think people should pay their own way, so then children should have to pay their own way in the college? It's like, well, what the fuck are you talking about? It's a parent makes the free will decision to pay for their child to go to school. Yeah. if you, Sam, want to have, if someone wants to major in gender studies or whatever, and they want to convince a random stranger to pay for them to do it, and they do convince a random stranger to pay for it, then guess what? You can do it. We live in a free society.
Yeah.
That person could make the free will decision to pay for a stranger to go to college. Okay. That's what a parent's doing. They're making a free will decision to pay for their child. It's just because it's not strangers, their child.
Some parents don't make that decision. Some parents say, no, you get a job, you pay your own college.
Exactly. Some parents don't, either because they can't or they just decide not to. You're right.
I mean, I know it's funny because wealthy people, they a lot of times vary in that. I mean, I've had friends with wealthy parents that have just paid for everything, just like rained money down on them. And then I've had friends with wealthy parents that, like, they don't get fucking shit from their parents. Like, my parents who aren't wealthy have given me more than their parents.
Right. I think there's a healthy balance in between those two extremes that you can find.
Yeah,
I don't agree with either of those extremes. But it's the fact that Sam would even ask this question. It's like so much of the reason that people make money and desire to make money is to support a family.
Yes.
And to support children.
Yes.
Or future children. And this idea is, it's baffling that he would even suggest this. I think this makes any logical sense, but.
Right. Yeah. Well, he hasn't accepted fundamentally that this is a transfer of wealth from some people to another. Like, he hasn't accepted that principle. Even him trying to say that the money is not really yours is him trying to get away from that principle.
He's trying to subvert it completely in a way that I don't think is true or even makes sense.
Yeah. You have to accept that this is a wealth transfer.
Right.
Which, I mean, that's what socialists are in favor of anyway. This is why they're in favor of,
Right. But the unusualness is that it's not a wealth transfer from rich to poor. It's like a wealth transfer from
poor to rich.
I guess on average, poor to middle class or poor to rich.
Yeah.
So it's bizarre. Yeah.
Which is the first time. I mean, this is the kind of thing that he would rally against if it was like a corporate subsidy. He'd be like, why are we paying for, corporate welfare, right?
Right.
But if it's, bailing out the rich college kids, oh yeah, okay, that's cool. Just vote Democrat in November. Stacey Abrams, show up and vote.
Well, and also because, part of the reason he's probably pushing back on all the types of degree stuff is because he believes that, I'm assuming he believes on some level, or agrees on some level, that those fields do pump out lefties. And so, he thinks that they make, sure. And that he thinks that makes society better, is that there's always lefties running around. So.
Yeah. How about this? How about we only give college loans to people outside of like the economics field or any field that leans right leaning? they don't get any money.
That might be a little too on the nose.
We subsidize. Well, I'm waiting. Sam's on the verge of saying it. I'm certain of it.
Right.
That's why he doesn't want people going into STEM. He's like, STEM.
Like that.
Pretty soon they're going to be voting. What? So they can make a bunch of money working for Elon Musk and vote Republican for the rest of their lives? No, thank you. I would just assume they'd be on food stamps and philosophy majors. Okay. Look, we need to get Democrats elected in November.
Right.
Just going by your principle, which you have to pay your way. But if you have generational wealth, then that's okay too. So you can inherit money.
Sure. Yeah. Why wouldn't you be able to?
Well,
your family counts as paying your own way. Sure.
Oh, I see.
Not everyone's equally lucky. Yeah, I agree. Some people are born rich. Some people are born poor. But
the thing that I don't think he actually articulates is the family is paying, like you said, voluntarily paying the way of someone that is their family member, which a lot of people accept. Yeah.
Well, there's two things. There's that. It's voluntary. It's a completely voluntary transaction.
Yeah.
Well, unless you're paying child support or something. But and then the second issue and they don't bring that up. And the second issue that's also not brought up is that obviously humans are biologically wired to care for their children and see their children as the continuation of them to some extent psychologically. So parents do feel that paying for their children is a direct benefit to themselves.
Yeah.
In a very direct way.
Very true. Yeah.
Right. Where like paying taxes to some stranger's kid is a lot more like up in the air, you know?
Yeah. The good of society. Right.
Well, I'm fine with doing things for the good of society, but I think you need to have a compromise for the good of society. And maybe the compromise is, well, they only pay for some things, certain degrees. They don't pay for, degrees that maybe produce jobs that aren't as beneficial or as cost effective.
Well, that's another point of contention, because obviously the parent is going to say, I have some veto ability over, if I I can withdraw my support if I feel like you're going to get a degree that I don't necessarily agree with.
Right. I'm not going to help you pay for some garbage.
Yeah. They're operating basically as the bank with a more investment in your future than the bank even has.
Right. So, which if the government pays for everything, then that goes away too.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is part of the problem. So all Sam is doing, and why this debate is so interesting, is all Sam is doing is just scrambling for just anything. Like he's just trying to grab onto anything to basically make an argument why a bunch of rich college kids should be getting money so they might vote Democrat in November.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, this debate is all elephant. It's 100% elephant.
Yeah.
So
fighting for the downtrodden and depressed and oppressed. All the bougie philosophy students at Brown University. Sam Seder's right there. Here, let me advocate for you. Oh, those in need.
Yes, that's just reality.
It is reality, but how we decide as a society to address that disparity is actually just a choice. Your moral choice is luck will dictate people's trajectory through life and society. My moral choice is that as a society, what we should be doing is attempting to allow everyone as much freedom in terms of how they actualize themselves. That's the more moral choice. That money.
See, he said he used the word. He even
actualize. You're right. You're so right. Yeah.
How they actualize themselves. How is that? How is that different than luck, Sitch? Because I mean, what is the actualization process if it's not just like luck of what you're influenced by?
Well, it is luck in that you're completely correct in that. What if I'm actualizing as like a doctor?
Yeah.
And someone's actualizing as a fucking gender studies professor.
Right.
I guess it's luck, right? That I actualize as a job that's more profitable and useful to society.
Well, I would say, obviously, if people are, a lot of people that do go into the medical field they're close to other people that have gone into the medical field, or their parents want them to go into the medical field. There's other pressures involved here that also.
Yeah, but that's not self-actualization.
No, it's luck. Yeah,
pressures.
It's still luck. Yeah, by
right.
being born in those circumstances. So, yeah, no, I don't see how you get away from the luck aspect that he's trying to say. Oh, I'm not in favor of luck. I think as a society, we should set it up so however anybody wants to actualize, they can. Which is, I mean, they're choosing to actualize based on like personal whim.
Sure.
Expense.
Yes. And because everything is at someone else's expense. None of those people who inherited money from their families didn't do so at somebody else's expense. None of them.
The eyebrow game. I like this.
I know. What? He's so confused by this. It's awesome.
We have confused, angry eyebrows versus upward. I don't even know what that expression is, but
it's a shame he doesn't. Does he ever bring up the voluntary, involuntary aspect of it? I guess not.
Well, I think what happens is Sam is trying. It's kind of funny. I think what we're about to see is that Sam is attempting to wade into this all labor is what did the leftists always say? All labor is exploitative.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I think that's profit is theft.
Theft, yeah.
I think that's sort of what Sam's about to wade into, but I think he decides to bail out because he realizes it's a poor decision. So.
Right.
You think that wealth can be created, intergenerational wealth that can be created, doesn't come at the expense of other people?
It depends how it was originally created, but a lot of economic interactions are not zero sum.
Well, give me an example of somebody who has of a family that is worth $5 million that didn't do it at the expense of other people.
So
that didn't do it by fraud. What the fuck?
Well, but see, this explains where Sam is coming from.
Of course, yeah.
Debate, because he views that anyone that's made money is because he, I guess, has become more socialist over time. Because I thought he used to be like a social democrat, and I guess now he just seems to be a full-blown socialist. If he views capitalism itself as exploitative, then yes, he views anyone that's making money as, an immoral action, essentially.
So if you open a restaurant that people love, they love your food, they come from miles around, the restaurant is packed,
yes,
constantly packed, and you make $5 million because everyone loves your restaurant. Well, you're exploiting the workers that work there because
the waiters, the chefs,
that make, that since you're not running your restaurant as a workers' co-op and not splitting everything completely equally.
Exactly.
And you're setting aside money for your greedy self so you can...
your greedy children to go study gender. And
who might, you might want to expand the business and open a second restaurant or a third restaurant and exploit more people in the community who also use that money that they get working their jobs to go out and buy things from other people who are being exploited by their employers. What kind of world does Sam live in? Does Sam not enjoy going out and eating and like going to movies and buying new clothes? And
but all those things could be co-ops, Adam. Okay, you just gotta free your mind from the capitalism.
That's such bullshit.
I know.
Listen, if I would love to do the side-by-side comparison because I can't imagine. I would do this if there was enough co-op restaurants in existence. I would go to a co-op restaurant and then to a regular run restaurant. I would do this experiment and do the side-by-side comparison. Something tells me the co-op restaurants are going to suck.
Well, it's not. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure there could be a co-op restaurant that's fine. It's just they wouldn't. And something that you brought up is that under a private restaurant, a person might say, "I want to open more restaurants." That kind of growth would never happen in a co-op situation.
It can't happen. Literally can't happen.
It literally can't. And there is absolutely no. And this is what the communists completely get wrong. There is no incentive for growth in a co-op.
Nope.
Because you would just be giving away your own money. They would accrue no benefit.
It's too risky.
Well, no, but so if you have a restaurant that's a co-op, so it means every dollar that the restaurant makes, there's zero profit. Every dollar that is made goes to the people that works there. Why would they open a new restaurant? They can't work at both restaurants at the same time. They accrue no benefit from expansion.
Well, the risk that comes in, and this is why nobody in the co-op situation would vote for it, because people are low risk. We're wired to be low risk by nature. It's very unusual for people, and this is why so many high risk people go into business, is because business is generally a high risk endeavor. But if you were going to open a second restaurant and employ more people, how much money your split is of the profit. I mean, the new restaurant could be unprofitable for a year. Like you take a pay cut.
No, but you can't do that in a co-op because if you open a new restaurant, you would become a capital owner and suddenly it wouldn't be a co-op anymore.
Well, I'm saying say, team, whatever the restaurant is, decides we're going to open a second location and double our staff. I mean,
but why would they do that?
First of all, you would have to get everybody at the co-op to commit to setting aside a certain amount of money to buy the building in tandem and all this.
There's something before that. Unless the people are going to either say, hey, half of us are going to leave and not work at this restaurant, and we're going to go work at a different restaurant. Why would they do that? There's literally no benefit for them to do that if they're making good money where they're working.
Right.
Why would they leave their job to work at a different restaurant?
Well, the gamble, and just, trying to give it the best steel man here, the gamble that you would make is that the two restaurants would make more money, and the new employees would make the split come out, so everyone was actually making more money.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay.
So if we had 20 employees at one location, and we were going to take it, first of all, you got to get those 20 employees to agree to all set aside equal amount of money to buy a building or whatever, however you're going to open it, because you need capital investment. So if everyone agrees, and then they hire another 20 people that are going to make. So now we're splitting the money between 40 people, the two restaurants, right?
Right. You're saying the second restaurant staff would start getting a split from the first restaurant
staff. Right. But
who would ever agree to that in the first place?
Well, because this is why, because you got to get 20 people to embrace this kind of risk, because this new restaurant could end up making, listen, maybe the expenses for the restaurant are more money than the restaurant itself. So the original restaurant is actually supporting the second restaurant. And your income is like cut in half.
There's no reason for them to even do that, though, because if you say there's a co-op restaurant and it's always packed, the only way that they could potentially make more money, because if it's going to be an even split, opening a second location, all they could end up doing is breaking even. They could never make more money if they're always packed, because it's going to be evenly split. So the only way for them to make money would just be for them to make their own restaurant bigger.
Why is this so difficult to understand?
It's not difficult to understand.
If you have,
I'm explaining to you why.
If one restaurant makes $1 million and two restaurants makes $3 million, obviously, if you can
but that's okay.
Make 3 times the amount of money and you only double the number of employees, your share is a bigger proportion.
Right. But the only way that so say we have a hypothetical socialist co-op restaurant. It seats 100 people.
Gotcha.
Okay. And it's always full.
Right.
Okay.
So there's
the only
excess demand.
Right. The only world in where they would make more money is if they built a bigger restaurant that sat, say, 200 people, and it was also always full. That's the only way they can make more money.
I agree.
There's no other potential way they can make more money. So it's an incredibly limiting factor on business expansion. That's all I'm saying. So, but why would anyone take that risk, essentially?
That's what I'm saying.
Right. But I'm saying this, but it's weird because
not only is it a big risk, you got to get 20 people or 40 people to all agree to take that risk, which there's always going to be somebody that says, no, I don't like this idea.
But it's actually a bigger risk than a capital owner start opening a new location.
Yes, because the capital owner is has the veto power to stick it out.
Not just because that, but say a private restaurant. It could be, I don't know, depending on whatever the cost is. I know the food industry is very difficult. Say hypothetically, they could run at not having max capacity. Obviously, they have to run not having max capacity all the time. And so they could create a second location that runs at not having max capacity that could be the same exact size as the location they already opened, and it still would be profitable for the person who owns it. But the only possible way in which a co-op could ever decide to do this to make more money is every new location has to literally be bigger and get more people into it. That's the only possible way that they could ever expand. Where in capital ownership, they don't need that. You can just open a new location that gets the same amount of business and you'll be fine. You'll still make more money.
Yep.
So, anyways.
Sure, a business came up with a product, sold it to a bunch of people who were happy to pay the price because it was more valuable to them.
Let's get a little bit more specific. Let's get a little more specific. This businessman how did what kind of product is it? Is it a factory? I mean, where
the guy who discovered buffalo wings. That's my favorite food. How about that? And then he was the first person to open up a shop selling buffalo wings. He sold them for a price.
I don't think anyone discovered buffalo wings, but okay.
What do you mean? Someone had the buffalo sauce next to the wing and was like, they spilled it on.
No, see, there was the first person who was roaming the southwestern plains of America, and they found the mythical buffalo with wings, and they said, "Oh, we should sell these."
Oh my God!
With hot sauce.
I started typing "Who invented buffalo wings?" and the population is "Who invented walking?" What? Who types in "Who invented walking"?
Walking?
Walking.
Like, I think nature invented walking. What kind of question is that?
It's the number one thing. Who invented walking?
Right. So
who invented walking? Who invented the telephone? Who invented homework?
Homework? Who invented walking?
Who invented
how is that a question that someone asked?
Well, evidently most people ask that.
This is like the dumbest fucking question imaginable.
Who invented buffalo wings?
Who invented walking? If you had to ask that question, oh my God. When was walking
wings
first invented? So who invented buffalo wings?
Buffalo wings was invented.
Was it Wild Bill Hitchcock?
Teresa Bellissimo.
Is she Italian? Oh my God.
Supposedly invented a woman even. Wow.
Oh, how dare. Well, I mean, it's in the kitchen, so I guess that makes sense. There are several. Well, first of all, there are several different people that are claiming that they invented the buffalo wings,
it's a fight.
Right.
For who invented buffalo wings.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't. A buffalo wing is just a chicken wing with hot sauce on it. Like, this doesn't seem to be that complicated of like a concept. Okay.
Is it?
I don't know.
I mean, I thought it was I mean, you're right. It basically is just hot sauce.
Of course. What else is it? It's just a chicken wing with hot sauce on it.
Well, I thought it was like a special. I thought buffalo wing sauce was a special type of hot sauce.
Well, maybe. I mean, buffalo. I'm sure, like maybe the original spice. Because it says like. Here's it's funny. Maybe this is kind of some of the bullshit. So if you type in "who invented buffalo wings," right? Google shows you a lady, right? Because it's like, look, a woman invented buffalo.
I know
wings.
this is social justice at its finest, right?
Right. So it's like
I'm going to DuckDuckGo and I'm typing in the same thing. Let's see. Who invented buffalo wings?
But here's what this is interesting. So, because it says that this woman did it in 1964 in Buffalo, New York. But then it says another claim is that a guy named John Young, who moved to Buffalo, New York from Alabama in 1948, okay, so almost 20 years earlier, began serving uncut chicken wings that were deep fried with his own special tomato-based mambo sauce at his Buffalo restaurant.
So he basically stole buffalo wings from him?
Well, I don't know. It's just a spicy tomato-based sauce. Like,
is that John Young?
That was John Young, yeah.
Look at that.
So
this young black man from Alabama. Look at that.
Oh, is he black?
This young black man from Alabama followed his father to Buffalo, where after some different jobs ended up selling food. Look at that. The woman took the title.
Oh my God. A white woman stole.
A white
woman stole from a black man. I knew it. Oh, of course.
I can't believe this. I can't believe this. The ultimate cultural appropriation.
Yes.
Jeez. Oh my goodness. How terrible.
Apparently the restaurant was called Wings and Things. So there you go. I mean, listen, if we had to guess who it was that invented something spicy, do we think it's a black guy or a white lady?
That's a tough one. I don't know.
I'm just saying, okay. I'm just saying.
She is Italian, and Italian food is often...
Italian food is not it can be spicy, but it's not like
no,
Italian food is not known
no,
for
I was
being
saying
spicy.
it's extremely mild. Yeah.
Right, right.
Yeah, I'm going with black guy. Yeah.
Let's see. In 1980, she said they invented them out of necessity. The bar had actually received a shipment of wings, and they didn't know what to do with them.
Put some hot sauce on that shit.
Okay, put hot sauce on them? Why'd they have hot sauce on them? I don't know. That's weird.
I love buffalo wings.
Rumor has the restaurant first offered the spicy wings free of charge in order to make patrons keep getting drinks. Now that's clever.
Oh yeah, yeah. Make those hot wings hotter.
Right, right. Oh, here's another one. In 1950s, a guy named Robert Reinhardt. His recipe was for chicken wings covered with a sauce made of hot sauce and butter.
Oh,
that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's got to be okay. What is it called when like different things evolve simultaneously, like in different animals?
I'm not sure.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, parallel development.
Convergent evolution.
Sure.
Or parallel evolution. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the concept of putting hot sauce on chicken wings is not, with parallelly developed by many people at the same time.
Copyright disputes often they call it parallel development, but I'm not sure.
Okay, that's probably better than convergent evolution, but anyway.
Everybody loved him, was happy to pay for him. He built a whole empire of buffalo sauce. Now it's in every store.
But was it the black guy or?
No, it was this hypothetical.
Or the white bitch. I can't tell.
He's made millions of people happy. They got a product.
So his trucks
pay for, and
go
he's made
off.
A bunch of money.
Oh no!
His trucks.
Oh no, Sam! No.
Wear and tear on roads in a way that, let's say, a car doesn't. Subsidized by society, my tax dollars.
I'm so pissed.
This is a bad argument.
I'm so pissed.
Bad argument. Yeah.
It's just an excuse for Sam to like weasel in. Like, look, my tax dollars paid for something that touched your wheel of your car. Well, now I get to control your entire business.
Right. But the thing is, like, there's truth that yes, there are public utilities that make business possible, but that's why you pay taxes. Okay. But the conversation, he's not saying, well, no one should pay any taxes. That's, it's time out. Well, should you pay taxes or more taxes really for this one specific thing?
Most people who aren't socialists conceptualize public infrastructure as a public good. They also conceptualize private business as a public good. Like I like buffalo wings. You like buffalo wings. I like to be able to go to a nice place and buy buffalo wings and hang out with my friends. That's why I don't understand. What does Sam Seder do that allows him not to interface with business in any way, shape, or form? Like, I'm glad there are a bunch of things that are available for us to do and engage in. I don't get it. Why do people have this outlook? What does he do? Does he just sit at home and read like some poetry book that was written?
What do you mean? He has a show.
Yeah, I'm assuming he bought all this shit around him. I'm assuming he likes the fact that he has this nice microphone that he can talk into. I think he likes his nice designer frame glasses, right? His nice pressed shirt, his nice chair that he's sitting in.
Do you think his show is run as a co-op?
Hell no. He's probably like Jank. He probably like starts firing people if anyone talks about unionizing.
Uh-huh.
I don't get it. Like every single thing that we have comes from private business. I don't get it. I'm glad there are people in the world that are like, I'm going to start a business and find a way to make something that people want and enjoy. Why is that? What's going on, Sitch? Why are people against that?
Mm-hmm.
I guess they're just because they don't participate in that. They're like,
they don't. Well, it's the same way that like someone who's like, I shouldn't have to pay taxes.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, well, wait a minute. You use all these public goods, all these public utilities. And they're blind to that. Right. It's like, I did everything on my own. It's like, well, wait a minute. You didn't do everything on your own. You live in a society that basically exists that allows you to do the things that you're doing. And you have to pay for that society because this society, this society, it's interesting because they're blind in one way. You have the people on one side that are blind that societies don't, grow out of the fucking ether. You have to pay for them and construct them with institutions and,
Yeah.
utilities and public works and blah, 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 blah. And then the other side is completely blind to well, businesses don't just pop out of fucking nowhere. They're built on like the hard work and effort of various individuals that create these businesses.
Yeah.
And I guess it's interesting. It's like everyone takes something for granted. They just take different things for granted, and then they build a political worldview over the thing they take for advance they take for whatever.
Yeah, Sam's like he's down because he sees all of those business owners as just like capitalists that want to step up and subjugate people. Like
Sure.
People who basically are organizing society so that we can all have nice things and safety and security, and he thinks that's how they subjugate everybody.
Right.
It's bonkers. I don't
Right.
get it. Like,
well, because it's just what they take for granted that is invisible to them.
Right.
Essentially, it's just invisible to them. They just assume this is the way things are naturally. Well, that's not true.
Right. What is Sam Seder taking for granted?
The fact that businesses exist.
Well, he thinks business owners are just greedy people who are looking to just take advantage of people. His example even completely spells that out. He's like, what business was created that wasn't created on oppression and suffering?
Right. But this comes up later in the conversation too, when they start talking about the 90% taxation.
Right.
That, the guy says, well, people would not be incentivized basically to create new businesses. And Sam thinks people would still make and do all this stuff on their own. Yeah. Even with the 90% taxes. And it's the same thing with the co-op stuff. And this is, what we were talking about. With the co-op, there's no incentive for anyone to grow or to really grow or to really create new businesses. And Sam just takes this for granted. He takes for granted that there's going to be all these people running around creating all these businesses and doing all this stuff, which I don't take for granted. I don't think people would do this.
Yeah, a lot of people don't.
Sure.
Like a lot of people have the option. This is why the stock market is kind of brilliant, because the stock market allows people who are like, I don't want to risk starting a business. Here, I'll give my money to someone else who wants to take that risk.
Right. No, you're completely correct. That's a lot of what it is.
Oh, sure. I think that actually comes up in here, and it becomes painfully obvious that Sam Seder has no idea how the stock market works.
Well, they start talking about stock. Well,
what
Sam was saying, that part of the conversation wasn't inherently untrue. It's just sort of missing the point. But
he's an idiot.
Okay.
I can't wait for that part. I forgot.
Drop those chicken wings at the chicken wing store. I mean, he's doing that with my cost. That's just one cost that's associated with it. The FDA or the USDA, which makes sure that I can trust that those chicken wings are not going to give me salmonella till we get cuts on that. That also enhances his business, right?
Yeah, there's all this support structure. Like banking is a support structure. The idea that someone can get a loan to start a business from not just an idea is a support infrastructure. So,
but this is why I said from the beginning that they're not arguing. Neither of them is really arguing effectively what is happening here. Okay, so the reason that we have roads that are paid for by the taxpayers, there are private roads, but the reason we have public roads, the reason we have the FDA, the reason we have all these things is because we say, okay, our society is better off if we have these things. Our society is better off if people can create businesses, if people can sell products, if people can sell food products without worrying about fucking dying and all this stuff. Our society is better off.
Yeah.
So the real question, Sam, that has to be answered is, how is our society better off if we are subsidizing people to study gender nonsense or to study even philosophy, which isn't necessarily nonsense, but yet end up getting in careers which they're not even making enough money to pay off the cost of them getting that career? Like, that's the question that's being asked, and that's not real. Well, that's not being asked, but that's the question that's being discussed.
Right.
If someone opens a business and it ends up the cost of business is more than whatever the profit of the business is, then the business dies.
Yeah.
And essentially what Sam is suggesting is that if you look at education the same way, you're saying, well, the cost of starting the business, the cost of going to school is going to be more than whatever the profit of the degree is. And it's like, well, why should we have that? Why should that scenario even be allowed to exist in our society at all?
Because it's too much about money, Sitch. You don't understand. It's about inner feelings.
Okay.
Come on, man.
I mean, all of this comes at the expense of other people. Never mind the idea of the workers who have produced, have used their labor for the production of this, but just based upon what society has given that person and how much value they got out of what society did. Like,
But they also pay taxes right back into the same roads. Lots of them, if they're making a multi-million-dollar business. So I don't understand.
But they don't pay taxes at the beginning. I mean, look, if you give me 100,000
payroll taxes as they go every day, all the time.
Well, those payroll taxes go to the workers' Social Security taxes, and Medicare. But that investment that existed before that guy started selling chicken wings, the roads, the infrastructure, all of what society has built before that guy was probably even born to develop, to invent chicken wings, all existed, and he could not have made a single dollar without those.
This is such a bad. This is a shockingly bad argument,
and it's completely pointless. I mean, I don't.
Right.
It's like, okay, he needed roads in order to start a business. What does that have to do with any of this? Like, what the fuck, Sam?
Well, he's trying to say is that like the foundational cost of building the roads would be equivalent to the foundational cost of someone getting an education. The difference, and why this is a terrible comparison, is that, you know, you build a road and people drive on it. Like, everyone who's driving uses the road.
Right, yeah.
Like, it's very clear. When you're talking about something like someone getting an education in college, it's a far more like vague.
We don't all use the philosophy degree.
Right. Like, yeah, someone, you know, gets an education and I don't know. Let's use an example. Someone becomes a PE teacher and they get a physical education degree. Like, yeah, people, I guess, who go to that class will benefit from it. But did that person need to have that degree from Brown in order to teach that gym class? I don't think so. Like, so, you know, how exactly, you can't just weigh the benefit of that to say it's the same as a fucking road, which is very, you know, tangible and easy to measure.
Yeah. And also everybody has access to and uses.
Yes,
to their heart's content. So
right.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. I often feel like socialists make this argument as a way of saying, you know, we're already invested in your business, so we can tell you what to do. Like, we can tell you how to run things because you couldn't even have started your business without us, the taxpayer.
Maybe that's part of the socialist conceptualization of this.
Yeah. I hate that. I really do. Because it's like Sam Seder. I mean, each individual doesn't pay enough in taxes to really be able to make the causal connection to, like, Sam Seder was responsible for the guy in Buffalo who made his buffalo wings.
Yeah. Right.
It's like, dude, that's just an untenable argument for me.
Yeah, it is completely.
The magical power of money. I pay 6 cents in sales tax and now I'm responsible for all the roads in America.
It's like, you know, the butterfly effect. You know, a butterfly flaps its wings in Oklahoma and a man in New York develops buffalo wings.
I don't buy any of that shit. It's funny. So many of the roads too. So many of the roads and bridges and like, are we even paying a responsible amount for bridge and road upkeep? I mean, I feel like those roads were actually paid for by our grandfathers and parents.
Well, I mean, they do need to continually repave roads and things of that nature.
Yeah, but there are giant pieces of infrastructure that were just gifted to us.
Well, they weren't gifted; they were paid by our forebears.
Yeah, right? and we inherited, as you know, we should.
Yeah, but if it's not, I won't say it's a gift because it's like, well, if they didn't pay taxes, then that money would be going directly to us. It's not like a gift; it's just they just paid for it, and so that's why we use it. Like we paid for it through that transfer of wealth.
I hate the. I don't this. One of the reasons why I conceptualize it this way is because I think there's a problem when people conceptualize things like the national debt as something that we're leaving for our children. Because,
right, but that's a completely different thing. That's the debt shouldn't be compared to like building infrastructure. They're completely not comparable.
Well, if you're going to leave, if you have resources, if you have unemployed people that you can employ to build roads and bridges, which is more valuable to leave to our it's not ancestors, we're the ancestors, to the people in the future, to our children, our prodigy,
our descendants.
That's it. That's the word I'm looking for. Which is more valuable to leave to our descendants? A bunch of paper money in a bank account, or a bunch of roads and bridges that we've built with the labor of people who've lived and died?
Right. Yeah. No, I agree.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's like letting those resources go idle so that we can leave them theoretical money. It's like, that's stupid.
Yeah, it is stupid.
Like, one of the reasons why America is great is because our ancestors built like the international highway system. Like, why the fuck aren't we doing something like that? Because we're
no one
pieces
wants to spend money.
Yeah, we're pieces of shit. And not only that, to justify it as if we are actually leaving our descendants something valuable, paper money, it's fucking ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take the buildings. I would like some skyscrapers, please.
Right,
I would much rather have skyscrapers and flying cars and a bunch of really cool shit than
how about high-speed internet for everybody?
Yeah. This is why austerity is so stupid. It's like, we have all these.
It doesn't work. It actually just completely destroys economies. But that's a different scenario. So
build shit, man. Anyway,
those things. So there's nobody in our society.
I'm not arguing against roads, Sam.
Well, then you're not arguing. Then you're also okay with government investment in things that has created wealth for people. And this
philosophy degrees don't create wealth, you dumbass. That's the whole point of the debate. You're in a debate right now, you stupid piece of shit. You stupid. Oh my. Come on. 10 doctors and 10 philosophy teachers.
Listen, one of those philosophy majors could end up being the next Hitler. Okay, and that creates a lot of change in the world.
Just give me a guess. Yeah. How many lives are saved by 10 doctors and how many lives are saved by 10 philosophy teachers?
Well, okay,
you say just a guess.
Right. You say this somewhat, what's the word I'm looking for?
Facetiously?
You say this somewhat sardonic. You say this somewhat sardonically. That's the word I'm looking for. But you could be incorrect here because I just saw something which shocked me, which apparently one of the top 5 causes of death in America is a medical error.
Oh, really? Oh shit! So you're saying that the philosophy teachers just save lives by not doing anything?
So maybe the philosophy teachers, by doing nothing, end up. Maybe the doctors end up equaling themselves out. I don't know.
Well, that would be ironic. So the doctors actually kill more people than they save,
or maybe it just ends up becoming zero.
I would like to think that doctors over the course of their career actually save more people than they kill, but
at least
I don't know.
51%. I'm hoping it's at least somewhat positive.
Hard to say, but I'm gonna go out on a limb and say the philosophy teacher saved 0 lives. So
hey, you don't know. Maybe listen. Jordan Peterson has saved lives. Okay, with his philosophy.
Okay. I mean, I agree with that. I think Jordan Peterson's probably gotten a lot of people to put more vigor into their communities and probably increase the value of society. I do think that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a direct correlation to philosophy. So.
Okay. It's like the third cause of death. That's insane.
If any, I mean, the philosophy teachers today, they're all kind of doomer postmodernists. I mean, I'm wondering how many philosophy teachers convince their students like off themselves.
Right.
You know, inadvertently.
There you go. Austerity measures are done when a country has to get money from other countries. Yeah, like that makes, I understand. That makes a little bit more sense. But then that causes their own economic problems for the country, because it shrinks their economy's ability to grow. So it's like, okay, you can pay off the debt, but then you kind of fuck yourself. Actually, I was going to send you, there's a very interesting Mark Blythe video that was kind of about how like Japan, he kind of went over how like a big reason Japan got involved in World War II was because of, and why the military took over in Japan pre-World War II was because their government was just making really bad economic decisions. And basically that's what sparked the military coup, which I didn't know anything about. I'm like, oh, it's fascinating.
Wow. Yeah, I like Blythe. Send it to me.
Person also, undoubtedly, statistically speaking, if we're going to talk about averages, also benefited from the fact that like our society, both institutionally and in terms of government, allowed him to accrue wealth, intergenerational wealth, that certain groups of people weren't allowed to grow. I mean, just in terms of like housing and whatnot.
No, I understand. And I understand that intergenerational wealth for a long time in the Black community and other communities was blocked. But to me, the answer isn't to block anyone's creation of intergenerational wealth. It's to open up opportunity to more people. And I guess this idea that because I think roads should exist, I therefore have to support any kind of expenditure into somebody else that's a indirect
but we were just
investment.
talking about the principle of morality. I mean, I don't usually talk in terms of morality when we talk about policy but if you're going to talk about...
Wait a minute. What did he just say?
He doesn't talk.
But we were just talking about the principle of morality. I mean, I don't usually talk in terms of morality when we talk about policy but if you're going to talk about the morality...
Okay, he didn't answer. I was like, like, for almost everyone alive, okay, whenever they talk about any policy, it's entirely a conversation about morality. What the hell is he talking about?
Fairness is about morality.
I don't even understand what that means. You're saying that you think that society should be, talking about government policy, you're saying society should be doing something for a reason in which you believe will create a more moral society or a better moral outcome.
Yeah.
This is a bizarre statement.
I don't know anyone who would say unfairness is moral. I mean, the whole concept of fairness is a moral
maybe some
concept.
objectivists, but...
Well, I mean, obviously it depends upon your definition of fair, but normally people say this, like saying something is fair is saying it's synonymous with moral.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm just giving our objectivist viewers a little ribbing, a little buffalo winging.
Reality of some people contributing to the success of other people. My tax dollars going towards like somebody who's at public school. If my kids are at private school or something, if you're saying that's immoral, then roads, you are implicating roads. You're implicating all of society's infrastructure.
I'm saying
this is an insane argument, because essentially Sam is trying to lay out an argument where he's saying, if you agree to pay for anything with taxpayer money, then you're agreeing to pay for everything with taxpayer money, which is fucking insane. And I'm not misreading it. That's the argument he just laid out. And that just seems insane to me. But
if you're agreeing to pay for one thing with tax money, you're agreeing to pay for everything.
That seemed to be what he was.
Well, he's also saying
then
something we've had much contention over on the show. He's saying, I want my tax dollars to pay for debt relief for students. He basically said that.
Which is fine if he wants that, but...
Well, this is why I'm always saying someone should do some study to figure out what people would like their tax dollars to go for and what the tax dollars actually go for.
To see if it matches up, right?
Yeah, and if it does match up, even closely,
everyone can shut the fuck up.
Everyone can shut the fuck up. Exactly.
Right. Where we disagree, though. You think it probably does. I am skeptical that it does. I don't think
right.
It does at
but
all.
I mean, come on. I'm an optimist. I like, can you imagine if it came out and it was like 1 to 2% pretty close to...
That would be amazing. That would be the best thing ever. Just so we get to tell everyone to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, shut the fuck up about where your tax dollars are going, okay? Your tax dollars are going there.
Yeah, they're going exactly where you want them to go, right?
Yeah. It seems like
skeptical.
it is. Everybody assumes their tax dollars are being used to pay for what the other guy wants.
Yeah, exactly.
and his tax dollars are paying for what I want.
Right. That seems to be the way that we just, unfortunately, humans conceptualize things.
Yeah, they all feel like they're getting screwed.
Well, we get, because it's for safety concerns, we kind of evolved to be more, generally be more observant of things we don't like, negative stimulus and stuff of that nature. Negative stimulus is not really the correct term, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Things that we don't like. So it's kind of like when you can get like 100 compliments and you get that one bad comment and you ignore the 100 compliments and you focus on the one bad one.
Yeah.
And it's kind of the exact same thing where this is like, oh, you ignore all the policies and things that your tax dollars are going for that you like, and you focus on the one thing you don't like.
Yeah.
Roads, you are implicating roads. You're implicating all of society's infrastructure.
I'm saying that it is immoral to an investment that's going to make somebody a lot of more money over their lifetime. Other people get to pay for it.
So the fact that he capped it at $125,000.
It's really capped at $250,000 though, because if you're married, say I'm a lawyer who earns $230,000 and my husband is a stay-at-home husband or my wife is a stay-at-home wife, I'm getting debt relief. It's capped. And a full student debt cancellation without caps would be a lot worse. Full student debt cancellation gives 6 times more benefit to the top 20% than the bottom 20%. Biden's isn't nearly as bad because of the income caps.
How do you like this? We have 2 parties now that are basically giving tax cuts to the wealthy. The Democrats are doing it through college relief, and the Republicans are doing it through business relief. How do you like that? How do you like that? What party is speaking up for the middle class right now? No one.
Yeah.
Literally no fucking political party for the middle class. I'm not surprised we have so many socialists coming up.
Sure.
Why wouldn't people be socialist at this
That's why
point?
Populism is coming back with the thing.
Yeah. I'm not surprised populism is on the rise. I'm not surprised socialism is on the rise. You got two parties serving the elites.
Even to me, the cap seems excessive. 125,000
I know.
for single earners.
It's
250 for couples.
It's
like
what? double the
double
the median
the
median income.
Or the median income. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like if they said like 60, I'd be like, okay, maybe that makes sense. But 125?
But you got to understand that's because these people with their college degrees are earning 125.
I know, but they shouldn't get.
They're like they wouldn't give it to anyone.
If you're a lawyer or doctor and you're making 125 in your first year, I don't think you should be getting debt relief. I'm sorry, I don't think you should be. I don't think people that are making 125 a year should be getting debt relief for their education. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You got to be making like 60 grand a year working at Starbucks for me to be saying.
First of all, I don't think people make 60 grand working at Starbucks. So
really? I mean, maybe after tips. I don't know.
I'm skeptical that people make 60 grand at Starbucks. I'm very skeptical of that. But yeah, if someone's making 60, that's what I'm saying. Like the ceiling to my mind would be like 60 grand. I was like, okay, that's the medium.
Especially in a situation where we're having record inflation. This is like.
Of course. Right.
We're supposed to be shrinking the money supply.
Speaking of Starbucks, I went to Starbucks. I got a call a couple of days ago in the morning. The friend needed a jump, which is, so I had to drive up, to where they were, and I, jumped their car. And, I was like, oh, so I drove past a Starbucks, and I haven't been in Starbucks in forever. And I hadn't eaten breakfast yet. So I'm like, you know what? I'll get a Starbucks coffee. and I got the drink I normally get, and it was $2 more expensive than when I stopped buying Starbucks.
It's inflation.
Like years ago. I know, I couldn't believe it. I was like, when I got it and it's the price, I was a little miffed. I was like, what the fuck? This is $2 more expensive than when I used to get Starbucks regularly. And then I drank it and I said, oh my God, it was so worth the price.
Yeah, I don't know. Inflation's crazy right now.
Starbucks is so good. Holy shit. Listen, they double brew their coffee, so you got double caffeine, and it just mixed with like the real reason I stopped getting the Starbucks. I used to get I will be brave. People are always pussies. They don't want to tell people what their Starbucks drink is because
it's too tutti frutti. I mean,
well, that's the problem with Starbucks is that it's impossible to not sound like fucking soy.
You want a frappuccino
when you get your drink because of all the naming schemes, you know. So
a venti.
Yeah, I would always get the it was a vanilla.
Oh no, it's vanilla.
It was like a vanilla frappuccino, I think.
Right.
With coffee in it, which is basically they just take ice. It's like a coffee snow cone essentially in a cup.
Yummy.
You know, it's the thing, you get the shredded ice, they put the coffee in it, they put the vanilla syrup in it, and then obviously I would get some sort of, you know, oat milk or something in it because I can't have the dairy. No whip. And the reason I stopped getting it, though, the real reason, not just because it is expensive, it's far more expensive than just buying like the jug of Starbucks cold brew that I keep in my refrigerator. But I once looked at like the sugar content for it, and my God, it was like,
oh, it's off the charts.
I was like, holy shit, I'm like drinking poison essentially. It's insane. But my God, that other day when I had it, I was like, oh, it was so fucking good. It was so good.
Yeah. My wife was looking at the calories on my morning coffee and just talking about how it was through the roof. It is, a lot of it's like sugar. Well, I like a lot of cream too.
I thought you just had Starbucks cold brew in the jug like I did too.
The coffee I also do chai tea, which is, there's a lot of calories.
Yeah. You put much stuff in it.
Yeah. My drink is half chai tea, half coffee. And I learned.
Look at you.
I know, totally. And I learned that coffee, the lighter it is, the more caffeine it has.
Yes.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
Yep.
I might switch to blonde then. What the hell?
I thought you were drinking blonde.
No, I drink medium roast.
Oh, no. The blonde Starbucks cold brew is so fucking delicious.
Okay. I'm going to try it next time.
You should try it, yeah.
I like the caffeine. I'm for the morning pick-me-up, obviously.
Yeah. Sammy G says, a Starbucks employee who is also a trust fund kid can make over 60 grand a year, LOL. Yeah, but you said also a trust fund kid.
Trust fund
yeah.
kid.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Right.
I think Sammy G's coming on our Tuesday stream too.
Sammy G, unless I don't know where, depends. Hopefully you can come on Tuesday. Hopefully you're not getting hit by a hurricane. But
Sammy G's coming on to see if she can withstand Adam's attempts to make her cry.
Right.
So hopefully she's strong.
Add protein powder. The protein slows down the release of sugar.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
There you go.
Coolio. Come on, let's get to the Sam Seder goes crazy on like how the stock market works.
Wait, I'm gonna look up Starbucks employee annual income.
I don't understand how people have I'm pretty sure Sam Seder's actually older than me. I don't get how people can be that old and not understand how things work. I guess.
You were way off.
What?
The stock market. Well, it depends what you're talking about.
What do you mean I was way off about the stock market?
On the Starbucks.
Oh, I was?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, if you're talking about like a corporate job, you're not off. But if you're talking about like people that work in the store, you know. Yeah.
How much do Starbucks baristas make? Give it to us straight.
Well, according to this, it says the cashier makes about $24,000 a year.
How much in Los Angeles, though?
Oh, that doesn't count.
What? Why?
Everything in Los Angeles is ridiculous.
Los Angeles is a real place, you know. It exists.
It shouldn't be though.
Why does everyone hate? Everyone hates Los Angeles. Everyone hates California.
Los Angeles.
Everyone on YouTube categorically hates California. It's so
They
crazy.
should. I mean, what?
I mean, what?
So it says, according to this website, which I don't know what it is, called Indeed.com. So I don't know how reliable this is. It says according to this, is in Los Angeles, a cashier at Starbucks makes $12.81 an hour, and a store manager makes about $55,000 a year.
Oh, okay.
So you were way off, but that's fine.
That's
I still love and appreciate you.
I'll give you that.
We have 35% of people who never graduated, who never got that degree, who have student debt.
They still do earn more though than high school grads. Some college has a higher earnings than college
how much? Well, actually,
I don't know
like,
off the top of my head.
12%. Okay. Would you be okay with getting rid of all of their debt? Is that the issue, that you don't want to give it to people who you presume are making more money regardless of their income debt ratio?
I think it would make more sense, and I'm not even saying I support this, but it would make more sense to say we're simply going to give everybody that earns less than $75,000 $10,000 to do what they want with, or whatever the income threshold is, than to only condition it around college, as if, the janitor doesn't have credit card debt or medical debt that he would need money for. That's the whole problem I have, is if you just want to give out money, let's why college grads? And the reason why, if we're being honest, Sam, is because college graduates and student debt holders and young people, these are Democrat voters.
Bingo! Woo!
So that's completely true. That's completely true. But
what?
But just giving everyone under $75,000 $10,000 is stupid. That's really stupid.
Well, especially when obviously the Democrats are. I mean, you're trying to get voters out of this.
Well, no, I mean, even let's remove politics from it. Okay. First of all, that's going to cause a lot of inflation. Just give people $10,000. Okay.
Right.
In an inflationary market. But secondly, that defeats the whole point. The point isn't just to give people money. The point is you're trying to incentivize a specific behavior.
Right.
If you just give people money, you're not incentivizing a specific behavior other than them spending money, which maybe that's fine during the pandemic, right? But that doesn't make sense just generally, in my opinion. Just be like, oh, here's 10 grand, go nuts. Well,
I mean, he's trying to pitch this policy in terms of fairness. He's just saying this is what would be fair.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying fairness is stupid. Fairness isn't the real question.
The question is incentives.
The question is, what is our society trying to? What behavior are we trying to incentivize?
We're trying to get Democrats who have college debt to show up and vote.
Well, that's the cynical version, but the
he just said that. That's what he nailed.
Version, I understand. The hopefully non-cynical version is that it probably is better to incentivize people to get degrees for jobs that are useful for society. Useful not only that they create products and services that we want, but are also useful at allowing people to be self-sustaining, essentially.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I like the idea of getting $10,000 though. So.
Okay.
I don't see why we just can't go with his plan.
Okay.
And they're trying to rile. It's a political thing. It's clientelism. We all know this. We don't have. We can pretend.
You don't think that there? You don't think that there are any Republican college?
Oh, sure there are, but it's the majority of. I mean, it's a younger demographic. It's a more educated demographic. These are people that vote much more for Democrats. That's just a fact. I mean, look at Pew, look at Gallup. You know this.
I think that there is. I think that you could argue that the reason why there was the political strength to do this was because of the Democratic electorate. Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that.
And the timing, come on, we're a couple months before the midterms. Biden's struggling.
I mean, to be fair,
I'm going to give out some money, give free money to my voters.
Well, let's also be clear. Let's make a distinction. When we talk about $10,000 in student debt, we're not actually talking about $10,000 that is expended by the government. I mean, this involves also interest, right? I mean, so the idea of the U.S. government making money on the education of its citizens, to me, that's immoral.
But a lot of it's given at below market, at subsidized rates. There are unsubsidized ones as well, but a lot of them are at subsidized rates. The loans. There's two types of Stratford loans, subsidized and unsubsidized. The unsubsidized, what you're saying would apply to, but the subsidized ones are given specifically at below market rates, much more affordable than you get from a private bank.
Well, that may be more affordable, but it's still interest. Interest is still interest. 6% interest is less than 12% interest, but it's still interest.
Sure.
Right. So, I mean, my point being that when we say $10,000 in terms of, you said hand out $10,000 to student loan debt holders, it's not actually giving them $10,000 from the perspective of the government. It's actually just giving them, in many cases, maybe $5,000 and then $5,000 of interest that is accrued that was never expended or collected from taxpayers.
Well, a lot of the interest has actually been forgiven over the last 2 years slowly, but it would really vary wildly case to case.
I feel like, okay, I feel like we can look this up, and I feel like this is not true.
That they've accrued $5,000 in interest. I mean, that would be crazy. How long have they been carrying the student debt? Like, especially if it's only on $5,000. I mean, that's what they're getting. They're paying credit card fee.
Right, because I'm like
compounded hourly.
$5,000 accrued interest on a college loan.
Right.
You either have to have a massive college loan or like the interest be super high and it's been a long time.
Well, even by his analogy, you're only talking about, I mean, you could be forgiving $10,000 in interest, I guess, if the loan is gigantic enough.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole idea behind interest is, I mean, even if it's a zero interest rate loan, he's just trying to say, it's not that much money. Look, my voters get it and your voters can suck eggs.
Okay, so let's see. What is the typical debt load for graduates of 4-year?
Debt
what
load,
year is this? Student loans help pay for tuition fees as well as room and board and books. Among those who borrow, the average debt at graduation is $25,921 or $6,480 for each year. So we'll say the average is 25 grand. Okay.
Paying off 40% of your student debt is great.
Right. I don't know the math, but if you're paying 5,000 interest after the 25,000 loan.
How long is this good for? Can I go get a student loan like tomorrow and get that forgiven? Maybe I'll just get a student loan.
Yep.
What do you think?
I agree. You should do it.
I'm going to do it.
There was a moratorium on it, but yes.
Yes, and as the moratorium went, the interest payments that were being accrued were waived completely. And the biggest beneficiaries of that were doctors and lawyers, actually, according to the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget.
Oh, there you go.
So, I mean, the interest thing will vary a lot.
Didn't you say we need more doctors?
Yes, and they should pay for it. I don't think they need subsidies.
But wait a second. Didn't you just say earlier that we need more doctors and society should make it easy and encourage that? So why isn't the market working?
It is. That's why doctors earn 200, 300 grand. Heart surgeons earn $500,000 because we need more of them.
Okay, but we need more of them, but they're making so much.
Were the Republicans in charge when we forgave the interest? I bet they were.
I
bet they were. Yeah, because it was a Trump administration.
College student debt interest
forgiveness. Yeah.
Forgiveness.
The Republicans are like, all our voters, all those doctors and attorneys, let's get them a perk.
Much money. And
I got to admit, like when I got my Trump tax cut, I was very happy. Where's my Biden tax cut?
Their debt is not in any way inhibiting them. So why don't we have more of them? I mean, isn't that the way it works, according to you?
Well, you know our healthcare system is far from a free market, right? It's not the kind of...
He gives like the worst answer to this. He gives the worst answer to this. Holy shit. Let me go back. Listen to this question.
It's government because we need more of them.
Okay, but we need more of them, but they're making so much money and their debt is not in any way inhibiting them. So why don't we have more of them? I mean, isn't that the way it works, according to you?
Well, you know our healthcare system is far from a free market, right?
Okay, this is a bafflingly horrible answer. Even though I agree with this guy more than Sam does in all this conversation. So the question Sam asks is, if the free market works and doctors are getting paid all this amount of money, why do we still need more doctors, essentially? And the real answer to that question is because you can't snap your fingers and produce more doctors. It's an industry that requires a lot of education and it has a slow buildup to get into. That's the answer to the question.
Well, I also heard that there's...
And also because people are getting sicker and sicker and sicker, and you need more and more doctors. So it's kind of like the demand and the supply are basically increasing steadily as time continues. So...
Well, I heard there's residency constraints as well, that these programs that doctors can get into are super limited. And there are a lot more people who want into the programs than they actually let in.
And
which is fucked up.
Good point. Right, and that's another good point. There's literally there's A, probably not enough schools to hold the demand, and then B, not everyone can be a doctor.
Well, I think we could.
I think we can increase the numbers, but I'm just saying I don't think everyone in the country can't be a fucking doctor. Obviously,
right.
It requires a certain level of intelligence and a certain level of...
I mean, I've played doctor before. I feel like I can pull it off.
Of conscientiousness. Okay.
I'm not real good with the sight of blood. How is that?
Right.
How is that for my doctoring skills? I'm not sure.
I mean, these are the answers to the question of why, just because doctors make so much, you can't snap your fingers in the free market and, balance the thing out. There's all these other issues going on at the same time.
Sure.
To say that, like, well, because the government interferes in medicine, that's a bizarre answer that doesn't address anything about the problem.
Well, the government can interfere to the point where
of course, but I'm saying in this situation, it has nothing to... Government interference with medicine has nothing to do with why there aren't more doctors. Unless you're saying that you want to cut regulations for doctors so you can hire,
well, I don't
Joe
understand.
Schmo to be your doctor. Like, unless that's the argument.
I mean, I think we should be able to have discount doctors. Why not? The Dr. Dollar Store. What do you think?
Right. We have the dollar meat store. Why don't we have the dollar doctor store?
I don't understand.
Yeah.
Throw a bunch of doctors in there. It'll be great.
4-year education. How much was it? Like a 2-year residency, 2-year internship. This is just too much for doctors, right? I think we should just, I think 2 years for just to be a doctor is fine. Just 2 years total, right?
I'm thinking like 6 months. You just show them videos on YouTube.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know what? I think the doctors, before they perform the surgery, they should pull up a YouTube, like a how-to YouTube video that shows you how to perform the surgery.
All these doctors do is dish out antibiotics. I mean, I could literally do the job. You just go in and you like circle some stuff on the notepad and you just say, oh yeah, antibiotics. Here, take some of these. You'll feel better.
And antibiotics are really powerful and dangerous.
Don't forget to take them all.
Yeah. Destroy all your gut biome.
I did that.
You did? Did you ever start taking any probiotics?
I did, yeah. I felt much better. Thank you, Sammy.
Nice.
Yeah.
Right. It's not the kind of model I'd advocate for. There's many layers of bureaucracy and regulation and government in there, but we do have huge demand to go into medical school. I mean, there's a reason these places...
So wait a second. So for this system that you're talking about to work with doctors, we also have to get rid of like Medicare?
What the fuck, Sam?
Yeah.
This is so bad faith. He's like, oh, so you're against Medicare. It's like,
right.
What? How did that come in? Where did that come from?
Sam does a lot of Kathy Newmaning in this conversation.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Where he sort of takes, like, someone will say something and then he immediately says, so you're saying, and then he gives like the most extreme version of whatever he said.
Yeah, it's stupid.
Right.
Just said, why? I asked you, why isn't, you said, let me just see if I got this straight. You said to me that we shouldn't be paying doctors because we shouldn't be providing any debt relief to any doctor.
They can pay it back when they're earning $300,000.
I understand. And you're saying, but we still have a deficit of doctors in this country.
See, I would ask Sam, wait a minute. Do you think we should be paying back the student loans of doctors that are making $300,000 or more a year?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is that the bullet you're willing to bite here, Sam? Because that seems bizarre. That seems really bizarre.
Yeah. I mean, why don't we pay off the student loans of stockbrokers next? I mean, where are we going with this? Right? Yeah. How about politicians? Why don't we pay off their student loans for them?
Right.
Yeah. Who else do you want, Sam?
Why don't we pay off the student loans for Donald Trump's children? Okay.
Oh, yeah. They have student loans.
Yeah.
How about
Despite
free
the
college
fact that
for
according to your
millionaires? I mean, their
calculation,
parents could pay
they
for it,
should be
but why
making-
make them?
Right. I know. I agree. Totally.
Money over hand over fist. And in your world, that's how people enter the market works. If you're going to make a lot of money, it'll attract more people, but it's not working. And you're saying the reason that's not working is because of government regulation and socialized medicine in this country.
Well, part
And
of it
so
is actually
our
limiting the number
socialized-
of med school seats, which I think is done at the behest of the AMA. But we're getting into terrain here where I'm not 100%.
But that's not government. I mean, but you said government.
It's regulatory.
You said government. You said.
So that's a far better answer than the original answer you gave, which is what you said. There's just limited seats for people that can go into med school. So
Yeah,
which is true.
I have heard, especially in a situation where, they're just giving out loan money to go to school. They're like, why, if they're just giving me loan money, why am I going to take sociology? Why don't I just become a fucking doctor and make some real money?
Right. And there's another constraint here, which maybe would strengthen Sam's argument, which I don't think Sam ever brings up, which is that does the field of medicine really want to be entirely market driven? Because I don't think they do. Because I would assume, I could be wrong, but I would assume that the people that run these institutions and make these sorts of decisions, they believe that there's a benefit to keeping the limited seats of people that study medicine open, because then you'll get only presumably the top students. Because that's really the competition. The competition isn't money, the competition is grades. Where if you open the seats, you would basically allow more students to come in, because it would be, based on whoever pays, which means wouldn't you be necessarily lowering the quality of doctors?
We would have to see. If the limiting factor is just the number of doctors they want to produce. Let's say they have 100 people that easily have the grades, but they're only giving 20 seats. That's ridiculous. They should obviously accommodate all those people that could be those top-tier doctors.
If they make a decision where they say, we only want the top 20% of students, which is very high. It's probably it's really more like the top 5 or less percent. Probably like top 1%. But so let's just use top 5%. If they said we only want the top 5% of all students to be able to be doctors because we believe that there's a field of medicine, there's people's lives on the line. Shouldn't you only want top students to go into these professions?
Well, I mean, it depends upon how you're defining the top. Like I said, if we have 100 candidates that are essentially the same, they have the same kind of.
But they're not. They can't be the same, because then they couldn't differentiate. There's got to be.
Well, I'm saying
some difference.
Just tiny differences. Okay, obviously they all excel at the same grade level. They're all 100% on their SATs. Whatever metric you want. I'm just saying for the sake of the experiment.
I understand what you're saying.
You want to say that those 100 people obviously different. I'm saying that the differences are so minuscule that all of these people would obviously be top performing doctors. If we're not accommodating those people, if we're saying, we're going to cut it at 20 because we want doctors to be able to make, $500,000 a year, and if all of a sudden we have 100 doctors in this area instead of 20, then pretty soon doctors are making $200,000 a year, and it's a big fucking mess for all of us.
But here's the issue. Okay. I understand that you're sort of laying out a hypothetical, but the hypothetical you're laying out that only works in an individual institution. So say to get into Harvard Medical School, there's 100 applicants, and maybe they're all going to be, top tier grades, perfect GPAs, perfect SAT scores, there's going to be some minor differences, but but there's still going to be a selection. They're still only going to choose 20 people. But those other 80 people, it's not like they're not going to get into medical school. They're just going to get into different medical schools. And so what I'm saying
I think the constraint is certain areas are only giving out, basically permitting, people to get whatever accolades you have to, whatever state, associations you have to be a member
but people
of
go to
practice
different
medicine.
states for colleges all over the place. It's not
right.
like you're not constrained to the college based on where you grew up.
Wait, okay? No. So you could go to another college that gives out, or to move to another area that gives out more permits, but you still have the constraint being proposed by the government.
You're not following what I'm saying. So like, say we have the top 100 students in the entire United States of America. Okay. And they want to go to Harvard Medical School, which say hypothetically is the top medical school. I don't know if it is. And Harvard Medical School says we don't have 100 slots. We only have 20 slots available.
Right.
Okay. And there's going to be some minor differences between the students, but they're still going to choose the top 20, however they differentiate that. The rest of those 80 kids, they're still going to become doctors. They're still entering the field of medicine. They're going to go into different high-level colleges. They're just not going to get into Harvard. And basically what that's going to create a situation is going to create a downward domino effect where at the end of the day, the only people that can't essentially get into medical school are going to be like are going to be a world of difference. Like the person who can't get into any medical school anywhere, if you compare their grades and their academic achievements to the guy getting to Harvard, is going to be a world apart from each other, right? So the tiny differences you're talking about at the top are going to get bigger and bigger and bigger as you move down the line.
It depends upon, and I don't know this, where the constraint is. Okay, I keep saying this over and over again.
The constraint, but that's where I'm saying I don't believe that there's going to be this massive constraint on people going to medical school where everyone's basically the same, and it's just a constraint of space. I don't believe that.
I have heard though, from people who want to be doctors, saying that the most difficult thing is to get like some residency, because you have to like obviously practice in the wild enough before you can actually become a doctor.
Yeah, of course.
And those residencies are where the constraint is. And I don't know why those residencies are the constraint. Perhaps it's because some government institution sets the number of people who can be in residency at any particular time for who knows what reason. Maybe it's political. Maybe it's that there's not enough institutions to accommodate.
I would assume there's not enough spaces,
Okay, but what I'm saying is, like, it's exactly like the building houses thing. If you want the cost of houses to go down, what do you have to do? You have to build more fucking houses. Right. Yeah. If you want the cost of doctoring to go down, you have to make more doctors. That's what you'd have to do. So find out where the constraint is and make more doctors. Now, you were saying perhaps there are not enough people in the world that are smart enough to be doctors. And maybe that's true.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I don't believe with something like doctoring, okay, where people's, lives are at stake here. You might not want to have this be a field that's completely driven by market forces, where you just say, oh, we don't have enough doctors. So wherever, the holdup is, we're going to create more doctors. That might not be a good idea, because you might want to say, okay, we only want literally the top 5% of all students to be doctors, because we only want the top 5% of these people to actually engage in this field of medicine.
You are making the argument, though, that there's not enough smart people then. That's exactly what you're doing, because you're saying
it's not just a question of smartness, it's also a question of drive. I contend with that, because it's also a question of drive, and a lot of your academic success does not really have to do with your intelligence, but it's a lot to do with your conscientiousness. But
look,
regardless, yes.
I don't understand how applying this metric that we're going to take all the people in the world and put them on a scale of who's the smartest and who's the dumbest, and only take the top 5% of smart people into account, how that is better for doctoring. I mean, does doctoring really require that we need the Einsteins of the world to?
I don't know. Well, I don't know the answer to that. I would hope yes. Now there's a lot of shitty doctors out there, but that, let's see, but okay, here's the question.
Look, I would much rather someone who is conscientious than someone who is a fucking Einstein be my doctor.
Well, first of all, I don't know, because if you say medical error is like the third leading cause of death, I don't know if that's from doctors or how much of that's from, like, a lot of that's from probably nursing staff and people that are not doctors on top of it. But
dumb people in the system, or people worse, people who are smart and don't give a fuck.
Okay, here's the $1 million question, and I guess that's what I'm getting at. Okay, say hypothetically right now that everyone who's a doctor is in the top 5% of students. If you doubled the amount of doctors and you opened it so it's really the top 10% of students, would that be a positive or a negative to society? By basically, you're doubling the amount of doctors, but you're also lowering the quality.
I just don't.
Your doctors, and
I don't know. This is very simple to me.
Wait.
Very simple.
It's not simple, because there's two things that I'm getting at. A, I don't know if that's a good idea, and B, even if you think that's a good idea, I can almost guarantee you that that's the argument that the AMA and all these other institutions make for why they don't have additional spaces, because they're making a conscious decision to want to limit this to limit the top students.
Which is stupid.
You can make that argument, but
I want you to make that argument.
But that should be Sam's argument to say you're saying that people should be competing on a market in a system where there already is this artificial constraint on the market.
Why are you married to this idea that we can only pick the top 5% of people in order to accommodate doctoring? Why aren't you married to the idea that there's a certain amount of technical skill required to be a doctor, and that we can test for that skill, and perhaps 40% of the population can achieve that skill?
I don't believe that, and I don't think you believe that either.
Well, no, these numbers are immaterial. I'm just saying, like, let's say in this hypothetical world, 40% of people could pass whatever.
Well, then obviously
whatever technical skill. Yeah, but you seem to be married to the idea that only 5% of the population is even capable of being.
I don't know what the number is. I was just throwing out a number.
Well, you're married to the idea that if we accommodate more doctors, the only way that we can do it, we have to spill into the stupids. Like, why are you making that?
You're using loaded language here.
Well, no, you literally said that if we take the top 5% and then we decide, okay, instead of taking the top 5%, we're going to take the top 10%. And now all of a sudden,
the top 10% is not stupid, Adam.
Well, but you said you literally said that we would have a qualitative difference in the care that we received from the doctors.
I would imagine. I don't know how you could argue otherwise.
Which makes it seem as though you're saying that bottom 5%, the above 90% but below 95%, that those people are so bad at doctoring that it would actually make a qualitative difference in healthcare.
I don't understand how you're making this argument.
That's ridiculous.
No, the way you're phrasing this is ridiculous. Okay, say, like Google, hires only the top 1% of coders. Okay,
that's a marketing fucking scheme.
Wait, stop. Say Google only hires the top 1% of coders. Okay, that's the tippy top, right? Now Google could, in theory, say, well, we're going to actually hire the top 5% of coders. You don't think there's going to be any notable difference in the quality of coding, even though the top 5% are people that are way smarter than either you nor me? Okay, you still think there's going to be a difference between having the top 5% versus the top 1%?
Well,
Of course there's going to be a quality difference.
Well, it depends upon how good you are at measuring the hierarchy of coders.
Well, okay. Well,
I mean,
you have to assume that the hierarchy is being measured to some reasonable extent, obviously. Otherwise, this whole conversation is pointless.
Well, but my argument doesn't rest on there being a hierarchy of coders or a hierarchy of doctors. Obviously, doctors
that's the problem. You're throwing out the hierarchy entirely and just looking at it from a market-based solution, which I'm saying maybe doesn't work for something like doctoring.
Yeah, but your argument rests on the fact that you're saying 5% of the population is only capable of being.
So, I'm saying some percent. I don't know what the number is. I'm sure it's actually less than 5%.
Okay,
the
so
reason I'm
you're
making
saying
argument,
1% of the population is only
the
capable
reason I'm making
of
this
being
argument is
competent doctors.
I could almost guarantee you that if you talked to someone who was involved in making the decisions about how many seats to open up in these colleges for medical students and said, hey, why don't you just expand this? Why don't you just double it? I can almost guarantee you they will say what I just said, that would lower the quality of doctors.
So you're saying that's why they're making their decision, but you're doing it just based off your gut intuition. You're not doing it off of any metrics. Like, for all you know, the guy who controls the 20 seats that are available, the 20 residencies that are available, has 50 overqualified applicants. And he's just basically,
and they're going to go to other schools that are just as qualified. This is why I brought up the whole, you're ignoring the downward domino effect.
I am stretching this over to the last school in the world, all of the schools. Okay. There's only so many resident. There's only so many.
The last school is a bunch of dum-dums on.
Look, stop needlessly complicating it. Okay. You're
oversimplifying it.
Sitch. Okay. Let's talk about all the residency positions in America, so you can stop overcomplicating it. Okay. Let's make up a number. How many residencies are there in America?
I have no idea.
Okay, let's say there's 10,000. Okay, let's say there's 25,000 people who are overqualified candidates for those residencies. Okay, overqualified. Why are we taking those 15,000 people who could easily be doctors, who easily have the qualifications to be doctors, and restricting them from being doctors because we don't have enough residency positions?
Obviously,
are we doing it because we only need the top 5%? Like, is that the reason we're doing it?
Obviously, in your hypothetical scenario, I would be in favor of opening more spaces. I don't think that your hypothetical situation, which is based on your intuition, I don't think that's a reality.
Yeah, but wait a second here. I'm comfortable in saying that we began this whole tangent on me saying I would need more information to know who is making the right decision.
Well, obviously, I agree with that.
Well, you didn't even seem to understand that perhaps we have an abundant source of overqualified doctors that government regulation is restricting for some reason.
Right. Okay. So, well, I guess it seemed like it was more private regulation than government regulation. But if that's the case, then obviously I'll change my opinion in a second. I obviously whatever's true. I'm just saying my intuition points me to the fact that that's probably not the case.
There are certain permits and whatnot that you have to get in certain vocations to operate. Correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
like if you want to be an electrician, you have to get a state license, right? I'm sure you need some sort of state license to be a doctor, correct?
Of course.
Okay. So
I don't think that's the limiting factor, though.
But you don't know. Do not know.
I thought you said it was residencies. What do you mean?
Well, that's another potential restriction. I don't know if it's a government restriction. I don't know if the government comes in and says, listen, we can't have you have too many residencies because it's too dangerous, because you might kill these residencies. These residents might kill a bunch of people. Then it is literally a state regulation.
I don't know. When I'm looking at like state regulations for your doctor's license, it doesn't say that there's any like limitation. It just says you have to pass and do a bunch of things. So I really don't believe that there's some. I would be very surprised if the government's like, there's only so many doctor's licenses they give out a year. If there is, I completely disagree with that because that doesn't make any sense.
I do think that this is a little bit of the moral intuitions of your elephant being like, government regulation is never standing in the way of.
Wait. My argument has literally nothing to do with government regulation. I'm not even talking about from a government regulation perspective. And if you think that's what I've been arguing from, you don't understand my argument.
Well, look,
I'm talking about
you're denying
what the colleges and the educational institutes that make these decisions that could build larger campuses and hire more teachers and create as many fucking classrooms for doctors as possible that are privately run. I'm talking about what they would say. This has nothing to do with the government regulation.
But you are denying that government regulation could possibly stand in the way in any way, shape, or form. You absolutely are.
I'm skeptical. This could be true. If a government is saying that they will only give a certain number, if a state government will only give a certain amount of medical licenses per year, I think that's stupid.
Okay, there we go.
And if that is a constraint, I don't believe that is a constraint. I would be shocked if that was a constraint.
Yes, I'm not certain it's a constraint either, but that is the argument that he's making. And I mean, I would like to know.
Well, no, he's making
more about that.
No, he was making argument more about not licensing. He was making argument about education, that there are a limited number of seats, which was the first argument you made, which is true. And that's the question is, why is that true? Okay. And I don't know the answer to that, but I'm assuming it has partially to do with what I'm saying. That the people making these decisions are making a conscious decision that they want to intentionally limit the amount of doctors because they want, they only want the cream of the crop to be doctors. Now, you can disagree with that or not, but I'm assuming that's what's going on.
Right. And I would love to know the answer to that because fundamentally understanding the situation, you would need to know the answer to that. I don't know why. I mean, what makes you believe that this is why they're limiting the number of doctors, that they only want the best people to be doctors? What is making you think that?
Because I've literally heard them say shit like this. This is almost always the constraint. If you ever talk to someone at a college or something and you talk to them about like seating, why don't they just increase their things? This is always what they tell you. Now they could just be bullshitting you. Maybe they just fucking want to keep pricing for medicine high, but that's what they say. That's generally what they'll tell you.
Right. They say we take the best of the best. Well, obviously they're going to say they take the best of the best if there's only a limited number of seats, and they are literally taking the best applicants. The thing that I don't know is how many qualified applicants they're turning away, and that's obviously very important.
Well, I don't know that either. And I listen, I agree with you. I'm just saying that I'm not even saying that the whole thing about keeping it at the top 5% is the correct course of action. I'm just saying that's a potential thing, and you're just denying that could even exist, essentially.
Well, hold on here. What am I denying? Could even exist?
You're denying that's even. You're assuming that there's all these applicants that could become doctors that are just being, unfairly pushed out of medical school.
I never assumed that. I said
that seemed to be
this whole conversation began with, I would like to know a little bit more about the situation, and I would need to know if there was. I agree with
that. Then why are we arguing? I literally agree with that. I'm not disagreeing with that at all.
Yeah.
I was just giving you a potential argument, a counter argument that Sam and that the medical institutions could give.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know. I don't know what the constraint is, though. Okay. I want to know.
I mean, here's a Vox article. I don't know if we should ever fucking trust
No, you can't trust a Vox. Don't read a Vox.
Right. Well, they say that the bottleneck is the low number of residency positions.
Right. And I've heard people who want to be doctors say, yeah, it fucking sucks.
Right.
So, but who knows? More doctors would be great.
So of course, it's funny because the answer for, I don't know if this is true. The answer for this that Vox gives is they say it is the government's fault, but in
Vox a way that says it's the government's fault?
Yes, but in a way that still blames the Republicans.
Okay. Let's hear it.
So I don't know if this is true or not. They said since the Medicare-Medicaid Act were first passed in 1965, medical residents have been paid for mostly by the Medicare and Medicaid programs. The goal was to ensure Medicare benefits had access to the best health care, which was thought to be found in teaching hospitals, which, first of all, That's hilarious. I don't know why you think the best healthcare would be in a fucking teaching hospital. I think that's where the worst fucking healthcare would ever be.
Obviously.
In fact, my grandfather had a horrendous problems and basically fucked over the end of his life because he went to a teaching hospital. So I don't even understand who could write that sentence and think that, but okay.
Mm-hmm.
In 1983, Medicare made changes to the way it reimbursed hospitals for residency programs. At the time, it created formulas that calculated the dollar amount of residency training funds it supplied to each hospital as a percentage of that hospital's care expenditures and its volume of Medicare patients, sort of like a restaurant tip. These formulas, however, have never been updated, and because they tie funding to the cost of care, they have resulted in better funding for hospitals providing high-cost care in high-cost usually urban areas.
Oh, it's awful.
Over the years, this inequitable distribution of residency program funding has meant that hospitals prioritizing primary care services in rural areas get less funding and fewer residents than those that perform lots of expensive procedures in cities. So basically what they're saying is that the medical profession was always had to be subsidized by the government because hospitals on their own obviously wouldn't want to take fucking residents. And so they essentially have to be paid by the government to take residents. Mm-hmm. And since the calculations to pay for residencies hasn't been updated in 40 fucking years, mm-hmm. as even though the cost of healthcare has increased, obviously this is going to create problems.
Right.
So that's why it's weird so that would say like it is the government's fault, but
it's the government's fault because they're fucking stingy and they're not paying enough to create doctors.
Exactly. So it's not from a overregulation. It's the fact that you just need to pay more. There needs to be more tax money being funneled into paying for residents.
Right. So, well, it is overregulation to the point that they're regulated not to spend enough money on doctors, which is
no. You would say it's regulation
ridiculous.
The fact that you have to do your residency,
right?
Which I don't think. I mean, maybe some people would be comfortable with removing residency for doctors. I wouldn't be comfortable with that. I think that's a totally good regulation.
So the bottleneck is government.
It's actually the bottleneck is lack of government spending.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Which is still a problem.
No, it is, but it's the opposite problem of when you say the problem is government, generally people think it means there's too much regulation.
Well,
there's not enough government spending.
The problem, the private sector is incentivized to have fewer doctors because the doctors make more money. So, I mean, why would the private sector step in and say? Maybe
not, because, it depends what sector. Because if you run a hospital, you don't care because you just want more doctors because then you could have more patients. But if you are a doctor and you run your own private practice, obviously you want there to be less competition for you.
Yeah, I don't know how it plays out with the hospital.
I think the hospital is a whole different ball of wax. Sammy G, thanks so much for the $20, says saying to fix healthcare means more doctors or it should be free is not the answer to a broken system. Quality versus quantity. That's what I was saying. We have more doctors than ever. And look at the obesity epidemic. Think, Sitch and Adam. Think, hey, I agree. I was the one saying quality over quantity. Okay. I agree completely. But unfortunately,
all I care about is quantity. I don't give a fuck about. No,
what I'm saying is, unfortunately, I think a lot of our problems that we're currently facing with health is not like it's gonna basically take a revolution of thinking in terms of medicine.
Well,
that's
and
mostly
diet.
Based around. Well, that's what I'm saying. Mostly based around diet.
Yeah.
And I think diet is probably the thing that's making us all sick, unhealthy, and anxious and sad. So.
Next super chat.
Kyle Petty, thanks so much for the $50. Thank you so much. Said kind of with Adam on the doctor thing, give everyone access to be able to become a doctor, no limited seats, and those who fail the test / requirements don't become doctors. And for another $20, Kyle says to quickly expand on that, if you want higher quality of doctors, make the requirements to become one more refined or stringent to weed out the ones who aren't cut out for it. So
you see, I understand what you're saying. Like there's only, and I guess we have this sort of situation in sports where people, obviously rise through the ranks to become the best players of the best teams because, no one can do what they do. I just don't know if that same situation is with doctors. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was too long a sidetrack. Let's get back.
No, that was great. What are you talking about? Sitch, come on. We're diving deep into this problem. And
well, deeper than they are.
I don't know how to fix that. These two people are just completely ideologically contained. Like, I think one guy is always predisposed to blame government, and this other guy's
capitalism.
Yeah, exactly. Which is not really going to get us more doctors, which is the ultimate goal, right?
Well, it's funny because if it turns out that the problem is the government, but because the government's not spending enough, it's like a double slap. It slaps both people in the face.
It does. Of course it does. And that's
hilarious.
That's the fucking Republicans. That's their fault.
Yeah.
If you expensive healthcare,
there you go, Republicans.
Republicans.
Now this was a Vox article, so I'd want to have a confirmation because obviously Vox is leaning to the left.
Yeah, they hate Republicans, so maybe they're full of shit. Who knows? Okay.
It's complicated.
Thank you, Tim Pool.
Government regulation and socialized medicine, and the biggest socialized medicine we have is Medicare, to the extent that it's socialized medicine. It's really socialized insurance, but be that as it may. But so are you suggesting for the market to work with doctors, we need to get rid of Medicare?
Well, look, healthcare policy is a whole nother thing. I don't necessarily know the answer to that question, but what I will say is this. For you to say the market should be working, one, it is. We're getting a lot more doctors, a lot more people want to go. But right now, we already are. It's not a market in terms of what degrees of people are getting. It's vastly subsidized. People are betting on their loans getting canceled, especially after this. So they'll go into the poetry degree instead of biology.
Wait. You're telling me that people have been betting on getting their loans canceled up to this point?
Oh, absolutely. I was just in college a few years ago, but with Bernie almost winning the nomination twice, the Democrat Party moving from completely opposing candidates.
Okay. It's sad because I think Sam's making a lot of bad arguments in this conversation. I think Sam's worldview is kind of fucked.
Mm-hmm.
This is a terrible argument that this guy's making.
Right.
I'm hard pressed to believe that there's some good amount of percentage of kids that took out student loans thinking, oh, this is going to get canceled by the government. I think you can count on one finger the amount of people that had this thought process.
Well, they've been talking about student loan debt forgiveness for a long time.
Right, but who the fuck? Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things that gets talked about forever.
Right.
Okay, who's gonna roll that die?
Well, I agree. Obviously,
like, come on.
But people might have an inkling of hope that it's going to happen, but they're not going to take.
They're not
out
making
a
a decision based off of that. Yeah.
Yeah. Imagine if they're selling them the loan in the college and saying, "Oh, and they'll probably forgive this anyway, so just take the money."
Evil, yeah. Right.
I'm sure some loan officer somewhere did that.
Somewhere. Yeah.
They're probably selling loans off commission.
Cancellation to now many of them all in on it, even the moderates partially in on it. Absolutely, young people are taking out debt today that they don't expect to ever have to pay back.
That's fascinating. Do you have any data to back that up other than the anecdotes that you masked?
So part of the tactic that Sam engages in, and actually you'll see this from most of the internet pundit debate bro people. Mm-hmm. They have a very good tactic where they're talking to someone, and whenever they make a not great argument, like Sam made the insane argument about, poor people should be able to basically get jobs that don't pay them any money.
Right.
And this guy who he's talking to, because I'm assuming he's just like a normal person, he's like, I disagree with that. And then they kind of move on.
Right.
But you'll notice that in the punditry space, as soon as that guy makes a bad argument, Sam will laser in on it, and he'll try to draw as much attention as possible to the weakness of the argument. So if you're kind of listening to the conversation, you're not clearly tracking it, or you don't have an ideological bias against Sam, you listen to this and think, this guy's stupid, because Sam keeps pointing out like bad arguments, but it's because the other guy's not pointing out he's not directly pointing out all the bad arguments that Sam is making. And it's kind of unfortunate that when you have these public conversations, you have to think so much about like the optics of sort of these arguments. And I know that, when we've had these conversations, I feel like with other people or other debates, I don't, I've probably fallen short in that way because often people will say something which I think sounds stupid on its face, and I don't want to just hyper fixate on it because to me that's like, I feel like I'm just beating up a crippled kid. But then if I say something that they think sounds stupid, they'll just hone in on it and just repeat it again and again and again and again and again.
They love to kick a crippled kid right in the head. That's what they love to do.
Exactly.
We've kind of come to this conclusion on our own. And I mean, we've talked about it explicitly where, if someone says something you disagree with, you kind of have to like stop and say, yeah, I disagree with that. That's kind of insane what you're saying. You have to really point it out.
Yeah.
I actually heard Destiny articulate this the other day, the same thing that we've talked about. And
really?
Yeah. I was like, it was fascinating because he did say exactly the same thing we had kind of said recently about, yeah, when you're debating someone, you really have a big advantage if you're, pointing out where they're messing up. And he specifically said most people are not tracking, so you have to make it obvious to them.
Right.
This person fucked up. This person stepped in it. And that's exactly what's going on here. He's like, oh, would you have a study for that, by the way? Your anecdote about your friends? I need a peer-reviewed study. If you could email it to me immediately, dumbass.
Well, to be fair, I think it was a stupid point to make. So I'm fine with him saying you have a study, but but he's not pointing out this really stupid stuff that Sam is saying. So
Sam said just insane shit over and over again. Like
I know, and it's not getting. As I'm saying, it's from a persuasion point. You have to really fixate on it. Unfortunately, in these conversations, and be like, "Wait a minute, when you said it's crazy."
Since we all pay for roads, I get to give free college to gender studies majors.
See, that's a great argument because if the other guy was acting the way Sam was, he'd say, "Wait a minute, Sam, are you suggesting that just because I agree to pay for some public services, that I have to pay for everything in the entire country, Sam? Okay?
Yeah.
Is that what you're suggesting? Because that seems totally crazy to me."
Exactly. That's what you have to do.
Unfortunately, you have to kind of have the conversation a little bit.
And it's kind of funny because I think Destiny is where Destiny is because he is a master of doing that.
Yes, right, sure. I agree.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Vosh does that all the time, too. But that's sort of the trick.
Vosh does it with positions that are completely reasonable.
Well, yeah, obviously, that's the where you fall in the ideological spectrum is whether you think it's reasonable or not. But that's the trick. It's like, oh, if I said something weak, I duck and dive away from it. But if you said something weak, I'm gonna like fucking put the magnifying glass on it.
Yeah. Welcome to the internet debate world. It's so sad. It is sad. That's why I like when we duke it out. At least I think we're trying to get to some truth here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like I'm trying to make you look bad or feel bad.
Yeah, because the two of us. But that's because we're married, okay?
And so we trust one another.
The goal is not to destroy each other, But in the internet debate with someone that's your ideological opposition, the goal sort of is to destroy them.
Yeah.
You're not married to them. So.
Take them off the field.
Right.
Yeah.
Potato, thank you so much for the $20, says, did you know that walking was invented by John Walker in 1726?
That's not real.
That is real. What do you mean? Before 1726, before 1726, people didn't walk, they skipped. So that is true.
When I typed in who invented and walking came up, I didn't even.
John Walker, 1726, yeah. Before then, everyone skipped.
Who invented
That's
walking
true.
Here?
John Walker's like, I don't understand why you guys are expending so much energy. Like, you get there faster, but look at this. Not skipping, just walking. And you know what? People call Johnny Walker fucking lazy. They called him a lazy a-hole for walking instead of skipping. But hey, look where we are today. No one skips anymore except for small children. They all just walk. So
walking was invented 1.8 million years ago by Homo erectus.
By a Homo erectus named Johnny Walker. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Remember when they thought segways were going to be like,
oh my God,
no one's going to walk anymore. They're going to just ride these segways.
But they look so like tutti frutti. No one wanted to do one.
Well, I wonder if it's part of it is that they look stupid, but also they're too much of a hassle.
Yeah, where do you park your Segway? Where do you, I guess?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. And also it's too big.
I've been thinking about getting an electric bike.
And you also have to like weave in and out of people. It kind of defeats the whole point.
Yeah.
So.
Segway coming through.
Yeah, exactly. And you have to wear a fucking little helmet. You look like a total douche.
Yeah. You have to wear a helmet on your Segway?
Well, I don't think you have to, but I've seen like when I've seen people,
regulation.
I'm just thinking of like Weird Al in the White and Nerdy music video where he comes up on the Segway. It's the two black guys.
That's terrible.
He's wearing like the helmet and the tracksuit.
Who's winning on eyebrows now?
You know what? I've never. Oh,
look, now their eyebrows are diametrically opposed.
I know. I've never ridden a Segway. I'm kind of curious. They look like they could be fun. They look like they could be some fun.
Yeah. I'm going to make a little ramp for my Segway so I can jump it.
Go one of those Segway tours.
I not off the top of my head, but I mean, there's a reason it's continued to skyrocket. I mean, I personally advised friends, and even though I'm against the cancellation, right, I knew it was going to happen, at least to some extent. So I'm like, yeah, take some loans, because the worst that can happen is
going to get canceled.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
How
They're just opening, because think about it. It's just a Band-Aid on a bullet hole. Within, I think it's 8 years, I don't know off the top of my head, we'll be right back at 1.6 trillion in student loan debt. Of course they're going to say, you can't just say, they're not fixing the system. They're not making college affordable in any way. They're just canceling the tip of the iceberg.
Okay,
they're going to be back demanding more taxpayer money go to this in like 2 minutes.
I mean, I hope you're right. And we should also say that in terms of STEM, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, there are more STEM graduates than there are STEM jobs. So I'm not sure what the specific
Okay, I have to address something important in the chat.
Let's hear it.
That has unrelated to this. Chitachi says, I know Sitch remembers Heelys. I so badly wanted Heelys. Oh my God. I wanted Heelys so badly. And I don't know why. My parents just refused to get them for me. And I was so sad. I was so angry.
You didn't get your Heelys? What if... Oh, man.
I know. Heelys, for those that don't know, what
Heelys you would have fallen over. Sitch would have like busted his teeth out.
First of all, that's not, you forget. I busted my teeth out playing street hockey. Okay. I was very well versed at skating. Okay. I would have managed on Heelys.
Oh man.
And a friend of mine had Heelys. Heelys were the shoes that had the little wheels in them.
Yeah.
And you had to do this thing where you could walk normally, but then you did this thing where you could like kind of lean on your heel and you wheel forward. Oh man. Those looked so awesome when I was a kid. I was like, I wonder, but there had to be some reason they didn't take off more. They have to be annoying in some way that I'm unfamiliar with.
Mm-hmm.
Because why would you not want a shoe that could just double as a skate? As long, like if it functions as a total normal shoe, and then you could also just make it a skate when you need to. That'd be the most amazing thing ever.
Yeah, they're awesome.
I'm assuming there's some drawback that I'm not aware of.
Well, the litigation probably put them out of business.
No, they're still around.
Oh, really?
Tatachi says, my mom said Heelys look too dangerous.
Yeah. No, Heelys are probably like a mom's nightmare. What?
I mean, you're going like pretty slow on them. It just seems it'd only be dangerous if you're like trying to do tricks or something with them.
Jeez.
Astolfo says they were uncomfortable. Yeah, I'm assuming there's some comfort issue, which is
because you're walking on that wheel that gets up into your foot.
Right. So if they can't, because that's what I was thinking. Like, if they can't fix the technology so that you can walk on them like a normal shoe when you want, and then make it a wheel when you want it, like it would be. Sammy says, I have my Heelys and I wear them to airports. Are you fucking skating around the airport? That's actually pretty funny. I could imagine Sammy. She's got like the wheeling bag and then she's just like zipping around.
That wheel.
Heelys were for children. Yeah, they were.
That looks like very painful to walk on.
Devin says, I wear Heelys.
On your heel.
I know. Yeah, how was it on your heel, guys?
Why? Look, you're an adult now, Sitch. Buy yourself some Heelys. What are you doing? Look, you go to the airport occasionally. Why do you look? You can wear them in the airport too.
They're super easy to fall on because you have to keep your feet at a weird angle. Oh.
Yeah, I can just imagine. Sitch gets his Heelys. He's like, oh my God, look, there's the Starbucks. Let me go in and get my latte again. You're rolling into Starbucks and then you roll out and you slip and your Starbucks like flies in the air.
No, my way too expensive drink.
Yeah, exactly. No, that was $8.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't they have the ones with the wheel pop out if you tap your heel on the ground? I have no clue.
That wheel looks giant. I mean,
There's different types, I guess.
I thought it popped out. I thought it went
Sam says
in.
they aren't hard. People just weren't skilled. There you go. It's a skill issue. Utter nonsense, like to say. Skill issue.
I think only the top 5% of the population is skilled enough to actually wear Heelys.
I believe that. I believe that so much. Listen, I didn't get moon shoes. Like, I wanted moon shoes real bad too. And I remember eventually I didn't get them till really late, like right before I go to college. We had like a yard sale. I don't know where the fuck I got them. I was at I remember I was at my temple's yard sale. Because we're donating shit to the temple for them to put on yard sale, and I see some moon shoes. I'm like, for like $5.
Holy shit!
I'm buying these moon shoes for $5. This is amazing.
Moon shoes.
Yes, moon shoes, moon shoes. I don't remember how the song goes except for that part. So moon shoes were like tiny trampolines on each foot.
I know. Look, I'm bringing up a picture, guys. I did not even know these things existed.
Oh yes, moon shoes were the jam. Okay.
This is crazy.
I can't believe you've never
seen moon shoes. This is insane.
Never seen moon shoes? You never seen the commercial for moon shoes?
No.
Wait. We gotta bring up the commercial. Wait.
So you put these on your feet and you like bounce to work or what? What happens when you get to work?
Moon shoes, kid-powered anti-gravity shoes, moon shoes, jumping up and down like a kangaroo, moon shoes, jump straight to the moon with shoes that defy gravity, kid-powered fun and certainty, moon shoes, the anti-gravity shoes, moon shoes, a mini-sized trampoline, those shoes defy gravity, jump to the moon.
Okay, that's a little too much.
We can go back. Okay.
That's a little too much terrible music.
A little too much 90s.
Did you
yeah, so I get the moon shoes finally, and I put them on, and oh my God, they were difficult at first, but when you get the hang of it, it was a lot of fun. You just reset the whole thing.
I did back. I sat back.
What's the time code? You just reset mine to 0.
I hit the back button though.
And what's the time code?
Well, I assumed you checked the time code before you put that.
Okay, I'll go open the stream and I didn't actually, but I'll
look it up. You continue with your story.
Okay, you look it up. I wanted all the 90 things. I wanted moon shoes. I wanted sock and boppers. You know what sock and boppers are, right?
No.
You don't know what sock and boppers are?
Learning all these new things.
Okay, that's another commercial we have to watch.
Continue.
I'm getting a Sidewalkers commercial.
Oh shit.
Soccer bopper, soccer bopper. You can sock all day and bop all night. Soccer bopper, soccer bopper.
This is for children?
Yes, you just beat the shit out of each other.
And they just said bop all night. I don't know if I can.
Oh, okay, wait.
I don't know if I can.
The song is amazing. Wait.
The pedophilia in this commercial.
This song is pure 90s.
More fun than a pillow fight. Blow 'em up, put your hand inside, get ready to have the time of your life.
You just punch each other over.
Soccer bopper, sock 'em once and bop 'em twice.
Oh, shit.
Soccer bopper, soccer bopper.
Soccer boppers, more fun than a pillow fight.
Now, obviously, my parents didn't want to get me that for reasons which are totally understandable.
Why?
Me and my brother would be like beating the shit out of each other with these sock and boppers.
Black eye boppers.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, no.
But no, so I get the moon shoes. I learned how to use them, and they're so amazing. Oh, it was so much fun. And then they all broke like instantly because they were so old that all the rubber had like deteriorated.
Oh shit.
So I'm jumping on them and I almost break my leg because I'm like boing boing. And I just like jump straight through the moon shoe.
These don't look like the moon shoes from the commercial. The ones that I brought up are like, I mean, this is like crazy.
I don't know what you're looking at.
They look like a blade or something.
I mean, maybe there's some sort of new moon shoes. I don't know what you're. I don't. You ref. Oh, no, those are not moon shoes. Those are I've only seen people like at like a fair. They'll be dressed up as like a clown or a creature, and then they'll have the jumpy shoes and they'll do like backflips, and you're like, oh, that's cool. I've never seen like a normal person walk around with them.
J-Mac for $20 says, Adam is so old, his entertainment was limited to ball in a cup and ye old dueling. Jay, that's not nice, okay?
Is that true?
Look, we had
Adam?
like the green machine and the big wheel, okay? We weren't neophytes.
What's the green machine?
You know what the green machine is? It's
No.
kind of like a reverse big wheel. You know what the big wheel is?
Like a big wheel tricycle? I don't know what you're talking about.
It's like the big wheel tricycle. Yeah, exactly. God, all this stuff. They didn't have the technology for like, now kids have like a full-on car.
Big wheel. I know. I wanted one of those so bad. Yeah.
I know. It's like, geez, you got a SUV sports runner running around the neighborhood.
The fucking big wheel. Are you kidding me?
I know, it's ridiculous. Green machine was better. My cousin had a green machine.
The green machine?
And I was so jealous. I was like,
it's just
oh
like
my
a
God.
little. How is it?
You have the fucking green machine.
Wouldn't you just want a bike? Like, what's the point of having that?
Come on, you're a kid. What the fuck?
No, but
what's
why
the
wouldn't
point
you
of
just want
having
a
any
bike?
of this shit?
What do you mean? I mean, saying, what's the point of having that over a bike?
Well, I had a
normal
bike. I had a bike too. What do you mean?
Oh, you did?
Yeah, of course.
Well, why would you need both?
Bike is like the entry level. Every kid has a
bike
bicycle.
is better than the green machine or a tricycle. I don't understand.
Kids today have they have like electric bikes and shit, and they have, you know, obviously the amount of toys available to kids today are amazing.
I know.
This
and
doesn't
then
look
they don't
like,
use it because they all have video games, so it doesn't matter.
This thing on the internet this is not the old green machine. Oh wait, this is the green machine.
Yeah, I saw the thing you're talking about. Yeah.
The back wheels are what turns. It's completely contrived and ridiculous. Like the thing was not. I mean, it was complicated just for the sake of being complicated. It wasn't.
It's like that scene in Pulp Fiction where she's like, "Where did you get that motorcycle?" And he's like, "It's not a motorcycle, baby. It's a chopper."
Yeah.
Like, where'd you get your tricycle? It's not a tricycle. It's a green machine.
It's a green machine, bitch.
You're like, okay.
All right, I got the ad. Yes.
The green machine ad.
I did, yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. It's it's basically like a chopper, but it's got the steering wheel is like double-handed, which is not really. I mean, you can't even really palm the wheel in this situation. And then the back wheel is what turns, which is just ridiculous. This thing was not efficient as far as getting around goes, but
isn't it usually the opposite? The front wheel turns?
Yes, obviously.
So what's the point of having the back wheel turn?
To be as inefficient as possible, but
that sounds really
just have some sales.
I'm like, wait a minute. That's the exact opposite of like a normal like car or any vehicle.
Of course.
The front wheel is what turns.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's stupid.
Come on, this is what they sold kids back in the 80s.
Do you want to drive around town in a shittier way than you're used to? Here's the green machine.
Exactly.
So stupid.
I know. Terrible.
It says for guys 8, 9, and 10 years old who really know how to ride. It's like, no. For guys who want to make life more complicated and stupid for themselves. Here you go.
Is that really what it says?
The little ad that I have, yeah.
The ultimate in low slung styling and performance with
wait a minute.
Low center of gravity, mag wheels, and slick shift steering. The green machine is a mean machine. Adjustable contour seat. Oh, look at that.
Oh, exciting. I understand now why.
High impact plastic and steel sub chassis.
Listen, it all makes sense. Okay. Why you would develop a shittier version of an existing bike and then try to peddle it to kids.
For a new patent, obviously.
No, you know what the company is that created this is called?
What is it?
Marx Toys. MARX.
No way.
Oh my God. It's a communist plot to subvert children. It's exactly like communism. They're like, here's a shittier way to do something that you already know how to do.
It does say Marx. It does say Marx Toys on it.
There you go.
That's crazy.
Karl Marx invented the green machine to propagandize to children.
It's like a less efficient version of capitalism. Socialism.
You know that capitalism thing? Let's make it shittier.
It's like a business, but doesn't work. A workers' co-op.
It's actually, you know what? It's actually perfect. The idea of a bike where you steer the wheels on the backs of the front is the perfect analogy for Marxism.
Oh, totally. Totally, yeah. All the work has been done already in the front, and then you come along in the back.
Let's make it more complicated and shittier and more inefficient.
And fuck it up. The perfect analogy. It says Marx right on the front of it.
Yeah.
God, I wonder, why did my parents notice that? Be like, why the fuck does your green machine say Marx on it?
Well, because, I mean, people are named Marx that are not called Marx.
Oh, really?
Yes, really. What do you mean? It's like a normal name.
No, it's
I guess for whatever country.
Can you imagine?
Was he German? I'm assuming. Is that German? Is Marx a German name?
Hassan should change his last name to Marx. That'd be good.
Marx. Yeah, Marx is a German name. Anyway.
We haven't even got to the stock market section.
I know.
And I wasn't able to look up the thing because I need to like full screen it. It's too small for me to see.
It's at 155.
I like how that was totally your fault and you tried to blame me.
It was literally your fault, so I don't know what you're talking about.
You're the one that put the thing in. You're the one that was like, oh, let me bring up the ad for Heelys.
Yeah, but when I hit back, it goes exactly to where we were. And then, I don't know, somehow it got reset to 0.
Well, I had to hit back too. And when I hit back, it reset it. So.
Yeah. Likely story. Well, you hit back. You fucking degenerate.
Oh, I'm going to hit back now. Is it?
Yeah.
You already got it set to the right spot?
Yeah, but maybe it'll reset when you hit back.
Let's see. Yep. Reset
it didn't reset.
Oh, it didn't? Okay, good.
Is it reset for you?
No, it's good. He looks super angry. He's like,
yes.
How dare you demand a peer-reviewed study from me, you Marxist piece of shit.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They're just opening, because think about it. It's just a Band-Aid on a bullet hole. Within, I think it's 8 years.
It's just a Band-Aid on a bullet hole. It's just a Band-Aid on a bullet hole.
That's true.
We need to restructure the entire system. We need to privatize all school. It's like both these people have extreme positions. One wants to privatize all schooling, and one wants.
Well, wait a minute. Let's be fair. Mm-hmm. Be fair. He didn't. He said he was fine with public education. He said he was in favor of school choice, but fine with public education for K through 12. Okay, let's not straw man. Let's not straw man the man.
I need that in writing before I believe it. No, you're right. Never mind. I feel bad now.
You should.
Every time you straw man on the internet, a puppy dies.
That's true.
We'll be right back at 1.6 trillion in student loan debt. Of course, they're going to say, you can't just say they're not fixing the system. They're not making college affordable in any way. They're just canceling the tip of the iceberg. Okay, they're going to be back demanding more taxpayer money go to this in like 2 minutes.
I mean, I hope you're right. And we should also say that in terms of STEM, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, there are more STEM graduates than there are STEM jobs. So I'm not sure what the specific special sauce is for you to go to school. Now, you remember too, right? Like, I mean, if we're talking also graduate school, can you predict, since you've also had the ability to predict that
Did he say we're turning out more STEM graduates than there are STEM jobs? Sounded like he said that.
Go back. I was looking at free skates.
Really? I was kind of looking at these other alternative green machines. I'm like, man.
We're all looking at like children's toys now.
People are tricking out their green machines now. It's not important.
Oh
It's stupid
God.
what he said. Don't even pay attention.
For you to go to school. Now, you remember, too, right? Like, I mean, if we're talking also graduate school, can you to predict, since you've also had the ability to predict that we're going to get more student debt relief, what's going to be the top 5 paying jobs 10 years out from now? I'm a 17. My daughter's looking at colleges. Okay? It's going to cost a lot of money.
That's why he wants the forgiving of
Archaeology.
the
I fucking told his daughter wants to be an
You
archaeologist.
did. Oh, you're right.
His
Dude,
daughter wants to be an
God,
archaeologist.
wouldn't it be amazing if he said archaeology is going to be one of the top. It's going to be archaeology. It's going to be archaeology or sociology. It's going to be Twitch streamer.
No. Listen. Your daughter's 17. She's looking for a career. Why are you trying to go to college? Get an OnlyFans, Sam. What are you talking about?
Oh, of course.
That's where the money is. Come on. What are you doing?
Yeah. She's got her whole life ahead of her for college. She should take a year off, right?
That's
and make
right.
some money for Europe.
That's right. You only have a limited time for OnlyFans. Well,
What should she go into right now? Also contemplate graduate school. That is going
Sitch a sign up to every MILF OnlyFans on the internet. So he's like, I can't really. Oh, never mind.
to be the best top 5 rate of return on the
computer
investment.
science, coding, no doubt. She'll be making bank. Yes.
Coding. Okay.
Coding.
Oh yeah, the guys at UMass, right, with just a public school. My friends who were in coding, they were getting 6-figure job offers
but now you're
from
looking,
the first day.
Yeah, now you're looking backwards, but you
Backwards
believe,
like 3 years.
okay, but you anticipate
Wait a
that
minute.
8-10 years.
You understand that to predict things, you have to look backwards, right? We can't see the future. I don't.
You can't see the future, but I
Oh,
can
okay.
totally see the future.
I mean, yeah, you have to look backwards. Yeah. What are you talking about?
Years out, coding is going to be the biggest profession. Now,
Computer science.
what if this show's not quite that big, but what if everybody was to go into coding?
Well, that we've had something happen with this, like with lawyers, actually, a little bit, where there was kind of a glut in terms of more people going into law school than there were legal jobs because the salaries were really high and because the law schools were admitting tons of students. And it will adjust, right? If all of a sudden we have more, but I agree with you. It's not a perfect science.
But it will adjust. But I mean, you're telling me that a 17 or 18-year-old should be making wiser decisions about what they're going to go into. And if it adjusts, they're going to get screwed. So to those people, do we give debt relief or no?
Yeah, we put all the coders on welfare. That's what we do.
Well, wait a minute. The debt relief isn't based on it wouldn't be based on whether your job is like a top 10 earning jobs. It's based on whether it's viewed as a societal benefit, to have.
No. It's based on whether or not they think you're going to vote Democrat.
Well, no, but I'm saying, it should be, it shouldn't be, it shouldn't be your gender studies degree. But this is the problem, is that the actual answer to the solution, which would be, it has to be based on something that's beneficial. No one would ever agree on what it's beneficial, because you'd have all the people saying, well, having a gender study degree is beneficial for society. And you say, no, it fucking isn't. And you slap them in the face.
Mm-hmm.
But,
yeah, of course. Say, listen, I did everything right. I studied coding. And now it's all done by computer algorithm. What about me? Should have been a doctor. You're screwed. Sorry, man. And then the doctors are like, oh, the robots are all doctors now. What about me? I can dispense pain pills. I know what I'm doing. I know how to write prescriptions for antibiotics. What about me?
What about me?
I mean, I think if we want to talk about very targeted, specific things, we could talk about it. It would really depend. But it's not as if computer science jobs aren't going to be here 10 years. We can predict with a good degree of certainty, we're going to need nurses, we're going to need doctors, we're going to need coders. We're going.
Do you not think that coding is going to? There's an opportunity for coding maybe to get offshored.
There's we're booming in our coding centers.
What's
the
the
on the East
average?
Coast,
What's
on the
the
West
average?
Coast.
What would you say the average is? I live in Brooklyn. What's the average per year for you?
Where's he going with all this? This is lame.
I don't know. It is well, and also he says like you're not gonna. I think offshore coding. It's like, well, I mean, you understand that coding is not restricted by location already.
Yeah, coding's already offshore.
Yeah, you could already do that if it was, if it was beneficial.
I think probably a lot of the coding is offshore already.
I'm sure it is to some degree. Yeah,
a coder.
Right out of college, honestly, I don't know, but I would bet my hat it's 6 figures, right? I just know that. So look, I studied social sciences. I studied economics, which is the best ROI on any of the social sciences. However, a lot of my friends were in the coding department, and I'm just telling you, everyone wanted to get into this department and couldn't, and was applying and trying because there were only so many seats at the school. They had no shortage of high-paying job opportunities. The idea that some of them are going to get debt relief, right? They're fresh graduates, they're making 130, they'll qualify. It's obscene. It's absurd. These people are going to be they're going to be millionaires by the time they're 35, some of them. And they are going to get some taxpayer relief right now.
Some are, but the vast majority
and none of them are going to be poor. None of them are going to be.
This is so weird. Why isn't it's very weird to me that Sam wouldn't just advocate for like a means tested program for this, which is generally what the left says they should do for most of these programs.
Like they're not. They already have all the poors voting for them. They need the bougie socialist college students.
The bougie. Well, I guess they don't vote, so
they need them to vote. They need them to get their heads out of their asses.
Right.
Like right now, all those people are telling themselves voting doesn't matter, man. Nobody cares about voting. And then all of a sudden they're like, what? $10,000 debt forgiveness? Voting does matter. I'm gonna vote. Jeez.
No, see, this is what Joe Biden should say. He should say he's gonna have the bill for it, and he's not gonna sign it till the day after the midterms.
Yeah.
Better come out and vote, otherwise you're not getting.
Is that? I mean, didn't they impeach a guy for that kind of quid pro quo? I mean, I don't know.
No clue.
That seems like the ultimate quid pro quo.
I don't think so.
I'm gonna withhold your debt relief until you vote for me. What the fuck?
It doesn't sound very moral. Yeah.
That was no quid pro quo. That was a perfect phone call. No way.
The working class.
For the vast majority. I agree that except for that 35% who didn't get the degree, the college degree, and probably more out of those, this does not target exclusively working class people.
That's what bothers me, though, Sam. On your side, the progressives, they frame it like we care about the working class, we care about the poor. Student debt relief mostly targets the middle and upper middle, a relatively affluent, educated.
That's simply not true. I mean, it definitely captures people who are making $125,000, and I'm sure there are some families where the individual is making more than that and supporting both.
If you're making $125,000 a year, you're like upper middle class. That's the argument.
Nah. You're dead.
Well, unless you live in like New York City or LA or some crazy place where everything's super expensive,
poor.
Maybe then it's not. But
$125,000 a year, not poor.
In most places, 125 is either rich
that's
or
ridiculous.
Upper middle class.
I know. Yeah.
So it is bizarre that's the cutoff. That to me is kind of what that's what makes it reek of like, oh, we're just trying to get votes as opposed to like helping people.
That's like 5 years of income for a poor person.
Right.
No, $125,000 a year. It's like, what the fuck?
Okay.
That's why Sam is like, Sam lives in Brooklyn. What the fuck?
Right.
He's like, that's not even real money.
That's how much my entire daughter's college education is going to cost.
I know.
Okay, listen. Calm down, Sam.
It's so bougie.
I know.
He's so the bourgeoisie, and he doesn't even see it.
Both his or her spouse or living partner. I imagine if that second person is not working, they probably have kids.
But Sam, do you support not Biden's plan with the income caps? Do you support canceling all student debt?
I would go up to $50,000.
Okay,
Oof.
well, that just so you know,
The
look
vast
at any
majority.
analysis. 50,000 per borrower with no income caps would be vastly regressive.
Be based on what though? Why does he just say 50,000?
I have no clue. That's so crazy.
That's like everybody in the last 4 or 5 years just got free college. Oh God.
Yeah.
That's gonna piss so many people off. So many people. So many people that just, they remember paying off those student debts and how painful it was.
Yep.
Oh, all the things. I didn't buy my first home because I had to pay out my student debt.
Right. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It would be the Trump tax cuts and everything you say you hate. But it's the soft spot for progressives where they don't live out their values.
True.
No.
Yes.
True.
But I also would make a free college option in every state. I mean, since we're
Free as in taxpayers pay for it.
Yeah. As in the same way that taxpayers pay for K through 12, I would make it K through 16. And you know what I would do? I would raise taxes so that those wealthy people who got the benefit of the $50,000 debt relief end up paying on the back end even more.
You can't fund all this with just taxing the rich.
Well,
and you know
no.
that.
I can. I definitely can.
Sam,
In fact,
you could
not only
confiscate-
would I tax the income, I would come for the wealth.
Right,
I
and
would
it would
take-
flee very quickly. Wealth taxes haven't worked out very well in Europe, have they? Most countries have repealed them.
Well, then good luck to those people. I
Yes,
say
just chase
I
all
don't
the wealth
want...
out of our country. Yes, that's a
Well,
very
no,
good
wait a
idea.
second. Wait a second. We're not going to take all the wealth out of our country. I'm not worried about those billionaires. I would take their, since we're getting my wish list, not only would I get that $50,000, and I'll tell you why. Because if you want to talk about government efficiency, I know you guys like the idea of a smaller government and a less bureaucracy. This creates less bureaucracy. Everybody gets $50,000 debt relief. And then
Did you notice that big sweat mark under his arm? Jeez.
Oh, I didn't notice. Listen,
What's going on? What's going on?
you know, he's hot.
What's
So,
happening?
I
It's a
know you
lot of
guys
work
like the
to,
idea of a smaller government and a less bureaucracy. This creates less bureaucracy. Everybody gets
Look at this. He's sweating like a commie in a Senate Judiciary hearing on anti-Americanism. What's going on here? Why is this happening?
He's expelling a lot of energy, Adam. Okay, jeez. He's getting into it. He's arguing. He's fighting for the peoples.
What's happening here? Are you wanted for Sam? Are you? Is the energy cost too high in your studio there? Are you not allowed to have air conditioning or something? Sam, what's happening here? This is crazy. Oh my God, no. Okay, Sam peed his armpit. All right. That's something I didn't expect to learn today, but I didn't see that on the first go around.
That wasn't on the bingo.
$50,000 debt relief. And then I collect that money on the other end because I already have an apparatus set up to do it. The only thing I got to do is change two numbers. I got to change 10,000 to 50,000. And then I got to change the top marginal rate where I think it's and I would maybe three numbers because I would do capital gains as well. And I would push that up to where it was in the 50s and 60s in this country, which is around every dollar you make over 3 million, we're going to take 90 cents of it. That's what the rate was.
This is where the inflationary argument, like you really have to have it. You have to understand inflation to have this conversation because inflation is caused by bidders in the marketplace bidding up the costs of goods and services. So if you take money from rich people, rich people are not bidding up the cost of goods and services. Like a rich person doesn't go out and buy 10,000 of anything, right? So, but when you give money, like you give debt forgiveness, $50,000 to, every single college student, all those people do go out into the marketplace and bid up goods and services, movies, restaurants, all that kind of stuff, right?
Right.
Terrible.
You okay?
Yeah. I was expecting you to give me a right.
Well, no,
right. Yes, I agree.
This is where you have to have the conversation about inflation. Like, we're having an inflation problem right now because the United States government sent out, $1,000 checks multiple times to every single American.
Wait. Okay, that's some percentage of the inflation, but the majority of it's from the supply chain.
Well, yes, supply chain was cut down, so you have less goods and services, and you have given everybody more money.
Right. It was a double whammy.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. But if you give $10,000 to everyone, those people, especially if you just give them the money, because people are like, yeah, what the fuck? I just got this money here. Let me go out and spend it on whatever. Right.
Right.
You're going to get inflation. Like, that's going to happen.
Of course.
But the idea that you're going to take money, which is just an asset sitting in somebody's bank account, like a wealthy person has a bunch of stocks and bonds. And I mean, what's going to happen is if he wants to take, $10 billion from Jeff Bezos or whatever, and give that $10 billion to 10,000 college students or 1 million college students, whatever. Mm-hmm. Jeff Bezos is going to sell, his stocks and bonds and all that stuff. And the stocks and bond market, those prices will come down because of all the selling pressure. But the prices of goods and services are going to come up when all those people have extra money to spend. It doesn't, like, this whole idea that you can tax the rich and pay for things is just factually incorrect.
Well,
just listen. Think of it in terms of the supply chain. Because Sam Seder raided Jeff Bezos' bank account, and Jeff Bezos had to sell a bunch of stocks and bonds and financial instruments to give currency to the United States government. Does that increase the number of goods and services in the economy from the supply chain perspective?
So this is what you would do from an MMT perspective. Okay, you would say,
stop saying MMT. It's not MMT. It's just accounting.
I'm saying from an MMT. Well, okay. When I say MMT, I mean from the conceptualization of how money works that you and I understand it.
Right.
Okay. This is what you would do. You'd say, okay, well, technically the government doesn't have to raise taxes or take money from Jeff Bezos to do fucking anything, right? They just print money.
Mm-hmm.
So technically the government could just create as many services as they want by printing as much money as they want. But that would raise inflation, at least it could, if they're just printing a bunch of money. And so by taxing the rich, they're just reducing the money supply to counteract the inflation of them providing the goods or services that the government's providing.
But his proposal is not reducing the money supply, though. His proposal is, I'm going to move the money supply. Jeff Bezos has a certain amount of money, and I'm going to take that money and I'm going to give it to all of these people.
Well, it depends what exactly the policy is. If the policy is literally just, I'm going to give people money, then I would agree, and that's stupid. If the policy is, I'm going to use this to, I don't know, build schools or something, like if they're going to give someone something tangible that's not money, then it wouldn't necessarily create inflation.
Well, listen, this is why this idea is ridiculous too, because he's saying, okay, I'm going to take that money from Jeff Bezos. I'm going to give it to the college students, right? And
well, no, he was saying, they're not going to give anyone money. This was to have free college.
Right. Yeah, no, he's going to give the money to the college students to pay for the college, right?
Well, no,
but since we didn't build
presumably paying the college directly.
Well, since we didn't, since all we've done is given money to the people, we haven't increased the supply of teachers or the supply of buildings or the supply of teaching. Like, in any way, shape, or form. We've just given everybody $50,000 more to spend on the same amount of college.
He's not suggesting to just give people 50 grand. I don't think that's what he's suggesting.
Look, he just said, I am prepared to forgive $50,000 of loans. Right. So the government gives, his proposal is the government is going to raid Jeff Bezos' bank account and disperse Jeff Bezos' money in $50,000 increments to every single college.
But wait, if you think about it, isn't debt forgiveness a super secret way to, in one sense, give people money without actually increasing inflation? Because you're not actually giving them money. You're just saying, well, you don't have to pay this going forward in the future.
You're literally giving them $50,000 for college.
No. I understand what you're saying, but you understand what I'm saying. I'm saying if someone says, okay, I'm going to take out a $50,000 loan, right? And they go to college, and then you pay off the loan. You're not giving them $50,000. All you're doing is you're saying, okay, that like the inflationary effect of that would be whatever the amount is that they would pay every month or year to the loan, they could then pay on whatever the fuck they wanted. That would be the inflationary effect. But that wouldn't be the same as saying you're just giving everyone $50,000 at once. That would have a massive inflationary effect. Do you understand?
Well, unless you created more college and, hired more teachers, built more colleges. Well,
presumably that's what you would do.
Because that would be a down pressure, obviously.
Right, but assumingly if he was saying that what he would do is he would create some kind of free college option for people, I'm assuming that would be that they would build some new.
He's not saying that though. Who's coming in? Saying. No, he's basically saying, I'm just going to give everybody Jeff Bezos money and they can continue to buy college.
I think it's and I would maybe 3 numbers, because I would do capital gains as well. And I would push that up to where it was in the
we've already lost it. Okay, whatever.
50s and 60s in this country, which is around every dollar you make over $3 million, we're going to take 90 cents of it. That's what the rate was.
Terrible idea.
In the 40s and 50s.
Sam, let me ask you a question, right? Why do we tax cigarettes? Because when you put a tax...
But no, Sam is wrong. He said that's what we did in the 40s and 50s. No, that's not what we did. It was 90% for income tax. Capital gain tax was super duper duper low. That's why capital gains tax is low today, because it hasn't gone up since back then. Or it's probably gone up some marginal amount than it used to be. And that was to incentivize specific behavior. You're just completely wrong here. Now, if you want to make an argument that you think maybe we need an inverse of that, where capital gains tax needs to be super high, and maybe you lower income tax because you want to create some sort of reverse behavior. I don't know. You have to work out what kind of behavior that would create on the economy and whether you think that would be a net good or not. But you can't just say, raise it 90% because that's the way we used to have it, because that's not true.
Yeah. Though obviously it needs to be linked to a behavior. Yeah. If you give, my problem is if you just give people money to buy a good or service, and that you don't increase the supply of that good
that will
or
create
service.
Inflation.
Yeah, obviously.
Right.
Yeah. They're just going to need to spend more money they're still going to be competing. This is exactly why the house prices went up, because the housing stock didn't increase and they just gave everyone more money. So everyone just spent more money to buy the same number of houses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But the inflation in the 70s wasn't from the government giving people money, though. It was from labor having too much power, essentially. Which demanded more money from their employers, which raised the prices.
And also the supply chains got cut by the oil.
Right, the oil companies, yeah.
So it was another double whammy.
It was a double whammy,
yeah. I'm just saying, his solution is ridiculous because, like, Jeff Bezos is not spending his wealth on college. And the idea that you're going to just give money to people to buy college and you're not going to... The real problem, if you want the college price to go down, is you got to increase the supply of college for people. That's it. The same as the houses. If you want housing prices to go down, you have to increase the supply of houses. Supply is what is the downward pressure. Yeah.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's why he would disagree with you. Because A, he's not thinking about this in terms of inflation whatsoever. So he doesn't even care about that. But B, you have a neoliberal viewpoint. You're trying to solve a problem via a market solution. He doesn't care about market solutions. He doesn't even think market solutions are good. So he's not even conceptualizing the problem the same way you are. He thinks he just wants a strong arm hand to reach in there and just strong arm fix a problem that he sees.
Well, but the problem, he wants free college, right? Like as soon as college becomes, let's say you can get college down to $2,000. Like who is not going to buy a college? Like if it's $2,000 for you to get a 4-year degree, who's not going to spend the $2,000 to go to college?
Right.
Like then all of a sudden,
or take out a $2,000 loan.
Yeah, all of a sudden college, and what gets college down to $2,000? You increase the supply of college to the point where it's like, accessible to everyone.
Right.
Yeah. You turn college into cheeseburgers. You don't turn college into this expensive, rare gift that only a third of the population can afford. Yeah.
Well, right. Okay.
But the way that you do that, though, is you build buildings and hire teachers and like all that stuff. You don't just give money to the people who want college. As soon as you just give money to the people who want the thing and don't increase the supply of the thing, all of a sudden the thing costs even more money.
Well, this is part of the problem. That's ironic. When people talk about problems of like centrism or compromise, they're stupid and they don't understand it. And they go they want to compromise between like Nazis and not Nazis. When this is what you're illustrating is a problem with like a centrist position, because it's sort of like the compromise between a government system and the neoliberal private system very often becomes like, well, the government will just give you money to spend on the private system. And that compromise creates a whole bunch of fucked up problems down the road. It doesn't actually fix the problem. It often makes it much worse.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, everyone is going to complain if the government starts coming in and building school campuses. Like they're going to fucking freak out.
But if you want to do what you're talking about, that's the only way to do it. If you just give people money to pay for schooling, it's not going to fix the problem. The schools are just all going to raise their prices. They're not going to build more schools.
Of course, yeah, exactly. They're going to be great. And this is exactly what has been happening. Yeah.
Well, what you do, or another way I guess you could do is, if you want to be less direct, is the government would have to incentivize some kind of tax policies that would be for people to invest in building more schools, essentially.
Yeah.
So
you get less of it, and cigarette smoking is bad for your health. You want to put a tax on productive investments, income, and wealth. Those are things we should want more of in our country, not less. And you're talking about 90% taxes on income.
First of all, I dispute the fact that it's productive, that capital gains.
It's the definition of a capital gain.
No, it isn't.
A return on a productive investment.
What's productive about you investing in the stock market?
Well,
this is where he's completely retarded. Sam is like such a fucking idiot. And I can't believe the guy doesn't call him out on the thing that he picks too. Because
indirect, but what stocks go up and what stocks go down is what businesses perform well. And
explain to me the indirectness of when you buy stocks, you buy 100 shares of Apple.
100 shares of Apple. Look, this is where he should have just stomped on fucking Sam Seder's head. He should just been like, okay, you fucking moron. Apple produces a product that is in like 50% of people's pockets. Like, what is he talking about? Apple doesn't add any productivity to the world. Apple is the one stock that has completely increased productivity tenfold. Now people are working as they're having lunch in the fucking quad.
It's a slightly more complicated argument than you're making out, because when you buy a stock, they're buying it from Apple, right? The only time you're buying a stock from Apple is when they put out shares originally, and if they offer new shares. When you buy Apple stock, you're buying it from Joe Fuckface somewhere who owns Apple stock and is selling it.
Right, because the value of the stock has increased because Apple has increased their earnings through selling products to the public who wants to buy those products.
Right, but what Sam is saying is, what is you buying the stock and treating the stock? How does that directly even affect Apple? That's the real question. That's why I'm saying it's a little bit more complicated.
It gives them working capital to develop more products that people will buy, that people will purchase.
Right, but it gives them working capital in an indirect way, though, because it's like, again, when you buy stock, you're not giving Apple any money, but it can give them working capital because companies they hold on to their own stock.
Well, they also accumulate cash. They have a massive amount of cash to use in, like, stocks. Their goal is to, hit earnings reports to basically say, this is what we think we're going to earn in the next 3 months, and to make those earning reports or not make those earning reports. And the stock reflects whether or not they're able to consistently do that. When they talk about hitting earning reports, they're literally talking about, we're going to sell this many iPhones to this many people. Like, even the stock that he picked is like, if you wanted to talk about Bank of America stock, I mean, maybe we're having a conversation. How much value do they put into the world, right?
Yeah, but again, you're focusing on the value the company produces, not the value the stock of the company produces, which are two different things.
They're tied together. They're
sort of tied together, but they're sort of not tied together.
How are they not tied together? Because
as I said, you're not paying the company directly when you buy a stock. Okay, so like in the example that you're talking about with like Apple.
Right.
Now you can make the argument that you think the fact that the company is publicly traded, which means they care about their stock prices, which means that they care about their earnings, incentivizes companies behave in certain ways in which you think is productive to society. That could be an argument, but that's not a direct, it's not a direct argument about how you buying stock is directly.
The stock price
Apple.
is directly related to the earnings. If a stock,
I understand that.
If the company misses earnings, the stock price is going to go down.
But that's not the question that Sam's asking. He's asking, how do you, as a private citizen, how is you buying, shares of Apple? Mm-hmm. How is that productive for society? That's the question he's asking.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I would say that the way that the stock market is productive, because it basically allows middle class and upper people to invest in businesses in a way that's tangible and realistic.
Well, and democratic. A lot of people own Apple stock because they buy the products. They believe in the company.
Right. And I don't have a problem with that. Now, maybe that should be, if you want to talk about whether it should be raised or not, we can have that conversation. I don't think it should be 90%. I don't know what kind of, I'm not a millionaire. So if you say you're going to raise taxes 90% for people that over make $3 million, I'm like, okay, I don't care. But you'd have to work out what exactly effects that would have on the economy, which I don't think Sam has worked out at all.
Well, even the example he picks is ridiculous. He doesn't think Apple, why did he pick Apple? He doesn't think Apple contributes anything to the economy. That's insane.
He's not talking. Wait, let's go back.
I think what stocks go down is what business.
I think Apple is actually the highest valued company. I don't know if they still are or Amazon eclipsed them, but there was a time when Apple was the most valuable company in the New York Stock Exchange.
How is Google not more valuable than those?
Google sells ads, and if Google's another one where you could make an argument. Is it really adding value to our lives?
Of course it is. Wait, I don't even know how you can make that argument.
What?
That the internet is controlled by the search algorithm.
Right. Yeah.
And who runs the search algorithm?
Yeah, but the product that Google sells is ads. That's where their money comes from. That's where their quarterly earnings come from. Their quarterly earnings come from putting ads in front of people.
So you're right. The highest market cap company is Apple, which is shocking to me.
Yeah.
Because as someone who has a strong distaste for all Apple products.
Oh, okay. Well, good to throw your biases on the table.
So I got a new phone. I got a Samsung. I love it. I know my mom bought a new phone around the time that I did, and she got an Apple phone because my brother and his wife, they like FaceTime or whatever, the one that you use on Apple.
Yeah.
And so she literally got it just for that purpose. And if I ever, visit and it's like she has some phone problem and I try to look at the app, it's just I was like, this is such a poorly designed phone. Everything about Apple is so less intuitive than the Samsung design, which is baffling because usually Apple is supposed to be known for its intuitive design.
Yeah, I used to hate Apple I remember when Apple got like the bar that the PC has had for its entire life. And a friend of mine was like, oh man, Apple did this new update thing where they have like a bar with all your different apps
at the bottom.
Yeah. And
yeah,
I was like,
I know.
I was like, what the fuck?
But see, to me, that's why I hate Apple products. Apple products are literally aesthetics over function.
They are.
That's the design. Like I was looking at my mom's phone and I'm like, she doesn't have the three. So my new Samsung, it doesn't have any physical buttons except on the sides. Okay. But it's fine because on the touchscreen, it has the three buttons at the bottom. Okay. It has the home screen button, it has a back button, and it has a button that opens all my tabs up. Okay. Those are the only three buttons I need. And Samsung perfectly has the three buttons you literally need. The Apple doesn't have any fucking buttons. It drives me crazy. There's no fucking buttons on the Apple. Why are there no buttons on the fucking Apple?
There are some buttons on the side of the phone. What are you talking about?
No, but I'm talking about it doesn't have the bottom buttons, or it has like one bottom button that's supposed to do everything.
The whole screen is a button. You just tap on it.
Okay, forget it. You don't understand what I'm talking about.
I do, because I have an Apple phone.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. It doesn't have the three buttons at the bottom that do the three fucking functions you need it to do.
I know, you're just, come on.
It's stupid. It's like
simplify your life. You have too many buttons in your life.
You know why?
No wonder people keep pressing your buttons.
You know why I literally refused to buy an Apple computer back in the day? They had Apple computers at my school, and I went and I looked at it and I said, "This fucking mouse only has one button."
Oh, I know.
Are you fucking kidding me? Apple Computer, the great innovation for Apple Computer was figuring out they needed a fucking right click. Are you shitting me? Why would you design a mouse this way? This is insane.
And then
this is like if Apple came out and they're like, listen, we have the new thing. It's called the Apple Fork. And it's only got the two prongs on the end. It doesn't have the two prongs in the middle. And you're like, what are you doing, Apple? You're going backwards.
Have you ever sat down? Because this is hilarious. You sit down in front of the Apple and you right click on the one button that's in the middle of the thing. You're going, why isn't the right click working here?
Yeah, I did that.
I know, everyone has. Everyone has.
Because my muscle memory, I'm like right click and I go, fuck.
Yeah, there's only one button. Why do I keep clicking on the right side of this button?
Every time in an Apple, my muscle memory, I'm like, click. Oh my god, there's no right click.
I know, it's terrible.
Then some Apple simp in my class would be like, Sitch, I have an Apple computer, and you can buy a mouse with a right click. And I said, fuck you, piece of shit. Why does it not come with a right click? What the fuck? I spent extra for a mouse that has two buttons on it?
They finally updated to a right click.
I know, they finally just like, God.
The Apple has begrudgingly evolved into the PC. And they every step of the way they've tried to make it seem like, oh, we're doing this because of us.
Oh my god, it was insane. I refused to Apple products when there was no right click. I said no. No, you're dumb. This is stupid. Fuck off.
Where Apple cleaned house though is mobile, obviously. And also the shit they got going with the App Store and stuff. But
yeah, but even then, now you have the right click with the buttons at the bottom.
People,
why they don't have the 3 buttons at the bottom, Adam?
People buy it of their own volition. Okay, this is voluntary exchange.
Yeah, this is stupid. The only complaint I have about my Samsung, which is annoying because all the phones are going in this direction. All the phones that are new are removing the 3.5 headphone jacks from their phones. And this I blame Apple for, because Apple's like, oh, well, we have to have as little ports and everything has to be sleek. You have to have as little buttons and ports as possible on our devices. And so the phones can't have a 3.5 headphone jack anymore.
Think of the headphone manufacturers who are doing that 3.5 jack. They're like, oh my God, we're going out of business.
It's terrible. And now, like, I literally had to buy a fucking 3.5 to...
Oh, I know. I have one.
Whatever the hell, mini USB jack converter.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, also fuck Apple, because Apple doesn't even use universal ports for anything they fucking have.
That's good marketing. This is why. Oh my God! This is why you should buy Apple stock. I'm telling you, it's brilliant.
I hate Apple. I hate Apple. It's just like, oh my God! It's just I hate that everything that's Apple only works with everything that, like, every other program on existence, works with everything, every computer, but Apple's we gotta be special. All of our Apple shit only works for Apple. Oh, you wanna use this program? Well, you better make sure it works on Apple. It's like,
it's a walled off system.
It's terrible. What is this garbage?
It's kind of like a gated community to keep the riffraff out. So,
Christ. No, but so then it's even worse, because not only do I have to use this stupid 3.5 to mini USB converter, but I had to plug in the headphones at the bottom of the phone, which is the worst place you could possibly plug a headphone into.
What is this? 100%
In fact,
S class
why the
on
fuck
this one?
is the charge at the? Why is the charge at the bottom of your phone too? That's like the worst place. It should be at the top.
It should be in the middle of the screen, right?
No, it should be at the top.
Oh,
think about it. If you're trying to charge your phone and use it at the same time, would you rather the plug that you can't put your hand at the bottom, right where your palm is, because you're holding your fucking phone, or at the top where you never touch?
I just flipped the phone around. I just changed the top to the bottom.
I guess you could do that.
Yeah.
Though I don't know. Sometimes
easy.
I'm using certain programs. They get finicky. They don't want to turn around.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know why.
Must be because you're not on Apple.
That must be it. Well, actually, it doesn't matter because I don't even use a wireless
charger. The finicky programs, huh?
I use a little wireless base you just put your phone on to charge my phone.
Yeah.
It's just for my headphones, so I get annoyed.
My phone just charges from the other room.
What do you mean?
It's just, the charger is just air charger.
And it can charge from the next room over? Is that what you're saying?
It just kind of comes in and charges my phone all
the
time.
I'm pretty sure that's giving you, if you have a phone charger that could charge your phone from across the room, I'm pretty sure you're giving yourself cancer.
Have you seen the new Apple chargers that you can just put the phone on?
Yeah.
You set it down on like the coaster?
That's what I'm saying. I have that, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not.
I sleep on one of those under my pillow.
Okay, well,
it's like a head warmer.
Okay, I think you should be careful.
It doubles as a head warmer.
I think you should be careful about that.
You don't do that? You never do that?
No, I don't sleep on my wireless charger, no.
You should try it. Live a little.
Okay.
Come on, let's get back to these retards.
Okay.
I can't believe... Please, just promise me you're not going to simp for Sam Seder here on the market.
I'm not simping for Sam Seder.
Okay, good.
But I don't think your argument. I don't think you're actually addressing what his argument is. Sam is wrong. I just don't think you're addressing his argument.
Listen, I'm addressing his argument.
Okay.
Let's let him make it a little clearer so we can see just how retarded it is.
This is
why not
explain to me the indirectness of when you buy stocks, you buy 100 shares of Apple, and it goes up 5 points. And you make this chunk of money. What's productive about that investment?
What's productive about that investment? Okay, let's
see. The fact that Apple is worth more as a company.
Well, but is it okay? The real question is, how is that different than a rent-seeking behavior, Adam?
Yes, they're literally producing a product that they're selling.
Yep.
Like the price goes up because they've shipped so many more units than they shipped the month before. So they're literally creating more product that's going into the market that people are using, and some people like you are complaining about, other people love. Okay? Some people's moms are happy because they can do FaceTime with their friends.
With
okay?
their other son.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and they would say, this improves the quality of their life because Apple exists. They can FaceTime with your brother. So that's what's happened.
Okay, so you're not addressing that. I don't know how many times to word this. You're just not focusing. You're not addressing the argument.
Right.
Unless your argument is that Apple wouldn't be doing those things unless they were incentivized to raise their stock prices, then your argument is not addressing Sam's point.
Well, Sam is asking, why did the stock price go up? And the stock price went up.
No. That's not what he's asked. Okay.
And it goes up 5 points, and you make this chunk of money. What's productive about that?
He said, what's productive? No, he's saying what's productive about the stock price itself going up.
Right. And I just
in
said,
terms of that, why do you, Adam, deserve money for your stock price going up? You haven't done anything productive while the stock price is going up. Okay.
Well, I did invest in the company. I did give my money. I did place my money on this company having productive products that people were going to love, that they were going to ship more of. And if they hadn't done that, let's say they have a dud that nobody wants, it's a piece of shit. The next iPhone, everyone's like, fuck iPhones. I'm never buying another iPhone in my life. And sales numbers go down, then the stock price is going to go down. And that investment is not going to be productive. That investment is going to be unproductive because Apple fucked up. Nobody wants their products anymore. I mean, that's basically how the stock market works.
Right. But so what you're saying, you're saying that basically stock works as a, but you're kind of you're making like a reverse argument. You're saying stock works as a metric that guides the company into making proper financial decisions, or maybe not proper, but financial decisions based on, what the people want or something. Right.
Sure.
Okay. That's a very different argument than it sounds like you're saying. It sounds like you keep saying that you buying stock from Apple directly gives Apple money to invest and then make.
Sometimes it does. It depends upon, like, if Apple is issuing more shares, and people don't like this, obviously.
Yeah, but they haven't issued shares for probably 40 years or something. So that's not really.
I would be surprised if Apple has not issued shares.
When's the last time Apple issued shares?
Because they literally buy back their own shares and nuke them. So it reduces the number of shares that are in the market.
Yeah, but that's different. The buying back and the nuking is different than issuing extra shares.
Right. Because you're taking money that the company has made selling iPhones.
Right.
And you're giving it to the investors who invested in your company. You're basically saying, here's the profits our company made off of these iPhones. Thanks for investing in our company.
Right. But
when they issue new shares, they are saying, hey, we need some money because we want to build another iPhone plant in Singapore and sell iPhones to the Singaporeans. So therefore, we need some money. We need to raise some capital to do that. So we're going to issue more shares. And people initially, when they do that, the investors go, I like my iPhone. I think Singaporeans will probably like iPhones too. This is probably a worthwhile investment.
I understand, but okay. But again, if you're talking about when a company is issuing its shares originally, or they're doing something, they're issuing new shares or something, obviously that's a completely different scenario.
Well,
then the majority of stock trades have nothing to do with companies issuing shares at all.
Right. They're people trading on information that they believe the company is either going to be productive for society or is going to be not productive for society. If the company is not productive for society, the stock price goes down. If the company is productive for society, the stock price
you have a little bit more
up.
faith. It's really when you're buying stock, you don't give a fuck. You're buying stock because you think the price is going to go up. Now, sometimes that price is related to productivity of the company. One hopes.
I don't understand here. I mean, you seem to think.
I don't understand why we're going in circles about this. Is so bizarre to me that we're having this conversation.
Well, you don't accept that the price of stock is tethered to earnings of a company.
It's tethered to psychology. Okay. It's very different. Do you disagree?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then I don't know where we can go from here.
Hold on a second here. A lot of people trade stocks around earnings reports because companies say they give guidance every 3 months. They say we're going to make this much money in the next 3 months.
I don't want to get into how companies can fuck with their earnings reports just to increase their stock price, which is something that happens frequently.
Hold on here. So you're taking the perspective that the earnings reports are fake.
Not fake. They just fuck with. They fucks with them. Of course they do.
That would be called fake. That is what that would be. If someone just messes with the report and it has nothing to do with the amount of product that they sold or the number of new signups that they've got, whatever industry it is.
Companies do this all the time. They'll downsize. They'll go, we're behind on earnings, so we're going to downsize and sell everything off.
I just want to be clear because obviously there are some companies like Enron, for instance, who did fake their reports.
No, I'm not saying this. No, it's not fake. If a company could say, we're going to we're not hitting our earnings potential that we want for our stock prices. So even though you guys are productive, we're going to downsize, this some large market, and we're going to sell off all of the resources here just to boost our earnings. Okay. Now, did the company create more of a product that they made, more useful and beneficial for society? No, they downsized some people and sold it off. Okay?
But that's usually in the quarterly report, though. They have to report
it's
sales.
Still part of the earnings.
No, but they have to report physical sales. Like a lot of times these companies have to report sales or signups or different metrics that they're obligated to report. So if they did the kind of thing that you are saying. They do it
all the time, but this is, I don't know what you're talking about. This is very common practice.
Hold on. What is a common practice?
What I just said.
Faking
things to inflate your earnings reports.
But
it's not faking. Stop saying faking.
Okay.
It's not a question of fake. You said that the thing that I had contention with originally was you said it measures whether a company is being productive for society. And I said, well, not quite. So if you want to say that it measures what a company's earning, I'll allow it. I'll agree with that more.
Right, but
that it's also for society.
Those are two different things. They also have in the quarterly reports they include things like sales. So I mean, if half of their earnings is from dissolving some factory somewhere and gutting everything and selling everything off, that is going to be in the quarterly report. You're going to see
people don't say, "Oh, I'm not going to buy the stock now because of that." Because all the people that are looking through these fucking reports, they say no. Because what they do is they say, "Oh, well, we're going to liquidate all this stuff and then we're going to buy something new and we're going to move into some other market. So keep investing with us, keep buying our stock."
So, but can we establish whether or not are we, for the sake of argument, going to say that Apple is not faking their quarterly reports?
Stop.
That they actually
the
list
word faking.
Okay. So you're saying that Apple stock is accurately...
You're not addressing Sam's point, and I don't understand why not. You understand that if you buy stock, that Apple is not getting a fucking dime, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But the value of that stock is based on the number of sales Apple does in iPhones.
Right. So is your argument that because of stock price, Apple is incentivized to engage in certain business practices that you think would be beneficial for society? Is that your only argument?
Well, I'm trying to figure out how it's not beneficial for society. His argument is it's not beneficial.
Adam is wrong. Okay. Kyle Petty for $20 says Adam is wrong about why stock prices fluctuate, and GameStop is a perfect example. That's true. I wish the world was perfect like the idea Adam has of it, but sadly, no. How did I not think of that? GameStop is the perfect example.
Okay. If you want to get into GameStop, everybody knows GameStop is not operating based on earnings. Okay. Most stocks do operate based on earnings. And when companies miss their earning reports, the price of that stock plummets. Sure, you might be able to get a bunch of people to say, listen, let's turn GameStop into a cryptocurrency where we're just going to get people who will pay insane amounts of money on a stock that doesn't earn any money. Sure, that can happen. But do you think all stocks are GameStop? I'm asking you, Sitch.
Not.
Do you think all stocks are GameStop?
Of course not. But I'm saying you're sort of creating an idealized version of earning reports. But I want to get away from that because that's not really. That's That's a side quest to the side quest. Okay.
Well, the
original side quest was I don't think you're calling Sam stupid, which I agree. Sam's argument is stupid. I do think that the stock market is a good thing for society. Okay, and I totally fine with the stock market's continual existence. I'm just saying that you calling Sam stupid because Apple as a company produces products that people want does not address his question about the stock market.
And his question is?
His question is, why should you pay lower taxes for your capital gains investments? What is the productive benefit you as an individual person are producing in society
this is the first
for
time
buying Apple stock? You're saying, well, Apple produces products that we want to buy.
This
does
is
not
the first
address
time
that question.
Okay. This is the first time capital gains has come up in the conversation that we're having. Obviously,
that's the entire point of the that's the point that's the entire conversation that he's having right now is about capital gains and taxes.
No, he asked, why does the value of the stock go up? He did. We haven't.
No,
he hasn't
listen,
mentioned
that's not
capital
what he
gains.
asked. That's not what he asked.
In the stock, that capital gains.
It's the definition of a capital gain, and you're talking about 90%
We won't
taxes
have.
on income.
First of all,
so he wants to have a 90% income tax on not income. He wants to have a 90% tax on capital gains income.
Okay.
Which means all investment income. Nothing. It's not 90% on your job. It'd be 90% on your investments essentially.
Right.
I dispute the fact that it's productive, that capital gains.
Okay, he disputes the fact that it's productive.
Yes, that a capital gains investment is productive.
Right. Okay.
Definition of a capital gain.
No, it isn't.
A return on a productive investment.
What?
Okay, they're talking about the investment being productive.
Right.
What's productive about you investing in the stock market?
Well,
okay, what's productive about you investing in the stock market? Well, it depends upon the company that you invest in, because if you invest money in the stock market in unproductive companies, you're going to lose your money.
Sure.
Well, it's indirect, but what stocks go up and what stocks go down is what businesses perform well. And
explain to me the indirectness of when you buy stocks, you buy 100 shares of Apple, and it goes up 5 points, and you make this chunk of money. What's productive about that investment?
Apple produced products that people wanted, and if the stock went up, they beat their quarterly earnings reports. So they
but you're assuming
postulated some kind of growth and hit that marker.
Yeah, but so you would be assuming by saying that you're making the argument that Apple was engaged in that behavior because they're trying to meet their earnings reports because of the stock price, and that without the stock price, they would be they'd be engaged in some other behavior that could be less profitable.
I mean, stock price is tied to earnings. That's this is the whole difference between crypto and stock. I mean, stock price is tied to earnings performance. GameStop obviously is an exception. And this is why people, they're kind of upset about GameStop, because GameStop is being, a bunch of social media influencers are going on and saying, hey, let's all buy GameStop and drive the price of GameStop up. Yeah. Do you know what a short squeeze is? Do you know why they chose GameStop to do this? It doesn't
matter. It doesn't matter. We can move on.
Well, no, people go short on a stock. They basically say this stock is is overvalued. So I'm going to sell the shares. I'm going to borrow your shares of GameStop and I'm going to sell them, knowing that at some future date, I am going to be forced to buy GameStop because I owe you 100 shares. So GameStop was completely oversold by hedge fund investors who were even buying, supposedly they were borrowing stock, but maybe they weren't borrowing stock. Maybe they were just claiming to borrow stock or whatever. So people said, hey, let's force these short people to cover. They're going to freak out when the price of GameStop is $50 a share because, they're going to be losing money on this investment.
Sure.
And they drove the price up. It was completely uncoupled from earnings.
Right. But okay, there's lots of things there's lots of people trying to short lots of things. I mean, this is, Elon Musk is always complaining that people are trying to short Tesla constantly.
I agree. Yeah.
It gets even worse if we move off of stock into options, which I have big problems with a lot of options trading, which I'm not even sure I agree. I think should even be legal, which adds a whole nother level of bizarre behavior to the markets, market fluctuations. But whatever.
But stocks are the purpose of a stock price is to be tying the price of the stock. They call it a multiple. Obviously,
I understand. I understand.
Right now, the stock market is figuring out a 20% multiple.
So it's okay. All I'm going to say is this, and maybe hopefully we can move on for this. There's not a 1-for-1 connection between earnings and stock price. It's not like there's no law.
There is. Wait.
There's no law. Okay? There's no legality. The law does not dictate. There's no book that says if a company earns X amount of dollars, stock price must raise X amount of dollars. Okay, that doesn't exist. That's not a thing.
No.
Okay.
True.
So yeah, it is based on the psychology of people thinking the company will have value in the future. And one of the biggest, if not the biggest metrics for determining that value is earnings. So yes, that plays heavily into it. However, all I'm saying is that there are other things that weigh into it, like people trying to short companies, or people thinking, hey, they're going to announce something right now. It's going to make the stock prices go up temporarily, so I can unload a bunch of, buy a bunch of stock now and then unload it when people realize the real value is kind of less than it is. Okay.
What other metric is there aside from earnings?
I just gave you two. Okay.
Shorting?
So I don't understand.
Shorting has nothing to do. You're saying shorting can drive down the price of the stock, even though earnings are strong?
It can, of course. That's literally what Elon Musk is always whining about. He's always people are trying to intentionally short the company, bringing the stock price down, even though it doesn't match earnings. That's what he complains about constantly.
It was about Tesla, though, and Tesla is in a situation which is very unusual because Tesla is developing products and services that people think will be very valuable in the future. But right now, Tesla's earnings are very low.
I'm just saying it's more. What's the word?
But we're still talking about earnings, though. We're still very much talking about earnings.
The stock prices for companies. All I said, you said you're using the word tethered. I'm saying no. They're you could say primarily influenced, but I wouldn't use the word tethered. Okay. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, primary influence is kind of. I mean, it's tethered. It basically means the same thing. So
it's fine. We can move on.
The fact that Apple is worth more as a company because it's getting bigger, it's growing, is why the stock goes up. If you bought Amazon in 1985 or whatever.
Productive? No. You're telling me that Apple's value is reflected in its stock, but I'm asking your $100, which Apple doesn't see. What's the productive value in that? What is Apple producing more for society than it would have otherwise?
More iPhones, you dipshit. This is why this is so infuriating.
No.
Look, Sitch, I understand that this is completely over your head. Like we're having a completely different conversation here.
That's fine. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Like the value of the stock
I'm going to the bathroom.
Goes up because
I'm going to the bathroom.
Look, if they sell less iPhones, if they go less, if they say they're going to sell 100 million iPhones and they sell 50 iPhones, the price is obviously going to go down.
Okay. I agree. It's fine. As someone in the chat said, Sam's point is way stupider than either of the points we're talking about. True.
Well, you You seem to think that because the $100 goes from you to another investor who bought the shares before you, you seem to think because that money only changes hands between you two private investors, that has nothing to do with the price of the stock. But I mean, this is.
I didn't know. Wait, whoa. I never said it has nothing to do with it. Of course, that's directly related to the price of the stock. What are you talking about? If demand for a stock increases for whatever reason,
yes,
then obviously
exactly right.
Yeah, of course. That's not the question.
What increases the demand for that stock?
Well, that's irrelevant to the question that Sam was asking. Okay.
How is it irrelevant?
Unless you're making the argument, which I've said like 20 times, that you are arguing that companies are only engaged in behavior of increasing their earnings in order to maintain a high or to gate a high stock price, that would be the example of how you purchasing shares of Apple would be productive towards Apple's behavior in the overall economy. And if you want to make that argument, that's fine.
That is the argument. That is 100% the argument.
Okay, then we don't disagree.
This is the only reason companies become publicly traded.
Well, no, they become publicly traded because they want to make a shit ton of money, but that's a different.
Yes, thing. They want initial investment from people who buy the stock originally.
Yes, exactly.
So that they can develop products and services that are going to make the world a better place.
Right, but a company's motivation for the initial investment phase when they're selling stock and their why they might want stock prices to increase once they're already being traded are completely different. They're being motivated by different factors.
Look, a lot of people who work for the company own the stock. They have an investment in the stock value maintaining.
That's very true.
If they want to expand, they want to be able to offer more stock for
they
various
want to
projects.
From being able to, if they have extra shares that they want to, make sure that they have some asset worth value that they can always sell if they ever need money. Having a bunch of stock is totally an option of that. If they want to prevent other companies from taking them over, they want to have a bunch of stock and they want to have a high stock price as possible to prevent someone like Elon Musk from coming in and buying out their whole company, like he attempted to do with Twitter, even though eventually that didn't happen, which is sad. So no, there are reasons for it. I'm just whatever.
And all of those reasons go back to earnings. Like there's a reason people are focused on EPS, earnings per share, because earnings is the entire reason for everything.
Okay, someone in the chat is confused. I said companies sell stocks to make money originally. Okay? The original, when the company issues the original shares, all the money goes to the company. That's what Adam said. It's the original, the reason a company goes public is because they want a big infusion of cash that they can use to invest and to make their company grow. That's what it is. After that point, they're not seeing a dime of that money.
Well, unless they do.
I know you understand that, Adam. I'm talking to the chat. Okay.
Look, companies all the time do offerings of specialized shares that give some
that's a completely
special
different situation.
dividend.
I understand. That's completely different situation.
Right.
I understand that.
So, but all of this. Go ahead. Go to the bathroom.
I'm dying here.
All of this comes back to earnings, though. I don't see why people resist that. Like it's 100% linked to earnings, obviously. Okay. Bad earnings, bad. Good earnings, good.
Because the reason that the stock is going up is because the company is performing well.
Yeah, so the stock is reflective of how the company is doing, but you,
right, and by investing in it, you're picking the productive companies. We're rewarding that with the capital gain. You're just
betting. That's like me saying, like, when I bet on a horse and it wins, I made it run faster.
That's so insane. That is so insane, especially since, this basically boils down to investing in just randomly picking stocks. Because the reason why Apple is the largest company is because people are familiar with their products. People love their products. So people have a good understanding of the value that's being created by the company, and therefore they want to invest in that company. They think that company will continue to develop good products into the future. And this was when Steve Jobs died, this was a huge thing with Apple. A lot of people were worried that Steve Jobs was the only person that could design good products, and that once Steve Jobs was gone, their products would lessen, be not as popular, not as well designed. So evidently they've got over that hurdle because it's still very popular and still selling tons of products. So, but this idea that people just will go to the stock market and basically gamble. I mean, some people do that, but most people, they buy companies that they think are going to increase in value. Yeah. So it's ridiculous.
It's a little different when it's an investment into a company.
But it's not an investment into a company.
What is a company going public?
Selling off their stock.
In return
money.
For what? What do they do with it?
What do they do with that money? They put it into the shareholders. Yeah. They buy more stock often.
Look, he doesn't. Sam has no fucking clue how this works. Listen, if you're gonna sell Apple stock and you're gonna get cash money for that Apple stock, I mean, Elon Musk is a perfect example. So he's taking that money, and I believe, Elon Musk has companies that are not publicly traded. I don't think SpaceX is publicly traded. SpaceX is operating like a traditional business where, they don't have to share their quarterly reports with anyone because they didn't go to the public and say, listen, we want to put satellites into space and we think we can make money doing it. Please invest in our company here. We're going to come up with a stock, which is basically, stock is just like an investment vehicle, and so that they sell, and people believe that they're going to make a profit doing whatever it is they're doing. Tesla was a different situation. Tesla.
Did we make any progress in the video while I was gone?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay.
Because Sam Seder, dumb shit here.
Yeah.
Thinks that all stock buying and trading is just financial shenanigans. Like, he doesn't understand that initial money that we talked about. Apple's going, or Google did this. Google went publicly traded for the first time, right? They're going to get a huge cash injection. I think that's what they call it. They get a huge tax injection or a huge cash injection, and their job is to turn that cash into, or in the case of Elon Musk, factories that make and deliver Teslas, right? Right now, Tesla has a demand for their cars that far outstrips their production capacity. Like, if Elon Musk could make more Teslas, more people want to buy Teslas than he can make. So the secret sauce is turning that cash into some product and service that people want to buy.
Right.
But Sam Seder here doesn't seem to understand that. He thinks it's just all shenanigans.
Right. Well, if you did away with stock, then companies wouldn't be able to get, the massive cash influx when they go public, and they couldn't use that cash to, as you said, you couldn't have Tesla, wouldn't be able to use all that money to build more factories or expand their business. You basically be clubbing the foot of all these companies that they'd only be able to get massive amounts of cash by just taking out gigantic loans.
Can you even,
why would they ever want to do that?
Then you're just putting the risk, instead of spreading the risk out into all the investors who are like, you're spreading the risk among thousands, if not tens of thousands of people, you're going to give the risk to a bank. Then the bank is going to have just that risk, right?
Right. Yeah. No. If someone starts talking about getting rid of the stock market, I think it's stupid. It's completely stupid.
Well, Tesla is publicly traded because it's a different animal. producing cars in like millions, in the millions of orders, right?
Yeah.
That's a tough thing to do.
Well, I'm assuming all car companies are publicly traded. I don't think there's any that aren't. But
yeah, they are.
I mean, there's a reason all the big companies, or not all of them. So, like, the majority of big companies are all publicly traded. It's a more efficient system.
Right. Any manufacturing is going to take a lot of money, right? SpaceX, Elon Musk's company SpaceX, is not publicly traded. And I would assume because it doesn't require that much capital investment to play around with rockets.
A publicly traded company can't be as risky in its behavior as a non-publicly traded company. And so that might be the reason. You might want the freedom to have SpaceX do more riskier things, do things that won't necessarily make money because it's more of an experimental industry. Like once it becomes like solidly profitable, then SpaceX will go public, essentially.
Well, the amount of money operations take is inherently risky. Like if you're spending $10 billion a month on payroll versus spending $1 billion a month on payroll, obviously you've got a much larger risk.
Right. But what I'm saying is like, so if SpaceX is privately funded, all you have to convince is whoever privately funds it.
Yes.
Or if it's not even privately funded, if it's just like it's just selling it's selling rocket ships to the government or whatever the fuck it's doing, it can operate at some amount of a loss, or it could operate on some completely razor thin margin.
Yeah.
And be acceptable. Or if it's publicly traded, that's an unacceptable behavior. It has to be producing X amount of profit, X amount of earnings, as you said, because it has a responsibility to the stock owners to behave in a specific way, in which a non-publicly traded company doesn't have any responsibility to the public to behave in any way.
Right, because they're not taking public money. Right. Elon Musk, when he was talking about taking Twitter, he suggested taking the company private, which would be buying, giving all the investors their money for the stock, and then there would be no more publicly traded company.
Right.
There'd be no more quarterly reports. There would be no more, Twitter has to earn money someday.
Right. But that would be a good example of what we're talking about, because you might say, well, if we think Twitter is like a public good.
Yeah.
And it should be maybe managed in a way that's versus what's good for like the world versus what's good for their earnings, then yeah, maybe they shouldn't be.
Well, they can be. Those two things can be in conflict. I mean, I don't deny that. Yeah, obviously. Right. If a company's producing products and services that are actually making society worse, which Twitter's the perfect example of one of those companies.
Exactly. Right.
Then we're having a conversation. But the thing that just gets my hackles up with Sam here is he has no idea what he's fucking talking about. And to mention something like Apple, which a lot of people love. I mean, obviously I know you don't, but
a lot of
people do love
one button.
Just so many people, if you told them, if you came out with an announcement and said Apple is no longer going to be producing products and services, we're closing shop, so many people would just be demoralized. So many people would be demoralized. They really would.
Let them be demoralized.
But Sam Seder has the gall to stand here and go, "Oh, what does Apple do for anyone?" What a fucking moron.
I don't see this so much anymore, but when I was like younger, a lot of douchebags would put that fucking Apple sticker on the back of their car. And I'm like,
I know.
What the fuck, man?
I hope we're close to being done. I do feel bad for keeping you up all night.
Oh, no, we're not even close. I'm fine. I'm just going, about the Apple stickers.
Are we caught up on Super Chats? I think we're almost done with the thing.
We're not, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm not pressed for time or anything.
Oh, I thought you were.
No.
It's like 7 hours. We only have we're running out of time here.
We got another we've been streaming for 7 hours.
Yeah, we've had some.
We got 5 hours to go, Adam.
I'm going to teach you how the stock market works before this is over. But I can't believe you were like It's all just financial shenanigans.
I didn't. Oh my God, why are you strawmanning?
It's all just financial shenanigans.
Why are you strawmanning me, you fuck? Every time you strawman, you know how many puppies are dying right now, Adam? You're just on a puppy rampage. Adam is genociding puppies left and right.
Well, the argument that most socialist anti-capitalists make is that why is it got to be all about profit? I mean, there are things in the world that are beyond money. It's like, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, sure. But I mean, we have to have some sort of system that keeps people honest and producing good in the world, right? And right now that system is profit. Profit seems to work, right?
Yes.
Not for Sam Seder, though. Sam Seder, like, why do you want the capital? Listen, a lot of retired folks live off capital gains. Why do you think you want them to be thrown under the bus? When your retirement
listen,
is all...
I want to have enough dividend stocks that I can live off of dividends. Okay, that'd be amazing.
So I mean, if old people are living off of capital gains, why do you want to throw the old people under the bus? They work their entire lives to save money. They shouldn't be taxed fucking.
That's why they call it a fiduciary responsibility, Adam.
Look, in Sam Seder's world, when your grandma is living off of capital gains, Sam Seder wants to tax her 90%.
I know. What a bitch.
She's going to be eating fucking cat food.
But as I said, that's why they call it a fiduciary responsibility.
Yeah.
It's for the douches, okay? It's a douche responsibility. And why don't we just F those douches and tax them 90%? Take your fiduciary responsibility and douche it.
Look, not all of our
douche it, grandma.
Not all of our parents and grandparents are rich like Sam Seder's.
Okay.
Who can afford 90% tax on their capital gains.
Sure, that cash, billions upon billions of dollars.
They also invest it. A lot.
Well, if they have that much cash reserves, they don't need that money, and so your investment is not really that productive. But so.
What a dumbass.
Well,
let me ask you this.
It's productive.
They don't need your money.
Well, it's like saying if someone starts a restaurant and then they sell it to you and you just buy it, but you're not involved in the management of the restaurant whatsoever. It's like, well, Sam would say, well, you're not being a productive part of the chain. It's like, maybe. But the fact that you bought the restaurant is part of why people make the restaurant in the first place, because they want to sell it.
Of course.
But you can't remove that from the equation.
Of course.
So
as soon as there's more sellers of Apple stock than buyers, because everyone's like, Apple sucks now, the stock price goes down. They have less working capital. I mean, it really does depend upon earnings is where the rubber meets the road. It really does. Right. Like stock price does fluctuate. Like right now, the earnings multiple is at 20, which is kind of high. And I mean, that can fluctuate. You know, all of a sudden the psychology flips and everyone one day believes stock should be valued at 20 times earnings. And then the next day they're like, that's a little rich. Let's go 15 times earnings now. That happens. And that totally causes the market to come down 20%, whatever.
Right.
There's definitely give there, but that's where psychology controls things. But I know you've said, psychology is what's driving a share price. There, I can totally agree with you. But when the earnings reports come out, I mean, that's really where the rubber meets the road. And even if a bunch of people decide, Apple misses their earnings by a penny. So a bunch of people are like, fuck this, Apple's on the way out.
Right.
I'm going to sell my Apple shares.
Well, that's psychology, right?
It is, yeah. But the stock price is going to fall until the point where people are like, okay, this is ridiculous. Okay, it didn't fall $5 a share. And people are going to come in, they're going to realize, oh my God, Apple's on sale. I'm going to buy this right now. That's where the floor comes in. Like earnings really creates the floor for stocks. And sure, people do get crazy out of their minds and do crazy shit. But sooner or later, cool heads prevail.
Well, okay. I don't really. I could say something, but it's going to reignite the earnings of the conversation. I just want to move on.
No, say it. I want to hear it.
Keep my mouth shut.
No, I want to hear it. What is it?
My mouth.
What is the earnings thing?
No, I was going to say, it's if you were to take the largest companies in the world based on their revenue, it's not going to be a one-to-one transference to the largest company based on stock price. Okay, that's all I was going to say.
Based on revenue?
Yeah.
That's a very interesting question. Yeah.
It's not an interesting question. I know that it's true because I cheat.
You looked it up?
Because I said I knew it intuitively is not true, and I looked it up.
Right. But so why that discrepancy exists, though, is the interesting question. Why do you think that discrepancy exists?
I don't know the exact answer to that question.
I would guess that it's because, like, a lot of people are invested in Tesla, which doesn't make a lot of money, but they believe in the future Tesla could be the most productive company. Tesla could be making products and services that are putting everyone else out of business. Obviously, like they do, like this boxable thing is completely ingenious.
Right.
Teslas are super popular. And so that's the thinking. They're not the most profitable company today, but people believe they will be the most profitable company in the world.
Well, I guess, yeah, maybe
day.
I guess the thought you're saying the thought is if they have the highest earnings, they could potentially be.
Yes, and earnings are still where the rubber meets the road. Like those earnings either materialize or they don't.
But that's part of the psychology because again, since people want to sell the stock, and that's why they would care more about earnings rather than revenue because they're looking for the future price.
Right.
Not necessarily a stable price.
Well, there's plenty of stock trading that's done on speculation, obviously. That
sure.
Where the speculation though vanishes is as soon as those earning reports hit. Like a lot of people, I started to say this earlier, a lot of people will trade around earnings reports. They'll be like, okay, I think Apple's going to miss their earnings report. You know, the economy's in the toilet. I think they're going to miss and the stock is going to drop. So they'll short the stock, knowing that they can buy it back tomorrow when the earnings report hits and they've missed and a bunch of people have sold and they can make a profit.
When did Google split?
Tesla just split like a 5-way split.
When did Google split?
Google split, I don't know, a while back, quite some time ago.
I should buy some Google.
I love it. Don't let Sam Seder hear you say that. I remember the day Google went for its initial public offering. I think it was 2004.
You're right. It wasn't. Jesus Christ. It was 2004.
I bought Netflix when it was like $10 a share because a friend of mine was super into Netflix. It was like before Netflix was even a thing. Remember when Netflix mailed your shit out? Did you ever have one of those?
My parents still get that. What do you think?
No way. No way.
They'll do that, yeah.
No way. No way.
Yes.
Really?
Well, it has a lot.
I thought those red envelopes were like an endangered species.
To be fair to my parents, the selection, you can get any movie mailed out to you. They have a much more limited selection for streaming.
Right, because they can't get the rights to it, obviously.
Exactly, right. But they can just buy a DVD for anything. So
yeah. No, I know. There was a couple movies that I wanted to watch that was like, well, you need a male version to get it. And I was like, fuck that. I'll just buy this movie on Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I watched Netflix stock. I think I had it for like 2 years and it did nothing. I was super early to the party on it. And I was like, I thought I was going to make money on this stock. Fuck it. I'm going to sell it. But I should have hung on to it. I should have just forgot about it because that stock like went double, triple, quadruple.
Right.
I mean, Netflix went crazy. Yeah. Sometimes people trade just on momentum too. Momentum traders where they're like, this stock is going up. I have no idea why, but I'm jumping in. Like somebody knows something that I don't know. And that can really fuck a stock up, obviously. But as soon as that earnings report comes out, that's where the rubber. That's why I keep saying earnings is everything. Look, Kyle must have just sold his Apple stock. Kyle's like rolling in it now. Thank you for the generous super chats, Kyle.
No, it's split this year.
Look at Sitch.
Google. That's why I'm like, because I looked at Google stock price and it was only like 100. I'm like, wait, it used to be in the thousands.
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck happened? Because
I bought Google like way back when. Yeah.
Alphabet A-class stock opened a split adjusted price. Yeah, split adjusted price of 112 in July. It's okay, so it just split in this July. I didn't realize that. Google's stock price before the split was $2,255. Yeah, because I remember
I split like a 20-way split then?
I guess if that's what the math is, yeah.
Okay.
Because I remember
that's really gonna piss Sam Seder off. Because what value was created? Now you have all this more stock, but what value?
Well, no, he should be in favor of that because that means that people can actually start buying Google stock again.
Yeah,
like,
there's
who wants to spend $2,000 on a single share of stock versus $100.
Look up Berkshire Hathaway stock. You should buy some Berkshire Hathaway.
No, what I was gonna say is that it annoys me because I remember in high school when I was doing my stock project, it was when Google was in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is before a split, and I kept telling my parents to put a bunch of money in Google stock, and they never did.
Oh my god,
they never did, and it got up to $2,000. Okay,
what a bunch of losers! They should have just listened to you.
I know. If only they would have listened to high school Sitch for their investment advice. Well, the reason though was because everyone thought back in those days, a million years ago when I was in high school, that Google was going to split originally when it hit 100. Because back in those days, not a lot of stocks went above 100. Mm-hmm. So, but obviously Google said, fuck no. And they just kept chugging. I don't know why they decided to split now, but now I can maybe buy some Google stock.
Warren Buffett owns Berkshire Hathaway, right? Look up Berkshire Hathaway. It's the ticker is BRK.A. Little A. Well, actually, I think they have two. This is the less expensive stock. I think they have A class.
What the fuck is this?
Read it for us. Read it for the audience. How much?
What is this?
How much is one share of Berkshire Hathaway?
What the fuck even is this? What do they do?
Berkshire Hathaway? What do they do? What does Berkshire Hathaway do?
Berkshire Hathaway is an American multinational. Okay, let me tell you how much the stock price is worth before I tell you what they do.
Uh-huh.
This stock, if you want to buy a single share of the stock, you have to shell out $440,000.
You ready?
Okay.
Maybe we can go in on one together.
Yeah, we could pool all our money together and we could buy a single share of this. You know how much this stock dropped in one day today? $900. That's only a 900 drop. It's a nine. Wrap your mind around this. This stock dropped $900 today, and that's only a 0.22% drop.
That's tiny. I'm still making money.
What the fuck is this stock?
What's the earnings? What is the earnings per share on that one? I might have to buy. I might have to get
$400,000 stock. What the fuck is this?
Okay.
Who's buying this? Is this like the ultimate rich people stock or something?
Well, the idea why Warren Buffett. So Warren Buffett has sworn off stock splitting. This is why I brought up Berkshire Hathaway because.
Yeah, but it says when it came out, it was off. The starting price of the stock was $540 in 1982, which is crazy.
Right, but the stock has never split. He's fundamentally against stock splitting. So
it's fucking ridiculous.
But the idea,
in the mid 2000s, the stock cost over $100,000. This is like insane.
You're looking at the whole chart.
Yeah, look at the timeline for this shit. It's crazy.
I mean, it was only 300,000 back in 2018.
Yeah, so it's like I guess you would made bank if you fucking had like This is the ultimate like rich people
Oh,
money.
look.
You could have made so much money if you just could buy multiple shares of this $300,000 fucking stock.
Look, during the housing crash, it bottomed out at $84,000 a share.
Yeah, but
You
it
should've-
only
oh,
went up.
man.
Yeah, but it was only at 135 at its highest at that point. So
That's
going
such a-
back to 80.
That's such
to
a great
84.
investment.
No. It bottomed out at 77.
Well, the logic behind doing this is that you avoid speculators. Obviously,
Yeah.
if you are selling a stock at $404,000 a share, it's really, that's not going to be a stock speculators are going to come in on, right? and
Fuck, I
say,
wish in 2009 I had 77 grand to spend
that'd be a
and
good
buy some
investment.
Berkshire Hathaway stock.
Oh, in the
In
2001 crash, it went down to $45,000
Yeah,
a
but
share.
that's even.
That's like a 10-fold increase in 20 years. That's
Yeah, I know.
pretty,
It's ridiculous. It's crazy.
That's
Yeah.
pretty good. Yeah.
It's very good.
So what do? Warren Buffett just basically takes money from people and invests it in other companies, right?
It's a multinational. So this company is a conglomerate holding company. So yes, that's what they do. This company owns Geico, Duracell, Dairy Queen, some railroad I've never heard of, Fruit of the Loom, Hellsberg Diamonds, and a bunch of other things I've never heard of. So, and they have significant minority holdings in Kraft Heinz, American Express, Bank of America, Coke, and Apple.
Here's a headline: Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway saw $9 billion wiped out off its Apple stake on Tuesday as the iPhone maker shed $154 billion of market value in a single day.
Why did Apple lose so much? This was yesterday?
When was this? September 14th. How long ago was that?
What happened? What happened, Apple? I thought you were sucking.
Well, no, the whole
Apple's
market.
D.
The whole market's been tanking.
Yeah, I know.
Like the whole market is kind of at the bottom right now. So Monday,
It's crazy.
hard to say if like Monday's a big make or break for the market. So
It's just so fucking ridiculous. If we want to spend $400,000 on a single share of a stock, all right.
I love the fact that you are having the same exact just bewilderment that I had the first time I looked at Berkshire Hathaway stock. I was like, what the fuck? Something is wrong with this. This doesn't make any sense at all. How does it, this just my worldview completely collapse that you could do this?
It's the largest railroad in the world. Listen, how many fucking times I've been on a train once in my life, okay? Who the fuck knows about railroads? It's the 21st century, okay? We have this thing, it's called airplanes. I don't know about railroads, Kalevar. Get off my back.
Google Sergey Brin and
the 1800s, the dead ghosts of the Chinese from the 1800s are calling. They want to hear about your fucking railroad.
Larry Page and Sergey Brin were big fans of Warren Buffett, and they said that they were going to do this with Google stock, that Google stock was never going to split. They were going to continue to grow the share price. And I think, it did get like to 2,000, like 1,000, 2,000 a share, but they finally gave in and split the stock.
Right.
So,
Kyle Petty, first of all, and we'll get off this. I know people are bored by the stock talk. We'll stop talking about this.
Yeah, everyone's
Kyle
checking
Petty,
out.
thanks so much for the $50. Says this stock talk is crazy. Stock price is affected by perception of value. Thank you, Kyle. Brand recognition, as well as the current trajectory of said stock, and many things factor into those factors like marketing, etc. Stock trading isn't simple. Thank you, Kyle. And since Kyle's obviously rich because he's giving us a bunch of money, that means he's correct.
Well, no, it seems to me that Kyle is doing some stock trading, which good.
Thank you, Kyle.
I encourage more people to be doing their own investments.
There you go. Sitch is anti-trade.
But look, nothing Kyle has said I disagree with.
Okay, well, Kyle took my side in the argument, so.
Stock price is affected by perception of value. Yes, 100%.
It's another word for that is psychology.
Well, the perception of value evaporates as soon as the earnings report comes out,
course
and
it
we
does.
see the actual value.
Okay. Anyway,
that's
move on.
That's my only point. It's like,
Right.
yeah, perception is a giant part of it, but then sooner or later, perception becomes reality, and it's either it lives up to the perception or it doesn't live up to the perception. And some people, I think, operate in a world where that crossing never actually happens.
Listen, I'm a trains phobic. Okay.
Mm-hmm. You don't
I'm
like
anti-trains.
trains? Why?
I'm
What's the
anti-train.
matter? You've never pulled a train before? Sitch.
No, Adam. I've never pulled a train. I've never run a train.
You've never been on a train?
I've been on a train, I think like a train.
Mm-hmm.
I've been on like a train, I think like twice in my life. So.
Oh shit.
No, actually that's not true. 3 times maybe. I haven't been on a lot of trains.
What does this even mean? Here, let me Google. What does pulling a train mean? No, I'm not going to Google that.
Well, Google image pulling a train.
Come on, we have to get through
What makes
this.
you think if the government takes that money and redistributes it, that as a society we have less wealth? I mean, what's the difference in terms of societal wealth if let's put it this way, you walk into the room and I walk into the room, or Bill Gates and I walk into the room?
Adam, I want you to Google image pulling a train.
No, okay. I'm not going to do it.
Are you sure?
I have no idea.
You said you pulled a bunch of trains, Adam. I'm just.
No, I asked you if you pulled. I would never.
Chat.
I
Adam
said you can go back.
He said what? You've never pulled the train, Sitch, implying that you have pulled the train.
No,
okay.
I was thinking more like Sitch obviously has pulled a train.
Look at this. Somebody named Adam Googled pulling a train and realized what he was talking about.
Is it pulling the train or pushing the train?
I don't know. You tell me.
How's the train work? Does the train involve like a room full of gay men?
I mean, it might.
Okay, I don't know if I should. Nah, I'm not into it.
If the government takes $1 billion from Bill Gates and gives it to me, the wealth in that room is exactly the same as it was when Bill Gates and I entered.
This is just so infuriating to me because he's conceptualizing money as wealth.
Well, no, but I mean, the problem is like, okay, if you took all of Bill Gates' money, if there's 100 people in the room, and you're saying, okay, you have some amount of set wealth in the room. Say the room becomes, I don't know how much Bill Gates worth. Say the room becomes worth, $100 billion because there's Bill Gates and there's 99 other people, and obviously Bill Gates is the majority of that 100 billion. If you take that 100 billion, you split it up amongst the 99 people, you say, okay, but wait a minute. Are those 99 people going forward in the future going to generate future markets and wealth and production in the economy?
Or are they just going to spend that money buying products?
Right, as much as, well, I mean, buying generates wealth because they have to buy products that have to be made. But, are they going to use that money in a way that Bill Gates would use that money? And, that's the real question. Now, I do think there's a limitation, obviously, on that money, where I think you can reach. I don't know what that saturation point would be. But no, I don't think anyone does. No one's actually really interested in finding it out because that'd be more like a pragmatic consideration versus a political moral question, which is how everyone kind of approaches these financial questions.
Money is spending power. I don't fundamentally, I guess money is to some extent wealth, but when I think of wealth, I think of like tangible things. So.
Well, I mean, okay.
But future wealth creation is going to go to crap. I mean, if a billionaire can create a super productive company for millions of people and then have all their wealth confiscated, the next one's not going to do it. With 90% tax rate over $3 million is what you said. Why
didn't that work in Kansas?
in Kansas,
Sam Brown.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the Kansas experiment, but that's a whole complicated thing that we would need a whole nother. I'll come back on if you want to dive into that.
The Laffer, it was Art Laffer. You're stating the Laffer curve to me. You're suggesting
the Laffer curve isn't always true. It's true at a certain point. Obviously, 100% tax would raise a 100% income tax.
I'm not for
what is the Kansas experiment? I'm not familiar with this.
I don't know, but I know about the Laffer curve. The Laffer curve is the idea that you can reduce taxes and people will use that extra money in productive enough ways that you will actually make more in tax revenue. So you're reducing the percentage of tax that you're bringing in. People are so much more productive that the smaller percentage actually earns more money. Do you get what I'm saying?
I understand. Yeah. That's what I think. Okay, so that's related to the Kansas experiment. It's the largest tax cuts in the state's history.
Mm-hmm.
They cut $231 million in the first year.
I mean, the thing. I guess it's interesting that it was done at a state level, but states are not currency issuers, so
it creates a whole another. Yeah, but basically they cut a bunch of taxes based off of Laffer's theories,
and the state was not more productive.
Completely didn't work at all.
Right. Yeah. So, well, there's a thing too, because
they got 3 credit downgrades and missed state payments. It went to an atmosphere of financial crisis, supposedly. So.
Oh, ouch.
So
yeah.
Not great for Kansas.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's difficult to create value, to take a bunch of raw materials and turn it into something more valuable than the raw materials. That's a tough thing to do. Right. And I think people like Sam Seder don't necessarily respect how difficult that is to do. They act like the economy just produces things magically.
Yeah, right.
For 100%.
You're just for a 90.
90% over the first $3 million, which is what we had.
So Jeff Bezos would have
50s.
Stopped in what, 1998? And none of us would have the Amazon, because he would have earned $3 million. What's he going to do? Keep going for 10%? Of course not. This is incentives 101.
Well, wait a second.
Would you work if you were going to pay 90% taxes for everything you did after a certain point?
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I'd stay home. I'd sunbathe.
No, if I made $3 million, but you know what I would do if I was Jeff Bezos? I would have probably retired after my first $1 billion.
Lazy piece of shit, too. Look at that. Just look at that. I guess he doesn't care about climate change. I mean, come on, someone has to change the world, for heaven's sakes.
Wouldn't you have?
No, you don't want to.
Probably not.
You don't want to just sit around doing nothing all day. That's how you die.
I know, of course.
Okay. You want to have a job, and that's and a lot of the people that start these big companies, I mean, that's why they continue to work, is because they understand the value psychologically, and also because they tie into their own psychology, is the fact that they're continually working.
Well, and I mean, you got to admit, the stock market is kind of gamified business to the point where Jeff Bezos is like, okay, I have to figure out a way. It's like a game.
Well, if that's his motivation, I would be surprised if people like Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk are primarily motivated by the gamifying of the stock market.
Well, I think Elon Musk is definitely addicted to the gamification of setting a goal that's nearly impossible to achieve and then trying to figure out how to achieve it.
Right. I agree. Yeah. I just don't think it's the stock price.
But there is some aspect of gamification too.
Of course.
I mean, I've read enough of these books that people talk about building a business and the challenges. They're fascinating. The challenges that you have to overcome building a business. Yeah. And a lot of people go into business because it is a constant learning experience. You're just kind of an investigator on how to make this happen. I mean, a lot of other people start businesses too, just because they see somebody else do it and they're like, this is something I can do. So
yeah, I know someone made a bunch of money doing this. You know, I want to make a bunch of money.
Yeah. There's a guy I used to watch on YouTube that did coin laundries, coin op laundries, and he was buying them up and teaching people how to buy coin operated laundries and make money doing it. Yeah. Which is fascinating.
Right.
Yeah. You want to get a coin op laundry, Sitch?
No.
You'll never have to ask for change.
I have a washing machine.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's so weird, isn't it?
What's weird?
I guess there are people who can't afford a washer and dryer, which, I mean,
of course,
that sucks.
It does suck.
Well, I mean, I did my laundry at a coin op laundry for a long time.
I've had to do that too in certain times. It's awful.
I know. Imagine that. I didn't even have a phone to stare at when I did it.
Oh my God.
I had to read a book with text in it. And you know how bad I am at reading.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like torture.
I didn't even think about that.
that was my life. Yeah. Sometimes I'd listen to my Walkman, so we did have some things.
Get a magazine with big print.
I mean, I remember getting books on tape, and there'd be like 35 tapes.
Yeah, I know. Back in the day, books on tape were like insane.
Holy shit! I would be like, "This is going to take up my whole closet."
You have like a briefcase for like a single book. I'm just trying to imagine like Game of Thrones is like 40 plus hours audiobook. I'm just like, can you? It's like how many tapes? Each side is like, I guess it'd be like 40 tapes or maybe 20 tapes. So it's ridiculous.
I remember when I moved into my first apartment that had a washer and dryer, and I was like,
oh, hallelujah. I know. It's like
heaven.
Yeah.
But I'm not really.
Well, you can't spend $1 billion. You can't. So I mean, the Laffer curve.
More.
The Laffer
He's created
curve,
millions of jobs, delivers things to our doorsteps more affordably and quicker than anyone could have imagined.
But you're arguing that he
ago.
would have stopped doing that if he wasn't making as much money, and I'm arguing that I don't think he would have stopped because he still wants to be.
They still want money. It's just like I'm always amazed by. I love soccer,
but
professional soccer players. How they'll make a deal, they'll make a trade for like my salary will go from 50 million to 75 million. I'm like, what's the practical difference? It seems crazy, but it's how people work. It is how people are motivated.
Well, it's not a practical. It is not a practical difference, and he can still make more money than the next person. It's just
but they're still motivated by it. It's just
what happened in the 50s and the 60s in this country? Why didn't what you're suggesting? Why didn't all of those people? You know what the tax rate was in the 50s, right?
On the income tax?
Yeah.
Wasn't it as high as 70% at one point?
It was 90%.
But almost no one paid it back then, though. The brackets, almost nobody was in the bracket. That's not true.
400,000,
way less than would be today.
$450,000. Every dollar you would make over that, 90 cents on the dollar, that existed for almost 20 years in this country. And then in 65, I think it was, 64, somewhere between 64 and 65, it went to 75% on every dollar made over $470,000 annually.
That's obscene.
That's immoral. But, well, okay, you can say it's immoral, but it's not ineffective. We still had things produced. It was a very productive time. And in fact, we had a rising middle class, didn't we? It was called the Great Compression because we had wealth inequality was at its lowest ebb. Maybe at any
like a million different things that are different from 2020 to 1960.
Well, of course, but
I do think
that's
taking
immoral.
90 cents out of a dollar. I mean, what's 100 cents? If you have to work for free, I mean, that's at that point like.
Well, I know that there are people who like to accumulate things, and so they can have that 10%.
Oh, they can. Oh, thank you. That's very generous of you to let them keep 10 cents of their.
There are people who like to accumulate things. Sam Seder, I didn't know he was like a monk. He just was like, I have no things.
Mm-hmm.
That's just so weird to me. What's wrong with accumulating things?
What? We're beyond that, Adam. Okay.
Well, I mean, I've never been
accumulating
really,
truth.
I'm not really a thing person. Like I've never really been super into accumulating things, but I mean, I know people who are, and I don't begrudge them that, right?
I do. They're degenerates.
Why?
Fuck those people.
I mean,
Evil.
no, they're cool. I like
You should
them.
live as a monk in a monastery with your itchy wolf-spun robe.
I mean, it depends upon what you're
meditating on the sound of
accumulating.
one-handed clapping.
Like if you're accumulating art and
Ugh,
maybe
disgusting.
classic cars, I don't know. What do you like? Maybe classic skateboards or surfboards.
People are starving, and you're buying classic cars.
Yeah, fuck those people. Those people can eat. Those people can eat dirt for all I care.
All right. Okay.
I just like the idea. Hold on.
Adam wants poor people to eat dirt so he can buy
Look,
a
if
classic
I'm-
muscle car.
If I'm gonna sell my classic car,
Yeah.
so some homeless person can have a sandwich, who's gonna buy the classic car? It's gonna be some other rich dude, right? How does this solve the problem of the
That's a
guy?
good point.
Why is my classic car going to some other rich dude
Right.
so some dude can eat a sandwich?
So if we just tax everyone at 90%, then
Right.
you wouldn't have the income to spend on the classic car, and the government could buy the homeless guy the sandwich.
Well, what's going to happen to the class? Who's going to keep the classic cars?
No one's
on
gonna
the
get thrown
road.
into gonna get melted down for parts.
Now this is Soviet Russia. Like we don't even have nice cars. Like we have one
You have a nice car,
car.
you should have a classic car. Classic car is not like a nice. That's like a luxury item.
We have one kind of car. I don't.
I mean,
this is a piece of
why
shit
do we need
world. I
so
don't like
many
this.
types of cars, Adam? Wasn't one like good enough?
I hate commies. No commie has ever enjoyed a classic car show.
I'm trying to remember. There was some famous.
They're too busy
communist-
crying about the homeless person that needs a sandwich.
There was some like a bunch of like people would come from Soviet Russia to America, and they enter the shopping.
Oh
grocery
yeah,
store,
yeah.
and they'd be like
freak out.
baffled about like how many. Yeah, they freak out. They're like, "There's so many options for everything."
Yeah, it's
There's like
great.
a million different. Like I forget who it was. There's some like famous like I think he was some Soviet filmmaker who was like he just was like staring at. He didn't know like what cereal to buy because there were too many different cereals or something.
Oh man,
That's hilarious. It's like there's so much choices.
I love
I'm
that
paralyzed.
situation. Like especially
I
in
know.
a food situation where you're like, I'll try all of these. Fucking,
Right.
I can't wait. I love a new restaurant that's got delicious stuff that I want to try. Like everything.
I just found the other day. I was so happy.
Yeah.
I just found some amazing new restaurant where it was like they sell like it's like a Japanese noodle
Oh,
and like dim sum shop.
heaven.
And I could literally want to eat every single thing on this menu. Oh my God. I'm
Yeah.
pumped. I'm pumped.
Yeah. There's a lot of like family owned taquerias in Southern California. And I love trying a new taqueria and just
Mhm.
so good. They all have just tiny slight variations. You know, a little more barbecue sauce on the horse
Right.
meat.
Yeah, but I feel like I've had like a million taco stuff. I've had a million barbecue stuff. But I haven't had good like Japanese noodle stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm pumped. I'm excited.
That's great. Yeah. Get to go back.
Yes.
Decipher. It's a goal. You got to figure out which one is your favorite dish. You have to do it.
I don't have to do that,
But it would be a fun challenge.
there you go. I'm gonna try. So it's a year. I'm gonna eat everything on the menu throughout the entire year.
It's better than selling your classic car just so you can feed some homeless dude.
I mean, you could sell your classic car so I could buy dim sum and ramen.
Listen, the guy who
Yes.
buys your classic car so that you
Right.
can feed the homeless, so that
Yeah.
Sam Seder can feed the homeless with your money,
Mhm.
is Hunter Biden. Now he's got your classic car. What are you going to do?
He needs to be taxed at 90%. Okay.
Look, he's taxed at 0%. He's snorting crank off of your fucking, off of your dashboard right now with a hooker.
Uh huh.
Yeah. And you don't even have your baby. Your 67 Ford Mustang. He's got the top down.
Listen, you're gonna own nothing and be happy. Okay.
He's got the top down. He's selling art out of it.
He's selling in finger quotes. Selling art.
He's got a couple of hookers lined up.
Yeah.
And all you've done is bought a sandwich for a homeless guy.
I know. How sad.
With the 10% of money that you got left over from the sale, obviously 90% of the profit was taxed away by Sam Bucket Seder.
So it says in 1960, the statutory top marginal rate on filers reporting over $1 million in income was 91%. However, they found that the actual effective tax rate for people in that bracket was really 46% due to the use of deductions and other legal techniques to reduce one's overall tax burden.
Of course.
So
this is ridiculous. This is where the Swiss bank account came from. I mean, come on.
Well, that's a little different.
Don't be a fool.
That's a little different, but okay.
What do you mean? Of course they put their money in a Swiss bank account.
Putting your money in a Swiss bank account is not using a legal technique to reduce your tax burden. That's hiding your money illegally from the government to reduce your tax burden.
Okay, well, if they only found out the legal means, then that's probably even less.
Also, you'd be fucking stupid to just put your money in a Swiss bank account because it'll accumulate nothing. It's just not doing any work for you at that point. Was it sitting in an account somewhere?
Look,
bunch of stacks of cash from 1970.
If the government is going to tax,
well, if it's 90%,
away 90%, who cares if it's in cash?
Sure.
I'll take the cash.
But you couldn't hide it. It's not like you're not. Someone making over $1 million a year is not making $1 million a year in cash. Like there's going to be a paper trail.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe there's a paper trail. Unless
you hire your Skylar White to be your accountant, and she just
maybe
hides. She says you made a bunch of losses or something.
Maybe you're selling cars, for cash.
Oh, okay. There you go. Hit it.
Hit it. Let's get this
over.
Welcome.
You're very kind, Sam.
I think so. I may be able to move off that to 11%.
Okay.
This sells to people because Sam Seder's like, we're going to hose the rich people. This show is, we can't march out the guillotines and lop their heads off, but we can talk about taxing them 90%. God, it's so tribalistic.
So here's let's see how your brain works out.
Mm-hmm. My brain?
Yeah.
My brain's working great. I don't know.
And we'll see how the chat's brain works. So in this article I'm reading, it's talking about the effective tax rate in the 1960s. It says the top 1% of tax filers in 1979 paid 18% of the federal income tax. In recent years, the top 1% pay 38% of the federal income tax.
Okay. So it's going up?
What does that mean?
The top filers?
Top 1% in 1979 paid 18% of federal income tax.
Okay.
In today, the top 1% pays 38%.
Of federal income tax?
Federal income tax, yeah.
It means that they're paying a larger percentage of the taxes.
Right.
But I guess
well, it's interesting. What I meant, okay, I guess what I'm getting at, the article was trying to say, see, rich people are paying more than ever. And I'm like, well, that kind of says the opposite. It means rich people have all the money. But that 1% has a much larger share of the pie than they did in 1979. The article has it completely backwards. So,
yeah.
But anyway, we can continue.
It's not really, I don't know. Taxes are weird.
Well, right. So what is your solution for all this?
For the cost of college?
Yeah. You've made it clear that you do not think that people who don't have existing wealth should have as much opportunity to go to a top college or a college of their choice. They should have a limited a menu of colleges that they go to. If they want to go into
loan.
if they
I don't think they should have a limited menu. I think they should have a limited degree menu. Go whatever college you want. You just can't major in some bullshit. That's my standard.
Look, if the colleges are able to fleece these people with these stupid degrees, and more power to them. Like,
no. But I'm saying if you want to get government assistance,
a fool and his money are soon parted. So,
right? But that should only apply to a private person. That's not getting government
give them
assistance.
Degrees in astrology for all I care. They can write horoscopes.
Okay, someone answer me this question. I was thinking about this the other day. It's related to astrology. So I'm assuming, and I could be wrong, but I'm assuming, like, you know how, like, what's your sign, Adam?
My sign?
Yeah.
It's the same as your sign. It's Gemini.
Oh, okay. We both have Gemini.
The best of all the signs.
There we go. That's how you know that me and Adam are bros.
Two naked girls. How can you go wrong with that sign?
Really? Is that the Gemini sign? Is two naked chicks?
It's twins.
I thought they were male twins.
Oh, when I always look, it's naked girls, but.
Ah, well, I mean, that's pretty based.
Yeah, of course. Better than the crabs, right? Cancer. Oh my God.
Cancer.
Oh, why would you? First of all, you're named after a horribly disfiguring disease, right? And second of all,
the worst disease in human history.
And second of all, your symbol is a fucking venereal disease. Oh,
right.
Cancer, please. Just, petition to move your birthday. I know a lot of people want to change their driver's license to the opposite sex. No, change your birth certificate. Get out of that whole Cancer realm, okay?
Okay. So I'm assuming that, so Gemini, so these astrology signs, okay, there's a constellation in the sky. That's the Gemini constellation, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's where the girls live.
Right. That's where the girls live. But in America, it's not like in the months of June to July. Right, that's Gemini, right? June to July.
Sure.
That's not in the sky. Like, that doesn't correspond to the month of June and July, right?
I don't know. Does it? I'm not a real astrology person. Isn't it isn't astrology when the sun is in your constellation? That's when, like, the sun passes through your constellation or something.
Is that what it is?
I thought it was, but I could be wrong.
Because I was wondering, because I was like,
because there's a lunar one too, when the moon passes through the constellation, which is
okay. So you do know about this,
which is like your lunar sign.
Okay.
Like your lunar sign is often different than your.
I didn't know. I don't know this shit. Okay. See, I thought maybe. Because I remember,
guys,
America wasn't discovered yet. No, I understand that. So I thought maybe what was going on was it's not in the sky in America, but maybe if I was in, Greece or Rome, it's in the sky on that side of the planet. But you're saying it has nothing to do with any of that. It has to do with when the sun passes through this, this sign.
Yeah, the sun moves across the sky, right, as winter and summer come, like it does a pattern across the sky, right?
So, well, no, see, Gene in the chat saying it's because maybe the constellations used to match the months, but it's been 2,000 years and the sky changes over time.
What?
So maybe
not that much.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing: if that's the case, because I thought the whole concept behind astrology was that basically there's some stars in the sky. And when the baby is born, the energy from the stars is supposed to affect the people and the babies, right? I thought that was the thought process behind this. But if the stars aren't even in the fucking sky at the time, then how the fuck is the energy affecting anybody?
Well, I see what you're saying, because if you're on a different spot on the Earth, the sun wouldn't necessarily go through the constellation.
Exactly.
In Alaska, the sun basically circles around the horizon until it dips down below the horizon, and it dips down below the horizon for months. So it's not going through any of the constellations. It's wintertime, it's dark for 3 months.
So if astrology was, now I know astrology isn't real, but I'm saying if it was real and you actually thought some star energy was affecting it, shouldn't it be based on your location? Not there shouldn't be a universal sign, right?
No, I would think if it was real, it should be universal, not based on where you are on the Earth. I mean,
well, no,
that's
because where you are on the
ridiculous.
Earth is depending on where the stars are hitting you.
Hmm.
Right?
So you're saying if you were born in the same time of year in Greece and the sun was in some constellation in Greece, but obviously it was in a different constellation
In America.
in America or in Alaska, where it would be like, I
Right.
don't
So
even know.
so in America you should have a different astrological sign than you would if you were born in Greece.
Yeah,
Which
no,
I don't
that makes
I'm
perfect
assuming
sense.
but I don't think that's the way it works.
Of
Or is
course
that the
not.
way it works?
No, it doesn't work that way. but
Okay.
It should work that way.
That's what I'm saying.
If
was
it wanted
real.
to be scientifically accurate, but
Right.
I don't know that.
Well,
it
I mean,
is.
we're talking about star energy. I don't know. You're talking about scientifically accurate.
Star energy.
I mean, isn't that you're supposed to have? Isn't there energy from the stars? Is that what it all comes from, or the suns, or the planets, or something?
I mean, that's the rationalization from it. I mean, there might be something to the fact that psychologically, some people are born at a time of the year and they see things going from being, sunny and happy to being dreary and dismal. That could, I mean, you could be a pessimist because of that, right?
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I'll say this: my signage does correspond very closely with my personality. So,
Oh,
at
really?
least it's true for me. Yeah.
You got one of those big books and read it?
I don't own one.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I've dated women, Adam. We've gone to bookstores.
Yeah,
where
I
the
know.
women always go in the bookstores. They always go to the fucking
We look it up.
astrological
We
signs
got to see if
section,
we're
okay?
compatible, so we know, if we should
Exactly.
have sex or something.
Right.
Yeah. No, I get it.
Stars do indeed move a bit over 2,000 years. An example, Egypt was quite particular in lining up a few of their monuments with certain stars that we know have moved a bit. Oh, there you go. Yeah, but I guess it's a question between moved a bit, between moved like so much that the months are off from the constellations. But
No, I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
can I play the video?
Yeah, play it up, man.
Okay.
Want to go into a mission that is not going to pay a lot of money. That's a fair assessment of your position, right? That's
it's not very
moral
charitably
universe.
stated, but sure.
Well, but that's reality. I mean, that is the real. That's the reality.
It's a spin on it. Alternatively, I could say that everyone has the right to pursue a college investment of whatever they like. They simply can't force other people to pay for unproductive investments. I could put my spin on it too.
Society should not enable people to do anything that isn't going to give them a return. And only wealthy people will be able to afford. The reality is that only wealthy
people want to waste their money. That is their right.
Right. Okay. Well,
yeah. Why? If you have the money, you can waste it. Of course. Why should the taxpayer be wasting their money on someone choosing an unproductive path in life? If you want to do that, you do it on your own dime. This isn't complicated. This is such a bizarre framing from Sam. This is like literally the worst argument he could ever. This is the worst way he could frame the argument. So I don't know why he keeps circling back to this. Like, you only want rich people to be able to study arts and English and anthropology. It's like, well, I mean, I don't know why you want to have poor people going into jobs where they're either very risky or won't make money. I thought the whole point of getting college education for people that were of lower income situations was so that they could, make money. I thought that was the point here.
It's not a waste to them because they don't have the same.
I think it's a waste. They don't have to agree. I agree. That's their right.
But the fact is that if I'm wealthy, if I've gotten millions of dollars from my parents, and I know that's coming, I can live a very, very good life. And I can dabble around. Maybe I can be a teacher. Maybe I can be.
It doesn't make your English degree a positive ROI, or but you can absorb that loss and still be rich. Sure.
Right. Okay. Right. Only those rich kids can see the value, though, of a humanities degree. Wealthy people would just be largely more educated in the humanities. That's the result of what you're talking about, right?
I think most humanities education at colleges in America today has become a joke. So if they want that, okay.
Okay. I mean, and you know this because of your economics degree.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I've studied all about great inflation, the absolute state of the modern academy. I mean, the rigor. There are some really depressing studies. Brian Kaplan has a whole book where he shows that, like, the number, I don't have it all in front of me, but the percentage of people who 5 years out from college report no increase in critical thinking, reading and writing skills on a test from before college when they studied liberal arts, it's a shockingly high percentage.
Is there value in that?
Is there value in what?
In people having those critical thinking skills?
Absolutely, but these degrees aren't providing it in large percentages of the time.
So you do see a value in critical thinking skills, but that's not necessarily a return on investment. It's just like you're basically saying,
for
like,
a lot of jobs.
The food sucks here and the portions are too small. I mean, because if you think there's value in critical thinking... Well, I am a big believer in big portions. Right. But if you think there is value in critical thinking, that's different than saying there's value in an education because it gives you dollar return. You're sort of arguing what I'm...
You see, he's arguing for education's sake, right? I mean, basically he's just saying...
That seems to be what he's...
Shouldn't people be educated just because? Which I think... No, like, I guess. I mean, don't people desire to be productive members of society, to embed themselves in communities where they can be something greater than themselves? I mean, isn't that like how people derive meaning in their lives?
Yeah, it definitely can be.
I mean, filling some role, perhaps.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Component in many jobs, lawyers, the LSAT, all this stuff. So
no,
yeah, it is. But those degrees aren't providing
but not
much
necessarily
of it
in selling cars. You can make a ton of money in selling cars.
Why should you need a college degree to sell cars? We need more non-college pathways to work in this country.
You just said critical thinking skills are important, and I'm curious as to why they would be important if really your only measure of the value of a college education is its financial return.
Well, because college is essentially a sorting device.
Wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
It would be
a college degree to sell cars. We need more non-college pathways to work in this country.
You just said critical thinking skills are important, and I'm curious as to why they would be important if really your only measure of the value of a college education is its financial return.
How is this a gotcha? People that have better critical thinking skills would make better decisions in life and finances.
Yeah, make more money. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he's like acting like this is some kind of gotcha? I'm confused.
Don't be confused. It's not. He's not making any sense.
Okay, but he doesn't. But the guy doesn't say, like, well, yeah, if you're better at critical thinking, you're going to make better decisions regarding your finances. He doesn't give that answer, but
I remember reading about this in the bell curve.
You racist.
Well, I mean, I don't think the bell curve is like that racist, to be honest with you.
I think you're a racist. You're a bigot.
The argument that Charles Murray makes in the bell curve is that we're creating that IQ is strongly correlated with earnings potential, and that's probably not a great thing for society because we're just making all the smart people rich. Mm-hmm. And do you want a society where everyone's income is based on how smart they are? I don't know. That's a good idea.
Yeah. Fuck stupid people.
I don't know that that's a great idea.
Fuck the dummies. Listen, I'm a big-brained intellectual, Adam. I don't know about you. You're like some kind of dumb artist, but me, I'm a big-brained Ashkenazi Jew. Okay?
As someone who speaks for the dum-dums, I guess I don't necessarily know.
Uh-huh.
I don't think it's a good idea to structure all of society where the only people who have the capacity to earn money or create value, you have to be some big brain know-it-all.
Yeah, I disagree with you because you're dumb.
Well,
but the fact that you're dumb invalidates your opinion on the matter. So.
Well, okay. Thanks, Murray.
Well, because college is essentially a sorting device more than anything. The idea of it as a human capital expansion is more theoretical than actually proven true in the data on it. I mean, this is the whole premise of Brian Kaplan's book.
Explain this sorting thing. What do you mean?
Yeah.
What a dumbass.
Why is he asking, like, he's asking this like he doesn't know that? Does Sam not know this? He's never heard this before?
Oh my God.
Weird.
I never took the SATs. I don't know what do these numbers mean at the end of the SATs.
Are you
what are they measuring?
After you get your college degree, like when you go up on the stage and they hand you your diploma, did they put like the sorting cap from Harry Potter on your head and they sort you out into your job or something? What are you suggesting?
Yeah.
You wizard. This is such a weird, I don't know why Sam's like, is this real confusion? This is like common understanding of part of college is this sorting mechanism.
Of course. They're sorting you into the people who finished college and the people who didn't finish college.
Yeah, that's
strange. The whole idea of grades is sorting people. What the fuck is it? Look, you really need to stop smoking so much weed before the show begins, Sam.
College is sure.
Do you think it should be a sorting thing, or do you think unfortunately it is a sorting
I think it just kind of is what it is. Essentially, you have people who have different skills, who have different aptitudes, who have different work ethics and habits, and college is and employers don't know who these people are, and college is a very expensive and inefficient way for them to vaguely sort high potential employees from low potential employees.
So you don't see any value in and the reason why I ask if you say that, like, sadly, it's just a sorting thing, is that do you think that there is a universe where it's good to give people a higher education? Yes or no?
This is what's so stupid about this, because if you want to learn about any particular subject in this world, you can do that. You don't need to go to college. Like if you're talking about educating yourself for education's sake, like I've recently taken an interest in economics. Like I think understanding economics will help me make wiser investment choices.
Right.
So,
well, he brings this up. I mean, and that's true now. That wasn't true, 15 years ago, but that's definitely true now. Yeah.
It used to be college was a go-to place to learn anything.
College was a gatekeeper. Yeah.
Yeah, but that world no longer exists. So this is why I'm confused by this argument that he's made. Or I'm not confused by it. I'm bewildered by how someone could be so stupid to make an argument like this. That we should be sending people to the most expensive forum for them to learn anything just for the sake of learning. It's like, no, dum-dum. Like if you want to learn things on your own in your own free time, pick up a book, get an Audible,
watch a YouTube video.
Watch a YouTube video. Yeah, there's a million things.
Yeah.
Like there's I've listened to a bunch of classes from Stanford University. They have a bunch of classes on YouTube that I've listened to the whole class just because it's interesting. Learning for the sake of learning, okay?
Nerd.
I know, but it helps because when I go apply for a job, I say I've been to Stanford. I tell them I say I've taken classes from Stanford. So
I've heard that if you watch an entire course on YouTube, that's a Stanford class, you're legally allowed to say that you audited a class from Stanford.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Most of my classes were at Stanford. That's what I tell them. I just need to work on the degree. I'll have it drawn up in Photoshop later today.
Sure, but Sam, let me just put it like this. How come when you go to college, if I do 7 semesters and then I quit right before graduation and I don't get the degree, employers, I don't get almost as much nearly as much benefit? It's because, unfortunately, college is really about the degree. We've got this huge degree inflation. It's not actually about the massive expansions in your critical thinking.
We do the same thing with high school diplomas, right? You get a GED.
High school's also, it's the same thing. You're sorting people who can't complete their GED. Often, it's because they don't do their homework, they don't show up to school. Blah, blah. It's not hard to get a GED.
Do you think that's the purpose of higher education, though? I mean, do you think that's the purpose of higher education? That should be the purpose as a...
I don't know that it should be, but I think in practice it is.
Okay.
Well, supposedly you're actually educating the people. like especially in the doctor discussion that we were having. I mean, I'd be pretty demoralized if I learned that they weren't actually teaching them anything.
Right.
Like pick up this stuff on your own, and we'll just give you the degree once we're confident that you did.
So what do you think? Do you think that we should have higher education so that people can study stuff that's more sophisticated than in high school?
No.
I think you can self-study more things than not in the age of the internet, right?
So you don't think that we need higher education?
I think it should be an option for people, but it should be largely with a mind to your vocation and your return on investment. I don't think. Okay. Yeah, if you want to study poetry,
True.
I don't know why that
you should
have to spend $200,000.
How is that a contentious thing to say at all?
Because you're not following your inner soul, Sitch.
I mean, if you have the money to go to a college and you just want to like learn, I mean, and you're not really thinking about a future career, you can do that if you have the money. But I don't want to pay for that.
If you
taxpayer,
how the fuck do you make money with an economics degree? If I knew how to make money with an economics degree, like I would go get an economics degree tomorrow. Like fucking, I love economics.
Well, what do you mean? There's jobs that they want you to have economics degree. Sure.
What job? Well, what job would I be doing?
I would assume that that a lot of banking jobs and a lot of investment jobs, they want you to have a degree in economics. I mean, I've never applied for those jobs, so I don't know, but I'm assuming they'd want that.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good.
You don't think so? You don't want to get...
I don't want to work at a bank. Come on, a stuffy old bank.
So don't work at a bank then.
Yeah. I mean, it might be fun to be... You don't want to be like a money manager somewhere? I wonder if I could become an IRS auditor and audit Sam Seder and the Majority Report. That would be a fun job. Dig into old Sam Seder's taxes. Do you don't think being a money manager would be fun? Tell old ladies what to invest their money in. Being a money manager would be fun, actually, because it's a lot like investment or investigative work. Right. Yeah. There you go. You talked yourself into it. I'm going. I'm signing up tomorrow. Brown University, here I come.
$1,000 to do that. Go to your library. Go to listen to YouTube lectures. Go listen to Sam
Where do you
Seder.
think all of those people who did those lectures and basically populated most of those books in the library, where do you think they learned about poetry?
At universities in the age before. I mean, okay.
When did universities? When did this age change? When did universities become?
I mean, you're trying to tell me that the internet and things like Wikipedia and YouTube haven't radically restructured our access to information and how we approach education?
No,
look at something like Khan Academy.
I'm not telling you that. I'm telling you that information emanates from human beings. And those human beings went to university, and that at one point the supply of new people who've gone to university, and I think you've even written how remote learning is certainly not as good as in person, right? Didn't you write something about that?
Well, when it's forced upon kids.
Right. But I mean, if there's no universities, then they're forced to do it if they want to learn it. But
I'm not saying there should be no universities. I'm saying there should be. Harvard is going to study English and produce poetry till the cows come home. They've got $1 billion endowments. All I'm saying is I don't see why taxpayers have to subsidize poetry.
Well, I was getting at the question as to what you thought the value of higher education is. If you thought it was a lament that. And I don't agree with the premise that it's simply a sorting thing for businesses, but you feel that way.
When I went to UMass, most people went there to get the piece of paper, get drunk. They learned basically nothing. They slept through half their classes. They cheated on tests. Like, I'm just telling you the honest truth. We can pretend college is really about, growing and learning and expanding your circles. And for some people it is, but I learned far more since I left college doing actual work than I did in these dusty classrooms. I really think it's vastly overhyped. And I think we need more alternatives, more apprenticeships, more programs like Google's doing, right, where you can learn to code outside of a 4-year degree program. Every kid shouldn't have to go to college because the system that we have now is making a college degree.
True. Oh, man. Everything he said, 100% agree with. That's what we need. We do need more. We do need more alternative. We need alternatives to 4-year degrees and alternatives where companies are willing to do apprenticeship programs for people to work at their companies without having a college degree. I completely agree. And I think that's actually going to be the future, is going to be that, because college prices are probably going to continue to rise and be more expensive, and the return of investment is going to be seen as not worth the cost going forward in the future. That's my prediction anyway.
Yeah. I was looking at best jobs for graduates with an economics degree.
I was like, oh, should I get an economics degree?
Market research analyst. Ooh.
Well, there you go. That's
economics
exciting.
consultant. Right. Compensations and benefits manager.
Mm.
Actuary. Actuaries apply advanced mathematics and statistical skills to determine the likelihood of events like fires, death, illness, and business failures.
Yeah, that's fun.
Oh, that does sound fun. Credit analyst, financial analyst, policy analyst, lawyer. What? A lawyer? What does that have to do with economics?
Everything.
Lawyers use critical thinking and analytical skills to prepare and try their cases. Many areas of law, such as corporate law, tax law, antitrust law, personal injury, and medical malpractice, involve the application of micro and macro analysis. Oh, fun. Management consultant. Look at this. Look, I can consult you on managing your time, Sitch. I'd be perfect for it. Management consultants. Business reporter. Oh, what? Taylor Lorenz has an economics degree? No way.
Now that's not true. No, I know that's not true.
Business economics reporters research, write, and broadcast stories about business leaders, companies, industry trends, economic developments, and financial markets. Oh, wow.
Exciting.
Yeah.
Exciting world of an economics degree.
The new high school degree. And all
Where
of a sudden...
do you think we fit in terms of like industrialized nations in terms of like college participation?
I don't know off the top of my head. Probably lower than places where it's free, quote unquote.
But I mean, give me a sense. I mean, for some reason, like other societies think that higher education is important. They could all be wrong. I'm just curious as to where you think we're doing with this. Like, because it sounds like you think that everybody goes to college in this country, and
Oh, I don't think that. I think that's part of why I oppose student debt cancellation is that 2 in 3 Americans over age 25 don't have bachelor's degrees.
Why do you think so many other nations around the world don't subscribe to this notion that higher education is just a waste?
Don't be mean.
Well, because again, it's associated with a big premium. Your college degree earns you more over a lifetime, but is it actually because you're expanding
even
your
in
brain,
places where there's much more?
Someone's got a little bit of an interrupting problem here. I've noticed. Sitch. He's not even letting his guest finish his sentence. Look, Sam, you asked him a question. I've heard tell that it's very annoying when you ask a question and then interrupt the person as they're answering the question.
Who told you such a thing, Ed?
You did, and I
never said.
I stopped doing it because it's rude, especially when you're just going to interrupt it to say for 15 seconds. Like, come on, at least let him finish his answer to you before you start umming and ahhing.
Tax rates, higher tax rates too.
Sure, they also tend to have much lower graduation rates because they when it's just
I'm talking
free.
graduates. I'm talking about graduations. I'm talking about graduates.
Oh,
because
what about them?
The U.S. ranks number 5 in folks who have graduated from university. Number 5 in the country between the ages of 55 and 64. Number 5. But in the ages of 25 to 34, we're not even in the top 10. In other words, the percentage of graduates in this country has gone down significantly over the past 20 years relative to the rest of the OECD.
Yeah, because only the rich people can afford college, you fucking idiot. Yeah, that sucks. That really sucks. College has become a high-risk investment. And kids are like, yeah, that's stupid.
Sure. It matters what those graduates are in. If France has 10 times as many, poetry majors as us, but we have enough STEM majors and they don't, then we will be better off than them. So that's sure. I mean, okay. I'm not sure what the significance of that is.
I'm just curious as to why these other countries are so deluded in the value of
well,
higher
they
education.
have different values. They're not governed in the way I'd want to. That I admit my views as a libertarian are a very small minority. I don't pretend they're white.
And none of those countries are America, damn it.
Of course. They're like,
oh, say, can you see?
Don't make me cry, Sitch. Come on.
Okay, wait, let me... America! Fuck yeah! Coming to save the motherfucking day, yeah! That's better.
Yeah, I love it.
Widely adopted. I simply think that a lot of them should be, and I'm here to say why.
Sam Seder's basically trying to say Europe is amazing, and why don't we just do everything exactly like Europe because they're so awesome.
If they're killing it, why are they not number one?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, how come they?
I mean,
how come
we are number one?
Yeah, what kind
we
of
are
stock?
Number one.
What kind of stock market does France have? What the fuck? The French.
So what do they sell? Cheese and condoms? What do they even sell in France?
Look, I have to look this up now. Does France even have a stock market?
Well, I think you made a good argument about the immorality of relieving debt to people who hold it in college, and the immorality of all government, I guess, of government largesse in any fashion whatsoever, except for that is helping businesses accrue wealth.
Well, I think the basic needs of society, like infrastructure and national defense, need to be funded by taxes. And yeah, that involves people paying for others. But I think when it's a personal investment like education that will earn you huge sums more over your lifetime, it's perfectly fair to expect you to pay back that yourself. And I think we should focus our efforts on actual ways to make colleges more affordable rather than just putting a Band-Aid on a bullet hole and spending tons of taxpayer money on something that doesn't actually solve the problem.
We're going to run out of time, so I'm just going to ask you one more question. How do we make college more affordable?
Well, the first thing we got to do is scale back the federal subsidies. Subsidies have driven up the price about a 61
By subsidies,
cents.
you're talking about the loans.
Yeah, the subsidized loans in particular, the federal loans.
What do you mean by subsidized loans?
They're at below market interest rates. That's what subsidized. Some of them, yeah. So the loans,
reduced interest rates loans. There's still interest. We're still accruing interest, right? The United States still accruing.
Some of them. Yeah, sure. Okay, well, they do have interest on them.
When the moratorium ends, we're still going to be accruing interest on all of this.
Yes, they have interest.
I mean, this is why the housing market did what it did. Because you gave, as long as you were just giving money to people to bid on houses, then like the sky's the limit, right? You're like, hey, I really want this house, and there's like 10 other people bidding on it. But
well, as long as they think they can flip it. I mean, you're not going to think you're going to flip your education, right? That doesn't really make sense conceptually.
Well, I mean, it's the same kind of thinking though that goes into it, right? You think, oh, obviously I'm going to make $200,000 a year off of this philosophy degree. I mean, it's a philosophy degree. Philosophy is super important, right?
Right.
Yeah. So, I mean, sure, you think that and you're going to borrow the $200,000. It's a great investment. But if Bank is not willing to give you that $200,000. Then all of a sudden you're like, oh, well, I'll look at maybe there's another school that's less expensive, right? If the bank is like, philosophy degrees don't make a lot of money. I don't know if you know this, but we only pay out $20,000 on philosophy degrees. Then you're like, oh, okay, well, I guess I can't go to Harvard then for my philosophy. Oh, I know. I'll go to community college. That's only $20,000 and I'll get my philosophy degree, right? Okay.
Right.
But if the bank is just like, oh yeah, take as much money as you want, which this is exactly what happened in the housing market.
Right.
They called them ninja loans, no income, no job. Yeah, exactly. Right. You got no income and no job, no worries here.
Yeah, don't worry about who cares.
Yeah. You get a special rate when you take out the jumbo loan. How about $5 million? Then all of a sudden, when you're bidding on, this nice little duplex, 500 square feet and fucking
that She-Hulk lives in,
right? All of a sudden, you're like, oh well, all 10 people that want this place because there's not enough inventory on the market. They all have access to the same $10 million at the bank you have.
Right.
So it's just a matter of who's stupid enough to pay that, right?
Right.
Do you think the world is running out of stupid people? I think that's the one thing I know there's a surplus in. So it just
I thought you were the stupid whisperer speaking for the dummies everywhere.
Well, this is how I know. Our numbers are strong. Okay. Well, I am much more conservative. I have always been much more conservative with money. This is why, when a lot of my stupid brethren were out there buying houses in this market, I'm going, how the fuck are you going to pay that back? Mm-hmm. I mean, you just borrowed $1 million for a house that has half a bathroom that you have to walk in the front door to go through the bathroom just to get to the house. It's like, no, that doesn't seem like a good investment to me, bro.
No, it does not seem like a good investment. The old foyer bathroom doesn't seem like a good investment.
Well, I mean, you can answer the front door from the shower, which is one of the few advantages.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. Wait a minute, you're starting to sell me on the foyer bathroom.
Yeah, it's different.
The Australians with their poop closets, I wasn't on board with, but the foyer bathroom, I could pay.
Best investment ever. But you understand when that money's available to everything, the only thing constraining home prices is
right. Poor decision making.
People's ability to outbid one another.
Yeah, no, that's true. That is what happens.
I've been in the housing market. As soon as you're outbid, 3 or 4 times, you're like, fuck it. I'm going to offer 50,000 over listing price and just, pray for the best.
Right.
Yeah. And everyone starts doing that. And the person that ends up owning the home is the dumbest person because they're the ones that are just, I'm going to go $700,000 over the opening bid.
Well, let's not get crazy, but yes.
And the bank is totally going to finance it too. They're like, that's exactly right. We're going to give you an 80-year fixed interest rate loan with a $500,000 penalty for paying it off early.
Yeah,
you are very intelligent.
I like it.
You own this home now. This is your home.
Yes.
This home's so good, I'm actually going to get a job.
That sounds like the kind of mortgage I got. I don't know what you're talking about.
Really?
No.
Come on.
I don't have a mortgage.
Look.
I don't own a home. We've talked about this. You're trying to get me to own a home.
My parents were like, if you get anything other than because they had all of these exotic mortgages that they would try to sell you.
Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous.
If you get anything other than a 30-year fixed mortgage, I'm like, we're never speaking again. Yeah. Don't get
your parents don't have an old people reverse mortgage.
Don't get Maybe I should get. How's a reverse mortgage work? Maybe I should get one of those.
Don't do it.
I'll tell my wife, hey, I got an extra allowance now. Guess what? I'm taking money out of the house.
Right.
Oh man.
I mean,
it could be fun. What's up? Short Fatted Tacos in the chat. What's up, Dev? How you doing?
Dev made a fantastic video.
Yeah,
chill. Yeah.
Dev made a video confessing to everyone that he's actually a fascist. You have to go over to his channel and check.
That's true. Dev made a crazy video. You should all check it out.
He came out of the F closet.
Yeah. Dev made a short video. It's called The 3 Forms of Fascism. It's really good.
Yeah.
Dev he announced to everyone, to the entire world, that he's coming out as a fascist, a fascisty fash. So everyone check that out.
A super fascist.
He like Julius Evola. He's come out as a super fascist.
Right. Yeah. Normal fascism wasn't up. Actually, we are joking about this. So
are we? I'm not joking. I'm serious.
Dev did a lot of research into insane fascist stuff, but he himself, I don't think, is a fascist. I mean, he could be hiding his power level. We don't really know. But
that's true.
You
guys watch the video. You let us know whether you
I would
Dev's
lean.
A fascist or
I
not.
would lean towards no. I would think.
I'm assuming anyone that's read that much fascist literature is probably a fash.
Dev seems actually more like a communist to me than a fascist, to be honest with you. Yeah.
Wow. But I mean, they're kind of like similar, so.
Yeah, but he'd be more. He'd fall for that the commie stuff before he'd fall for the fascist stuff.
The Nazis were leftist. Remember that.
According to Stephen Colbert, yeah. Oh, wait, Stephen Crowder, the other Stephen.
Thanks so much, mystery guest. Thanks so much, mystery guest 01. Just gave us $200.
I know.
Thanks so much.
Again,
that is mystery.
He's
Thank
been
you so
very
much.
generous.
Says, hey, buds. Hey, mystery guest.
Another executive producer for the show. Yeah.
That's right.
That must be from his capital gains. Look, I was advocating for you to not get taxed at 90% by Sam Cedar.
That's right.
So
That's
you.
right.
I was doing my part.
I think, you know what we should do? This is what all the YouTubers and Twitch streamers should do. We should all get a pack going where we got to convince Joe Biden to say that donating money to streamers should be considered a charitable donation.
It should be tax deductible. I totally agree.
Why is it not?
Why? I mean,
I
already write mine off as tax deduction. So you don't?
Oh, really?
Yeah, you don't. Actually,
I don't make donations. I receive them, Adam. I don't know what you're talking about.
Streaming is I super chat people all the time. Like I try to play up the show, and it's fun to do.
Yes.
Yeah. I think streaming is actually a giant loophole for tax evasion, to be honest with you.
How so?
Well, because like everything can technically be a write-off. Like traveling can be a write-off.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Rooms in your like a whole house could be a write-off. Look, this is a studio set for my YouTube show.
I mean, there's going to be some limitations, obviously, but no, that's true. There could be someone who is rich doing something else.
Yeah.
And they stream and have some tiny channel. I still think they would get in trouble if they did all that. If the IRS ever decided to look into that, they'd be like, wait a minute. You're making, hundreds of $1,000s from your main job and you make $10 from your streaming and you're trying to say this is a business expense.
Adam makes donations to the Adam Friended Foundation. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. This is a charitable donation to my bank account. How much
Dad says he's a dollar meatist. That is his political alignment. That's true.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. We're trying to get dollar doctors lined up, Dev. So if you ever get sick. Oh, wait, you're in Canada, so you already have the dollar doctors. Never mind.
Mm-hmm. What would it take for us to make our stream a charity? A tax-deductible charity. We should look into this. I mean, you got like Anita Sarkeesian.
Yeah, we've talked about this. Yeah.
And they fucking grift off their stuff. I mean, we're literally selling the most important thing
that
a human can get, and that's free will. and that should be tax deductible.
It's not good in the political realm, though, because the first thing politicians try to do is take your free will away.
Right.
They want you to vote for them. They don't want you to have any free will about it.
Can I make my YouTube channel a charity?
Free will dependent. Oh, independent. No, free will independent.
How to start a YouTube channel to help your nonprofit.
Oh, whoa. Look at this.
Can I make my YouTube channel a nonprofit?
Sitch is already on to this. This is
Dude,
great.
we're fools. Okay.
Sitch, there were some people in the chat before you showed up.
Mm-hmm.
Already losing faith in your ability to do a video a week. Now, I told those people.
Yes, thank you.
They need to shut the fuck up.
So yeah, unfortunately, so the video this week will be delayed.
Right.
And it is my fault, so that's fine.
Well, not really. I mean, it's kind of a scheduling thing because
there were two issues.
Yeah.
First of all, I did lose internet for 2 days.
Right. Yeah.
I had no internet for 2 days.
This is obviously like a Florida thing because of Governor DeSantis.
No, actually, it was a local thing. I didn't get an answer from the guy, but somebody in somebody's yard did something.
Listen,
that fucked up my internet specifically.
They were gonna get the internet fixed, but DeSantis decided to deport all of the line workers to Martha's Vineyard, so they didn't have anyone to go out and fix the cables for Sitch.
You're right. That's what happened.
Unfortunately,
so it was a combination of that and a combination of because I was writing a script for the video that we talked about on Tuesday. It was a combination of not having internet for 2 days and also a whole bunch of family drama that sort of coincided at the same time. And so I was like, I'm not gonna be able to make it. And Adam said, don't make the video on that. Make it on Andor instead, coming out Thursday. And I said, that's a good idea.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So I wrote a script. I wrote 90% of the script. I did the audio for 90% of it. I gave it to CT. CT's working on editing it now. So
you only
video will be a little late.
On, wait a second. You 10% of the audio is still left to do?
Yes.
Oh wow. This is the first.
Not actually. You know what? I take it back. Like 5%.
90.
The audio
okay,
is
good.
To do. Yeah, it's literally just like the conclusion.
This is the first script that I have had nothing to do with. This is.
There you go. Adam is saying that in case it's a terrible video.
Well,
he wants full.
Look, I hated Andor.
Yes.
With the passion of 1,000 burning suns. I mean, I did not like Andor at all.
Yeah.
And we talked on the phone, I think, for over an hour.
We did, yes.
About Andor.
I thought Andor wasn't that bad.
And we had
Andor wasn't that bad. Well, let's be clear.
Contentious conversation.
I thought Andor had a lot of really good things in it, but it also had a lot of really bad things in it.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Mixed bag.
Right. So, well, and also you have to understand that the bar for Star Wars TV shows is next to Dinosaur Bones. That's how low it is.
Let's not give any spoilers on.
Because what are we comparing it to? You have Obi-Wan. Oh my God. You have.
I tried to watch Obi-Wan, and I tell you, it was I felt like it was torture.
Right. You have the Book of Boba Fett.
Oh God, that one was even worse.
And then you have the Mandalorian, which some people like, but I think's kind of meh.
The Mandalorian was good, and there were some episodes that were just garbage. Yeah.
I think the first 3 episodes of Andor are better than Mandalorian, easily.
Yeah.
So
I can't wait to read the comments on your video. That's where I'm going to have the maximum.
Well, here's the thing:
joy.
Are people hating on it just because it's fashionable to hate on Disney consumer products?
No, it's because it's a piece of shit.
Okay. But it's funny because we had the reverse situation. Because usually the situation is Adam complains that I ruined something for him.
Right, I know. It was awesome.
And then it'd be the reverse situation where I was like, oh, I thought, it was okay. And then Adam ruined it for me. And I was like, oh, okay.
What do you mean? I ruined it?
Well, you were pointing out a lot of problems with it that I was like, oh, you're right. There's a lot of problems with it.
Giant problems, yeah.
Because basically what happened with with Andor, is that
no spoilers.
I'm not going to
I don't know
spoil
if
anything
anyone's
specific.
Okay, good.
What I'm going to say is that what happened with Andor, my experience of Andor, was it had such a strong opening, and it had a very interesting concept beyond the opening. That the strong opening plus the interesting villains, who I love. I love the villains in Andor so much. The awesome villains in Andor plus the strong opening, the goodwill of that basically carried me through to ignore a lot of the problems with the show.
Yeah.
That you pointed out, and I said, "Oh, okay, you're right. There's a lot of problems here."
This is exactly the reverse of the Batman, because the Batman I was like so just loving and did the exact same thing, just turn my brain off.
I know.
Nobody's dying in all these explosions. This is great.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah.
But I feel like I won you over too, because when I would point out the things I liked, you're like, yeah, that was pretty good. So I was like,
we'll see.
you.
We'll see the video. I'm dying.
Well, it's not going to change your mind because there's a part of it that you'll laugh. That was funny. I put it in just for you. But...
Okay, good. Oh no.
But yeah, I mean, part of the problem is Equishanex points out true. With Obi-Wan, there was such like a hype. Like fans were waiting for Obi-Wan for like so long. And obviously Andor has no one. Not only was no one waiting for Andor, no one wanted Andor.
No one even knew Andor was coming out. I was like, what? They're dropping a new Star Wars series that I knew nothing about.
Listen, I'll be honest with you too. I watched the first episode and a half before I realized that this was based off of Rogue One prequel. I watched the first hour and a half or the first episode and a half, and I was like, and I wanted to look up the actor for the guy that plays the bad guy, the main bad guy, because he sounds so much like Tom Cruise. I'm like, this guy sounds so much like Tom Cruise.
He is in Rogue One, but he's only like an ancillary character, right?
Not the bad guy.
Oh, the good guy.
The main guy.
Yeah.
It's the second main guy from Rogue One. It's the guy, Cass.
Right.
But I didn't realize. I just thought like this guy looks really familiar, and I didn't know why. And it's only like after watching like half the second episode, I'm like, oh wait, this is a fucking prequel to Rogue One? What the fuck? Like my brain exploded. And I'll be honest, that detracted a lot of my enjoyment once I found that out. Because a lot of my enjoyment, I thought like, oh, this is like a nice original story that has nothing to do with like the garbage Star Wars lore that we've seen a million times. And then I found out, no, what are you talking about, Sitch? Obviously it's tied into that garbage.
Of course.
I was like, no.
All they're doing is mining, familiarity. That's all they're doing.
Right, but this is like insane. The fact that this show has anything redeeming in it is insane, because we had Rogue One, a prequel no one wanted or asked for, and now we have Andor, a prequel based on a prequel that no one wanted or asked for. We've reached prequel inception, Adam. This is preception. We're just going levels deep of prequels.
I thought Rogue One was pretty good as far as like Star Wars fare. I mean, Rogue One is better than any of the other properties.
Oh, other movies?
Yeah. Rogue One is.
I mean, the bar's so low. What does that mean? What does it say,
obviously, yeah. Like I wouldn't if we were having a conversation about my favorite movies, nobody's gonna pull out, oh, Rogue One.
Rogue One.
Yeah. Oh, it's like The Matrix and Rogue One. It's like, no. But as far as
I thought there was another Star Wars movie. It's just the prequels, the sequels, the originals, and Rogue One. I thought there was another one.
As far as like Star Wars garbage, so Rogue One at least holds together as a cohesive, like it feels like a real movie.
Well, I mean, yeah, obviously Rogue One, which I didn't like. I didn't hate it. I just didn't like it. Obviously, it's better than either the prequels or the sequels. But again, that's such a low bar that it's like, what does that mean? What does that mean? Star Wars is creatively bankrupt, as the great Rich Evans said. Yes, and I even quote that in my video.
It's sad. It's so sad.
Yes.
It's so sad. They're using these characters that people should know and love as like toilet paper. It's ridiculous. If any of the movies, like if they treated Luke Skywalker with the kind of respect people desired, that would just completely reinvigorate the original movies, because people would go back and go, oh, I love this character. And it would make the original movie so much more meaningful for an entirely new generation.
You're right.
None of that is able to happen because he's such a piece of shit in the new movies that you're like, I don't give a fuck about this guy. Why would I go back and watch some stuffy old movie that he was in as a kid? Like, no.
Oh, that's right. I forgot Han Solo. That was the other Star Wars movie. There was another one, yeah. So the Han Solo movie.
Oh, yeah. That Han Solo movie was so bad.
I've only like half paid attention to. I never actually watched, which is so disappointing. Oh man, I wish we could get the original version because the original version is by Chris Miller and Phil Lord, who are amazing.
This is one for Mahler because it is like a consistency thing. But in the Han Solo movie, there's the chief conflict is that he doesn't understand Chewie when they're like,
I remember that. Yeah,
fighting.
That's not the chief conflict, but there's a part where they're like when he's in prison, he doesn't know, he can't understand what Chewie's saying.
He can't understand Chewie, right?
Right.
And in the very next scene, he's like on the back of a ship having a conversation with Chewie in Wookiee. I'm like,
yes.
What the fuck? I'm like,
well, they were in prison for a long time.
What? No, it's not a long time passed and he learned Wookiee.
I thought it was like 6 months or something that he was in prison with them.
No, I don't. It's like immediately after their escape. He's
but
Wookiee.
I think it's like 6 months later or something. Like it's not like it's the next scene, but sometime supposed to.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I don't remember. But see, this is the problem: is that I remember when I watched what I remember of the Solo movie. If you watch it like this was partially a Christopher Miller, Phil Lord comedy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're the guys that did the Lego movie and Clone High and all these amazing movies and Into the Spider-Verse, which is the best Spider-Man movie ever made, probably. No, not probably. Easily is the best Spider-Man movies ever made. And you watch it through that lens, you say, "Oh, I can kind of see like how these scenarios would make sense much more if they were allowed to direct it and make it like a straight kind of silly comedy."
Mm-hmm.
But then the problem is basically Disney said, "Fuck you, we don't like the direction you're taking the movie," and then they get Ron Howard to come in and try to patch it together, and it's like that's why it's all like so wonky and weird and nothing seems to work.
Yeah.
So
Ron Howard was in on one of the Star Wars movies?
So when they fired Chris Miller and Phil Lord on Han Solo, I think they brought in Ron Howard.
Oh, you're right.
To finish it.
You're right. I do remember that. Because didn't Ron Howard come in and finish like a Jurassic Park movie too? And it was like,
I'm not familiar.
Ron Howard is like the cleanup guy. They're like, oh my God, our movie makes absolutely no sense. We put it in front of 35 test audiences and they've given all Fs.
Right. That's right. They had the social justice droid.
Oh, yeah.
Which I'm 100% sure in the original Miller Lord version was mocking social justice.
That would have been epic. Like people would have been on board with that.
Yes. Well, it sort of is in the version. It's not as clear. So whether it's mocking it or not.
Kathleen Kennedy jumped in and was like,
she's like, maybe that was it. They're like, how dare you do this?
Right.
But I'd have to see it again. I don't remember much. I just remember being kind of bored by it.
Yeah, it was awful.
I think we're done with the debate, aren't we?
I hope so.
Interest rates. But the point, we've massively subsidized demand. And of course, that's going to inflate prices. It's estimated that about for every dollar we spend on student loans, they've jacked up tuition about 50 cents, and that's been captured by the universities. That is a big part of this problem. We can't just massively subsidize demand and expect prices not to go up. We've got to return it to a market-based system. Private banks will only provide loans where they actually are going to be able to pay them off on average. They won't be able to predict it perfectly, but you'd actually have to show, I'm going to study this, my productive income will be this, I'll be able to pay it back. The other side of it.
Into the Spider-Verse is better than Spider-Man 2. Sorry.
Oh, easily. Yeah. Into the Spider-Verse might be my favorite Spider-Man movie, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that is my favorite. It's so good. And it not only is it so good, but I feel like it really captures the essence of Spider-Man more than any Spider-Man movie that's ever been made.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Spider-Man 2 is good. It's easily the best of the Sam Raimi movies, but Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies. Army of Darkness is my favorite Sam Raimi movie, but I think I still like, and this might be contentious, I think I like the first Tom Holland Spider-Man movie more than any of the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies.
Which one's that one?
That's if we remove the meme appeal, though. There's a lot of good memes in the Sam Raimi movies, but I don't count that towards whether a movie is good or not. The first Tom Holland movie is the one with the Vulture, is the bad guy.
What's the
Bruce
plot?
Wayne. What do you mean? The plot is he first gets his Spider-Man powers and he's trying to be Spider-Man.
Okay.
What do you mean? What's the plot?
Tom Holland's the actor. I got
Yeah,
it.
yeah. That's the guy who's playing Tom Holland's who's playing Spider-Man right now.
Right. I always thought you were like an Andrew Garfield Spider-Man.
What? No.
Type guy.
No.
What?
Get out of here. Get out of here. Andrew Garfield.
Everyone loves Andrew Garfield. He's like everyone's favorite.
No. Yeah, and Tom Holland is a much better Spider-Man than Maguire. Maguire's a good Peter Parker, but he's not a good Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
So,
what's the difference?
What do you mean? What's the difference? One is like supposed to be a nerd, and one's supposed to be kind of the sarcastic, funny.
Oh yeah. I get what you're saying.
Fucks with you while he's beating you up.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Spider-Man's villains hate him, because not only does he beat them up, he beats them up and then makes fun of them while he beats them up.
Yeah, he clowns on them.
He's a total asshole. Yeah, I love it.
Sam, is that colleges today have massively exploded their bureaucracies. The administrator to student ratios has enormously increased, while professors, even in the actual academic side, isn't getting the investment. So at public colleges, that should really be reined in. At private schools, I guess do what you want, but I think we need to vastly cut the administrative state. Mitch Daniels at Purdue in Indiana has actually shown us how you can freeze tuition and save families millions of dollars if you enact even a...
The sound of your cat when you have Sam Seder with his mouth agape nodding, it's just like let me go back. Just imagine the sounds coming out of Sam Seder.
Cut the administrative state. Mitch Daniels at Purdue in Indiana has actually shown us how you can freeze tuition and save families millions of dollars if you enact even a smidgen of fiscal conservatism in how we run these universities.
I would agree that we can put more money towards professors. Frankly, I don't know that Daniels did that in terms of professors as much as he did cutting administration costs, et cetera, et cetera. But you don't think that the incredible disinvestment in state universities in any way had anything to do with the increase in tuitions that are paid by the customers? I mean, because I don't think
that's the root, because you can go back to 1960 or 1970 and college was dirt cheap and there was very little state investment compared to what we have now. It's like that's not as a percentage wise.
The operating costs have gone from 1/3 borne by tuition to 1/2 borne by tuition. I mean, there is. I mean, I will say this. I think there is a lack of evidence for the argument that massive disinvestment, which is real. I mean, it is quite obvious that
they
there's.
Oh my God, sure.
Not happy.
Yes, pulled back significantly since really starting in the 70s and really in the 80s is when we started to see, and then it has exponentially increased over the decades. Whether that has contributed, well, it obviously contributed on a state level because if you're going to a state school, tuition is borne more.
Why Sam Seder make everything so goddamn boring?
I know.
What is up with that?
It's almost.
How do people listen to this shit?
Yes.
What are they talking about?
What do you mean? They're big brains. They're big brain intellectuals. Okay.
What?
Big brains.
Or I should say, the cost of operating the college has become borne more by the students who are going. And of course, the lowest, and I'm sure you understand this dynamic, if the lowest price thing gets raised, that creates the opportunity for the other things in that market to raise their prices too. If the cheapest product on the shelf raises its cost by 25%, the more expensive ones are also going to raise theirs by 25% because that dynamic is fairly fixed. And that's what's happened in thing. I think there's an argument that administrative bloat has added to it. I think physical plant, because of competition, has increased. And
I mean, UMass was paying its coaches millions of dollars, and we sucked. I mean, UMass essentially.
I would agree. We should cut sports. We should cut sports.
That was one of my takes that pissed off conservatives, Sam, on campus. Was I basically said we should just abolish the football team.
I don't think you necessarily need to abolish it, but you can make it a lot
cheaper. Or
cheaper.
move it to D3 and cut the budget to 20% because they suck anyway. We pour millions of our tuition dollars into it, and then they could. While I was there, they could not win a game. So.
Student loans certainly was sort of a neoliberal push to essentially have a market solution. And a lot of those loans that the federal government now owns were originated by the private sector, by banks.
So the problem with cutting like sports is that, yeah, for some schools, maybe it's a net loss, but for a lot of schools, I'm sure they make fucking bank.
Yeah.
On, their basketball team, their football team. So if you're talking about like lowering the cost of things, I'm not sure cutting sports is the way to do it.
And selling merch.
Yeah, all that
economic
merch. Yeah, right.
activity. Let's go to the football game. All kinds of stuff.
I mean, maybe some people like school spirit. I was born a renegade. I have no school spirit for anything. So, but for some people, I'm sure that matters.
Yeah.
After the financial crisis, we bought up a lot of those as part of backing up the private sector, which cuts against the argument that banks can make a good assessment in that thing, is particularly when there's fees to be collected.
The problem is the banks are so intertwined with government and bailouts that in a free market,
we can agree on that, and we can agree on that thing. Of course, we had a freer market back before the Great Depression, and there's a reason why we have the FDIC and all sorts of bank regulation, or we did anyways. But that's maybe a different day. But all right, well.
Any product that you're buying on borrowed money, there's kind of a hazard there.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, you're doing kind of a lot of guesstimation on the value of the product. Which I mean, the normal laws of supply and demand can go out the window very quickly. Because normally, you're basing the price of a product on the demand of people who actually have money to buy that product, right? So there's some sort of physical constraint on it. But I mean, I guess that can still happen in the market since credit is available and like credit cards are available. That same kind of situation, I guess, can happen with cheeseburgers. Why not, right? If you're just buying them on credit.
Right.
Yeah, I guess that can happen. Yeah, fascinating.
I really appreciate your coming on. It was fun. I think it was illuminating for people.
I appreciate you having me on and the fact that you actually do debates with people. It's a rare.
Won't do a debate with us, but fuck off.
Yeah, we're not big enough. You have to call into the show.
Look, this guy. What has this guy got? Like I mean, he doesn't. Is this some content creator I'm unaware of? I thought this was just a guy who was sniping at him on Twitter.
I don't know.
I think we have a much bigger platform than Mr. Fun here.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen.
Hurtful.
And it's
what?
Hurtful.
I mean, that bucket thumbnail's not really a step in the right direction.
I mean, he sees that bucket thumbnail and
it's over. Yeah.
Well, maybe that's it. He's like, well, I go on this guy's show, and then he Googled Sitch and Adam, Sam Seder, and came up with buckets of cum.
Well, I just did that bucket today because of the.
No, I mean, like maybe the upload itself, like associated with us in the algorithm.
You didn't upload that buckets of cum one?
No, the person who made it uploaded it.
Right.
They made it. They made it because of us.
Did they?
Is it there? Yeah. What do you mean? They're fans.
Does it say Sitch and Adam in their
I don't
title?
Think so,
oh my goodness!
But I think we debuted it on stream. So.
Well, it's hilarious.
It is hilarious. It's a piece of art. The true piece of art. Okay.
Sam is a comedian. He should understand.
He should. He should appreciate it.
Yeah. It's funny.
It is fun.
Now, Sam, wipe your armpits.
Valuable.
I know it's hard to find people who will do this, but I appreciate it.
I found it very hard, and that's why I really appreciate you having me, because not very many people will talk about these things.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate it, and we're all appreciative. All right.
Bye.
Folks.
Look at this. Now he's gonna lick his wounds with all of his anti-capitalist friends. Oh my God!
Did he? I didn't watch any of the aftermath.
Oh, I did. Yeah. Oh my God! Profit. Oh, it's so nasty. People making money and buying things. Oh, so superficial. I hate new things.
I accept the criticism that I'm getting.
You're getting criticism?
Well, I'm like, out of the corner of my eye, I'm seeing some IMs going like, fun half in quotes.
Yeah. Well, it's fun for
I like that you thought that we might get the calls.
I know. So I'll just mention this. Bradley, hope not blowing up your spot. Bradley and I, we set an over-under on how long that would take in our little G chat here. And you blew over it, but like we said,
44 and a half.
I said 44 and a half, but I was...
Okay, we don't have to watch it. It's boring. I put the link to Cookie's amazing Buckets of Cum video in the chat.
I also put in the description... Well, I put in the description of the video the podcast that I was talking about with the Objectivists too, if anyone was interested. So
okay,
I'm trying to add stuff that we talk about in the show to the thumb, because sometimes people comment, "What were they talking about?" So we're bad about that, but I'm working on it.
True.
Look,
we're also bad at like doing little chapter things, but whatever.
I'm self-improvement. Well, look, you guys got a 9-hour show. What do you need chapters for? Just watch the whole thing, start to finish.
Yes. Andrew Clark for $2 says, move to Portland. And for another $2, Andrew Clark says, we don't have pests. Pests. Is that true? If you don't count Antifa? Oh, ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da. Is that actually true? I feel like that's not true. I feel like that's not true. I feel like Andrew's messing with me.
Yeah, I don't know what a pest is.
You know, gross bugs, rats, things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see the link?
What's that picture that you sent?
Oh, there it is. I don't know why I didn't go through the first time. That picture I sent is a pretty background that I wanted on my phone that was on my computer. And so I wanted to transfer it from my computer to my phone. The easiest way is to DM it to you so then I can open Twitter on my phone and then save it.
I'm tempted to bring it up just to show
you should. It's
everybody.
Pretty. Show everyone my pretty new phone background.
How gay the phone background is. Sitch is using.
It's beautiful.
Here it is, guys. This is. Oh my god. This is.
What's the problem? You don't like the bisexual lighting? Is that the problem?
No, I actually do like the bisexual.
You have bisexual lighting behind you in the room with you.
First of all, I love the bisexual lighting.
Okay.
It's just
it's a pretty picture. What do you mean?
It's like the calm.
This was my
of...
when I turned on my computer. This was the they give you the pretty pictures.
Mm-hmm.
This was the one I got today. I said, "Oh, that's pretty. I should save that and make that my phone background."
Mm-hmm.
So I did. Yeah, what's the problem?
I mean, it's kind of like
What's your phone background?
Mine?
Yeah.
It's like a naked like animal girl.
Oh, what do you mean?
It's
what
like
do you mean an animal girl? What does that mean?
It's like a sphinx.
Okay.
Sitting on a couch. That's a woman on the. It's like a woman on the top and a sphinx on the bottom. Like a naked.
I understand what I know what a sphinx is.
Like a naked, breasty sphinx girl.
Right.
Sitting on a couch.
Well, and actually, it worked out perfectly because on the resolution on my phone, you see that not the rock in the middle, but you see the rock all the way to the left that's like above all the other rocks.
Yeah.
That rock perfectly like my when I turn on my phone, the time is like perfectly like centered right above that rock.
Oh, okay.
It just like it's perfect. Okay.
Okay.
Listen, I don't want to turn on my phone and like get
Oh,
get horny by looking at like naked monster girls. Okay.
Why?
I
Naked
I don't know
monster?
about you. I use my phone in public. I don't want to be in public and I like turn my phone on to check something and people are like see like naked pictures. Like the first thing they see when I open my phone in public.
I mean, nobody's
Yeah, I
ever.
turn on my phone and all the girls go, "Oh, that's so beautiful. Send that to me." And I'm like, "Give me your number, babe."
Nobody's ever said anything about my phone or anything.
Yeah, because they're embarrassed by it. Okay,
I mean, it's
that's
like
why.
tastefully done.
Yeah, sure,
It's a
sure, sure.
painting. It's like a.
Okay.
It's a Glenn Barr painting. I like Glenn Barr's
Mm,
work.
okay. It's not a what was the guy's name? Death, whatever.
Shitburger.
Deathburger. That's it's not Deathburger painting.
You want to fight over Deathburger again? Come on. I'm
Mhm.
ready. Let's go. Let's box.
Stitch into Monster Girls. Listen, that's no surprise. Everyone knows that. Okay, that's public knowledge at this point.
You don't like Monster Girls?
No,
I mean,
said
it's
that
not, it's not really a monster girl, though. I
What
mean,
do you? Sphinx is totally a monster girl. What are you crazy?
I guess maybe it is. I never really
I,
thought
like
of it
what
that
else
way.
would it be? It's literally a monster girl. That's like the Sphinx is the original monster girl. That's ancient monster girl.
Mm-hmm. Well, she's very realistic from the boobs up. So
Well, there you go. You have to send this picture to me.
yeah, it's great. That's why I have it on my phone.
Right on stream.
I don't know that I can.
Yeah, exactly. V Radio. Hey, V Radio. Thanks. It's Deathburger. It's not my fault. You're in culture, true.
I
V
said
Radio
shitburger.
for yes, you did. V Radio for $5 says, "Is it buckets of college students or swallowing buckets of college students' love juices?"
That's for you to decide, V.
That is for you to decide. Yeah.
I went round and round. I was arguing with V Radio on.
I saw that.
On Twitter.
I didn't want to wade into any of that. I don't know why. I didn't know why that conversation was happening.
But why doesn't? I mean, V Radio should just come on our live stream.
Well, he can. He's invited. We can have that conversation at some point.
Not right now. I'm
not
too
now,
out,
obviously.
Yeah.
But it's funny because like people on the left are like Sitch and Adam. Can you name any left-wing policies you agree with? And then people on the right are like, Sitch and Adam, can you name any right-wing policies you agree with? And both sides are equally incredulous to us. Yeah. So I just think I think that part of the conversation is funny.
Why is that?
And I saw lessons not learned started the way into the conversation too.
Lessons not learned.
Also known as dialogue always, yes.
Because he changed his tag is lessons learned, not lessons not learned.
Well, he doesn't seem like he learns his lessons when interacting with us, so it seems appropriate.
Yeah.
CT, thank you so much, CT, for being a member. CT is a free will seeker, even though we're paying her, so she shouldn't be. But okay. But she just wants to use the emojis.
Yeah, same reason. Look, I'm a free will seeker too, for the same reason.
Right.
I want
for the emojis.
When my cat comes on stream, I mean, I gotta be able. Look, I'm a Wormy fan. I'm the original Wormy fan. I gotta be able to light up the emojis.
Yeah.
When I make a great argument and Sitch is totally triggered, I gotta throw some Adam lasers out there. Like, look, of course, Adam's killing it, right? When Sitch is like losing his mind, going fucking crazy because I have so bested him, I gotta throw some Sitch's
Then you
triggered.
wake up. You wake up.
I gotta throw some Sitch's triggered. Look, two different versions.
Two versions of it.
Yeah. One I did, one CT did. Look, we got variety here. A lot of people do comment on how cool it is. Like, we got the coolest emojis out there.
That's true.
They're like Mosi streamers. You got Xander Hall. No creativity whatsoever.
Well, see, we have this amazing artist named CT.
Yeah,
makes
totally.
these amazing emojis. So.
Yes.
See, that's the emojis I put out when Adam was triggered.
Yeah. What? Oh, we gotta fix those ones.
Actually, no. When Adam, this is what I should do when Adam's
No,
during our conversation about the stock
right
market.
Here.
During our conversation with the stock market, I should have just stopped talking to you. I should have just started spamming.
Spamming the emojis.
Oh wait, I actually went over the character limit. I can't. I just started spamming.
Here's the emoji for me. Here's the emoji I should do when we're talking about the stock market. Here.
Tim Pool doesn't have emojis. That's baffling. He doesn't have like a beanie or something.
Oh my! We should put the beanie in our emojis just to
just like there needs to. Okay, Tim Pool needs a beanie emoji, a Civil War emoji. It's complicated. How the fuck is he not having it's complicated emoji? What the fuck?
Oh, I know.
There are no waifu Sitch emojis now. Not yet, anyway.
So there great when we come up with new ideas for emojis. Yeah.
Right. Well.
Here's Sam Seder talking
the buckets.
Here's Sam Seder talking about college loans right here. That's Sitch going, nah, no.
That's Sam Seder with his buckets. Okay.
Here's Sam Seder pantomiming, swallowing buckets of cum right here. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, CT. Oh, man, CT, you should hit up Tim. You should, okay. If Tim doesn't have any emojis, you should make not a bunch, make like a couple.
Yeah, like, why
not? Make a couple emojis. Make a Tim Pool beanie, a Civil War beanie. It's complicated. Not a beanie. A complicated emoji, a Civil War emoji, and maybe you can maybe he'll pay you to make a bunch of emojis for him. That'd be pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Probably pay you more than we pay you for emojis.
I don't know that we've even paid for emojis, to be honest.
We haven't. No. But Tim's rich, so he could throw the money around.
Throwing out the emojis.
Yes. But anyway, CT for 7 months says, happy anniversary, kisses, moi, love, Steffi.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Oh, no.
Love, Steffi.
Uh-oh. Steffi, huh?
Yeah.
That's my nickname for Steffi.
Steffi is your nickname for Steffi?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's her nickname.
Yes.
Look at this. I mean, I got my Tim Pool beanie on the fly here, so I'm ready at a moment's notice.
Right. No, CT, I'm saying you should make the first two emojis for Tim free, just as like samples, to get him hooked. And then you hit him with the buy more emojis. So yeah, sneak a Sitch in there. He wouldn't even notice. True.
And then you're like, the first one's free, and the next emoji is $5,000. Okay.
No. Like the set is like $5,000. Okay.
$10,000.
Okay, maybe that's pushing it too much.
Oh, okay. Sometimes I like to take it.
Though I'm sure he has like 1 million more emoji slots than we do. I'm sure his members are gigantic.
Does he? I mean, I feel like we have a lot of emoji spots.
We do, but most of that is from the generous gifting of JMac and Potato.
Oh, of course. Yeah, they're the ones that open all the spots up.
Right. But I'm sure Tim has
look at this.
Like 1 million members. So
who has a well?
Yeah, it says well.
With well on the cover of the well.
Besides us, no one.
I mean, rainwater is probably the most drinkable water there is. I don't know why you would put a roof over the well.
I feel like that's not true.
It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well, because you don't want like leaves and birds and shit to like poop in it and fall into it.
Oh, that might be it. That could be the case. Yeah.
Right. And I don't know if you really want rain to rain into your well like that much. So.
Caffeinated Tweaker says, thank you, Adam. Lol. Oh.
There you go.
Well, you're welcome.
Tim is a millionaire. That is true. He's a millionaire living in a compound in the middle of the forest somewhere. So.
But Tim is a millionaire.
I want to be a millionaire.
That so drives people insane. Oh my God, Tim's a millionaire.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy when you think about it.
Is he really a millionaire?
Of course he is. What do you mean? Why does this shock you at all?
I don't know.
Of course Tim's a millionaire. I don't even know how that's a question.
Well, I mean, just because he makes a lot of money doesn't mean he's a millionaire. He could have a giant gambling problem. He could be addicted to crystal meth. We don't know.
Okay, that's true. We don't know if Tim Pool's addicted to. I mean, if he was addicted to crystal meth, it would explain why he's able to generate so much content. So,
yeah. Don't you remember that commercial from the 80s? Got to do more cocaine so you can make more money. So you can.
I don't
more
remember that
cocaine.
commercial. No.
Oh God, that is the craziest commercial. I guess it was because in the 80s they had a huge drug problem, so
right.
They were trying to dissuade people from doing cocaine.
Right. I never trust those. Like when you type in someone's net worth, I feel like every single person on the planet, except for like people that have publicly traded companies, everyone else's net worth is wrong. I don't trust any of those, like what they say, because I don't know how they're generating those numbers. It just seems like complete guess.
They type them in. Just guess.
All right. CT says, check Twitter. I think I found your phone background.
Yeah, but I can't bring it up because it's got like nudity.
Yeah, but was she correct? I'm curious.
Oh, let me see here. That is.
I want you guys to know that Adam thumbed down my pretty background picture.
That is. I did actually. I was like, what is this? CT, is there a link to that you can put in the chat? So people can actually look at it.
I feel like I've seen that picture before. I think you showed it to me at some point.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it?
It's okay. Not my aesthetic. Not really a background phone picture.
I mean, the guy kind of looks like you a bit.
That's not even a sphinx. I don't know what that is.
It's like a dragon sphinx. It's even better.
Yeah, it's like a dragon sphinx.
And the guy that totally looks like you, Sitch. Like
that's not what I look like.
Yeah, it does. What do you mean?
That guy's got like a Beatles haircut.
Well, have you changed your hair?
I've never had a Beatles haircut.
You don't have a bowl cut like that?
No.
I mean, it kind of looks like you.
I don't look like Gohan.
I'm just gonna imagine that it's you.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. You imagine that is me.
That's Sitch at a party. He's like, I'm gonna mac on this dragon sphinx lady.
I mean, listen. She's got a pretty good top half. The bottom half's a little sus, though, so...
Yeah, I don't know what you're going to do with that dragon tail.
Yeah, it's kind of...
kind
of iffy there.
I don't know. Lift up the tail and see what's going on under there.
See if there's something under there? Yeah. Are you saying see if there's any access points?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you have to check. It doesn't look like there's any access points, so... The Libertarian Trap, thanks so much for joining and becoming a free will seeker. John Smith, hey John Smith, for $5 says, Happy Rosh Hashanah, Sitch. Thank you. Thank you. I actually didn't know it was Rosh Hashanah coming up until like a couple of days ago. And I was like, oh, that's right. It's a Rosh Hashanah.
What does that mean?
It's a Jewish holiday. What do you mean? What does it mean?
Oh, okay. Does that mean I get a day off or something?
No, you don't.
Oh, damn.
You don't, motherfucker.
What do I get for a day off? That'd be so incredible.
I don't even remember what we do in Rosh Hashanah. It's been so long.
Oh, you're such a terrible Jew.
I know.
Look at that. Oh, my God.
What?
Charlie Heathcote coming in with $139.99 Canadians. It's so weird that they do that. So since it's $139.99, I'm assuming Charlie's on a mobile phone, because the mobile phone is always this 99 denomination, and a computer's always the even.
Really?
Yeah. You haven't noticed that?
I didn't know that was why that was happening.
Because sometimes I super chat on my mobile phone, and it's like it just puts it in the 99 denomination. I don't know why. But it does send me a signal.
Oh, right. Rosh Hashanah is the Jewish New Year. Oh, how did I forget such a thing? Happy New Year, Adam. Did you know that?
Oh, cool. I like New Year's.
We're coming up on the superior Jewish New Year.
Mm-hmm. Is it? Oh, so it's close to the end of the year anyway.
Do you know what year it is in Judaism?
In Judaism?
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess 125 AD.
You know the number. It's a higher number, not a lower number.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. Why would it be lower? How does that make any sense?
21.
You're
69.
Way off.
Oh.
5783.
What?
We're living in the future, man. You guys live in the year 2022. We're living in 5783. That's why.
Oh, it's the 80s. Nice.
This is why. You want to know the real reason why Jews control the world? It's because we live in the future, so we already know what's going to happen.
We're 1 year away from 5784. Oh my! What happens then?
Why do you got Saitama up?
5784. Because this is my response to you when you say how cool anything is. I'm like, okay.
Oh, okay. That's what you can't steal my response. Okay.
Okay.
Charlie Heathcott, thank you so much, Charlie, for the incredibly generous 140 Canadian. Thank you so much. Says the soil acts as a filter for chemicals for well water. Rainwater you should boil before drinking. Also, A-Team is the dream team. Well, there you
Sweet. Go. Nice. A-Team.
So, see,
A-Teamer even.
A-Team, he's an A-Teamer, even though you were giving the incorrect health advice about drinking rainwater.
Yeah, I know sometimes people get like a rain barrel.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to boil it. You don't just drink that shit.
The soil acts as a filter for chemicals.
Of course.
For well water. Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
But you can get those like fancy water filters, and they're just like coal or some kind of rock that's porous, basically. Right. And you're pouring water through it. So, yeah.
Well, I will remember that.
Andrew Clark for $2 says Portland has no sales tax. Really? I didn't know that. Interesting.
Figures.
Do they just have like an Antifa burn down the building tax?
Our sales tax in Southern California is 49%. No.
Those water barrels are for watering plants. There you go.
Oh, really? Oh, man.
Dr. Thallium. Hey, Dr. Thallium. Thanks so much for being a Freewheel Seeker for 7 months. Says, Adam, let's hang out sometime soon. Take a break from the comic and we can have some fun. Wow, look at that. Thallium's hitting on you.
Wow.
He wants to have some fun with you, Adam. He's hitting on you. Yeah, baby.
Well, I don't know what kind of fun you're talking about, but I think Dr. Thallium does like to run over people in driving games, so that could be fun.
That's true. CT's phone background is Godzilla, which I should have guessed before I clicked on the link. That's what it was. Majin, thanks so much for being a Freewheel Seeker for 4 months. Says, howdy, my little pumpkins. She-Hulk writer wrote the therapist part. That was her contribution. Now She-Hulk makes sense. What? Oh, you're saying she wrote the therapist part of the Pickle Rick episode. There you go. Maybe that was her contribution. Then it would make sense.
Is that the bad part?
Well, it's like the more lefty part, I guess. If you were to judge it from that metric.
Pickle Rick has 17 writers on it, right? I mean,
I don't think so. I think it only has 2.
Okay.
I think it only has her and what the fuck's his name? The guy who did the episode.
Yeah, I don't know.
Writers. It's got Jessica Gao, who's the She-Hulk, and then it's got Dan Harmon and Justin Roiland. So I mean, it's got a bunch of executive story. No, you're right. It does have like 1 million people on it. So okay, who knows?
Yeah, who knows? She could have just been like threw a couple jokes in there.
Pickle Rick also has the most disgusting part in any fucking Rick and Morty episode ever.
They cut his pickle off.
Yes. Lucifer the Domer, thanks so much for being a free seeker for 7 months. It says, quote, Cash My Outside Girl has started funding people to go to trade school. Good on her. Oh, well, that's good. I know she made some absorbent amount of money. I'm glad it's going to good use. So,
was she a content creator?
I don't. Does the Cash Me Outside Girl do anything now? I didn't even know that she was still around. But I was like, who?
Yeah, I'm looking it up. Cash My Outside.
There's like this meme from like years ago that like everyone was remixing in the songs and stuff.
Cash Me Outside. Was
You
that
don't
like
remember
a
that?
song?
Cash Me Outside. How about that? You don't remember this?
Oh yeah, but she's the girl from Dr. Phil, right? The crazy.
Yes. Did she go on to do something? I don't even know. She made a bunch of money. I don't remember how or why. I just remember being disgusted in it. But listen,
Bahad Bobby, I made 50 million, so don't call me the Cash Me Outside Girl.
I mean, it's her. She'll forever be the Cash Me Outside Girl. But
I mean, formerly the Cash Me Outside Girl. Says she doesn't want to be associated with her infamous 2016 appearance on Dr. Phil.
Well, that's what made her
and
famous.
would prefer if fans referred her.
Wow, okay.
And prefer if fans referred her reported net worth instead. On Wednesday, the 19-year-old told TMZ that she's made a whopping 50 million since she started an account on OnlyFans a year ago. I'm so people think I'm so in love with being the girl who got famous for being on Dr. Phil and saying some crazy shit. That's not how I feel. Bregoli,
So she's an OnlyFans and a rapper.
Bregoli declared, "Call me the youngest female of the decade to go platinum. Call me some shit like that." She continued, "Call me the girl who got $1 million makeup deal. The girl who made over $50 million on OnlyFans," she continued. Brigoli shot to fame as a guest on the daytime talk show where she challenged host Dr. Phil McGraw to a fist fight.
You never saw her? This is me. It's wild. That's why the meme blew up, because it was
by
so like,
uttering
ridiculous.
her now iconic phrase, "Cash me outside. How about?"
See, I don't like people that become very famous for doing something, and then they're like, "Oh, I don't want to be associated with that anymore." It's like, no, man, that's you. She should name her, like her rap name should be Cash Me. Like that should be her rap. That's a good rap name. Isn't that Cash Me? No, Cash Me Outside that's too long. But Cash Me, one word, Cash Me. That's a good rap name. She shouldn't run away from it. Embrace it. Embrace the things that made you famous and popular. I don't like when people run away from it.
I mean, she looks very different. Is she?
What do you mean? Oh, from when she looked in Dr. Phil to now?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. She's gone through the fame machine, so it has an effect on people.
Oh no! What kind of effect does it have?
I mean,
probably bad.
You have tattoos, plastic surgery, caked with makeup. It's weird. Like, it's so weird when you see someone who's like, going to be famous or like a famous celebrity, and you see them like right before the fame hits. They're like 18 or in college or something, and you're like, oh, this person looks like, they're going to be attractive, or they look attractive. They look like a real person. And then the fame hits them, and then they all look the same, and it looks gross. They look so fake. Like they all get the plastic surgery face, or they all have the makeup caked on, and they all have their eyebrows done the specific way, and they're all wearing like the same kind of body tanner, and they just all look the same, and that's not good. It's not good. I don't know. I don't get the appeal to it. It's gross.
This is a New York Post article. This is so... Okay, obviously you heard what Cash Me Outside said, but now the Post is saying it's unclear whether Brigoli has actually made that astronomical sum from her OnlyFans account. What? They're totally throwing her under the bus. Look, she said she made $50 million, you fuckers. How dare you?
Mm-hmm.
How dare you? This is a Cash Me Outside girl. You can't pull this fucking shit. The Post has contacted both the website and Brigoli's rep for further information on her claim.
Right.
However, last April, Brigati made more than $1 million in just several hours after publicly launching her OnlyFans.
Jesus.
I mean, that ain't 50 million though. I mean, that's
well,
like 49 million shy of,
I don't believe she made 50 million on OnlyFans because
Okay.
that's preposterous, but I'm sure she made a decent amount.
An insider additionally told Page Six at the time that the rapper's account was on track to generate more than $5 million in gross sales in just 24 hours.
Wait, did you get an ad from the stream? I didn't press the ad button. That's super weird if you got a YouTube ad.
I didn't get an ad, no.
No, someone in the chat said, why did I just get an ad?
I didn't press it.
Hmm.
Maybe they're like, fuck these guys. They keep clicking off this ad button.
I know, I never
We're going to
clicked the
throw
ad
one
button.
in.
Sammy G, thank you so much, Sammy G, who hopefully we'll be talking to on Tuesday, for being a 7-month order of the enlightened. Says, and just uploaded some very degenerate art of me today. Thank you, Sammy.
Oh, you want me to bring that up, by the way?
Not really.
Oh, okay.
No. Just because it's free doesn't mean it will be quality. You'll get free of the same broken system we have right now. Much like healthcare, people need to better understand what they're getting for before demanding it. That's true. That's true.
I totally agree. You got to consider what the product is. And if demand is created just by loaning people money, I mean,
people are getting
picky.
ads? How are people getting ads?
What?
So wait, but I don't think we're getting any money for this. Now I'm concerned. Is YouTube like stealing from us?
What?
I never press the ad button.
How dare they?
That's weird.
Oh shit. I hit the ad button.
Did you really?
It said ads inserted too.
She's like, I never press the ad button. And then Adam presses the ad button.
Well, I just hit it because I wanted to see like I was assuming that like one of those pop-ups was going to come up.
Okay, you guys just got an ad because Adam just pressed the buttons.
I just pressed the button just now. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So I don't know. You might have gotten an ad that time.
So unless Adam's been pressing the button constantly.
No, I just navigated back to the window for the first time.
Okay.
And since people are saying they were getting ads, I was going to investigate. And the way
it's like people are saying they're getting ads, so might as well get an ad. Presses the button.
Listen, the way that I investigate is I click on shit and see what happens. But hold on.
Yeah.
Normally, when you click on these buttons, like a little pop-up comes in.
No, yeah.
What's this ad stream marker?
It
says.
Do we have ads during stream?
Stream marker added. Well,
even an option.
Unable to add stream marker. What?
Okay. Yeah. Stop messing with it.
Well, I was going to put a marker in and say this is the part where Sitch is complaining about the ads, but create highlight video. What happens if I click on this?
Well, don't do it while we're streaming. You could fuck it up.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
But the screen only comes up when we're streaming. This is like the studio stream.
The ad stream marker thing. Yeah, I don't know what it does.
We should click on it and find out.
Don't click on it. Stop. You clicked on the ad stuff. Stop clicking.
Well, I already clicked on everything, but the only one I haven't clicked on is the create highlight video.
Okay. So it creates a little thing.
What happens if I click the share button?
I'm sure it gives you a link you can send to people.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm not going to do that. Fuck that shit.
So this picture that you brought up, I said not.
Why would I share? Yeah, of course. This is the thumbnail for the Tuesday stream, obviously.
Oh, okay.
Sammy's going to come on. We have to use her artwork in the thing.
Right. So there I am with my abs on. That is actually what I look like, by the way.
Yeah. Sitch is big into sweats. He wears sweats all the time.
Yeah, well, I know I wear sweats with like the 70s, like they're not 70s, the 80s cutoff t-shirt, just so I can show off my abs and my PP line. You know, girls like the PP line, right?
The happy trail, yeah, of course.
No, not the happy trail. The PP line. PP line is the muscle. The happy trail is the hair.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah. And I'm saying my eyes are up here, Adam. Yeah, Adam, stop staring at my abs and my PP line. Look at my eyes. Okay. Adam says, I only have eyes for my wife, so. And then I say, oh, so you admit you were staring at me.
Because you're my work wife.
I guess so, yeah.
I like it.
There it is.
Sammy's funny.
I should dress like that. I should go on stream, face reveal. I'll dress like that forever.
With the little half shirt.
The little half shirt, yeah.
You should wear that, a little half shirt like that.
I should.
That's adorable.
Should I draw? Sammy says, should I draw something more gay for the thumbnail for Tuesday? No.
Oh, this is plenty gay, I'm telling you.
No, this is gay enough. Liam S., thank you so much for being a free will seeker for 4 months, says, is Sam's beard going gray? Talking about Sam Seder, not Sammy G. Sam's beard going gray. Or is that just stainage from overdoing it on the buckets? Well, listen, it's a question. You know, it's like, that's the question of like, you know, what's the sound of one hand and clapping? We'll never know the answer to that question.
Poor Sam.
EHEF for $10 says that the quote right is right about the responsibility part. The quote left is right about the predatory nature of it. The politicians' solutions addresses neither. That's true. I agree with that.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the situation.
Inverted Gentleman, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 3 months. Says, gotta go, might be back later. Just want to say that S class is least class.
Woo!
A team reigns.
Look at that. Who said that?
Inverted Gentleman.
Gotta keep track of my age.
Well, he's inverted, so everything he says, he's like Bizarro Superman. Everything he says is backwards. So
what? That's not true.
That is true.
Inverted Gentleman. No.
Dotems
reigns supreme right there. Look at that.
Dotems for 10 Aussie bucks says, from a policy perspective, tax cuts are inherited because tested you have to be. From a policy perspective, tax cuts are inherently means tested. You have to be employed to receive the benefit. Loan forgiveness requires incurring debt. The resulting incentive is the difference, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
That's interesting.
I totally agree.
Weird stuff I post. Thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 7 months. Says, I'm an example. I have 75,000 debt. Jesus fucking Christ.
For a culinary arts management degree.
And an MBA from JWU. The jobs that pay back the loan is very few, but it's my fault. Damn, that's really unfortunate.
Wow, that sucks.
That does suck, yeah. Oof. Damn, son.
One of my friends was going to go into the culinary arts, and they were talking about going to a big, expensive school. And yeah, I didn't know, obviously. You don't know. Now there's information, I mean, you can get online. This was a long time ago when there wasn't really an online to get information from. But I kind of suspected they were just saying, oh yeah, there's tons of jobs open to you. We do job placement and all this stuff.
Right.
So, well,
Sam,
hopefully you get some of that debt forgiveness.
Right. I don't know if you're in the cone, Sam. And obviously the cone can always shift. So if you don't want to do Tuesday, that's fine too. Just DM me or Adam, let us know.
What's happening? What do you mean? Sam's doing what?
Sammy could be in the cone of where the hurricane comes. I mean, I don't know exactly where she lives, so I don't know. She'll know that.
Well, I don't care. You made a commitment. You gotta show up.
Well, I don't know if he knows, Adam, but usually during a hurricane you lose power.
Do you?
Yeah.
Just do it on your phone. No, I'm kidding. No, if you can't make it, then look, if you have to evacuate evacuate for heaven's
It's a little bit
sakes.
more important than coming downstream. Yeah.
We don't want we like our Sammys. We don't want them to die on us.
Right.
We don't want no Wizard of Oz situation either, where your truck is like floating up in the air.
Right.
As you're trying to evacuate.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the power issue. Yeah, sure.
It's okay.
I understand. Well, we'll have something in backup just in case.
The
so
eye of the hurricane. That would be pretty cool. What do you need a backup? We don't need a backup. We'll just talk about whatever.
Val Van Gogh, thanks so much for the $5 for the $10 says a study in the Wall Street Journal showed that the median salaries of undergraduate philosophy majors 10 years after graduation compared to other majors ranked 16th out of 50 ahead of standard business majors. Wow.
Really?
Well,
I'm talking all this shit about philosophy majors and they're actually getting paid?
Yeah, look.
A study in the Wall Street Journal showed that the median salaries of undergraduate philosophy majors.
Oh, wait a minute. It said undergraduate philosophy majors.
Right.
What about graduate philosophy?
10 years after
That's what I was talking
graduation.
But,
compared to other majors.
Yes.
Well, what are the other majors? Ranked 16th out of 50.
Well, that's still pretty good.
That is good.
Well, I guess it depends what the 50 are. I mean, they could be 50 versions of basket weaving, but
I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to be like, 1, 2, 3, or like doctor, attorney. What other things are there that make
programmer?
Money? Yeah, programmer, right. STEM fields.
Well, they're degrees. They're undergraduate degrees.
Oh, okay.
So you couldn't actually. There is
really
no
anything.
Undergraduate, law degree or undergraduate doctor degree or something of that nature.
Yeah.
And it's possible that a lot of lawyers and not doctors, but I think a lot of lawyers might actually get undergraduate degrees in philosophy. So.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. So so a lot of people are getting philosophy undergraduate degrees and then going on to study.
To being a lawyer or something. Right.
Right.
Because as Val Van Gogh says for $5, philosophy majors have the highest GRE verbal reasoning, analytical writing of any major, and the second highest LSAT.
Oh, okay.
Higher scores in business majors on the GMAT. Yeah, so no, I mean that's a fair point. We shouldn't be shitting on philosophy degrees of that nature.
But we have so much fun doing it, though.
I was specifically talking about graduate philosophy degrees,
right? Which
is what the Archer reference was into. So,
right.
Engineer is the highest paid degree, supposedly, according to the article.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's according to this chatter, not according to the article. It's just Avi for 10 Woolsey books. Thank you, Avi. Says, yo, I can't believe I missed the Ruby talk last stream. Last week's video saying the series writers Miles and Carey are bad for writing the civil rights terrorist faction as bad guys is so wrong. That's right. We talked about the show that neither me nor Adam knew anything about.
Mm-hmm.
It's just Avi for another 10 Aussie bucks says, well, when in actuality, the writers are so woke, they couldn't write the leader of this faction as a bad guy who actually believes in the cause, and they turned him into a creepy X out of nowhere. Lame. Oh, so they pulled the Korra, essentially. So there you go.
Well, that sucks.
That does suck. That's why Bioshock Infinite is based. I don't care what anyone says. Kaiba Corp for $5 says, in my experience being born in the early 90s, we were raised that any degree would result in success. That is how we were raised. I agree with that. Yes.
True.
That's true.
Yeah.
Guy for $20. Thanks so much, Guy. Says, Sam's reasoning is exactly... Oh, we are that one. That was a good one, though. Sam's reasoning exactly why socialist countries always starve millions of people. Philosophy doesn't make things or feed people. Even worse, it's not obvious to people what is dangerous about these solutions. Michael, thanks so much for being a Freedom Seeker for 3 months. Says Sam is proof that a college education doesn't make you smart.
True.
Gosh dang for $5 says you don't own your money because you can't destroy dollars is like saying you don't own your thoughts because the government taught you English.
That's a great analogy. Yeah.
It's funny. Dr. Diddler for $5 says A team still uses a pacifier and gives questionable looks to people of Asian descent in his neighborhood.
Well, if they're driving and I'm like walking down the road, of course.
There you go. S class is the best class.
Watch out for those Asian drivers.
Arithmesia for $5 says very easy. Sam is wealthy, doesn't want to pay for his kids' college. That's what this is. There you go. There you go.
Sam was like, I already pay. My taxes are already too high. College should be free. As he's sitting there talking about, Jeff Bezos needs to pay 90% taxes.
Yeah, but listen, Sam Cedar's just in the top 1%, but Jeff Bezos is in the top like 0.001%. So.
Oh, I know.
Hayden Dill, thanks so much for being a free here for 3 months. Says Sam, a seed eater, needs to get his elephant in check. I heard Sammy tried basketball camp for a day. He misunderstood what they meant by shooting bucket.
Okay.
Ooh, ah, ooh, ah. Destroyed. Hurl Hay, thanks so much for the 2,000 NGNs. Says they might unironically come out with the quote, communism is when you can't be a landlord meme. They would if Hassan bought property and rented it out. They would fucking literally say that. Oh my God, I cannot wait. I cannot wait for the day that comes out that Hassan is a fucking landlord. Oh man.
Yeah. God, he would just say, he would just make excuses for it.
I know. Fruges for 500 yen. Thank you, Fruges. Says, ever since Adam enlightened me about MMT, I hate the, quote, my taxes paid for X argument. Now I think taxes more as a membership fee. Oh, that's an interesting way of thinking.
Nice. Yeah.
That's true. Yeah. Dr. Diddler for $2 says, Hurricane ain't got shit on me. Good on you, Dr. Diddler. Good on you. Gene the Angry Penguin for $5 says, competing for worst statement of the evening, quote, Starbucks is good coffee versus LA is a real city.
Why?
First of all, LA is a real city in that it's very shitty. So I don't know what you mean by that.
Starbucks is good coffee.
Starbucks is good coffee.
Both those are solid statements of fact. Yes. I don't know why.
So you leave off my Starbucks milkshake. Okay, my Starbucks milkshake is delicious. Deprived Dolphin, thanks so much for the $10. Says the problem with higher taxes and increase in regulations and other Simon conditions is no one will be willing to start anything new. Only corpos will benefit. That is true to some degree. Yeah. That is true. Because it's always easier for an established company to put up with the new regulations and supposing to buy in as a new company. Just adds so much extra work.
A lot of times they promote that regulation to keep other players from coming into the market.
True.
Yeah.
True. That one. Did I read this one? Kind of what Adam, the doctor thing. I did read that one. Let's quickly spend that. Read that one. J-Mac for $20. Thanks so much, our surrogate father. J-Mac says, nutrition revolution. Grab the Molotovs and meet me at McDonald's. Let's go, comrades.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
J-Mac taking out a McDonald's now. Wow.
I know. Wow. Kyle Petty, thanks so much for the $5. Says, even as a kid, I thought moon shoes looked kind of lame, to be honest. They look like something you'd see in Ed, Edd and Eddy, which makes them sound cool, but no. Listen,
they
moon shoes looked lame, but they were fun. Okay, I'll agree with that. They look lame, and you look lame using them. Yeah. That's true. That's a fact. But they are fun to use. Okay.
Right. I don't know.
And those songs were kicking, man. Moon shoes.
Could I go for a walk in those things? I don't know. I might be bouncing. You
go for a hop. Yeah. Devin Goad for $5 says, check out Free Skates. I made a bad short. Also, it's my birthday. Well, happy birthday, Devin.
Happy birthday. Yeah.
Happy birthday. I was looking at the free skate things. They look weird. They're like these little pad things.
Mm-hmm.
How do they attach to your shoes? Or do you just step on them? Because they don't look like they have any. It looks like he took a skateboard and they just made two little like tiny skateboards that you just put under your shoes.
Oh, okay.
I guess they don't attach. I'm confused about how they work though. They look interesting.
Yeah.
Stalag for $2 says nobody's talking about the wild wacky action bike. The hell is that?
I don't know. I'm gonna look it up.
Wild wacky action bike. Oh. I do know what this is.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God, what is this?
It's funny. I never understood what this was referencing until today because you're talking about the big green machine.
Oh.
So
What is it?
do you have the watch together up?
No, I don't.
Bring it up. I do remember this.
Is this like making fun of the green machine, maybe?
It is. I never got the reference until now because I
Okay.
didn't know about the green machine.
Wild,
This is hilarious. This
wacky
made this joke
action
so much
bike.
funnier. Yeah.
Oh, it's a joke.
This is a joke. Yes.
Okay.
You don't recognize the voice the second I started playing it.
No, but let's hear it.
Wacky action bike! One wacky action bike! The bike is hard to ride! Wild wacky action bike is almost impossible to steer and it goes in the dirt. Gonna try to ride it all day long, but I'm gonna fail 'cause it's wild wacky action bike! You can't ride it, wild wacky action bike! Wild wacky action bike comes with everything you see here.
Oh my God, that is
I like that the
hilarious.
kid fucking
Wild wacky action bike comes with everything you see here.
Oh yeah, this is totally a play on the green machine.
Yeah, I never got that. I just thought it was a funny joke.
It's a piece of shit that you can't.
Yeah, it's
steer.
literally Trey Parker. Trey Parker has one of the most like iconic voices because of all those South Park stuff. Yeah.
Wild wacky action bike.
Yeah.
Oh, that kid. Oh, it's so good.
I wonder if if I was Trey Parker, I would just act like whenever I go through a drive-thru, I would like order. I'd order with all the little voice.
I'm trying to pause it on the kid exploding.
Oh, the kid explodes. Although
You missed it. What?
there it is.
Oh, I didn't. It's past it for me.
Oh, really?
Come on.
Oh, okay. I
You
have it
let me
perfect.
do it.
The 23 seconds.
His head like pops like a pimple.
I know. That's amazing. Rob Schneider is a stapler. That's that's literally what I think of whenever I hear Trey Parker voice. I think of that exact line. Rob Schneider is a stapler.
Oh man.
So there you go. That's interesting because I guess they're Xers too. So I never understood that fucking reference, but
Of course, yeah.
that's the big green machine. That's hilarious. Well, thank you, Stug. Metalworks 41190 for $2 says tell Adam about Bionicles.
Uh-oh. Bionicles.
Bionicles were like Legos that look cool, that were like made like robot action figures that you probably
Okay.
like because you like robots
Yeah,
and they look
no.
very robotic.
I
So you'd
dig
probably
'em.
be really big into Bionicle.
I
And
like these.
it became a TV show that I've never seen, and people supposedly were really into Bionicle. So
I'm down with the
you go.
Bionicles. These look
Yeah.
amazing. I'm gonna start collecting.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, "Have you seen the $10,000 student loan forgiveness next month?" Isn't that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
We just watched a debate on that whole
that's
thing.
what the debate was on it.
Are these official Bionicles? I mean, there's some.
I don't know. I don't know what you're looking at.
Well, I've bumped into like some sexy Bionicles, I think.
Okay, if there's sexy first of all, I don't know how you found Bionicles that are sexy unless you typed in sexy Bionicles.
No, I typed in Bionicles, and one of the pictures is obviously like a busty Bionicle, and I immediately clicked on it, and then
Okay, what is up with you? Okay, I don't believe you because I type in Bionicle, I don't see anything remotely sexual.
I mean,
oh wait a minute, never mind.
Yeah,
I see
what
it.
are you talking about?
No, I see it. You're right.
You see the blue Bionicle with the gigantic tatas?
Blue. It's like orange or like rust red. What do you mean blue?
Well, there's an assortment of Bionicles.
Oh, once you click on it, you're saying.
Yeah.
You're right. What the fuck? Apparently, this is a whole genre of pornography I was unaware of.
Well, I mean, this Bionicle here, I'll bring one up. I mean, she seems clothed to me. I mean, this seems like, oh God, it's a whelp file. You piece of shit.
That's what you get. That's what you get.
Here, I'll switch it up. If I just change the file ending, it magically works. I don't know why, but
it's their chaos. I didn't see it at first either. It's kind of like hidden in like the third or fourth row. Your eyes kind of glaze over it, and you go, "Oh, wait a minute."
The Bionicle,
the busty Bionicle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, here you guys go. I didn't even know this was a thing, but here's your Bionicle. Here's your sexy Bionicle.
There's your sexy Bionicle if you're into that.
Yeah.
And it's part furry. Yeah.
Better bring your oil can.
I know Adam is bookmarking this. He's like, yeah, boy. Get my robot on.
I already bought one on Amazon. What are you talking about? It's going to be here in the morning. It says deliver in 6 hours.
Yes. Many whelps. Yes, many whelps. Equi Shaddox, thank you so much for the $2. Says Sitch despises Apple too. S-Class is the best class.
What?
True.
I mean, I don't like Apple computers, but Apple iPhones are cool.
I should get the many whelps sound clip for the soundboard. So whenever Adam complains about like a whelp file, I can just press it. Who aggroed the whelps? Kyle Petty for $25. Thanks so much. Says this Apple rake is Sitch's best take ever. 3-button supremacy. Thank you. Every time I have to help someone with their iPhone, it feels like you're working with half the toolkit. Also, Samsung people never seem to need help. Exactly.
Really? Holy shit.
True. Okay. That's
Wow.
true. Everything on the Samsung, like when I was like trying to help my mom with her phone, everything on my phone felt so much more intuitive, and everything on the Apple felt like a fucking burden. This is like, oh my God. I remember once in college. No, it wasn't once in college. In college, what fucking program was it? Well, oh my God. What was like that horrible film editing program they made me learn on? I had to learn editing on Avid. Have you ever used Avid?
No, I've only read about Avid, but
Avid make you kill yourself. It's like the worst fucking
really,
film editing
you know,
program ever.
that's very nice to hear. I like to hear that because I always wanted to work on an Avid, and people would talk about how Avid is like the most professional editing software suite ever.
Yeah, it might be because it makes you want to die.
And I was like, I mean, I've used Adobe Premiere, and I thought that was really nice. And
it might be. So I'm sure Avid has like really good things for like pros, but when you're first learning to edit, it's the worst fucking thing imaginable. It's so complicated for beginning editors. That's why I liked Vegas so much. I'm like, this is so much like more intuitive. But even that, everyone was complaining because Final Cut Pro was what a lot of people used. And I remember they had some computers that had Avid and they had some computers that had Final Cut Pro. And Final Cut Pro was an Apple product. And so whenever I would use the Final Cut Pro, because it was easier to use than Avid, this is where I would get crazy about the fact that there was not only was there no right click,
no doubt,
there was no right click, This was like infuriating. There was a button in the middle, right?
Yeah.
It had a middle button. And you'd think, oh, it's a middle, but it's like a mouse wheel, right? Like the most intuitive thing in the universe. You have a mouse that has a left click, a right click, and a mouse wheel. Okay. The Apple mouse wheel didn't scroll. It didn't fucking scroll. You would click it and it would do that thing like on your phone where it would like move all your windows. Like it would shrink all your windows so you could see all your windows at once. A totally fucking useless thing for a computer, because if you're not using a fucking Apple, they have that fucking bar at the bottom of the screen so you can just click on whatever you want to see that's open.
I know, you had to click on something to be able to see the bar, which was
it was like,
why?
So stupid.
Why not just be able to look down and see it?
I know. It's
any
oh my
time.
God. So terrible. So terrible. I hate Apple products. My God. Terrible. But also, what's up? Every mouse that I ever buy, you know what the first thing is to go on the mouse? I don't understand this.
The
you
wheel?
know what the first part of it that breaks? And every mouse I've ever used.
The bottom?
No, the middle mouse click always dies first. I don't know why. It's like they're not designed to last as long as the other clicks.
I mean, my middle mouse click is a wheel.
Yeah, it's a wheel, but you can click it.
Yeah,
you can click the mouse wheel, right?
Yeah, I've clicked
and
it.
You know what that does, right?
Puts an ad in the video?
No. It opens a new tab. It's amazing.
Oh, really?
You didn't know this?
No.
Did I just open a whole new world of tab opening for you?
I just clicked it and it didn't open a new tab.
No. You have to go hover over a link.
Mm-hmm.
And then middle click, mouse wheel click it. It'll open it into a new tab.
I'm hovering over insert ad.
No. Get off of YouTube Studio, you fuck.
Now what do I click?
Open you have a million tabs. Go to a tab where you have a web page that has a link to something and just middle mouse click a link and you'll see it just opens the new tab.
Oh my God. You know what it did on my computer?
What did it do?
It came up with a funky scrolling thing where you can just...
It does that if you don't click on a link. It gives you the funky scrolling thing.
Oh, okay. Well, I clicked on a link, but...
Okay, well, I don't know. Then your computer just sucks, Adam. I don't know what to tell you.
It gave me the fucking funky scrolling thing.
I don't know what to tell you. But anyway, yeah, so my middle click always breaks on all my mice first. That's the first thing that always goes, the middle click. I don't know why.
I wonder if I can shoot. Have you ever looked at the laser in the bottom of your mouse?
I don't think the current mouse that I have, I literally can't see the laser.
Oh, you can't?
No.
Have you ever inspected that?
No.
With your raw eye?
I mean, you're not supposed to stare at a fucking laser, Adam. I don't know. I don't know if I've told you this.
Have you ever accidentally inspected it?
Right.
Like
I've seen it go,
over.
fuck. Yeah, of course.
And you're like, shit, the Terminator's chasing me.
Right.
Yeah, I don't like that.
TT says it highlighted the link but didn't open it. You have to... Did I set this up and not realize it? I always thought middle click opened a tab for, like, that was the default. So, I don't know. Because I'm pretty sure I didn't set it. I think it just did it. Tell Adam to hover over a YouTube thumbnail and then do it. That works. Oh, okay, so it worked for CT.
Oh, it did?
The new mouse are infrared nowadays? Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure it's not good to stare at infrared lights either.
There's an infrared light?
Well, maybe that's why I can't. Maybe mine's infrared. That's why I can't see the laser.
Oh.
Adam out here like, yeah, have you ever tasted antifreeze?
I'm on season 3 now of
Game of Thrones?
Yeah. Actually, no, I might be on season 4 now.
Did you get to the wedding?
Yes. Yeah.
Rob's wedding?
Yeah, that's so crazy. I mean, that's some fucking crazy shit. Oh,
see,
God.
Can you imagine? You could have partake. Did you imagine how crazy that was when that came out on TV and everyone was watching that together? and the red wedding happens, people are just like losing their fucking
Oh,
mind.
that's what the red wedding was.
That's what the red wedding is, yeah.
Because everyone was talking about the red wedding, and I was like, what the fuck
is this? Yeah.
Yeah. It's not a wedding where everyone's wearing red. That's for sure. Yeah.
Well, I guess by the end of it, they are. I want you to know.
That's pretty crazy. Yeah.
So when I was reading, so I saw the first 2 seasons, and then I bought the books because I was reading in between right before season 3 came out, and I'm reading the book. Which book is? What's book 3 called?
This is a great thing too. Like, I don't have to wait for this shit to come out. Like, you're sitting there waiting for the next season to come out, and I'm just like, oh, next season. Here, let me queue it up.
I think the 3rd book is better than season 3 in my opinion. But anyway, so I'm reading the 3rd book, and I get to that part of the book. I get to the red wedding in the book, and I literally throw the book in anger across the room.
Why? It's worse than the thing.
I was so angry that everyone died.
Yeah,
it was insane. It was so insane when I read that. I was like, "What the fuck?" And I was just enraged. I was like, "How did this happen?" I just throw the book across the room. It was totally insane.
It's like a giant storyline, and you're invested in all of these characters.
Yes,
there's like, I don't know, like 4 main characters that you're invested in, and they all just die immediately, and it's like, yeah, that's it. That's how it all ends.
Well, no. So the red wedding, there's 2 main characters.
Well, I guess it's
that you're invested in at the red wedding.
Yeah,
you have Rob and you have Catelyn.
You have Rob. You have his wife. Yes.
We don't really care about his wife.
Well, no, it's more than that too, because it's even like the guy who's getting married. They don't show it on screen, but he's dead too. Obviously, they probably killed him first.
No, he's alive.
Really?
Her brother? Yeah.
Wait a second. The guy that is actually, it's his wedding. He's still alive.
They want him to survive, because if he lives, his child with Walter Frey's daughter would be the inheritor of Riverrun.
Oh, okay.
So they want him to die.
They want him to live.
I mean, to live. Yeah. They want him to live.
Well, I'm not far enough along to where he comes back and is like, what the fuck? You killed everyone. Right? I mean, sooner or later,
okay, so I'm going to give you a spoiler. Well, actually, it's not a spoiler. In the show, they cut out a huge plot point. So in the books, so you said you're in season 4, right?
When's the red wedding happen? Because I'm right.
It's the end of season 3.
Okay, I'm just past that.
Joffrey's wedding is like the beginning of season 4.
Don't spoil it for me.
I won't spoil anything about that. Okay.
Joffrey's wedding has not happened yet, no.
Right, but that's going to happen. So that's season 4.
Okay.
Right.
Joffrey's like your favorite character, right? I mean, he's like a dream.
Right. In the book,
Sitch loves Joffrey.
I do. In the book, Arya keeps dreaming. You know how, like in season 1, her wolf bites Joffrey and then she makes it run away into the woods. So in the book, she keeps dreaming of the wolf.
Right.
So I don't know, like if you're in the show, do they have where Bran can control the wolf yet?
Yeah, of course.
Right. So Arya is like doing the same thing without realizing it. She's dreaming of being Nymeria, her wolf. And so at some point in book 3, season 3 and 4 are book 3. They split it up to try to buy George R. R. Martin more time, even though he ended up not finishing it anyway.
Good for him. I really admire artists that just don't finish projects.
Right. I agree.
No, I'm kidding, guys.
I know.
That's a joke.
I can feel the sarcasm.
Yeah.
But no, so
fuck
she's
those
dreaming
people.
of.
You have to finish your projects.
Right.
Fuck you, George R. R. Martin. I'm going to send him a nasty email right now. What is his email address?
You do that. Listen to me.
Okay.
You'll like this. Okay. So Arya in the books is having wolf dreams. They cut that all out in the show. And
Arya's the redhead.
No, that's Sansa.
Oh, okay.
Arya is the guy, is the, the one that the faceless guy helps.
Faceless guy.
Yeah, in season 2, the guy says, you have, a girl has 3 names. Give me these 3 names and I will kill these people.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the Hound
The
helps
assassin.
her.
And then the Hound, and then she's out for the Hound now, right?
She gets fucked over at the Red Wedding because I'm home. Oh wait,
Yeah, right,
everyone dies.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah.
It's
Right.
total bullshit.
Yeah. So, she has a dream where it's like right after the Red Wedding. She has a dream and she's in her wolf, and her wolf is now, because the dire wolf has become like the largest wolf pack in the entire kingdom, and it's attacking people.
Mm-hmm.
And her wolf pack goes to the Red Wedding, and they find her body, her mom's body, Catelyn, is in the moat. And
Ouch.
as her wolf, she pulls her own mother's body out of the moat into shore.
Mm-hmm.
And a character you'll meet later, who kind of becomes important, Beric Dondarrion, uses, and he's like a red priest like Melisandre.
Mm-hmm.
He revives Catelyn's mother with magic.
Whoa, really?
Yes.
So Catelyn's mom's coming back?
But no, because this is all cut. None of this happens in the show, which is why I'm telling you this. This is all cut from the show. But when she comes back to life, she's like totally like weird and fucked up. Like she can't talk because her throat was slit, and like she seems like to be like unhinged and weird and like not the same person. And she's just going around with people like murdering Freys. Like it's just this whole bizarre storyline that was completely removed from the TV show.
I mean, I got to admit, and I heard a lot about this when the show was actually out and people were talking about it. I got to admit, it is brilliant that he does just kill off characters because it immediately raises the stakes and gets you involved because you are constantly watching the show thinking, these characters could die at any minute. Like there's anything could happen, which you don't normally have in movies and television shows. Like I can't imagine anyone dying in Rings of Power. Like I want people to die. I really do. There are people I hate on that show that I want to see them die.
You want all the Harfoots die?
Brutally. Yeah.
Yes.
I want to see dismemberment. I mean, I really do. And it's it's never going to happen.
I think actually the Red Wedding was a big mistake from a writing perspective, because so much of the original plot, and you'll probably notice this going forward in the series, so much of the plot and the conflict of the plot is based around the war between the North and the South.
Yeah, of course.
And so basically with the Red Wedding, that conflict ends, essentially. And originally George R. R. Martin thought that between book 3 and 4, he was going to have a massive time skip. And so he could, a bunch of things happen, or could happen in between that. You could have new conflict. But when he started writing book 4, he nixed that and there was no time skip. And I think that part of the biggest flaws with book 4 and 5 and Game of Thrones seasons 5 and 6 going forward is that the removal of the Northern-Southern war conflict kind of drains so much of the conflict from the show. So I think the Red Wedding actually ended up becoming a massive mistake from a writing perspective.
Yeah. Yeah. Because the war's over. And the whole
you're like, where do you go from here?
Central driving force is who is going to win the war.
Right.
As soon as it's over, they won the war. I mean, it definitely was a, surprise ending. But now it's time to move on to what's the next major goal.
Well, that's the problem. Is that it kind of as someone chat says, Feast for Crows and Dance of Dragons feels like it meanders compared to the first 3 because you lose that direction.
Well, so I mean even none of the ancillary characters are really have a. Well, I mean, they do have a tangible goal. It's not Rhaenyra. It's the Rhaenyra lookalike. What's her name? Daenerys, yeah. The original.
Well, Daenerys is
Rhaenyra.
Rhaenyra is the Daenerys lookalike because Daenerys came first. But.
Yeah. I'm watching them backwards, though, obviously.
I know. It's weird, yeah.
And there's a million... First of all, I know exactly how House of the Dragon ends because they talk about it so much in Game of Thrones. Yeah, everything is about Rhaenyra and Aegon and
their conflict versus in the Dance of the Dragons, yeah. Right.
Which I'm assuming in House of the Dragon, now that the king is dead, we're going to step up the conflict between Rhaenyra and Aegon.
Well, if the time skips ahead, that's why it's time skipping, so that Aegon will be old enough to come of age, I assume. Because he's 2 right now, so.
Yeah.
Or actually, no, there's a new episode came out tonight, so.
Oh, you're right. Holy shit. Yeah. Let's bring it up. Watch it on stream. What the hell?
I've House of the Dragon watch party, guys.
No, we can't do that.
No. But yeah, there's true. Someone in chat says there was a bunch of new conflicts in the books that are like, it's super weird. The show follows the books pretty closely. The first 2 seasons, like almost directly. And then it follows book 3 pretty closely in season 3 and 4. But then after that, it drops. There's like in book 4, there's always like new plots and characters that are established, and the show like just literally doesn't cover them at all, just completely drops them. So
yeah,
like massive plots. But anyway, where was I? Kyle Petty for $20 says, isn't it usually the left saying that companies are beholding the majority are beholding to the majority shareholders, and that's a bad thing? Now he's downplaying influence of the shareholders. Well, listen, if it doesn't help him in that argument, okay, he's gonna not talk about it. Oh, look, we were waiting. We were curious. Last week we saw, I believe we saw Gay Ben, but it was an imposter because we have not Gay Ben. Not Gay Ben. Thank you so much for being a Freedom Seeker for 7 months. It says the headphone jack removed from phones is base Sitch. Anyone not using Bluetooth, everything can be left behind like the boomer cucks they are.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Listen, you can call me paranoid, okay? But I use headphones very often. Very, very, very often. I'm not sure I want to have Bluetooth blasting in my brain 24/7.
Yeah, okay? I don't do Bluetooth for that same reason.
You know.
But I mean, it was just easy to switch over to the new jack. I don't like you buy headphones with the jack that plugs into the power cord.
Well, then I have to buy new headphones.
I mean, I literally buy headphones like 5 at a time. I wear those.
Well, actually, I have a problem with that.
Why?
And it's funny. Here's my hypocrisy. Are you guys all ready to call me a giant fucking hypocrite? Okay. Are you guys all ready to smack me in the face for being a big hypocrite? You'll know this if you're a true fan. You're gonna know what I'm about to say because I've said this before.
Right.
Do you know what kind of headphones I use?
Plug-in headphones?
Yes, but do you know what brand?
No way.
Yes way.
Raycons?
No.
Oh.
How would that make me a hypocrite?
I don't, because we make fun of Raycons on the show
all
the time for Cody's ridiculous sales.
I use the
them.
Cheapo Depot, not Cheapo Depot, but I use the shitty Apple headphones.
Oh my God, no. I hate those headphones. I like them. I like immediately throw the headphones away every time I buy.
I've always liked the Apple headphones. I don't know why. I like the way they sound. I like the little button.
I should send you my Apple headphones next time.
And but here's the problem. With Apple headphones, you only have 2 options. You have either the 3.5 jack or the shitty, not even the normal mini USB, but the special Apple mini USB jack, which doesn't even fit into my fucking phone.
Yeah.
There was a time period where I went through so many. So this is basically my headphone story. Okay. For many years, I used Apple headphones. And I said, I need to get like actually decent headphones. And I swear to God, I went through like so many different pairs of headphones, and none of, and they're all more expensive. I couldn't find a single pair I liked as much as just the normal shitty Apple ones. And so many of the other ones that you buy, they're all like bass boosted, which I fucking hate. So
Wow, you're really into the sound on the headphones. Are you listening to high quality? Oh, you're listening to your musical collection.
No, I
your
don't like
musical
they're all bass
collection.
boosted for people to blow their fucking eardrums out listening to like fucking rap music, which I don't want. I don't want bass boosted headphones.
Yeah.
A speaker is literally electromagnetic right next to your head. Listen, I could be totally wrong here, but it just feels different, okay? My gut tells me it's different. Good in-ear headphones are hard to find. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I don't like the over-the-ear ones because I've never found ones that are comfortable.
Oh, you
it
must
was
have
like,
a weird ear shape or something.
Well, no, because they just, what do you mean? The over-the-ear ones, they press on your ears.
Yeah, I don't like those.
That's what I'm talking about.
I have I just plug it into my ear.
Right. Like I have a set of good over-the-ear headphones that I bought because everyone's like, oh, you're so good. The quality's so good and they're so comfortable. And it's true. They are very good. The sound quality is excellent, but it's just like, it just presses in there, man. It's terrible.
I had an ear.
Of course I'm wearing headphones right now. If I wasn't wearing headphones, you guys would hear an echo from Adam coming through the speakers.
Yeah.
Phoenix Lord, a sermon for $5 says, what could have happened prior to the 1950s and 60s that would have kept big business in the USA, Sam? A good question. What could have happened? I wonder indeed.
I feel like you had like a skip there. You read
I skipped one and then I went back and then I went back to my place. So I can read the one from Kyle earlier. He said, I'm right and you're wrong, but that's fine.
I didn't like that one, though.
I know. Yeah, there was a little thing called the World War II. Maybe affected some markets, but I am wearing the Apple headphones right now, Rich. I am.
Ouch.
That's the only product Apple's made that's any good.
Hypocrite.
No, but see, this is why I don't understand this. So when Apple makes their little headphones, it has a little thing on the side, okay?
You should buy Apple stock, those headphones.
It has a little button on the side. It has the most useful button ever. It has a button that I can press like under the headphone that when, like if I'm listening to something on my phone, I can press a button on the headphones that pauses whatever I'm listening to on my phone.
Yeah, I have that on my headphones.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I love it. It's right here.
Why the fuck? Yeah, and it also has volume controls, which unfortunately don't work. They used to work, but they only probably work on Apple products. So why is it that Apple can figure out to put the 3 buttons on their fucking headphones? They can't figure out to put the 3 buttons on their fucking phone.
I know, it's ridiculous. Yeah.
It's like the 3 shells. Okay. Why can't they figure this out?
The shells.
Yes. The 3 shells, like in
yeah. For scraping off your booty.
Yeah, exactly.
Ouch.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, guys, what are your sun, moon, and rising signs? Well, I guess our sun signs are Gemini. I don't know what those other things are.
Yeah.
Sun, moons, and rising signs. Calculator. Yeah, how do you figure this shit out? Calculate your rising sign? You have to put your name in? How is that related to?
Oh, that's super important.
Is it super important?
No, I don't know. They're just probably trying to get your name.
Okay, let's see. Where the fuck's my birth year? This fucking chart.
What's my moon sign? Cafeastrology.com.
I don't know what my time of birth is. Jesus Christ.
Oh, you don't know?
I guess I can't do this. I don't know when I was born.
I remember.
Do you know when you were born? You know what time you were born?
It was a balmy afternoon in Southern California. And I was like, I'm ready to face the world. I'm ready to embrace this new age, this new dawning age.
What's popularly known as sign and horoscope is actually your sun sign. The moon represents your essence. And in that sense, it's even more important than the sun. Your personal moon sign is the zodiac sign that the moon was positioned in the moment you were born. When you start viewing your life through the moon sign, you gain clarity and attract good fortune opportunities.
Oh, of course. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Wouldn't have it any other way, to be honest with you.
Of course.
I mean, why would you?
That's a good question. Why would you, Adam?
Yeah.
You gotta be stupid.
Yeah. You want fogginess and unclarity? Come on. Learning your moon sign will totally confuse you about what to do and where to go.
This one's asking for my time too. I don't fucking know.
Just
in
guess.
my place.
How do you
I have
not know?
Literally no clue.
How do you not know? Like that's the first thing I looked up on my birth certificate. I was like, what, did I make my mom stay up all night? Or, was I born at a reasonable hour?
You're right. I literally have my birth certificate in a drawer right here.
Yeah, just look it up. Come on, let's find out. I bet you were.
It doesn't have a time on it.
No way.
Is this a birth certificate?
Lazy.
Yeah, certificate of birth. There's no time.
Lazy nurses.
There's no time on my birth certificate. Well, no, this is like not the hospital birth certificate. This is like my fucking state. Why do I have this? I feel like this should be somewhere important and not in my desk.
Hold on a second here. Florida doesn't even care what time of day you were born.
I feel like this should be in like a safety deposit box somewhere instead of in my drawer.
No, it doesn't matter. Who cares? Actually,
I don't need it. It's not like I fucking use this shit.
Photocopy it and tweet it out. I want to see it.
Okay, I'll do that. Listen, I'll do a 2-part tweet. I'll photocopy out and do a tweet out of my birth certificate, and then I'll put my social fucking security card after that.
Of course.
Good idea?
No, not a good idea, but
yeah, there's no time on this. That's hilarious. Okay, anyway. Here's my moon sign. Aries. I'm a fucking goat, motherfucker.
Aries. That's awful.
What's your moon sign?
I'm not gonna look it up.
Look it up, you fucking bitch. You whore.
I completely reject the whole idea of
look it up,
signs.
you fucking piece of shit.
Moon sign. I mean, I already got kind of to the website, but I was like, I'm not putting my information in here.
Okay, my moon sign, I don't buy this. My sun sign seems way more my personality than my moon sign. Moon sign does not sound like me at all.
How do you have to look it up?
I just typed in moon sign calculator. What do you mean? Probably some website. The Aries is a thrill seeker.
Oh, that's not true.
I'm like, this is not me at all. I was like, no, the Gemini fits my personality way more than this does.
Let's see. Does this go back to the 1800s here? Let me see. If birth time is unknown, check this box. What do you mean? Of course I know my birth time.
What time were you born at?
Fuck. I'm not telling you.
Because you don't know. You lied.
You'll probably make fun of me, though.
What? How does that even make sense?
No, I know when I was born.
Yeah.
I can't believe you don't know.
Okay, what's your fucking moon sign?
I was born at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay. Why would I make fun of that?
Just come on. That's a great time to be born.
I guess. I don't know what time is. I mean, I guess it's your mom was probably happier that you were born in the afternoon, not like at 2 a.m. or something. I
didn't wake her up in the middle of the night. Oh,
right.
Please, can I be born now?
Right.
Why does the birth city have to be put in?
I don't know.
Did you put that in?
I did, yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm going to put... Do I have to put in the true city or can I just put any city?
I don't fucking know.
I'm going to put Paris, France.
Why?
I want to see if it makes a difference.
Well, you'd have to put in your actual one to see if it makes a difference, right?
Yeah, you're right. Damn it. Here, I'll put in. What? What?
What? What happened?
There's a Los Angeles in France? That doesn't make a lot of sense.
That's hilarious.
Okay.
It doesn't make a lot of sense. There's one in Spain, Mexico.
France is always... Always trying to fuck with us. Okay, you have a moon in Pisces.
Oh, look at you. You fucking dare to say that my goat sucks. You're a fucking fish. You're a stinky, smelly little fish boy. You're a slippy, slimy little fish boy.
Oh my God.
I'll fucking headbutt your ass, okay?
Why?
Kabam.
Why did I fill this out? I immediately regret this.
Is it right though? How does it describe the Pisces?
Look, can I go back and pick a...
Describe it.
No, I'm picking a different city.
No. Describe the Pisces, motherfucker.
What do you mean?
Say, what does it say? Read your little fucking little Pisces shit.
Where does it say that? That's
Yours
like,
didn't. It just told you Pisces. It didn't say anything about it.
Yeah.
Oh my
Just told me
God.
Pisces.
What kind of cheap ass website did you go to?
If you are unsure of your moon sign, you can determine it by entering your data in the moon sign calculator below. I did that already. Look up another.
Okay, let me send you. This site actually gives you a little like thing that tells you stuff.
Now that you know the sign of your moon chart, you can read about your moon sign here. Okay, here we go. Moon sign.
No, okay.
What do I
get
have
Pisces, motherfucker.
Okay, where's that at?
Pisces moon sign traits.
Pisces.
Oh, look at this. Pisces moon is one of the most sensitive and caring signs of the zodiac.
Well, that makes sense. That's actually logical for me.
This is not true. They are dreamy, romantic, intuitive, creative, and highly compassionate. This is all, except for creative. This is all fake. This is not you.
I mean, I can't. Where's the Pisces in here?
It's really easy for them to pick up the feelings of other. Their natural intuition allows them to sense the mood or atmosphere without the expression of words. Wow.
Yeah, that's true.
That is true. I feel like this
I
is
don't
not
need
true.
words for this fucking bullshit. I sense it. I know what's coming.
As a water sign, Pisces moons can be quite sensitive. They have a deep understanding of emotions, but their moods come in changeable waves.
Dude, I love this. Look, lunar Pisces are known to be dreamy and not always in touch with reality. Is this the same one that you just read? Or is this a different one?
I don't see the in touch with reality
one. Though these people may not always show real world savvy in day-to-day practical affairs, they may make up with remarkable intuition. Oh, look at that. Why are we trusting your intuition? My intuition is obvious. My moon is in Pisces, okay? My intuition is way better than yours. They can put themselves in anybody's shoes with extreme ease. That's right, motherfucker. I stole your shoes. On the plus side, these endows what? Oh, this endows them with remarkable compassion and love. The downside with this apparent ability to break down boundaries is that these people can easily love themselves in the suffering of others. What? Oh, lose themselves in the suffering of others. That means I'm too compassionate. Their sense of humor is delightful and silly and a bit odd. Why am I reading this?
I don't know. I said my sun sign describes me far more than my moon sign does, but okay. Anyway, that's your astrology lesson for the days, guys.
Yeah, whatever you do, make sure you put the right birth time in there. Otherwise, you could totally get screwed up.
Kyle Petty, thanks so much for another $20. Thank you, Kyle. Kyle gave us a lot of money today. Says trying to rationalize astrology is like trying to rationalize gender ideology or critical race theory. All these roads lead to dead end. I mean, listen. You're not wrong. I'm just trying to understand what the logic is. Maybe that's the problem. How do we not have a listen emoji?
Listen.
Listen. I guess people could just type it and listen, but it's not quite the
No,
same.
we need the emoji. I agree.
We need to listen. Listen.
Listen is a common theme of the show. Listen.
That's true. Rich Jammer, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 7 months. Says, here's my investment into the free will market. What is my return on investment? Your return on investment is free will, Rich. What do you mean? Every time you make a good decision after you donate to us, that's your return on investment.
Right.
So.
Yes. I'll do you one better, okay?
Right.
When you invest, if that investment yields a good return, then that is you exercising your free will to make that investment. If the investment tanks and fails, then obviously you didn't use your free will correctly because you shouldn't have bought that shit. Okay? All our free will is guaranteed to produce profitable investments by this simple equation. Yeah. That's it. There you go.
True. That's very true.
Invest away.
Can you resell your free will in the free will market? Listen.
Maybe,
Here's the Sitch and Adam show. Okay, listen.
Yeah.
Here's the Sitch and Adam show.
All our free will is non-refundable.
Our free will is 100% organically sourced, free range,
non-refundable,
non-refundable, humanely grown free will. Okay. We do not advise, and you're buying it straight from the source. Okay.
Right.
Me and Adam have a free will farm.
We cook it up ourselves. Yeah.
That we get it from directly, that we manage and run. Okay. We do not advocate for any reselling of free will on a secondary market.
Right.
But if you want to use your free will to engage in that activity, we can't stop you.
Right.
Okay. That's all I'm saying. Phoenix Lord, Assermen for $20. Thanks so much, Phoenix Lord. Says, in college, I was seriously considering self-deletion. I was absolutely miserable, so I left and got a job. It feels like my life did a 180. Go to trade school, find out what you actually want to do, what you want to do, what to do, and you can be happy. Yeah, no. Listen, college isn't for everyone. A lot of people have very bad college experiences. And for a lot of people, even if they have good college experiences, it's just a waste of time and money. So,
well, yeah.
That's
also, some people don't take high risk endeavors, and college can definitely be a high risk endeavor. You're like spending all this time and energy to learn something. You have no idea what kind of return you're going to get on that investment of not just the money, but the time as well. A lot of people, they're just like, if I go out and start earning money right away, I know I'm paying my way. I'm not risking potential future losses. So,
well, I'm glad you got a job and feel better. And that's what I tell anyone, anyone who's in that space or they're considering that, it's like, listen, all that means is that you have nothing left to lose. You can do whatever you want. You might as well do whatever you want before you go to that extreme of a situation. Might as well do everything before you take yourself out, right?
Yeah, obviously try everything you can.
Right. But you might as well. At that point, you're free to do anything, essentially.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing else to lose. So might as well go for it.
I mean, I've been through massive depression. I've suffered from major depression and shit like that. It's no joke. It's not fun. Yeah.
No. Galus Janus, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 7 months. Says, more months, more power, more free will. Yes, that is true, Galus. That's true. Any free will accumulated by being multiple members is consecutively, it builds concurrently and consecutively and compounds. Michael Gallup, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 3 months. Says, sometimes A team, sometimes S class, and others neither. LOL, true centrist position. Would love to talk about things you miss, school choice, MMT, gas break analogy, etc. Well, we got to do another call at some point.
Yeah.
Saywin, thank you so much for the €5. Says, first super chat ever. Thank you, Saywin. Say Winnie. Love the streams. Tim Pool got me into politics in 2019. It's been a wild ride since. Finland's World War III front will be lit as fuck.
Wow.
I don't think so. I think it's bluster. I think it's all bluster. I think someone will take out Putin before then. So.
Yeah, it's weird because, I mean, now he's like instituting the draft and jailing.
Right. Well, that's why, I mean, I don't know. Things aren't looking good for him. The war is collapsing horribly for Russia. They're instituting a draft. They're cracking down and everything. Like, it's just, things are not looking great for Russia right now.
No. Yeah.
Kyle Petty, thanks so much for the $5. So just got a political ad interruption. Cab confirm. Hope you guys are getting paid for it. Well, Adam, press the ad button.
I did once, yeah.
That's probably what you
experimental.
Cab Branchman, thanks so much for being a free here for 4 months. Says, I haven't caught the whole live show today, but I expect to see PSA Sitch photography in the fan art part of the stream. Oh, man. Kat sent me something so disgusting.
Oh, really? Ouch.
I don't know if I'll bring it up. We have to do fan art this week. We're so behind on fan art.
Yeah, I mean, let's just do it on Tuesday and just like start with that basically.
Yeah, so we'll try to do it on Tuesday. So I'll show your degenerate art on Tuesday, Kat. Oh my god. Terrible.
It's not like a dong in your face or something, is it?
It's worse.
Ooh.
Kyle Petty, thanks so much for $20. Says, this is completely off topic, but did you see Sony PlayStation has a program for getting equity into gaming that offers a program just for Black people to become developers? How does this not open them up to lawsuits? Genuine question. I haven't seen that. Actually, no, I saw something about that and I didn't really pay attention to it. It should be, obviously, if they directly say that, like, usually the way they get around it is they say, like, we're looking to hire diverse people, right?
Well,
so they
don't literally that's what they said.
Right. So they don't literally say that they won't hire someone who's white, even though that's kind of what they're doing. Now, I think you could, have to a company that says, like, we're looking to hire, like, diversity. And that means, and you look at them and there's no one white there. And I think you could sue. And I think you would be legally justified. I don't know if a court would find you, justified. And of course, there's always a problem where if you're trying to get into a field like video game development and you sue a company, a lot of who's going to want to hire you after that point, right?
Yeah,
that's kind of a big problem with these kind of lawsuits. But
yeah, that's a bad situation right there.
So, but I mean,
all potential employers.
Right. So I think it probably is illegal, but I don't know if they'll ever be held accountable for it. So, let's see. We understand that the equitable future starts with fair access to education, which is why we created PlayStation Career Pathways program in 2021. Through the multi-year program, Black students, they capitalize Black, from our partner universities can access scholarship mentors and early career support as they enter the gaming industry.
Well, if they capitalize Black, then isn't that enough?
I don't know. It's weird. Because you do have specific funds that are like oriented just for minority students and Black students that are allowed. So I don't know how that works exactly legally. It's not employment, it's like a fund for something. So I don't know, we have to look into that. Sewany for €2 says Adam search history tonight. Bionicles Rule 34.
Well, I've never Googled Rule 34 because the situation.
What do you mean? You don't know about Rule 34 of economic interest?
Well, you guys always try to get me to Google it, but I never really Googled it. No.
You can't understand MMT until you Google Rule 34 inflation. I mean, this really goes over, the inflationary rate of money.
I am curious if I just type in rule.
Mm-hmm. Rule what? Type in Rule 34 inflation. That's the only way you're going to really understand MMT, Adam.
Rule of thirds, rule of nines, rule of thirds, photography, rule of 72, rule of law, rule of nine, Burns.
Why are you being? I thought you were supposed to be brave.
Rule of 9, Burns,
and not a coward.
Rule of 42.
I didn't think you were such a pussy ass.
Rule of Rose.
You won't even find out about, the 34th rule of inflation, its effect on MMT.
I mean, CT one time told me what it was. CT was like, "Don't Google it."
CT's trolling you.
No, she told me what it was. She's like, "Don't Google it." It's like,
okay, who are you gonna trust? You're gonna trust CT or me?
Oh, okay. CT's already weighed in. Rule 34. If it exists, there's porn of it.
CT, what are you doing here?
CT's my bro.
CT?
Come on. CT's.
CT. Why are you protecting Adam? Okay.
Yeah, that's right. CT's my guardian angel.
Oh, CT did say, though, she said, Adam, of course you're Pisces because you're a Magikarp.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
There you go.
Why are you capping on Magikarp?
There you go.
Why are you such a hater?
There you go.
Magikarp is the shit, and you're just totally hating all over it.
Okay.
Why would you do such a thing? Look at these gay headphones. Who gay? Sitch, I use these. They're decent and cheap. Oh, okay.
Whoa, that's what you get, CT. After you helped Adam, he just insulted your headphones. Okay.
Oh, I thought they were the headphones you use. I did.
No.
CT obviously uses amazing headphones.
Oh, okay.
When I thought these were your headphones.
No.
They sucked.
I've tried headphones that look kind of like that, with that kind of weird tube shape. I didn't find them very comfortable. So
I use headphones like this too, CT. They're amazingly comfortable.
Sure.
I do. I have one in my ear right now.
Prove it.
What?
I said prove it, bitch.
I already did.
Oh, okay. Daily Doe saying so much for $5 says, Sitch, did you have Bionicle shoes? That was drip. Also look up the Bionicle van. Way cooler than that lame ice cream truck. S-Class is best class. I did not have Bionicle shoes. No, I did not. I didn't know there's a Bionicle truck. That's hilarious. It's like a truck vendor, but it's got Bionicles in it. I didn't even know this was a thing. There you go.
Oh shit. Phoenix Lord Azurman for $5 says, "Ha ha! A-Team doesn't know how to use the 3 shells."
That's true. That's what I heard.
What is it? How do you use the 3 shells?
You don't know how to use the 3 shells?
How do you use?
Guys, Adam doesn't know how to use the 3 shells. Can you believe this?
Oh, how do you use the 3 shells?
Adam has to Google how to use the 3. He fucking doesn't know how to use the 3 shells. Oh my god!
Turns
I thought you
out
were
the
joking.
shells are also musical instruments. You can use.
I can't
them
believe
as
Adam
little...
doesn't know how to use the 3 shells. This is baffling. This is the weirdest take you've ever had. I'm shocked. I am shocked by this. I can't believe
Demolition
this, man.
Man's future reveals the 3 seashells have been replaced.
I can't believe this.
Here's how they are supposed to function in the bathroom. What is this screen rant? Is this real?
This is embarrassing. You're right. Thank you. Can you believe this guy? He doesn't know how to use the 3 shells. Jeez.
Do you know how to use them?
Of course I do. I'm not a child.
I mean, you looked it up on the internet just before.
I didn't look up
right?
anything. How do you not know how to use the 3 shells?
In the year since the
CT
film.
doesn't know. Listen, I could believe that the Canadians are such barbarians, CT, that you don't know how to use the 3 shells.
In the year since the film's release, many have speculated as how the Demolition Man seashells actually work. It's an interesting, if slightly gross, thought puzzle. Screenwriter Daniel Walters, Batman Returns. Batman Returns, really? Isn't that like the shittiest one?
How have you never seen Demolition Man, Adam? This is baffling.
No, come on. I've seen Demolition Man 100 times.
Oh, but you don't remember the 3 shells?
Yes, I know the 3
That's
shells.
like the meme from the movie. Yes.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay. You did seem like you did get it.
I just always assume you just used them as like scoopers.
They never. That's the joke. They never explain how it works.
I know.
Yes.
Of course. Okay. Once explained, the screenwriter, Daniel Walters, once explained how he conceived of the idea, feeling that bathrooms of the future would have some kind of unique features. He then called a writer friend for inspiration who revealed he kept seashells in his bathroom as a decoration. What?
I literally thought that's where it came from because a lot of people do that.
How they work was once revealed by Stallone in a 2006 interview, explaining that a writer told him you hold 2 seashells like chopsticks, pull gently, and scrape what's left with the third. What?
I don't think that's true. I can promise you that when the writer of the script wrote the 3 shells into the script, he didn't have any idea how they worked. It's just a joke.
That's the joke. It's hard to say if such a technique would actually work in reality.
I don't think it would.
Which is to say nothing of how the shells themselves would be cleaned after use.
Right.
On reflection, it's easy to see why it's not one of the world's building elements that received clarification as per contactless high five Demolition Man explained. So, but wait, I was correct. I mean, according to this, I'm correct.
I don't think that's true.
Well, who's saying I don't know how to use a seashell? I'm correct. I'm the one.
No, there is no way to use them. That's the joke. There's no way to use them. Huh?
Not according to Sylvester Stallone, star of Demolition Man.
What does this idiot know?
He's the star of the movie, I'm assuming.
So?
Well, he probably had to, as part of his, acting preparation for the movie.
I see. It was very important that he understood how the 3 shells worked.
He probably had to, maybe he's a character actor. Maybe he had to actually use his shells.
Okay. You know what? You could be right. I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Magor, thanks so much for the $2. Says there's a problem with state mandated requirements in private schools. The state can mandate that CRT and gender ideology must be taught in schools. Wait, there's a problem with state mandated requirements in private schools. The state can mandate that CRT and gender ideology must be taught in schools. I agree regulation could be good, but if I get school choice, I want freedom from ideology too. Yes and no. I mean, I guess theoretically schools could mandate that you be taught CRT and gender ideology. I would fucking fight that tooth and nail. I would fucking revolt to fight that shit. But that doesn't just because you can construct a situation where school can teach you something crazy under the law, that doesn't mean that private schools should be free from educational requirements. Because you could put that in anything. You could say, well, the government can mandate that you teach kids to be Nazis, right? You can literally say that about anything. So I don't think that's a good argument against private schools having to follow educational requirements.
If Trump wins in 2024, that's what's going to happen, right?
Yeah, exactly. Girl Sarah saying so much for the $5 says, hey, yo, I watched the 2 writers react to Lily Orchard's writing this video, and its advice was horrible, but the 2 writers were really cucks themselves. Sucks.
Who are the 2 writers? Is that us? I
don't know. No. So 2 actual writers watched some video that was Lily Orchard's writing tips. I don't know what they actually wrote though. So maybe they are. Maybe Scoro said they're cucks.
I can't.
Sodoge.
What? Being good.
Sodoge for $1 said, it's funny you mentioned the community living. There's a nonprofit upstart in Texas called Community First Village. It's designed to house the homeless, so the owner only requires that the tenant pays some money, even if it's not full rent, to foster a community. All the houses have front yards, only no backyards, and the tenants have some small cooking supplies, but are instead encouraged to go to the staff kitchen for meals. Andrew Heaton has an episode on it called The Best Tiny House Village on America. But I guess the question is does it work? Do people like living there, or do people hate it? I mean, if it's for homeless people, you're not really getting a accurate accurate population selection. But
I mean, it would be
population sample.
You know how they have like apartment complexes that have these crazy HOA fees, but you're paying for like the swimming pool,
yeah, of course,
all these different amenities.
Yeah,
like can't they do that where one of the amenities is like a restaurant that serves 3 meals a day, so you could just eat like dormitory style? That would
that'd be amazing.
Cool.
That would be super cool. That would be super cool. I think people would like actually use that.
Of course,
yes.
Like deciding what you're gonna eat is challenging sometimes. Like, just give me whatever you guys are fixing. Sounds good to me.
Right. That would be based as hell. But I will say a part of my college experience, which is annoying, was that they had a college cafeteria and they had like a bunch of restaurants that were like actual chain restaurants. And the college cafeteria food was like disgusting.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which is unfortunate. But
I remember our dormitory food was delicious. We'd get all blazed and go eat chicken fingers. Like,
okay, well, if you're blazed, anything tastes good.
But I mean, we would get blazed knowing they were.
The chicken fingers tasted good too, but that's because chicken fingers are the easiest thing in the world to fucking make.
Of course, yeah.
Right. That's like that. Literally, the episode of Community. That's the one thing that like everyone would eat. The college was chicken fingers because it's the only good thing. Everything else sucked.
I mean, I don't remember much more. I do remember we really liked the chicken fingers, and we would get blazed so we could have a big appetite and eat more.
It was super weird. The chicken fingers tasted so much better than the chicken sandwiches. You know, like they should be this like very similar in taste. Because what is a chicken sandwich but then just chicken on a in a patty?
Oh, it's got the crazy seasoning though around it.
No, like it was a completely different everything. Like the breading was different, the texture was different. It was like a completely different product. It was like a far inferior product. So, Sold for $1 says Sam lacks any understanding of why money exists and what it means. He doesn't get that money takes the place of trading 2 goats for a cow, and that prices are fundamentally a signal for how much a person and if consequence of society value something. True.
Yeah, that's the problem. He wants to completely eliminate price signals. This is the problem with buying things with loan money, because you are completely eliminating price signals.
Yeah, exactly. Sam Cedar, hey, thank you, Sam, for $1. Says, I was once asked by a friend why I didn't get a Furby in the late 90s. He said that it was the latest trend, but I just wanted to buck it.
The trend? Good for you. You just wanted, or you wanted a bucket too. For Sam Cedar to
I appreciate the Sam Cedar bucket pun. Okay, these are pretty excellent. These are pretty excellent. Dr. Diddler for $2 says, quote, a wealth tax has never worked, Sam. Sam, oh yeah? Well, shut up. Yeah, I didn't really have a response to that. I would be curious as to what countries try to implement wealth taxes and what were the pitfalls of that too.
I mean, I'd be interested in what happened with that tax reduction in Kansas or wherever it was, because
supposedly it was not able to generate enough income or revenue or to help the economy in the area at all. So
I mean, listen, if you give a bunch of people a tax deduction, I mean, they could just use that money to buy stock. They're not necessarily going to open a restaurant that's going to increase the productive capacity of your state. Right?
Right.
I mean, there's so many things that you can buy. investments don't have borders. So I don't know that that's necessarily going to work.
Dr. There for $2 says, well, Sam, when you buy stock, you're giving the company extra money to borrow from, which enables them to spend more money, presumably to increase productivity. That's how buying stock affects the company. Well, no, not really.
Oh, no.
Sitch
just fundamentally does not accept this premise.
Well, it's not true. Well, it's only true indirectly. I mean, you're only giving money. You're only giving a company money by buying stock if the company is going to sell their own stock, if they're going to liquidate their own shares in order to, if they need cash.
You
flow
realize, though, that the IPO, the initial public offering, the whole purpose of
okay,
the
I understand
IPO,
that. I'm assuming everyone understands that, so I'm assuming that that no one's talking about that because that's so obvious.
Right.
I could be wrong, and Sam's a complete fucking moron, but I'm assuming that's not what is being referenced here. Obviously, when they first, offer the stock, you are giving money to the company for them to do these things. Yeah, obviously,
to engage in productive pursuits.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
You're not giving them a bunch of money so that they can just all go get drunk and have hookers for the weekend in Vegas. Right. Yeah.
Dr. Did for $3 says Apple is also openly anti-consumer and has lost multiple lawsuits, including trying to declare that consumers don't own their phones, but instead are loaning them from Apple. Is that fucking true?
Really? That's a little scary.
Yeah.
I know they always try and buy them back when you.
Apple says you don't own your phone. That's crazy. Oh my God. Another lawsuit apparently they lost was they tried to put out updates that slowed down older phones.
Oh, I remember that one.
That's why I stopped buying Apple. I had my first smartphone was an Apple phone because I got, way back in the day, you didn't have a lot of options for smartphones.
Yeah.
And I had an Apple smartphone. And I will say this, the hardware stood the test of time. The hardware never broke. But it just became so slow and unmanageable. And I'm like, why is my phone so slow? I didn't understand it. And I saw an article that's like, it's discovered that Apple is putting up updates on their phones to intentionally slow the older phones to force you to buy new ones. And I said,
yeah, you cheap ass piece of shit, get a new phone.
And I looked at my phone and like a Jew in the Holocaust, I said, never again. Mm-hmm. And I burned it.
Like a Jew in the Holocaust. What? And then you burned it?
And then I gave it to Magneto to destroy and launched to the sun. Okay.
Bad.
Dr. Dealer for $1 says the EU has declared that they can't force people to use their stupid proprietary cable and lighting. Oh, that's amazing. Also, you literally can't get tech support from them without paying the monthly fee, LMAO. Oh my God.
Good.
Fuck Apple. Fuck Apple.
You don't deserve tech support.
Jesus Christ, fuck Apple. That's amazing. Listen.
It is amazing.
You want to know how much I hate this shit? I'm like so close to saying that the US should join the EU just to have that law.
Oh, really?
Literally just to have that law that makes it so Apple can't use their stupid cables.
Are we in the EU already?
That's how much I hate this shit. I literally sell America's freedom just to get those stupid fucking Apple cables out of existence.
I think we own the EU.
I mean, that's true. If we join the EU, it would just become the AU, right?
The AEIOU.
It'd just become the A. It'd just become the AU, America.
Mm-hmm.
The big A.
Gold.
Sam Cedar, thank you, Sam, for $1 says my friend went hunting the other day, but when he finally found a buck, it ran him out of the forest.
Oh no.
That's true. That's true. Thank you, Sam. Sam for another $1 says, I want to buy a stock, but I only have a buck. It's a difficult life.
It's a difficult life. Oh, I get it.
I love these Sam Cedar puns. These are amazing. Dr. Dealer for $2 says the dude on the left gives off big gerbil from Courage the Cowardly Dog vibes whenever he's smart. He does. You're right. That's hilarious. I didn't see that until now.
Because of his eyes?
He just looks kind of like the gerbil from Courage the Cowardly Dog a little bit. He was the what was gerbil? He was selling like a vacuum or something, if I remember correctly. Sam Cedar, thank you so much. Sam Cedar for another $1 says, I would have stopped at $1 billion, but not 1 billion buckets.
Yeah, he likes his buckets.
He does like his. Andrew Clark for $1 says, both Sitch and Adam take this quiz and tell us the results. Obviously, don't show the information. Keep that a secret. This is the. Is it secret? Is it safe?
I don't know.
This is a horoscope quiz. This was asking me like too much information. You want to know my name?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you don't need to put your name in. This is the ascendant sign. Okay, wait. Let me do my ascendant sign. I'll send it to Adam. Adam, you can do your ascendant sign, okay?
No way.
I don't even know what the fuck ascendant sign even means, but...
No, the last one was so demoralizing. I can't do another one.
But you turned out to be Magikarp. I thought you were happy about that.
No. Too much fun was made of me.
Okay, what hour was that? I don't fucking know.
Astro Sofa?
That's why I stopped doing it. Because I didn't know what time I was born. I'm just going to guess.
Astro Sofa?
Yeah, that's the name of the website.
I mean, this looks weird.
I'll just say I was born the same time you were, 3 p.m.
Yeah. Just text your mom and ask her real quick.
Hey, Mom, I know it's 3 o'clock in the morning, but can you wake up and tell me what fucking time I was born?
What if she says, oh, it was 3 in the morning. Thanks for waking me up, you bitch.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks for waking me up again, you bastard.
Apparently my rising sign, I don't know what the fuck it means, is Libra.
Is it?
Supposedly. Libra's the scales, right? Yeah.
Oh, it is? What a lame sign.
What does that mean, though? It doesn't tell me what that means. What is it? What does that mean that it's a Libra? What is a Libra ascendant sign, you piece of shit? Libra ascendant. What does that mean? Your ascendant is Libra. Discover them. I don't even know what this means. Harmony and balance. Born with Libra on your ascendant, you have an innate understanding of symmetry, proportion, and balance. Oh my God, Adam. This is so true. You know why? Because I'm an enlightened centrist, motherfucker. Oh my God, it all makes sense, bitch. Oh, Libra all the way. That's the most centrist of fucking horoscope signs. It's literally a scale. You may be known for your style or pleasing appearance. These are all true. You are likely to come across to others as gracious and refined. Very true. I always come across as gracious and refined.
Not true.
Peace and harmony are important for you.
Google inflation 42. You're the refined one? No, I don't think so.
Peace and harmony are important for you. You probably prefer to be in refined or well-designed environments. True. Perhaps more likely to enjoy spending time in a fine restaurant than a dingy bar. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, yes. Obviously. I don't want to eat with the pores. No. You need to be surrounded by beauty and always perform at your best in an organized and aesthetic space. In many ways, harmony is important for your mental balance. You do not do well in chaos. Ideally, those you share your home with will respect your need for order. There you go. Dun, dun, dun. What else? Okay, this is true. This is all true. I mean, I'm not very orderly. That's not true. But being enlightened centrist means I'm perfectly balanced, right? Others may see you as fickle and opportunistic rather than that you're finely balanced and fair-minded individual that you truly are. Oh my God, it's so true. So true. So true. Did you do yours?
No, I'm not doing mine. I told you.
Okay. What a spoil sport.
I'm boycotting it.
Dr. Diller for 2 hours says Sam Cedar, more bad faith than a priest-only motorcycle gang. Oh yeah.
That's pretty good.
Dr. Diller for $1 says, Adam, why did you leave comments on Fringy's Twitter saying, quote, you hop away from debates so often that they should call you Kangaroo Black?
Always trying to start shit between me and Fringy. Look, I consider Fringy a close personal...
Kangaroo Black.
What does that mean?
Kangaroo Jack.
Right, I get it.
And quote, more fucking, and you said he's more fucking annoying and chirpy than a cockatail. I can't fathom why you hate Fringy so much, Adam.
None of this was ever said, and I would never say such a thing.
Adam, why do you hate Fringy so much?
I like Fringy.
Fringy's a lovely individual.
Yeah, we've already talked about this. I don't know why you're trying to start drama between me and Fringy. It's so sad.
Dr. for $2 says, I don't feel like dealing with a hurricane, to be honest. Sitch, use whatever Jew magic you have to get rid of the storm. I'm working on it. Okay.
Jewish people have magic? I didn't even know
we have space lasers that control the weather. Didn't you know this?
I thought that was internet rumor.
Did you listen to Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Yeah, but she's like insane. She's like into QAnon and shit.
That's true. CT for $1. CT, stop giving us money. Said, so if I became a vampire, hypothetically, of course, would it be rude to not at least offer to change you guys? I feel like not offering would be a dick move.
Mm-hmm.
That would be very rude not to offer it. Yeah. Of course you should offer it. Why would you not offer it to us? I mean, I would want you to test it out for us for like a year or 2 or 5. And then you give us the full accounting of like the vampire experience after 5 years and, let us make a decision.
How would you have faith that it was even like a real thing? You'd have to go longer than that. I mean,
what do you mean a real thing?
Well, I mean, you're going to start drinking blood and not really know if you're immortal yet? That's kind of a big investment.
Well, okay, it'd be you can just, what do you mean? You just test it. You're like, okay, you have super speed, super strength? Can you,
none of that. First
can you
of all,
get, like, if you get stabbed anywhere that's not the heart with a stake, do you heal it very quickly? What do you mean? There's a million ways you could test this. What do you mean?
Getting stabbed in the heart with a wooden stake is kind of a big test, though. I mean,
that kills you. I'm saying if someone says I'm a vampire and you stab them somewhere that's not in the heart and now with a wooden stake, and then they get healed very quickly, you say, well, they're a vampire, or they at least have super healing. I don't know I don't understand what you're asking me.
I'm saying that, okay, whatever. CT bites you on the neck, leaves a couple of dots or whatever. Now,
well, I would need evidence that she was actually a vampire before I agree to this. You understand?
Okay, so you're not even going to let her.
No, I want evidence that she's an actual vampire first. Do you think I'm just going to let someone bite me without knowing if they're actually a vampire?
So we're going to actually take a wooden stake.
No, we're not going to kill her. What are you talking about?
Okay, wooden stakes are what kill vampires.
Yes.
Right.
Listen, we would get a gun and we would shoot CT.
Okay.
Okay.
And then that wouldn't kill her.
Yes.
You need a wooden stake to kill her.
Yes.
So you'd shoot her.
Yes.
Like in the heart or?
It doesn't matter. Wherever.
Well, I mean, if you shot her in the arm, would it be an accurate test? I'm not sure.
Well, no, because if she flexes and the bullet pops out and then you see the wound close before your eyes, I said it's a pretty accurate test, right?
Okay, well, that's a good safe. I mean, it could be some freak accident that maybe the bullet.
CT's going to get a freak accident that gives her super healing, and she's going to pretend for some bizarre reason that she's a vampire just to fuck with us. I mean, it does sound like something CT would do, to be honest, now that I'm saying it out loud. But
I mean, once the first test came off without a hitch, I would just, shoot her in the chest, too, just to double check.
Oh, you mean a freak, like it's just a freak accident that somehow her arm healed itself instantly after being shot?
Yeah,
that's something that happens.
Know. Maybe it, the trajectory was just right and it bounced off the bone.
So instead of thinking, wow, CT body has some sort of miracle of healing science we should discover, you're like, no, just shoot her in the heart to make sure.
Yeah. But don't use silver bullets because I've heard that could affect the experiment as well.
According to the movie Underworld.
Yeah.
I don't know. That was for the werewolves. Did it work on vampires too? I don't remember.
I don't remember either.
But yes, CT, it would be rude for you not to offer. But thank you for asking. I would tell you guys if I was a vampire. Okay. CT for $1 says, by the way, if I ever die, you guys have permission to have me cremated and put into an hourglass so I can still participate in game night. That's
Holy
dark.
shit.
I would not want that. I would not want that, CT.
Shit.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Not want that.
I mean, I don't even know if that would work.
I don't know.
I mean, you can't really use ash as like the...
It's the sands?
Yeah. It's not like the sands of... Ash is not the sands.
Ash is not sand, yeah.
Right, yeah.
Right.
It'd probably
You can
just
mix
get
it in.
clogged up in there.
You can mix it in.
We'd have to be like, look, CT doesn't even work. How demoralizing is that? You had one job to do at game night, CT. You couldn't even do that.
Unlike when she was alive, she doesn't work when she's dead. That's fair.
Right.
CT for $1 says, I just remembered, Adam. I'm going to send you a picture of a Pokemon. Can you give it a name? And then everyone in Discord is going to guess which Pokemon it actually is. If anyone gets it, they get a month of Nitro. Oh, I like that. That's a good contest.
All right. We'll do that next time.
I like that. So you want to do a stream where basically we just brought pictures of Pokemon and you came up for came up with names for them.
Okay. I like that.
That'd be cute.
We could do some of that on Tuesday.
Right.
Hopefully Sammy's still alive.
Yeah, hopefully. Anyways.
Oh, wow. What? We're done already? Holy shit.
We're done already. It's only 3:30.
This was a very short stream, so.
Very, very short stream.
Yeah. A lot of fun. Here, look, I'll play a tune.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Hopefully, we'll see you all on Tuesday with Sammy, who will be our amazing guest. We'll have a special surprise when she talks about Kingdom Hearts and health. Anyways, hope you all have a fantastic week. See you then.
Bye-bye. So long. See you next time. Bye-bye on Tuesday.
I'm not going to turn it off till you stop talking.
Tuesday. Bye-bye-bye. Bye-bye.
You sound like the weasel from Roger Rabbit. Whenever you do that voice.
End stream already.